Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
And all is right with the world. One 9-inning ball game will change everything. Throwing an NFL schedule release, and Marcus throwing a baby Friday? Bro, everything's coming up roses.
It's a baby Friday. The Giants stopped the sweep. And Murph, I'm happy to report, for the first time this series, Giants fans took back the ballpark last night. Logan Webb gets the dub, and Camilo Duvall closes it out.
That sound of applause is the sound of 51% Giants fans taking over the park.
We are the 51%ers.
How good when you were part of it. You were part of the 51%. God bless. And what happened? I wonder why the Monday game, was it Yamamoto?
I think it was Yamamoto. And, of course, Dodger fans get hyped. They get excited. It's the first game of the series. Yeah. But it died out because the first game, there was definitely more Dodger fans than Giants fans. Game 2 on Tuesday, it was about 50-50. But yesterday, the tide turned. Giants took over the ballpark, took back the momentum, and got the W.
Luis Matos ran deep into center field, jumped and said, "Give me back that momentum. Give me that momentum." Oh, by the way, it almost looked like he broke every bone in his body when he crashed into that. What a terrifying 20 seconds where you were like, you got to be kidding me. This guy's down in a heap.
Of course, a week after it happened to Jung-Hoo Lee. And probably less than that.
All of a sudden, that little patch of land from Austin Slater's concussion, I know Giants fans not that obsessed with Austin Slater's concussion, but it started there, went on to Jung-Hoo Lee dislocating the shoulder, which we still don't have the official on, and to Luis Matos basically breaking every bone in his body last night. That little patch, that little freaking cyclone fence above the visitors' bullpen, they got to do something. They got to do like some sort of ceremony out there, although now it's a positive association because Matos not only made the catch, which, as Eric Burns was pointing out on social media, people aren't going to give that enough love. That was one of the great catches you'll ever see at that ballpark. Okay?
I saw Eric Burns complain last night that it wasn't number 1 on SportsCenter Top 10.
Well, I'm trying to think of times I've seen a Giant make a catch like that at that park. I mean, honest to goodness. I mean, dude, it's on the shortest of lists, and we all just kind of moved on from it. Like, yeah, great catch. Anyway, Webb was good. I was like, no, dude, that needs a lot more love.
It was absolutely phenomenal now, not at Oracle Park, but it reminded me of Mike Talkman a couple years ago in the 107-win season when he robbed Albert Pujols down in Dodger Stadium.
Absolutely. But this was even more dramatic, I think, because it was on a dead run. Talkman kind of went back and jumped up, if I recall. But, yeah, that was great. But in terms of Oracle Park catches, first of all, you can't do it in right unless you're Spider-Man, all right? Left isn't as dramatic because the green, whatever, there's no cyclone fence and there's no cutout where you got to run even farther, So, anyway, but my point is that for that kid, and then the fact that, first of all, this is why you like young players.
Yes.
Because any guy who's not 22 years old and a premium athlete is not going to get up from that thing. He's 22 years old and a premium athlete, a Ferrari. All he needed was like about a minute to gather himself, and he's like, no, I'm good.
Yeah, he's good and ready to go.
And he got an RBI single later in the game.
He was absolutely fearless, put his body on the line to catch that ball last night, and then to your point, got another RBI knock. Add that in with Elliot Ramos with an RBI knock. Yeah. I know Yaz went deep, had 2 RBIs, knocked in our good pal Kirk Casali, who's back with the ball club. But Elliot and Luis Matos have been responsible for 80-90% of the runs scored in this series.
And quite frankly, the swings are looking pretty good. Like they're squaring stuff up. No, they're prone to get fooled, and I'm not going to say they're perfect, but I'm telling you, bro, right now those guys, their approaches look different than what the Giants have had in that lineup for a while. So I just say onward and upward. I'll be out there Friday night to get more and more of it. But you did mention it at 6:03, dude. The Casali factor. Who knew? And you know what Young Tony told me? Greg Papa knew. I didn't know. Papa called for Casali 2 days ago.
Oh, Papa knows everything.
That's got to be on the short list of great calls of 2024. Because I mean, as I'm combing through the list of Giants woes, I'm not sitting there going, they got to give Kirk Casali a call. I'm like, wait, Kirk Casali? Is he still around? What's he doing? Is he selling insurance? Is he playing for the Boston Red Sox? Is he living in France? I got no idea what Kirk Casali's doing with his life. Turns out he's playing AAA baseball for the Iowa Cubs. And they gave him a call. And in an emotional reunion, he returns, and everybody's like thrilled to death. The Casali factor.
I mean, Murph, I had no idea that Kirk Casali was even available. So props to Greg Papa on that one. But what the hell took so long? I got Jackson Reitz behind home plate and Blake Sable. They should have made up this call a couple games ago, but I'm glad to see Kirk Casali behind home plate, the same guy who caught 5 shutouts back in 2021, whatever year it was. Kirk Casali last night gets the win, and now they're undefeated this season with Kirk Casali behind home plate.
Dude, Bob Melvin dropped the A-bomb on him, too. He said he's got an aura. The kids like to talk about aura. He said he dropped the aura on Casali. How about that? By the way, you asked what took so long. I think you have another laugh on that board from a head of baseball ups. That's what took so long. That's what took so long. But give him credit. He made the call. And Casali, there's something about Casali. He said something about backup catchers, whether it's Nick Hundley or Kurt Casali. Not Jackson Reitz so much, but there's there's a certain like teddy bear quality to these guys that you like. Tom Murphy had it until he started really slow. Those 2 bombs he hit against Oakland in the preseason were kind of cool. But anyway, he was fantastic. And defensively, you can just visually, from your couch, you can see the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And you could see it at the park because balls weren't skipping to the backstop.
No, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
We didn't have any pass balls or wild pitches with Kirk Casali, but just hearing his story, how he got emotional and teared up, getting the call from his agent saying he'd be coming back to San Francisco. He came on last night postgame with John Miller, talked about the reunion, the American Pie reunion with all of his buddies in the clubhouse. I mean, it just seems like there was good vibes that he was bringing to the ballpark.
Yeah,
last
for
night.
sure. And I guess he had tried to catch on with which team was he tried to catch on this spring, and they cut him. And then he was going to kind of like not play, and then the Cubs offered him something, and he took it. And sure enough, man, he gets that call from his agent. He said when he came back last night before the game, when he talked about tearing up, he said, "I've had the best years of my professional life here." And I was like, years? He's only here for 1 year, wasn't he? And turns out he was here for the start of 2022 also. So he's only here for 2021, in which he played 77 games, only hit 210, but who cares? Everybody likes the mug of a Casali, you know what I mean?
And it's the stat I mentioned earlier. That year, he caught 5 consecutive shutouts.
Yeah.
So the kid knows what he's doing behind home plate. He knows how to call a ball game. And to your point, he knows how to block a ball in the
Dude,
dirt.
all of a sudden, I mean, he just changed the energy, the aura, and everything. And so, yes, let's call it in, baby, because Rob Manfred got a call from Pat Burrell last night, and he picked up the phone. He said, "Wait, you still have my number?" He said, "Why don't you save the smart-ass remarks for another time, you empty suit, and put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 4, L.A. Dodgers 1.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Oh, man, the package is great, but guys, what are we going to do? That's the first package since the loss of Jung-Hoo Lee.
Is there a Luis Matos song out there?
What are we going to do? Should we play the theme from American Pie? I don't know.
Maybe add that to the package.
Oh, man. So we are going to have a show meeting about that.
Well,
Do we
it's not
soldier on?
confirmed that he's done for the season.
Okay, let's wait for the official
Yeah,
diagnosis.
let's keep the vibes and the aura of the Jung-Hoo Lee
and
song in there for
keep
now.
the strobe light on. Shout out the early punk days of the B-52s, because when the Giants hit a home run, they flashed strobe lights at the park, which caused me to tell Young Tone to dig up the 1978 classic Mike Yastrzemski, number 4. There it is.
And I was actually curious at the ballpark last night because when Yaz went
what'd you
deep,
get?
the sun wasn't down yet. It was kind of like a dusk, dawn, whatever the hell you want to call it, and they still hit the strobe lights. Even
Okay.
without it being pitch black, they still hit the strobe lights.
They like their B-52. You know why, Young Tone? They want to hear it. That's why. They hit the light even though the sun hadn't set. There it is.
and there I was in the crowd. Whoa!
I thought, I told Young Tone to cut just a little snippet of that. I thought he was going to go with the very demonstrative Fred Schneider, underneath the strobe light, which always makes you laugh. If you know your B-52s, Fred Schneider will make you laugh. He's very, shall we say, flamboyant.
Yeah, strobe lights last night for Yaz, and also Camilo Duvall still getting the spotlight treatment even in non-save situations.
Well, okay. So wait a minute. 3-run lead's a safe situation in Major Leagues, isn't it?
Wasn't it
I thought it was
4-0 or 3-0?
It was 4-1 at the time, right?
So no, my understanding is
I thought it was 3 runs.
No, I believe it's if the
It's only 2
tying,
runs?
it's the tying run has to be on deck for it to be a safe
I thought they
situation.
adjusted it to 3, but you might be right. I'll go with you.
Oh no, they give credit to Duvall for a save last night.
Well, that's because. Well,
What do I know?
Can you pitch yourself into a save?
cannot pitch yourself
Okay.
into a safe
Yeah,
situation.
I thought they changed it to 3 runs because I remember thinking that's a little loose.
I was going to say, because I believe the rule used to be the on-deck batter that has to be the tying
official
run.
rule is a relief pitcher recording a save must preserve his team's lead while doing one of the following: entering the game with a lead of no more than 3 runs and pitch at least 1 inning. I remember when they changed it, Marcus, because I was like, it's kind of a loose save, bro.
Yeah.
3 runs, but yeah, they'll give you a save for it.
All right, I'll take it.
All right, so there you go. All right, listen, we haven't even mentioned the 49ers. We'll get into it on the other side. 49ers schedule release. The massive dissection and analysis begins next on the Sports Leader.
You know, there's just an aura about him.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Kirk Casali made his return to the Giants lineup last night, caught the W from Logan Webb and caught the final out from Camilo Duvall, and then stopped by the KNBR postgame show with John Miller to talk all about it. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
So what I would look at immediately is just the degree of difficulty. You have a feel for it. You know, it's like, that's a tough stretch. Now, that doesn't always play out like you just said, but you know if you're going on the road to play, Kansas City or like you know the team's gonna be tough. Like you could play a crappy team in late in the season in the East Coast in a rain or blizzard, and all of a sudden it's a game because it's just weather and it's tough. Remember last year, was it the Browns game? Remember that?
Yep.
It was like that team's not great, but yet it was on the road in a weird spot with a kind of messed up weather, and all of a sudden, we get beat.
There he is, Steve Young, talking about the most holy day of the year. Forget Thanksgiving, forget 4th of July, forget Christmas. I've lived long enough to see the NFL schedule release take over Western civilization, and it happened yesterday.
You think Steve Young puts the Christmas lights up for the schedule release?
Yes, I do.
Because we know he puts them up pretty much starting on Thanksgiving or Christmas or Halloween. They have that bit that they do with Tolbert in the afternoon.
I'll tell you a funny story. When I started on this show, pre-Pauly with Tim Liotta in 2004, and they were Bob Agnew was doing anything he could to try to get people to listen to the new show. Tom Tolbert is apparently famous for his Christmas lights. Mm-hmm. Apparently, back at 20 years ago, he was the king of his street. And he's like, I want you to go on with Liotta and this new guy Murphy to talk about your Christmas lights. He made Tolbert come on before 7 a.m., bro.
Oh. You
want to talk about maybe the most disgruntled Tom Tolbert ever on the radio. So we're like, yeah, we're going to go out to Tom Tolbert at 6:15. He's just like, yeah, what's going on, man?
6:15 hit.
I can't remember. Something like that.
With Tom Tolbert still in his bed.
He should start at 5.
Oh.
Shout out the leadoff spot.
Hey.
Shout out the long lost. Shout out the shower hour. All right.
Shout out those 5 a.m. shows.
Anyway, Christmas lights and Christmas days, and the schedule is out. It's funny playing that rejoin that young Tony just played. I immediately, when he's like, there's going to be that stretch you eyeball, and I think like everyone else, I just went right to Week 12 at Green Bay, November 24, the Sunday before Thanksgiving. Week 13 at Buffalo, December 1st, Sunday night, the Sunday after Thanksgiving. That, to me, just jumped out right. That was like, I looked at the schedule, and all of a sudden, it was just like neon orange. Like, whoop, there it was. I was like, uh-oh, that's a stretch right there.
That's interesting because the stretch that stood out to me was actually Week 6, 7, and 8 at Seahawks, then versus the Chiefs, and then against the Cowboys.
For sure, that's the runner-up, but 2 of those are at home, and the other one's in the Pacific time zone. So that's the big difference for me. at Green Bay, at Buffalo. Those are, listen, are the Packers going to be as good last year? Who was it talking? It was, first of all, I got to shout out Papa and Lund for the second straight segment. And then I'm going to stop, by the way, because we're better, all right? But the point is that they were nailed. Johnny Lund had made a bunch of gumshoe detective phone calls to all his buddies around the country, and he nailed it. He was calling. He goes, I'm here in Week 17, Monday night against the Lions. I'm like, I'm driving. I'm like, they're not going to play that big of a game that late in the season because usually you just go division only the final couple weeks, but he nailed it. He was right. And then he was like, Papa, I think you might be spending Thanksgiving in Buffalo. And Buffalo, now, here's the catch.
Yeah.
The NFL gives the teams these schedules a couple of weeks earlier than we get them.
They got to get those schedule release
So
videos
all
ready.
he needs is one friendly voice, Bob Sargent, in the building to tell him what's going on. And then you can have
See, that's the thing. Papa, of course, has sources with the 49ers, which is why you should always be locked into the Papa and Lunch Show. I'll give him a free plug, Murph. But also,
and we've reached our limit for the year now.
I need to
All
know
right, so-
your ethics as a capital J journalist. Because we were talking about all the rumors of the leagues and whether or not these teams would be squaring up. We talked about the Buffalo Bills and the 49ers Week 13, but we didn't take it to air yesterday because it had not been confirmed. So where do you stand about reporting rumors? I guess we could have thrown out those predictions and made us look smarter because we had some sources, we had some stories, but we just didn't take it to air.
Okay, well, I'm going to give credit to, I believe Johnny was doing his own reporting.
Ooh.
Whereas we were just looking at Twitter.
Okay.
So there's a big difference. So if you do your own reporting, you can say, my sources say, then you're putting your neck on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to trust your sources and verify your sources, and then you go with it.
Yeah, I'm not going to snitch on anybody, but I saw Walter going through Twitter a lot yesterday, reporting a lot of those leaks.
Okay, all right. Well, then then what you're saying is they got lucky.
Yeah.
They got lucky.
Better to be lucky than good.
Anyway, or you could just wait till 5 o'clock when the schedule comes out and you know for sure. You know what I mean? So,
Did you get your popcorn ready for the big 2-hour primetime special on ESPN schedule release?
You want real talk? You know how much of the schedule release I watched? Zero. I watched none. I got the schedule at about 8 o'clock when I sat down with my phone after a relaxing post-dinner with the Giants game on. So you went to the Week 6, 7, and 8 at Seattle versus the Chiefs versus the Cowboys. That's a nice stretch. It's in October.
Mm-hmm.
I went to at Green Bay, at Buffalo. And by the way, just for a little appetizer, the week prior to that is also Seattle.
Yeah, that's
now,
right.
how are the Seahawks going to be? That's the big question. I know you've put out some warning signs on Mike McDonald. He's the Kyle stopper, as you've said.
He's had a lot of success slowing down that Shanahan system, whether it was Baltimore beating him last year or Baltimore taking out Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. He's had success against the Shanahan system.
I mean, that's why Seattle hired him, right? The league is always it's a reaction league. It's somebody does that, and then you're going to find the guy who's the Mike McDonald beater, and then he's going to be the next hot coaching candidate.
Correct, and he's going to get a job.
Now, that's assuming Mike McDonald is successful in Seattle. There have been some guys who've been hired to be those guys, and that doesn't work out. So that's my stretch. My magical stretch is at Green Bay, at Buffalo, and then obviously Seattle before that. When I threw to my 16-year-old the Seahawks, Chiefs, Cowboys thing, he grunted out 2-1. So 2-1 in that stretch.
He's got dubs over the Seahawks and Cowboys.
I don't know. He just said 2-1.
I would assume the L is against the Chiefs.
Well, that's a familiar script.
Yeah.
We've been there, done that.
Well, hell, I mean, 2-1. You got to get a loss in there somewhere.
I got to think you're starting out kind of fast, guys. Against the New York Jets. Shout out Putin. He'll be in the building.
You're real
Week
confident in taking down Aaron Rodgers again.
Oh yeah. Are you kidding? That a-hole? There's no way the karmic gods are going to let that guy have a successful season.
I mean,
Are you kidding? This guy's done enough karmically to prevent him. I'm just going with the great universal force of Aaron Rodgers. There's nothing. He does not deserve success.
The gravitational pull of pulling Aaron Rodgers down to the
gravitational
ground.
pull of a-holdem. All right. So yeah, that's a win.
Jets got a good roster, man.
The Jets are going to fly across country to Levi's Stadium to a healthy Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and Trent Williams and Nick Bosa and beat them.
Against a team that under Kyle Shanahan has traditionally started off pretty slow to start the season.
I'm feeling pretty good about
I'm
that.
just throwing out the flares.
And then at Minnesota, now is that going to be Sam Darnold? Or is that J.J. McCarthy?
I think it's slinging Sammy Darnold to start the season.
So, I mean,
You would assume so.
Now they lost in Minnesota last year, but...
I mean, that's going to be a tough game when the 49ers are facing off against the greatest arm talent in 49er history.
Plus for you, I mean, they're going to be trying to recover from their 0-1 start.
That's it.
Against Aaron Rodgers, right? And then at the Rams Week 3, I mean, that's a home game, right? That's a home game.
That's it. They'll take over SoFi.
Yeah.
Rams are a team this year that is going to look a lot different defensively without Aaron Donald.
Kyle owns McVay.
But it's also a Rams team that was one of the hottest teams in the NFL last year, ended with a 7-1 streak to make the playoffs.
I'm just saying, I'm not guaranteeing they're going to start 5-0, but I'm saying it's set up for the possibility of them to start 5-0. In other words, they're not opening at Green Bay, at Buffalo. That's not a 5-0 start, right? But the first 5 games is their easiest stretch of the year, I think. Because after that, the New England Patriots come to town.
Win.
Bro, you see the Patriots only got 1 primetime game this year?
That's one too many for me, Murph.
I mean, how the mighty have fallen, brother. They used to get like 17 primetime games, and that's when it was a 16-game schedule. You know what I mean? And then, dude, week 5 is the Cardinals coming here. Although, you know what's funny? You're like, yeah, you got to win that game. That's always a week. Like, the stadium energy is a little low. Nobody really, that's not a hot ticket. You know, and then something weird happens in the game. It's like a punt return in that game. You're like, wait, what happened? It's the fourth quarter, and we're tied with the Cardinals.
Right? I'll actually be interested to go out there to see what Marvin Harrison Jr. looks like this year. Big addition to the offense.
And to be honest, actually, the Cardinals, weren't that bad last year. So
especially once Kyler came back,
listen, it's the NFL, any given Sunday. But I'm just saying, if you're looking at any 5-game stretch, that is really one. Because the rest, guys, you can make arguments that the rest of it's pretty tough. We talked about the at Seahawks versus the Chiefs versus the Cowboys. That's a tough 3-game stretch. Then you got this stretch of 4 straight playoff games at Tampa Bay. Don't forget, Tampa Bay was a playoff team last year, and Baker Mayfield, he'll fight you.
I mean, that's the thing about this 49er schedule. Almost half of their opponents were playoff teams last year. 8 different playoff teams they play against this year.
4 straight at Tampa Bay, home against Seattle, then my favorite, at Green Bay, at Buffalo. So that stretch is brutal. Then maybe you can consider this a break. Home games against the Bears and Dolphins.
Here comes Caleb Williams and a new-look Chicago Bears.
And that's also a Thursday night against the Rams. But then you finish up with at Miami, which is, 3 days before Christmas. Bosa's going to – and then the Monday nighter against the Lions, and then the season finale is at the Cardinals. So, yeah, really to me, it's if you can build a cushion by going 5-0, and right now I'm calling 5-0. All right? Why not? What am I here going to call 2-3? So anyway, that's the schedule, guys, and we can get into our exact predictions of how many wins for the Niners. You guys can text them in. And by the way, before we go to break in Moskowitz and the guest list and all that, check out our new YouTube feature. John Joe Curley's got the Chiron going. He's writing up what he calls the lower third. So let's celebrate it with the horns and the guest list. I didn't even say good morning to young Tony. We were so excited about the schedule. I apologize, Tony. Should have said good morning earlier. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a big day. Don't even worry about it.
All right, buddy. What do you got on the guest list?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we have Susan Slusser joining the show. Talk some Giants baseball.
I can't riff. We're up against the clock.
All right,
Let's go, Tony.
We got Big Hit at 7:50. We got Mike Yam, anchor and reporter for NFL Network, joining us at 8:15. And then Matt Mayoko at 8:50 to close out the show.
That was well done. All right, guys, we can continue on with the Niners schedule a little bit later on and get back into what Bob Melvin called a very important win on the Sports Leader.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
Giants gamers. Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And this one is hammered to center. Back is Matos. Back, he leaps, and he makes the catch up against the wall. He may have taken a home run away from Hernandez, and Matos is down.
Yeah, I was just hoping we didn't have another guy go down in the same spot again. But that's just, I didn't think he was going to catch it, off the bat. Sometimes it's tough to predict the wind here and whether a ball's going to carry or not. But, that's just got to be a perfect route. You throw your hand up at the end and hope it goes in your glove. And, it did. So, that makes you feel a lot better if maybe you weren't perfect for a particular game. But momentum swing, it's a ball that they're coming right back and potentially, base runner and for that to be an out, that was a big pick-me-up for us, and I know confidence-wise for him.
Huge moment last night. Look at that. I feel like I'm at a club in Europe. What do we got going on here, buddy?
This is Giant by Calvin Harris and Rag and Bone Man, but this is the song they play after every Giants win.
Oh, thank you, Tony. Thank you. I was going to say, I said, remind myself, and I'm brushing my teeth last night, remind me to ask the kids at work, what is the song they're playing? Because I noticed there's a new beat thumping. I got to tell you, I support it.
Ooh.
You support it?
I was going to say, hot take, I'm actually not a huge fan of the song.
Damn, I support it. It's got that Dublin club vibe.
Exactly. It's just more for like Young Tony. Young Tony's an EDM kind of guy.
I 100% support it. It's got that. I feel like I just walked in. If you ever go,
Marcus, it's called Giant. You don't like the song?
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I'm just not an EDM guy.
I like it a lot.
I hear you.
They've played some. Dude, what would you rather have? Them taking the field to this? Damn.
No. See, I didn't like that either.
That was my little Uzi Vert.
That was awful.
I like this. Keep this going for a few more minutes. I've noticed it,
No, stop it. We're done with this. We're done.
Dude, I feel like Cap was wearing the shirt. Give me back to the Calvin Harris.
I'll take Giant instead, dude. You don't understand how pissed off I would get showing up to the ballpark, watching Logan Webb walk out to the mound, and not hear Andre Nicotina, instead hear little Uzi Vert.
Yeah, it's terrible.
No! Stop it, Tony.
Did you get Nicotina last night?
I got Nicotina. Killer well. Logan Webb took the bump and put on a flawless performance after working out of some trouble in the first inning.
Multiple people checking in right now. What happened to Tony Bennett? You get Tony Bennett. We're talking about right after the last out is made. They've always said they don't play. Come on, Giants fans. Keep up now. You know they don't play Tony Bennett as soon as the last out is recorded. You got to play a little victory song. Everybody slaps hands. And as soon as that's all done, then we play Tony. It's usually when you're shuffling out. This is the right after the last out is made. You're clapping along rhythmically to your Dublin club song. You're high-fiving somebody. You're watching them all clap. And then Tony's like the perfect timing as you're kind of like finally leaving the park. You kind of hear it in the background as you're leaving. So,
and the seagulls come in.
Yeah, exactly.
And the rally pelican shows up.
So, they've had some bad ones. I remember when they played Blur. Blur had that one, Woohoo. Remember that one by Blur? Woohoo. Woohoo. I never liked it. Never liked it. Exactly. You know what I like? One of my favorite Giants games of all time that's underrated is the Game 4 of the 2010 NLCS against the Phillies. It was a crazy game. Go look it up. The Giants won it on a sac fly, I believe, from Juan Uribe that played at Aubrey Huff in a walk-off. And it was a wild game because the lead changed or ties a few times. It was a really exciting game. And I remember the high that they took a 3-1 lead on the Phillies, and we were like, they might go to the freaking world. And they played Daft Punk One More Time. And I just remember feeling like euphoric at the park. Like, this is going to happen. This is the perfect song to be playing right now. I was at that game with 3 of my buddies. I was like, this S is going down. The Giants are going to the World Series, man. Even though they lost Game 5.
I'd love to see Murph in one of those Daft Punk helmets, by the way, too.
That would be funny. All right. So anyway, this was it. It was just, there was something about it. They had just won. Bochy, Lincecum, Posey.
This is an all-time banger, dude. Clooney actually played this at the Cow Palace. This is one of his last songs.
Wait a minute.
Not his song.
Covered it?
Yeah, no, you're allowed to play other people's songs.
That's what EDM artists do.
But I didn't know, can an EDM cover an EDM?
Yeah, yeah. Daft Punk's still in that genre.
Is that a software violation?
See, this is why I'm not an EDM fan. You just go watch a DJ spin tunes that were made by other people.
Yeah, the guy who sat in your chair prior used to riff on that, like because he likes guitars and drums and bass and all that. But
and you just go to a concert and watch somebody.
I mean,
on
they got a
DJ
laptop
set.
up. Really, is it honestly? You're looking at an Apple. You're looking at the white Apple on a silver screen.
That's cool. I got a laptop right in front of me right now.
So,
I don't got an audience.
Here I am right now. I am officially an EDM guy right now. But I do so glad you played the Calvin Harris because I have always like a million things on my list to ask you guys, and that was one. And I would have forgotten because I went to sleep and I woke up. I forgot. Thank you.
What did Big Murph learn today?
And the reason why is because I've gone to 2 games and they lost. No, they won one, but the day game against the Nats, I don't remember them playing it. Have they been doing it they've probably been doing it every game.
Yeah, every W.
I was corralling kids, so I couldn't tell. But
I understand.
anyway, guys, let's get into the game last night. Before we get back into the big hit, the mini big hit on the other side, which is how many wins will the Niners get this season. So prime your pump. So Bob Melvin had a quote after the game. Tim Kawakami was there and asked him, listen, we know it's 162. So you can't, it's one of 162. But was there something to having been blown out the night before? The entire KNBR airways filled with rage. Murph and Marcus doing the big hit. Where did it all go wrong, right? And that they come back and win. Yes, the Dodgers were starting a bullpen guy. Even though they started him.
Sounds like a personal problem to me.
Right? So, and he asked him, and Melvin gave an interesting quote that I thought could kind of worth playing. Here it is.
A lot, because, one, you want to go into an off day not getting swept. We haven't beaten these guys yet. It felt like, 2 games, it feels like doomsday, right? That we haven't won those 2 games, even though we won 2 series previous to that. We just lost a really tough fight the first night. Yesterday got a little bit out of hand, but came back and beat them today. So, and it's really good experience for some of our younger guys too. Ramos gets another big hit. Matos gets another big hit. Obviously he has his home run. So it was, there are important wins over the course of the season early on. This was probably one.
There it is. There are important wins over the course of the season early on. This is probably one of them. And it's true because can you imagine had they lost what we'd be saying? I don't know. Would we even be mentioning them? We'd just be like, Niners for 4 hours.
We
right?
would talk all 49er football. But that's the thing, Murph. To kind of wrap up this series, with their ace, Logan Webb, going out there and throwing 6 shutout innings, battling some adversity early on in that game and then settling down. For them to win that game has to inspire some confidence, right? Yeah. Because I know everybody overreacted to the 10-2 loss on Tuesday night. But going back to Monday night, they lost in extra innings, 6-4. In a game that they probably should have won.
Yes.
With all the mistakes, with me ripping Blake Sable with those pass balls, with Tyler Fitzgerald getting picked off.
Yes.
There's a big possibility, I guess if you want to go back and look at it that way, that the Giants actually could have won this series. Obviously, they lost Monday night. They went down 0-2, and that's why everybody was hitting the panic button. But this was a competitive series despite that 10-2 loss on Tuesday.
I mean, that is true. I mean, it sounds like kind of a homer take, but it is true. 2 of the 3 games were good, tight, taut games. The Tuesday game was an outlier, and also that 9th inning didn't help when Nick Avila was getting crushed and Matos took a bad angle and all that stuff. But a couple of big things that happened. Number 1, Logan Webb. And this is the guy he's just become the mainstay of this franchise. Like, he is the guy we all point. Well, listen, he goes back to Bochy, right? He goes all the way back to Boch. Listen, he's a guy who, when Brad Mansion and I did 28, the book for Buster Posey, he gave an interview. Go read his essay in that book about Buster. It's fantastic. He's a guy who played with Buster Posey. He's a guy who's a homegrown kid out of Northern California, right? And he's a guy who finished second in the Cy Young voting last year, and he's a guy we all look to as a leader. Now, can a starting pitcher be a leader? There's a little bit of a question mark. He's as close as you can come to Bevitt. Because even in the days of Kane, Bumgarner, Lincecum, I don't know if any of those guys was, quote-unquote, the leader. I think they were kind of jointly the leaders, but Buster Posey was the leader on and off the field. Webb has kind of assumed that leadership role.
Well, absolutely. When we look at all the turnover over the last couple of years, Logan Webb is the face of the franchise for the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, and until, Elliot Ramos keeps hitting.
So keep it up, Elliot.
But so for him to go out and then have a rough first inning where you're like, here we go again. bases loaded, 1 out.
Dude, Mookie Betts,
he hit a guy.
His numbers against Logan Webb are ridiculous. I know Mookie Betts hits against everybody,
Bro,
but
I
still.
was at Dodger Stadium last summer and watched Mookie Betts lead off a game with I don't know if he led off the game, but hit a bomb off Alex Wood, and I'm like, what am I doing here, man?
I mean, we got to do some
Betts.
stat research or something. It feels like Mookie Betts starts the game with a hit every single game for the Dodgers.
Yeah, and then the bases are loaded with 1 out, but he strikes out Muncy on a changeup. That was everything, right? That was everything.
Struck out Shohei. No, that was the second at bat he struck out Shohei.
By the way,
looking.
both of Shohei's were balls that StatCast showed were out of the zone.
That's why I'm anti-robo-ums. Give me those strikes on the outside.
Shohei was shaking his head, frustrated in that stuff. By the way, the Doval-Shohei showdown in the 9th was really fun. First time they've ever faced each other.
Really?
Yeah. And I say Shohei, I almost want to say Ichiro, because he did a little Ichiro flip job out to left field with 2 strikes. It was like, showed that he can dial it back and just like, what do you want me to do? Want me to flip one to left? I'll do it.
I mean, that just shows the skill set of a Shohei Ohtani. We were talking yesterday after he hit that moonshot of a home run on Tuesday night. He takes hacks like nobody else in the league. Like, he finishes so high up, like he's almost swinging out of his shoes. But if he just cuts down and goes with those short little Ichiro-type swings, this guy might be hitting over 400.
You know what's incredible? As a student of Ted Williams, and Ted Williams is about loading and everything, just the fact that these new guys have no load. He just turns his toe. He does not step towards the pitch. It's all based on his toe up through his hips, and he generates that power.
And he just throws his hands down at it.
Incredible, man. But anyway, so the Webb escape job in the first inning, and he winds up, you're thinking he might only go 4 because of the pitch count. The fact that he gutted out 6 was a triumph of Logan Webb, and the StatCast showed he threw more 4-seam fastballs last night than any other start this year.
Wow,
he
good
changed his look this year to them.
Interesting.
He said because Freddie Freeman's like he lives in the bottom of the zone, so he threw more to try to change the eyesight. The other thing is the Matos catch. Yeah, I mean, we were here yesterday saying this guy cannot play center field.
And this is like
that's
the
still
crazy thing about Matos.
It's still an issue, his routes and his reads.
True, but those are the highs and lows of Matos. He'll make a phenomenal play, but he'll also make a bonehead play like we saw on Tuesday night where he straight up just misses the ball.
But that catch showed what happens when you have a 22-year-old athlete in center field, what he can do. And then he adds an RBI single later in the game. Ramos's swings continue to look balanced and comfortable, dude. Ramos, like, you can see he's turning the corner to becoming a big leaguer, right? Like, you can see before your eyes, he's not overmatched. Like Casey Schmidt, I love him, but he still looks overmatched a lot of the time. Ramos is looking not overmatched.
I mean, since he's been called up, Murph, he's 9 for 29. That's a .310 batting average, has 5 RBIs. And I've mentioned his stat a few times over the last couple of days. Shout out to Yaz for going deep. But in this series, the Giants scored 10 runs. Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos were responsible for driving in 8 of those runs.
Dude, that's it. Wait a minute. RBI? RBI? What, is that okay?
I still like talking RBI.
Is that all right? Did you run that by the analytics crew?
It still matters to me, Murph.
Yeah, you think? All right, guys. So there you go. As Bob Melvin says, there are important wins along the way, and this was certainly one of them. Off today. Rockies tomorrow. Watch out. Rockies have won. Is it 7 or 8 in a row? One of the two.
Did they win again?
Yes, they beat the Padres again. They swept them, dude.
The red hot Rockies.
Well, now they're due to cool off, right? I'm going to give you their exact state. By the way, and cap this Giants segment because we'll do the Niners next. Giants are 1.5 out of the wild card.
Here we go, baby.
1.5 out of the wild. It's 7 in a row.
That bet's not looking too bad.
No, not bad at all. All right, guys. Hey,
they're 20 and 25.
These overly excited takes brought to you by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Okay, Niner fans, how many wins in this 17-game schedule? Next on the Sports Leader.
There are important wins over the course of the season. Early on, this was probably one.
All right, Thursday morning, it's time to talk to Steve Moskowitz about what to do when you can't pay your taxes or you didn't file your return. Good morning, Steve.
Good morning. And this is something that affects so many people. And, you know, amazingly, so many people think they're all alone. A lot of people say, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes, thousands of them. We just want to help you. we want to turn the situation around for you. And there's so many good options, like just paying part, or paying in monthly installments, or having penalties forgiven. And the fact that the IRS says you owe some money, a lot of times they're wrong. We don't start off with the IRS says you owe $1 zillion, how are you going to pay this? But we determine, is the IRS correct? And if they're not, which happens all the time, we go to them and say, hey, you're wrong, fix your records. We want to make a deal for you. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS. And a lot of times it's a really simple, easy fix. The bottom line is the only thing you have to do is pick up that phone and say, hey, Steve.
Well, there it is. Say, hey, Steve, and that's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I looked at the schedule, and one of the things I thought was, it's fortunate for the 49ers when they play Kansas City, they'll have the long week. They play Thursday, October 10th at Seattle, and then when they play Kansas City, it's October 20th. So they get 10 days, the mini bye is what they call it. So that looked good for the 49ers until I looked at Kansas City's schedule, and I see that they have the bye week leading into that 49ers game. So advantage Kansas City. And then I took the next week, and when Dallas comes to town for Sunday Night Football, Dallas is coming off their bye week. So, those two games, I would say the most challenging back-to-back home games they play. They'll both be facing teams that are on longer weeks than the 49ers.
Great breakdown. Matt Mayoko, haunting rejoin from Young Tony. What do you got here, buddy? I'm always you're
Yosemite by Travis Scott.
Okay.
The instrumental.
Do you know this, Marcus?
Me personally, no.
All right.
Travis Scott is not on my playlist.
Shout out Yosemite, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a huge Travis Scott guy.
By the way, how about the fact that he calls the track Yosemite?
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
That's great.
Let's do a show from Yosemite.
No Travis Scott for you.
Tony's shocked to realize, I'm
going to let you two go at this.
There's a whole era of rappers, I kind of throw him into, the mumble rapper kind of conversation.
Ooh, he's in the mumble rap.
And I kind of moved on. I stopped listening to new rappers, after, 2016, 2017, 2018.
God, I love it when guys get old. It's so great.
Wow.
It's so exciting.
Get off my lawn, Tony.
It's so exciting to me when they get old.
He's all right.
All right, guys. Hey, Farhan Zaidi joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. And there it is, the Matt Mayoko talking about one of the things that 49ers fans noted last night is that the 49ers have a couple of tough breaks on their schedule. And that is a lot of their games are against teams that have well-rested byes prior to them. So including Kansas City, Dallas, Seattle, and Buffalo. Okay, those are all theoretically good teams. I'm putting Seattle in there even though we don't know what they're going to be like. But, we still have that. We say Seattle, and all I think about is Legion of Boom and Russell Wilson. Even though that was 10-plus years ago, I still have the shivers. But Kansas City, Dallas, and should I include Dallas? I'm talking to you, Daryl, in Marin City. Should I include Dallas as a good team?
Yeah, you should include
Should
Dallas.
I?
I mean, they're a playoff team, right?
Should I?
Yeah, throw them onto the pile.
What was the last football game Dallas played? Tell me about it. What was the last game they played?
When they lost in the playoffs?
When they hosted the Green Bay Packers and got boat raced at home and then did really nothing in the offseason.
Yeah, but I think when you're talking about the tiers of the NFC, you put them into the conversation of teams that are going to be competing in the NFC.
I'm looking for a full-on Cowboy collapse this year. How about 5-12? How's that?
With Ezekiel Elliott back with the franchise?
Slapping 60-year-old A.
That's right.
All right. Anyway, Kansas City, Dallas, Seattle, and Buffalo are all going to be coming off of byes when they play the 49ers. So that is something that caught a lot of people's eyes as a disadvantage for the 49ers. Now, there are advantages for the 49ers. 3 of their last 5 games are at home. However, in the middle of that stretch, they do go to Miami, which ain't a short trip, okay? However, it won't be a bad weather trip. Obviously, December in Miami is like any other day in Miami. It's just not going to be cold. So that is a bit of an advantage, is 3 out of 5 of your final 5 at home. It's going to be a gauntlet, dude. They play every team they played in the playoffs last year. They play the Green Bay Packers. They play the Detroit Lions. They play the Kansas City Chiefs. They play 8 playoff teams They play, obviously, don't forget the Rams made the playoffs last year. Is that right? The
They
Rams
did.
made the
They
playoffs?
ended the season on a 7-1 streak. They were one of the hottest teams in the NFL.
So the Rams and Tampa Bay are the surprising ones, but Miami, Kansas City, Green Bay, Detroit, Dallas, and Buffalo. So it is a little bit of a test. Now, we're going to look at it right now. 808 KNBR is the phone number. How many wins do you see here? You want to go through this thing one by one, Marcus?
Well, Murph, in the words of Dante Whitner, all I see are winnable games.
Right, but we 17-0. I'm not calling 17-0. So sorry, Dante.
We should have booked Dante today, not yesterday.
Yeah, Dante's awesome, man. Week 1 against the Jets. I mean, listen, I don't want to feel overly confident, but I'm sorry. It's the Jets. By the way, do you see the Jets have as many? Three teams have 6 primetime games. So they're going to be forced down your throat. The Niners and the Cowboys. And that's the NFL saying that those are 2 of the most iconic franchises in the history of the league. Those are 2 teams with 2 of the biggest fan bases in the entire country. Do you know what the third team is that has 6 primetime games? The frickin' Jets. Are you freaking? Like, I have to listen to Greeny driving across the bridge every morning. I got to listen to now I got to see the Jets 6 times?
I walked into the studio this morning, and on Get Up with Greeny, they were breaking down the Jets schedule. Like, the entire nation cares about the Jets schedule.
So that reason alone, you should be saying the Niners win week 1 just to cause pain in Jets.
Now, what if I told you, since Kyle Shanahan took over as head coach of the 49ers, he has a losing record in week 1 of the NFL season?
Well, what if I told you that he's not going to lose to the Jets?
3-4 in his career in week 1 ball games.
Okay.
I think you're overlooking the Jets a little bit. I know last year without a quarterback, they were nothing, but we're talking about a defense with Sauce Gardner that was top 3 yards per game. Robert Saleh leading the way. They got a lot of weapons. Breece Hall, Garrett Wilson. Murph, I might give a hot take. Niners take the L week 1.
Okay. Well, that's the deal. That's what we're going for right now. So I got a W. Marcus has an L at home against the Jets. Look at you stirring it up, buddy.
That's it. I'm coming for Travis Scott. I'm coming for the 49ers. I'm coming for everybody.
You have seen Aaron Rodgers play at Levi Stadium.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to make sure we nailed that down.
But I still got to see what this 49er run defense looks like this year with the defensive line being revamped.
Yeah. They're going to beat the Jets week 1. I'm here to tell you.
Book it.
Week 2 at Minnesota. Now, they lost at Minnesota last year, and that was a Kirk Cousins game, and it was a weird game. But Minnesota... You like that? You know, the Niners have not won in Minnesota since 1992. How about that?
Really?
They have not won in Minnesota. Now, they don't go to Minnesota every year.
Too many juicy Lucy's, huh?
So that's a stat for sure. I'd like to think they win that game. It's a 10 a.m. kick, but, it's a road game. It is the Super Bowl hangover year. So if I'm looking at the first 5, I'm dividing this series in the first 5 games. I'm going to go ahead and say they win the game because the quarterback situation in Minnesota is too sketchy.
Oh, you're not scared off by slinging Sammy Darnold?
No. How about you, buddy?
Neither am I. I think that's a dub for the 49ers.
Okay, so we go there. Week 3 at the Rams. Now that gets interesting.
Whose house?
The Niners have won 7 of the last 8 regular season matchups on the road against the Rams since their return to L.A. in 2016.
Niners house.
Niners have won 7 of their last 8 regular season matchups on the road against the Rams since their return to L.A. in 2016. So does that mean they go 7-1? Do they go 8-1?
I think they continue their success down in L.A., especially without Aaron Donald. I think the 49ers have success running against L.A. this year.
Man, I'm telling you guys, to me, the early part of the schedule is soft, so I'm going with that. Week 4 against the New England Patriots.
W.
At home. W?
W.
Okay, W.
We don't need to spend too much time on that. The Patriots are going to be trash.
Week 5 against the Arizona Cardinals. Here's my hot take. Letdown.
Ooh.
There's a home loss to the Cardinals week 5.
That's your first L of the season.
Yes,
Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.
I just think the energy will be low. They're due for a letdown. They're looking ahead to the stretch against Seattle, the Chiefs, and the Cowboys. And they're not going to start 5-0. So I'll start 4-1.
All right. So we both have them 4-1 through the first 5 weeks of the season. I think they lose the home opener Monday night. You've got them losing to the Cardinals.
Okay. At Seattle on a Thursday short week. We don't know. Is it Geno Smith? Who's Geno going to be? They're young D. I'm going to say short week, bad schedule, 2 losses in a row.
Wow.
Yes.
Now we are in sync here, Murph. I also have an L to the Seahawks. I've been talking a lot about Mike McDonald taking over as the head coach. the Kyle Shanahan solver, the man that beat him last year with Baltimore, the man that took down Mike McDaniel, the guy that took down the Texans and Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans. He's had success against the system, and I'm with you. Short week in Seattle. I've got an L there.
So we are same record, different path. Chiefs, week 7, October 20th. Chiefs are bored. They are not engaged. They do not bring their A game. Niners win.
Wow.
Yes. That is not an important game for the Chiefs.
And we saw last year.
Chiefs are going to be yawning through that game.
The Chiefs take their foot off the gas a little bit during the regular season. But, Murph, I'm going with the Chris Berman, Joe Montana curse. I think that's a win for the Chiefs.
Okay, so there you go. Cowboys the next week on a Sunday night. I mean, you got to believe, are the Cowboys finally due to finally get over on the Niners once?
I don't know about
once? Because I got the Niners right now. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we both have them I have them at 5-2. You have them at 4-3.
Correct.
Cowboys, I'm sorry, just karmically, I'm not saying it. I'm calling a win over the Cowboys. I got them at 6-2.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah, give me the dub on that one.
So you're at 5-3. Bye week, then at Tampa. Here's a weird one. 10 a.m. kick. Baker Mayfield fighting. Just do. East Coast weirdness. Baker gets them. They don't play their best. That's a loss.
Baker.
I got them losing that game.
Wow, I've got a win on the road taking down Tampa Bay.
Okay, no respect for Baker Mayfield.
Nah.
I'm losing track of my records here now, right? By the way. So I go 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 5-2, 5-3, 5-4. Wait, do I have that? Wait. Let me do that again. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, 4-1, 4-2, 5-2, 6-2. I have them at 6-3 after the Bucs game. You have them at 0-1, 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, 5-3. We both have them at 6-3. Different paths.
Same, but different.
All right, Seattle Seahawks at home. I got to think you win that game.
That's a win for me there.
Okay, so
I think they split the season series with the Seahawks
So
this
we're
year.
both at 7-3. At Green Bay, November 24 on a Sunday at 1:25. Sunday before Thanksgiving. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
We saw the Packers come to Levi's last year and put up
Young
one
receivers,
hell of an effort.
Niners lose.
I've got the Niners losing that game also.
Okay.
Again, we're making these predictions in May. I got to see what this 49er defensive line looks like, and if they improve against the run, then you talk about the Green Bay Packers bringing in Josh Jacobs. You asked the question earlier, are the Packers going to be as good as they were last year? I think they're going to be better this year.
You just said we're making these predictions in May, and I want to go on record. On record on 50,000 watts. This is an exercise. I've been on the air. If I make it to November, it'll be 20 years. This is something we almost never do because my theory is this is absurd. Injuries happen in training camp. Injuries happen during the season.
Absolutely.
Momentums go a certain way. Seasons take on a certain hue. And this is 100% the John Joe Curley factor that we are doing this right now. 100%. Where he has just taken this old horse and he's like, I'm going to teach you a new trick.
That's it. He's like, I'm throwing that lower third on the graphic, so you have to give your predictions, Murph.
This is it. This is entirely what's going on right now. So, you gonna hold me to this? Go ahead and hold me to this. I'll point you to JJ.
Giants, Jack, come on. I want to hear you. Let's go. We got to lead him, Curly. You got to lead him.
Look at me coaching him up. Can I get to this nerd loves? This nerd loves this segment.
This nerd loves catcher releases.
Come on, buddy. You got to have that one close by on your.
This nerd loves data.
There you go. All right, at Buffalo, are they going to lose 2 in a row?
No, I think they lose in Green Bay, but get back on track versus Buffalo. That's a tough game, though.
That is a really tough game, and I'm going to have them lose it.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm going to have them lose it.
Wow, back-to-back L's on the road.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a little adversity.
Okay.
Into each life, a little rain must fall.
You think they do one of those East Coast kind of road trips where they stay out there?
Well, that's actually a major talking point for me. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. That's a major talking point because I've thought about that because there's always that point in the season where they have to ask the NFL, can we get back-to-back roadies so we can stay over? That's Thanksgiving week.
Ooh.
So that means the whole team's going to be sequestered in some, as Dante Whitner will tell you, bad hotels in Buffalo having Thanksgiving. So they're going to be away from their families on Thanksgiving, which would be a bummer for them.
Buffalo wings for Thanksgiving.
But you know what? This is their job. This is their chosen profession. A lot of people have hardships with their job. It's not that much of a hardship that they're going to be they're off 8 months a year. You know what I mean? So you can have Thanksgiving in freaking February if you want, all right?
That's what you sign up for.
So anyway, now I'm in a little bit of a crisis mode here because I'm at 7-3. I'm at 7-5. I'm at 7-5. But here's where I'm going to catch a little wind here. Chicago Bears at home. I got a W.
Yeah, I want to see what Caleb Williams looks like in this offense. They added a lot of firepower, and their defense actually stepped it up a lot last year. But I'm with you. 49ers are the better team. Give it a W.
Rams at home. It's a short week. I got a W.
I'm going sweep of the Rams this year.
Yeah.
Back-to-back wins versus LA.
Now we got to wing it all. You have a 10-day break, but you're going all the way out to Miami. I think they're going to be a little too fast for you. They're going to catch you napping. That's an L.
See, this is where I was going back and forth because you went with the East Coast L with the Buccaneers. I think this might be an East Coast L to the Miami Dolphins.
Okay, so you have an L too. Okay, so I'm going to put an L there too. And then the Lions on a Monday night, week 17 here. Ooh, last time we saw them, they were running wild on. Can the Lions have a little letdown, or are they rising, or are the Niners having a letdown? I'm going to say that the Lions come here and get revenge. They'll be more motivated.
Wow.
They'll be more motivated. So I have the Niners losing 4 of their last 6 going into the Cardinal game.
Yeah, and
That's
I
not
hate to
good.
say I put the Lions down as an L2 originally also.
But
the success they had to get and running the ball last year.
the good news is for me, the final game will be a must-win. They have to win to get into the playoffs, and they do. That's what they do.
A must-win situation for Arizona.
That's what I'm going to say.
Wow.
Because I have them losing these games here. So here's me. Beat the Jets 1-0. Beat the Vikings 2-0. Beat the Rams 3-0. Beat the Pats 4-0. Lose to the Cardinals 4-1. Lose to the Seahawks 4-2. Beat the Chiefs 5-2. Beat the Cowboys 6-2. Lose at Tampa 6-3. Beat Seattle 7-3. Lose to the Packers 7-4. Lose to the Bills 7-5. Beat the Bears 8-5. Beat the Rams 9-5. Lose to the Dolphins 9-6. Lose to the Dolphins Lions 9-7. Beat the Cardinals 10-7. I just put that little playoff thing in for fun. Marcus has them losing to the Jets. This is going to piss me off from now until September 9. And if that's what you were trying to do, congratulations. Wait, I got 3 guys on my mount. I got 3 guys riding in a car. Aaron Rodgers, Marcus Boucher, and Vladimir Putin.
Oh, come on.
All right, dude, on a
Come
roadie.
on, Murph.
Holiday road.
Don't throw me in that road trip.
Hey, guys, let's go to Sonic.
Me, Putin, and Rogers doing ayahuasca.
What is Sonic? What is Sonic? Part of Western decadence. All right, Dash. So Waterboy loses to the Jets 0-1, beats the Vikings 1-1, beats the Rams 2-1, beats the Pats 3-1, beats the Cardinals 4-1.
Yeah, we're going
Loses
streaking.
to the Hawks 4-2, loses to the Chiefs 4-3, beats the Cowboys 5-3, beats the Bucks 6-3, beats the Hawks 7-3, loses to the Packers 7-4, beats the Bills 8-4, beats the Bears 9-4, beats the Rams 10-4, loses to the Dolphins 10-5, loses to the Lions 10-6. And what'd you say about the Cardinals?
W.
Dude, we did not plan this, but we both have them going 10-7.
Oh, I've got them going 11-6, right?
Oh, no. Did I have that? Okay, my bad. Lose to the Jets 1. Sorry. Lose to the Seahawks 2. Lose to the Chiefs 3. Lose to the Packers 4. Lose to the Dolphins 5. Lose to the Lions 6. Yeah, 11-6.
I've got them 11-6.
Sorry, buddy. I can't count. That's my part of my
It's
problem.
all right. We're not math majors.
How is it the world where Marcus... How do you do a show with a kid who used to go to Candlestick and you have the Niners with a better record than he does?
How about that? Let it be known, Murph is a 49er hater.
I believe in the hangover. 10-7 is a great season.
10-7 is not
They
a
have a
great
hard
season
schedule.
for this team.
Oh, yes, it is. 10-7 is a great season. Absolutely. Niners have had seasons where, back in the heyday, there were some 10-6s. There were some 10-6s and some 11-5s. Not every year is going to be 14-2, brother.
I don't
Or
think people are going to
14-3.
be happy if the 49ers go into the playoffs with a 10-7
If
record.
the Niners are in the playoffs, everybody's happy. If you're in the dance, you're happy. So there you go, guys. We didn't hear from you all. We're going to have to check the Cache Creek text, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I'll tell you what, Curly taught me new tricks about how to do the schedule thing, but he didn't tell me new tricks about how to change the sponsor on the
This nerd loves data.
I just looked down for 559 says Niners lost week 1. Waterboy better lay off the ayahuasca.
Hey,
all right,
I've
buddy.
been going on some trips with Rogers and
Not
Putin
only are they
apparently.
gonna win, that one's not just a win. That's like a personal win. Like Aaron Rodgers must go down, and he must go down hard.
And he went down on Monday Night Football last year, week 1. All I'm saying is Kyle Shanahan traditionally has started off the season slow.
Yeah.
49ers 3-4 in week 1 since Kyle Shanahan took over. And this is a tough Jets team.
925 says, Marcus, a loss to the Jets at home. Did you get enough sleep last night?
No, not enough. I was too busy watching Club Camilo come in and close it out against the Dodgers.
And Luis Matos make those catches. All right, we'll split the segment between your guys' reaction to that and a review of the Giants, how important that was. Did Bob Melvin, and who did Bob Melvin say has aura? Next on the Sports Leader.
Just win, baby.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
All right, let's celebrate those NFL predictions with Amici's in Hayward. Great news for the 880 corridor, man. New location in Hayward, takeout and delivery only. And it gets all the way up and down to Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, Union City, and we got a deal for you, too. Go to Amici's.com, click on the Hayward banner at the top of the page, place your order. It's a special deal to celebrate the new location all this week. When you order via Amici's.com, just enter the promo code HAY20, H-A-Y 20, at checkout. They'll give you 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. That's awesome. 20% off your entire takeout or delivery order. Amici's with their famous New York-style pizzas, pastas, salads, and chicken wings in the Bay Area. For over 30 years, Hayward joins the pizza party. 20% off all your favorite Amici's menu items in the Hayward area this week. Go to Amici's.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY20, and Amici's delivers.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I've actually done that a couple times, but it was nice to have a guy that I've thrown to before. The meeting was honestly pretty simple. It was kind of the same as what we did before, maybe a little bit different now. So he's the same guy. Kurt's probably one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. So just I texted him last night. I probably shouldn't say this. I knew about it, but yeah, okay, all right. But I was super excited. He's a true pro, and he's really great back there. He calls a great game, and it was just great to see him, first of all, and then obviously he did a great job like he always does.
Ladies and gentlemen, the greatest American hero, Kirk Casali, changed our lives. First of all, just the mug of a Casali. Kind of like Nick Hundley, the friendly backup catcher mug. Tom Murphy's got one of those mugs, too. Just that he didn't get off to a good start. But, guys, it's a true story. 24 hours ago, we didn't mention Kirk Casali once. Now, I heard that Papa mentioned him. This is what Young Tony said. Young Tony, hop on the mic. When did you hear this, buddy?
So I was driving home yesterday, and he pointed out, he's like, they got to go get Kirk Casali. And I was like, wait, what? And I heard him mention it a couple days ago as well.
That means somebody told him.
Jeez.
That, or maybe he just had a hunch.
No, it's no hunch.
Or maybe Papa should take over as president of baseball operations.
Who had Kirk Casali on their radar? Here's exactly where Kirk Casali is. A, he's 35 years old. Okay, 35 years old. Mm-hmm. B, he inked, this is according to Maria Guardado, I like that verb, inked a minor league deal with the Marlins over the offseason. Because if I had asked you in January, hey, man, what's up with Kirk Casali? You'd be like, beats me.
I had no idea that he would be out here shopping for Marlins hats with Gabe Kapler before the season started.
Hey, wear the Marlins hats.
That's great. Now, as quick as you have that, you need This Nerd Loves Data, or data, I should say. But anyway, so he signed a minor league deal with the Marlins, bro. The Marlins, and they released him at the end of spring training. So again, if Papa was tracking Casali at the end of the Marlins cuts, my hat is off. Yeah. My hat is off. And then it says he considered transitioning to coaching or front office roles.
Wow.
But the Cubs said, we'll throw you a AAA bone and we want to come to Iowa and hang out and see what happens. And he said, and there's one of those moments in life, because he could have said, nah, it's time for me to go transition to the next phase of my life. He's like, nah, give me the gear. I'll strap it on. Let's see what happens. So he's catching in AAA Iowa, and that is where the Giants find him. By the way, he was going off in Iowa. He was hitting .362 with a 1,040 OPS, 2 bombs, 11 ribs over 23 games. So at least credit to Farhan and the crew for keeping an eye on him. And then his agent, texted. Apparently, you have the Casali quotes where he said he found out about this. And he got emotional. You're talking American Pie, which we need to discuss, by the way. Mm-hmm. But here's Casali before the game last night as the conquering hero. Yeah.
I had a contract out in Iowa yesterday or today. I'm not sure. My agent said that this was a possibility yesterday, and he emphasized the word maybe, like maybe, and so I just didn't really think anything of it. Just try not to get my hopes up too much. But went and played a game last night, and then after the game got a text message and said pack your stuff, and I think I probably shed a tear. Coming back here is like coming home, and I had some of the best years of my professional baseball life here. Some of my best friends are still here. And not many people get to do it again. So I'm just very, very thankful.
Who knew this was going to be the heartwarming story of 2024? But everybody was fired up. They're like, the guy's emotional. He's shedding a tear. He and Yaz are best friends. They lived near each other in Nashville. They trained together. They went to Vanderbilt together.
There was a story yesterday that came out that Yaz and the entire clubhouse kind of sprayed him with confetti when he walked into the locker room, and it scared the bleep out of him.
And that led to my tease of Bob Melvin dropping the A-bomb on Kirk Casali.
Hey now.
He's got the aura.
I thought he was great. There's just an aura about him. His command of the game. Some guys that he hasn't caught, I think. And it's hard. You travel all day and you get to a new team. Obviously, there's some familiarity here. But there's just a really good feeling. I feel you feel it on the other side. All the shutouts he's caught here, it's defense first, it's game calling, it's game management first for him. I'm really happy that he got off to a great start and called a really good game on a game that was important to us.
Number 18, Kirk Casali.
And listen to the way that Bob Melvin speaks about him. Of course, Bob Melvin, a former catcher himself. He knows the importance of catching. That sounded a lot differently than the soundbite we had about Blake Sable the other day, where it's like, some guys have their strengths and weaknesses. Well, I can tell you the strengths of a Kirk Casali. It's defense. It's catching. It's framing. It's calling a game.
Did Reitz have that? Jackson Reitz?
Yeah, but his at-bats were just so bad.
Yeah.
And Kirk Casali has a bigger track record. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like Kirk Casali is going to save the Giants' season with his bat.
Career 220 hitter.
Exactly.
Right?
But being able to call a game, it's not a surprise to me that day one, instantly, Bob Melvin puts him into the lineup. And Murph, the Giants are now 1-0 this season in the Kirk Casali era.
Well, I mean, he and Webb obviously stitched it together, got through that first inning together, and then he got Webb through 6 innings after 32 pitches. So
I'm interested. We'll ask Susan Slusser about this in a couple of minutes because we know once Patrick Bailey got hurt and Sable and Reitz were on home plate, Logan Webb started using the pitch comm to call his own pitches. I'm wondering whether or not he trusted Kirk Casali to call the game last night.
I saw Jelly shake him off. By the way, Sean Jelly kind of getting a couple outs these days.
I was going to say, him and Eric Miller last night, I know everybody was freaking out about that home run he gave up the other night, but he struck out Shohei Ohtani, too.
Yeah, he did. On a pitch that was a little off the plate.
Close enough to call, close enough to swing.
By the way, so that year Casali was here that he said was the quote-unquote best years of his life, he only was here for 2021 and part of 2022, but he only hit .210 that year. However, he was part of an 107-win team. He also played 77 games that year. He played a lot. Now, I'm looking ahead. By the way, I've already moved this guy in. I bought him a place now. He's living in Potrero Hill next to Waterboy. But so when Bailey comes back, does that mean Sable goes down? Because Sable's bats have been. Sable got another knock last night.
True, and last night he was in as a DH, but you're not going to play Blake Sable over Jorge Solera, are you?
No. So Sable goes down.
So Sable goes back down.
Yeah, even though he's kind of an at-bat. I'm not saying you look forward to the Sable at-bats, but you don't cringe at the Sable at-bats.
I mean, it's either pick your poison. Do you want Sable, who has some versatility, who can play some outfield, or maybe a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald, who's not getting a lot of run now? When we're talking about all the kids getting the opportunity, Tyler Fitzgerald is still coming off the bench.
By the way, Luciano up twice, or has been up for 2 games now, has yet to get in.
He got one at bat, I think, in the 10-2 game.
Oh, did he?
In the 9th inning.
I didn't even notice
they're
that.
not really giving Luciano the opportunity.
Well, I'm here just to tell you guys that who knew that this was going to be the day. Now, he caught, what was it, 5 consecutive shutouts?
5 straight shutouts in the 2021 season.
And you, as an old pitcher, do you believe there is that correlation?
I absolutely do.
Yeah.
Again, that's why, to the point we were talking about earlier, I'm anti-robots because I think it devalues the defense of a catcher. And I think in baseball, the catcher is the most important position defensively. Some people make the argument for shortstop or center field, but it all starts with behind home plate. He's the only guy facing the other direction. He's the guy calling the game and throwing down those fingers, or I guess pressing the buttons on the pitch comm now. I think Kirk Casali and catchers who have that skill set do make a bigger impact than a lot of people realize.
Well, as a guy who Marty Lurie famously told to stick to Little League, I can tell you this, brother. catcher is pretty darn important in my world, too. It is.
Especially in Little League, dude.
Oh, my God. Especially now in majors where drop third strike plays a role. In minors, it doesn't. So you're like, whatever. Let it go to the backstop. Who cares?
Nothing more frustrating than a drop third strike.
That's how recently one of our games opened.
Although, as a 12-year-old, I thought it was sick when I'd have like 4 strikeouts in an inning because there would be a drop third strike. So I'll get the 4th guy. No worries.
By the way, I just want to say that as our show continues to evolve into the modern era, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. If you download the app and just tap, that's what I recently was telling one of the Little League dads because he says he's not a huge sports fan. He's like, but I'm excited to hear you because you're Alex's coach. And I was like, well, if you download the app and just tap on it, there we are. And now when you tap on it, we have this new Chiron. That's the fancy media word for words on a screen, right, Tony?
Lower thirds is what they call it in the business.
Okay, where you like to work your pitch zone, your strike zone.
That's it. You want to stay in the lower third.
Give me those ground balls, right?
And that's it. And you can always tap in, as the kids like to say, on the KNBR app.
So
tap in.
John Joe has forced his way, kicked down the door of our digital guy, said, teach me the lower thirds. And now he's changed. Look at him. Look at Evolve. He changed the lower third during the segment. Kirk Casali back with the Giants. Melvin on Casali, although there's a little slight typo there. It says Melvin on. You need a space between Melvin and on. Melvin on Casali, quote, there's just an aura about him. That's a damn good lower third.
It's a good lower third, but it's almost a lower half. I think it's a lot of the screen on the graphic. We'll work on it. We're workshopping it.
Cutting up a little too much of your handsome torso?
Yeah,
Is that what it's doing right there?
You can't see my chest hair right now.
No. All right. So anyway, and now as soon as you fix it, we're going to cut to another segment.
We're workshopping it.
We're workshopping it. But anyway, I'm just letting people know as it goes on. These are the bells and whistles and fun things that you can see. I'm kind of excited about it, tell you the truth.
Tap in.
Because he actually he evolved during the segment.
Etiquette, John Joe.
There it is. So anyway, Casali, who knew that this was going to be the guy? And again, as Melvin said, there are certain wins along the way that are more important than others, and that was one of them. Now, the Rockies come to town off today, 7-game win streak. What?
They
just swept
Rockies.
the Padres, dude.
What is going on with the Rockies?
I mean, them sweeping the Padres keeps that NL wildcard race tight. Giants only a game and a half, 1.5 games out in the wild card.
That series win up in Colorado the other week looks a lot better now.
Yes, it is. That is for sure. All right, Susan Slusser on the other side. And then at 7:50, the big hit. You take us through your Niner wins and losses. Waterboy and I already scrapped through that, and there was a surprise, which we'll tell you about at 7:50. But Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader.
There's just an aura about him.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle's senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Murph and Marcus on KNBR. Now.
Always making my day when Sluss gets her ever-changing moods. Ever-changing catchers is what we're going to talk about here. Kirk Casali as the greatest American hero, saving the Giants last night. Giants saving everybody's sanity with a win. Now what happens going forward? We'll talk about it with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. Happy Thursday, Sluss. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Sluss.
Great, guys. How are you?
I'm good. By the way, I'm going to poke into your personal files here because you posted on Twitter a social post. And you were at a place called Harlequin. I need to know my new bars. Is that a good bar?
It's across the street from the Marriott, which is the main reason we went there. But it looked good. They have got food too.
Okay.
So.
I was just trying to. I've lost so touch with the city. I'm like, where do I go in the city? I go to all the places I go were popular in the '90s, Susan.
Oh, the Triangle.
That was the '80s, the Triangle, man. The '90s is more of my Shanghai Kelly North Star run. But anyway, all right, we're going to start with Kirk Casali. Wow. Who knew that a guy got cut by the Marlins and was considering going to front office and coaching? He's going to come in and inject energy and change it all. What's your breakdown of this whole signing?
Well, I've kind of been maybe only half jokingly calling, what's happened to the Giants here the last few weeks, the curse of Joey Bart, especially with the catching situation going south so quickly. Kirk Casali is the one man that I think could counteract such a curse. He's got good vibes. He's an adult in the room, which I think, honestly, and this part is not a half joke. This is 100% true. For a team that has been down on its luck, not playing well, then losing half the roster, basically, seeing somebody who's mature, a very good team leader, and they already know, a lot of them already know, particularly some of the pitchers. I do think that that's the sort of thing that can give everybody a lift. He's not going to, be a guy who's panicking ever, no matter what happens. And in 2021, obviously, Buster was kind of one of the main driving forces, but Casali was kind of behind the scenes a little bit of a driving force for that 2021 season too, especially that stretch where he caught the 5 shutouts in a row, which was remarkable. They went on a really nice roll right around then.
And Susan, you talked about his experience catching someone like Logan Webb, which bring up a question that I asked Murph earlier. Maybe you know the answer, because we know once Patrick Bailey went to the IL, Logan Webb started to use the pitch comm and call his own pitches. Was Webb calling his own pitches, or did he trust Kirk Casali to call the pitches last night in his first game back?
I think it had to have been PitchCom. Nobody asked, but especially first night back, I've got to think there was a lot. But yeah, he certainly does trust Casali. Everyone does. And think how good somebody like Casali is going to be for a younger pitcher. I can't wait to see him work with some of the young pitchers.
Well, it's, obviously one win over the Dodgers goes a long way after what happened Tuesday night, but I'm already looking ahead. I'm hoping and assuming Bailey comes back, although that one remains murky. But if he does come back and Casali is a guy they want to keep, does that mean Blake Sabol would be out of luck, even though his at-bats have been pretty good?
I assume so. And, yeah, Blake Sabol can hit. The problem is, where is his position? I've really wanted to see him used at first base, especially at Sacramento, almost exclusively. I think that's kind of how he profiles, with the body type. He's tall, he's lanky. I think he'd be good there. He was okay in the outfield last year, but he's just not quite naturally a catcher. I think, again, that's a little bit of a body type thing. The kind of tall, lanky catcher is few and far between. Bob Melvin was obviously one, but it doesn't quite work for Blake. He would be okay as a third catcher, utility guy. But if you're going to have him as a full-time guy, I think someplace like first base would be great. He's too young to DH him full-time or something, but he can hit. And he's also a good dude. And he's working his butt off.
Yeah, and we saw
trying to be a better catcher. He always looks kind of like he's caught in between. It's just not quite right.
Yeah, and last night he was in the lineup as a DH. But Susan, it sounds like we're getting good updates on Jorge Soler maybe making his return to that DH spot. What's the latest update on Jorge Soler?
Yeah, he went out for 3 last night in Sacramento. The main thing was we were all really worried after he took that ball off his noggin in batting practice the other day. It seemed like what else could go wrong for this team. And they finally got a little bit of good news. He was totally fine. And, just kind of getting in a little bit of work in Sacramento before he comes back. So, yeah, I do think he could be back in the lineup as soon as tomorrow, which, that another nice little boost. As they start getting some of these guys back, that's kind of the hope, right? Like every guy that comes back gives them another little jolt of extra life.
Talking to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, and of course this segment is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. So many of these kind of questions, Susan, are sort of small. There's a big picture question about the Dodgers, but the small potato questions continue here. A little bit on Casey Schmidt, Marco Luciano, that dynamic. Is this all contingent on, roster moves, et cetera? Like Soler comes back, Luciano goes down, Ahmed comes back, Schmidt goes down. Like, how do you see the Schmidt-Luciano thing playing out?
That makes the most sense. Certainly I don't think anybody would be surprised if that's the way they go with both of those moves. I think you're right on both, probably Luciano out for Soler. Casey Schmidt's done a really solid job at shortstop. He can play there in a pinch. If this is a long-term thing, I think we will probably get a look at Luciano at some point. But, it seems to be a little bit unclear what's exactly is happening with Ahmed. He's not doing baseball activity yet. He's not swinging a bat or anything like that. So I hope that's not too long. His defensive work is great, and he was mixing in a key hit here and there. So I think he's the guy they need.
Susan, the Giants scored 10 runs in the series against the Dodgers. 8 of them were driven in by Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos. How big of a spark have these young guys been to the lineup, and do you see them sticking around for the rest of the season?
Ramos has been terrific. I mean, it's going to depend on the injury situations elsewhere, unless somebody is just absolutely too swinging the bat too well to get sent out. Ramos right now looks like he's got a shot to stick in some capacity if they had the ability to keep him on the roster. He's looked really good at the plate. He's been good in the field. Matos has obviously been a little bit more hit and miss. He has a terrible night in the field in the second game against the Dodgers, and then last night makes one of the best plays we've seen all season. And he wasn't hitting at Sacramento. It gets a nice hit and gives them a little bit of a cushion last night. But I don't think we've seen quite enough. He's just not a real natural center fielder. That is his spot. But his instincts aren't quite there yet. I think he could use a little more time at AAA.
Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. Giants get the huge, important win, 4-1 over the Dodgers, and that's my big picture one. Is like if we were doing this show Wednesday morning, Susan. Oh my God, we did a whole thing. Where did it all go wrong with Farhan Zaidi? Was it not signing Kevin Gausman in 2021? We were going big macro. So you're a little more 162, big picture. Did the two Dodgers series, were they so depressing that the Giants need to take stock of everything and do it all over again? Or are you still saying just be patient and let this thing breathe?
There's no reason not to let it breathe. Like, why panic this early? Are they in good shape right now? No. But if you're making comparisons with the Dodgers, first of all, the Dodgers are in kind of a different strata from most teams. But this series can't really be, gauged. The Giants are missing 7 regulars and still come out with a win, played them pretty tough in the first game. I'm not saying that the Giants are a better team than the Dodgers. They're not. Could they maybe still contend for one of the wild card spots? Absolutely. They need better injury luck for sure. And when it comes to Giants versus Dodgers, they need Snell in the rotation. One of the reasons they signed this guy is he is a Dodger killer. I mean, his numbers against the Dodgers are great. So they're great against most people, but that specifically was one of the selling points with Snell versus Dodgers, which we have yet to see. So, maybe he picks up 2 wins against the Dodgers before the end of the season. That would help a little bit. I think they wanted to see him more against them, though.
Yeah, just to get the bookkeeping here, they get 3 with L.A. at home at the end of June and then 4 in L.A. in July, so maybe he can get 2. So.
Yeah, and just to follow up on the Blake Snell injury update, we knew he threw in San Jose last week and on Mother's Day. What's the game plan for him to get back in the rotation?
He's going to Sacramento tomorrow, which is good. You know, I went to the game in San Jose, and he was pretty clear afterwards. He felt he needed one more outing. I think the Giants were a little tempted to maybe just throw it because he looked spectacular in San Jose. Obviously, that's Class A opposition. He said his cardio wasn't quite where he wanted it to be. You know, with the groin strain, he wasn't able to run. It's a big part of his cardio. That's the thing that he really feels is important for him. So he's working back up. So he's like, one more outing and I'll be good. And you know what? After the way he started the season, having not had any work in the minors, I think that's probably the right decision.
Susan, we haven't talked to you since Friday night when Logan Webb dropped the dog-ass bomb on everybody, which was so funny. And I was like, kind of spinning up. I was like, hey, it's the manifesto. They're going to turn it around. Well, they're 3-2 since then. So, I mean, it's something. But, you know, could you just at least comment on that? And, like, is Logan Webb as a starting pitcher still that guy setting the tone for the clubhouse? And was he, I'm not sending a message, but, you know, calling out the situation for what it needed to be called out as?
I think Logan is just brutally honest, and I asked the question, you know, kind of subconsciously knowing this is a guy who is going to probably say something almost exactly like that. He just responds to things exactly with what he's thinking. I don't think he went into that post-game interview session going, I'm going to rip this team. Mm-hmm. I think he was accurate. You know, that was just about as bad as the team was playing. That stretch there, you know, injuries or not, that the play was just very poor for a good week, really beyond poor. And I think, you know, look what he did last night. As Webb said afterwards, he's like, it's tough to say anything is a much-needed win this time of year, but this was a pretty much-needed win. He said the first two games were kind of embarrassing. You know what, I would argue that the first game wasn't necessarily embarrassing, but the second one sure was. And I think especially having called the team's play, not the team, but the team's play at that point, what he did, I think it was important for him to go out and set a tone. You're exactly right, Murph, and he did.
Yeah, great stuff, Susan. All right, Rockies in for 3, and then, of course, they hit the road again, right? Out to Pittsburgh and New York. Are you going to any of those? No, I don't think so, right?
Yeah, I'm in Pittsburgh and New York.
Oh,
yeah.
all right, you are going.
Yeah,
all right, well, you know what?
I'm not missing a New York.
No,
man.
that's a veteran move. That's a veteran move. All right, we'll look forward to that then. We'll look forward to your report from the road. We'll talk to you next Thursday morning. It'll be a morning game. So we'll have to get you guys out at PNC. Oh, that'll be a great trip for you, Susan. All right. As always, great checking in with you, and we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Thanks, guys.
There she is, Susan Slusser. So, yeah, Logan's just brutally honest. Yeah. True, sir. Like, you know, like some guys go in, it's like, I got a message. I'm going to give the media a message. Like, a lot of coaches do that. Like, I'm going to rip my team today, or I'm going to make sure to pick my team up today. Logan just reacts in the moment. How's your team playing? Dog ass. Yeah.
Which you love to see. You love to see that transparency.
And they're 3-2 since then.
Mm-hmm.
So I called for a 10-game win streak, kind of as a joke, but 3-2. Hey, sweep the Rockies. Sweep the Rockies. Sweep the leg.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
All right. The big hit on the other side is the 49ers schedule release. Marcus and I went through it game by game. We can do it again for the 750 crowd and hear from you guys, too. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on the Sports Leader.
It's dog shit, to be honest, as a whole.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
So what I would look at immediately is just the degree of difficulty. You have a feel for it. You know, it's like, that's a tough stretch. Now, that doesn't always play out like you just said, but you know if you're going on the road to play, Kansas City or like you know the team's gonna be tough. Like you could play a crappy team in late in the season in the East Coast in a rain or blizzard, and all of a sudden it's a game because it's just weather and it's tough. Like remember last year, was it the Browns game? Remember that?
Yep.
It was like that team's not great. But yet it was on the road in a weird spot with a kind of messed up weather, and all of a sudden, we get beat.
Always great to hear Steve Young on KNBR. And Steve will be, by the way, at the Dwight Clark Award event tonight down at California Theater in San Jose. That should be really, really, really fun. Brock Purdy's going to be down there, too. I'm sure they'll be talking about the schedule and about all things 49er. But we, in our big hit, are dedicated to the earth-shattering, groundbreaking, as the great Bruce Springsteen would say, Viagra-taking E Street Band. But that's a whole other thing. So we're talking about the earth-shaking, ground-rattling NFL schedule release. Amy Trask sent out a tweet saying, I remember they used to just call us and tell us, and I would write it down on a piece of paper and then go bring it to Al, and then we would talk about it and have ice cream. That's what she said.
Nice.
Those were the days. Nowadays, I did not watch any of the schedule release show. Not to say that I'm not interested. Of course I'm interested. I just didn't need a 3-hour show. I just needed it on my phone where I could sit down and look at it. And we did. And did you watch the show last night?
I caught a couple clips before I walked out to last night's Giants games just to see what was going on. They did an interview with Sean McVay in his little tiny office that he's locked in down in L.A.
I'm in my tiny office.
Yeah, his office is too small. They said it was just temporary, but here I still am.
By the way, McVay making a bid for the cooler content, I believe. He did some bit with J.B. Long about schedule trivia, but they're saying, anyway, go ahead.
So, yeah, tune in for a little bit, but I'm like you. I'm not sitting down for a whole 3-hour special, especially when we're getting the leaks. But, Murph, to your point, we have these primetime specials now. We're going to have Mike Yam coming on next from NFL Network to talk about the schedule. But it seems like there's so much pressure on these teams now to put out a funny social media video announcing who the schedule is.
And it seems like, by the way, the LA Chargers continue to play chess while everyone else is playing checkers. They did their anime last year that caused everybody to go nuts. Now, you familiar with this Sims?
Yeah.
Young Tony, I need you. Teach old Murph a lesson here. What is Sims?
Yeah, it's like a reality video game. You can make your own family, make your own house, build your own life virtually.
I heard about that like years ago. It was called Second Life. Is that what it was called? That like virtual thing?
I mean, pretty much. I'm surprised actually young Tony knows about this because I used to play this game in like middle school on like PC back in the day.
Interesting. Anyway, they did it Sims style. It's quite elaborate. My God. With all sorts of what they call Easter eggs. Like it's, first of all, rapid fire. You got to like screenshot a bunch of stuff to catch all the jokes they have, including a quick shot of when they're playing the Chiefs, a simulated cartoon version of Harrison Butker in the kitchen. All right. So pulling something out of the oven. So
got him.
They got him for sure. By the way, I should tell everybody, Farhan Zaidi joins Tolbert and Copes this afternoon. You guys got to tune in for that. But anyway, back to this. I know, exactly. Hey, he's happy. He wasn't going to come on until Kirk Casali came to town. So 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627. How you feel about this schedule. Marcus, do you want to do this again like we did it at 6:50?
Let's run it back, Murph.
An hour later for the 7:54 crew, and this is something I would never do because schedules, momentum changes, injuries happen, teams play well, teams play poorly.
And it's May 16th.
And yet John Joe Curley said, guys, and because this nerd loves segments and data.
This nerd loves data.
I would have gone data, by the way, but anyway.
This nerd loves schedule releases.
So this starts right now, week 1, against the Jets on a Monday night at Levi's Stadium. And I got to tell you, I'm like, there's a million reasons why I'm taking the Niners to win this game. Home crowd, good energy. The Jets aren't that good. Yes, Sauce Gardner, I see you. I know you're a good player. Yes, Garrett Wilson, I know you're okay. Yes, Aaron Rodgers, I know you're coming back from your Achilles, all that stuff. But no way in the world am I going to call for an Aaron Rodgers win in Levi's Stadium with Putin watching from a luxury box. All right, buddy? So, but you, buddy?
It sounds like you're putting me in that box with Putin because I think there's a big possibility that Rodgers doesn't come to San Fran.
Not going to San Fran.
But he does come to Santa Clara and possibly get a win. We were talking about the spread. It's 6.5 points. I think that's too many points to give somebody like Aaron Rodgers. And you look back at the history of Kyle Shanahan since he took over as head coach of the 49ers, 3-4 in week 1 of the NFL season. He's a slow starter. The 49ers have had this kind of mirage behind them to start the season. I don't know if that's the right word or not, but I think there's a possibility they lose that game.
All right. First of all, blank Aaron Rodgers and blank the Jets. I'm sick of the Jets. I'm sick of their whole scene, and I would love, and I anticipate, starting their season 0-1. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Again, I'm assuming Christian McCaffrey will be at that game. All right. Week 2 at Minnesota, 10 a.m. kick. You're like, 10 a.m. kicks are weird. They haven't won at Minnesota since 1992.
Ooh.
However, the Minnesota quarterback situation is different. Kirk Cousins, as much as you want to make fun of him for, you like that.
You like that?
You like that.
You like that?
He's actually can be a pretty devastating quarterback sometimes. And he's the reason they lost that game to them last year. Is J.J. McCarthy going to be the week 2 quarterback? If so, are you kidding me? Is Sam Darnold going to be the week 2 quarterback? If so, I think you can beat him. I'm going win.
I think the 49ers take down the greatest arm talent in 49er history.
Jim Druckenmiller's coaching the quarterback in the Vikings?
No. Shout out to Matt Mayoko, who's coming on our show later today. I think it's going to be slinging Sammy Darnold under center, and I think the 49ers win that game.
Okay, so listen, I understand. I'm a Super Bowl hangover guy, and I'm calling for a 2-0 start. That's unusual. What's even more unusual is I'm calling for a 3-0 start, because at the Rams week 3, guys, there's ownage. Ownage is ownage, and the Niners won 7 of their last 8 regular season games in L.A. since they returned. It's a home game.
And in 7 of those 8 games, in 8 of those 8 games, they had Aaron Donald. He retired this offseason. I've got a W there for the 49ers.
I mean, sorry, Sean McVay. And then week 4, here come the New England Patriots. Are they in the league? Are the New England is there a scenario the Patriots beat the Niners at Levi's? No?
Yeah, no.
Who's their QB in this game, too?
It's got to be Drake May, right?
Is it going to be week 4 Drake May?
I think that's the only option they really have. I think you got to give the keys to the car to that 21-year-old Drake May, and he's not going to be able to tear up this 49er defense. That's another W.
Dude, when Nick Sorensen sticks his chops into Drake May, you know you got trouble there. And then week 5 is where I get weird. Let's get weird. Home game against the Cardinals. I can't see a 5-0 start. You did point out the Kyle Shanahan thing. I just see there's going to be low energy in the stadium. It's not a highly coveted game. The Cardinals are just good enough with Marvin Harrison Jr. and the rest of that crew.
Marvin.
They catch the Niners napping. I got a weird L at home that week.
I don't think so at home. We're going opposite directions here. I've got a win against the Cardinals, but here we are. First 5 games of the season, we both have them at 4-1.
Which is unusual because of Super Bowl hangover, but I think Super Bowl hangover can also last all season long because the next game is a short week at Seattle. And that's going to be weird, hard on their bodies. And it's going to be weird. Mike McDonald might draw something up that Kyle Shanahan hasn't seen. I don't love the Seahawks, but I don't love a short week on the road. I'm calling L.
Yeah, Murph, I'm going with the same theory there. You've heard me put it out on 50,000 watts. I'm going to be saying it all season long until Kyle Shanahan in this Shanahan system is able to beat Mike McDonald. Ravens came to town last year, slowed down Kyle and the 49ers. They slowed down Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. They slowed down Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans, and the Texans. Mike McDonald, I think the reason he got hired is to slow down Kyle Shanahan. I think that's an L on a short week up in Seattle.
Yeah, we're both there with the L, so we're both at 4-2 now. Week 7, here come the Chiefs. Oh, man, is Taylor Swift going to be at this game? Will they still be together in October? Sorry, man.
Not if Harrison Butker's on the roster.
I'm just keeping it real. Right, exactly, bro. Oh, my God, what a knucklehead. Anyway, point being, I got the Chiefs bored. Two-time champs, you think they're going to be hyped for an October 20th game? They're bored. They take their foot off the gas. Niners are hyped. Niners get the win.
Chiefs are coming back to Santa Clara, and I'm going with the Chris Berman, Joe Montana curse. I think the Chiefs win again at Levi Stadium.
Look at you, buddy. Even though they'll be bored and counting their, taking calls from agents for commercials and endorsements. That's my bad. God! I mean, you guys hear him say that when he talked about my friendship with him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner. He said,
I love the shout out from Boomer. But again, I don't think they're going to be bored in a Super Bowl rematch.
Yeah, they will.
All right.
Yeah. I think the Chiefs even they're like, whatever. It's October 20th. Wake me in January. You know what I mean? Anyway, here comes week 8, the Cowboys.
How about them Cowboys?
Sunday nighter. And you're like, wow, they're going to finally get one. They're so mad. The Niners have owned them forever. Yeah, no. Niners win that game. I got that. Home wins against the Chiefs and the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm chalking it up for a W against the Cowboys.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, Dak Prescott is not that dude, and the Niners are that team that kind of owns the Cowboys, guys. So they've won each of the previous 3 meetings against them, too. Then we go into the bye week. So Marcus and I right now, at this point in time, we both had them with a 4-1 start, and then we both had them losing to Seattle 4-2. Then we change it up. I have them at 6-2. You have them at 5-3. Now I get a little weird on the Niners. Coming off a bye, Kyle's not great. And they're at Tampa, and I think Baker Mayfield fights more than you think, and it's a 10 a.m. kip, and it's going to be a weird game, and they're going to lose. They got them down to 6-3.
Now, we'll get into this a little bit later. They have 2 East Coast road trips to the state of Florida. I think they win this one against Tampa Bay. Stay tuned for my prediction for the Dolphins game.
Well, now we're both at 6-3. Now, here come the Seahawks at home in Levi's. Seahawks not that good. Seahawks out of that crazy stadium of theirs with the stupid 12s. Niners get the win. Seahawks outdoors on grass, not as good.
I've got the 49ers split in the season series with the Seahawks. They win this game at home, 1-1 on the year.
Okay, so we're both at 7-3. Now here you go to Green Bay on the Sunday before Thanksgiving. Good holiday vibe, though, by the way. A little Lambo, a little brisk, put on the parka, a little nip in the little frost on the pumpkin. Sunday afternoon in Green Bay. Ooh, those young receivers, Jordan Love, bad crowd, loud crowd. Niners lose.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, Murph. You asked me the question earlier this morning. Are the Packers going to be as good as they were last season? I think they're going to be better. The offseason they had, bringing in Josh Jacobs in that backfield. And again, we don't know how this 49er defensive line is going to perform after they revamped it this offseason.
Okay, so we're both at 7-4. Now you got to go at Buffalo back-to-back, and this is the stretch for me. At Green Bay the Sunday before Thanksgiving, at Buffalo the Sunday night after Thanksgiving. I'm imagining the Niners are going to stay back east and have Thanksgiving on the road in, as Dante Whitner would tell you, a bad hotel. I'm going to cut that for me because I really like that. Buffalo, 4 or 5 feet of snow. Now, there won't be 4 or 5 feet of snow on December 1st.
Hopefully
That's usually
not.
later in the season, unless our wacky climate does something different. But it's a Sunday night, and they're throwing those things from the crowd.
Prime time.
And it's Bills.
Those bad hotels.
And those bad hotels.
And those bad hotels.
I got the Niners losing.
Ooh, I don't see them losing back-to-back, especially if they do stay out on the East Coast. I'll give them a win out in Buffalo.
So I got them on a skid where they're losing at Tampa, at Green Bay, at Buffalo, and now we're turning on the mic in November, and we're in full-blown panic mode here. Yes, Tony.
Hey, Mayoko did say, I heard him with Tobin and Coast, we played a clip earlier, he thinks they're going to come home for Thanksgiving. So they would go to Green Bay, come home for Thanksgiving, and then go travel across the country to Buffalo, New York.
That's a really good detail there. I thought they would have stayed, so that is a lot of flying now and a little distraction of Thanksgiving. So, although maybe they'll be heartened by being at home for a little turkey. So anyway, I got them losing that game. Now I'm going to start turning the ship around. Here come the Bears at home. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Caleb Williams, Niners win.
Yeah, I want to see what Caleb Williams and this offense looks like this year, but I don't think they're going to be good enough to compete with the 49ers. I'll take a W there.
Okay, so you both have W's. Now here come the Rams into Levi's Stadium on a short week. Okay, a Thursday nighter. So the Rams on a short week. It's a short trip for them. But again, ownage is ownage. Stafford's a year older. Who knows how he's going to be healthy at that point in time? Niners are at home, and they're trying to put it together after that little skid in Green Bay and Buffalo. I got to win.
Yeah, I don't want to poo-poo the Rams too much. They did end the season on a 7-1 stretch. We're the hottest team in the NFL going into the playoffs. But you mentioned it. The 49ers have dominated the Rams with Aaron Donald. Without Aaron Donald, I don't think they slow down Christian McCaffrey. I'm looking for a series sweep.
Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Now we got to go all the way out to Miami for the only road trip of the last 5 weeks is at Miami because they go home for the Bears, home for the Rams, at Miami. It's a long trip. It's on December 22nd, little Christmas in Miami. Mike McDaniel, it's a long trip and there's a lot of speed. That's a hard game. It's a loss.
Murph has them losing both games out in Florida.
Yeah.
I have them winning against the Buccaneers, but I'm with you. I think they lose to Miami. Nick Bosa is going to be busy Christmas shopping back in his home state. I think this is an L right here.
And then this is an interesting game. Week 17, and shout out Johnny Lund for predicting this game. On Week 17, December 30th, a Monday nighter against the Detroit Lions at home. Why are the Niners playing the Lions so late in the season? Because they might see each other like 2 weeks later. I don't want them to have just seen each other 2 weeks earlier. So anyway, point is, I don't like the matchup, and I feel like the Lions will be highly motivated. And this is where kind of the Super Bowl hangover. It's going to be hard for the Niners to get up for all these big games. All these big games. I got them losing again at home because Dan Campbell's going to be freaking. He might literally rip his shirt in two on the sidelines that night.
Dan Campbell's going to be looking to bite off the 49ers kneecaps. I think they're going to be highly motivated, and I just keep having flashbacks to the first half of that playoff game where the Detroit Lions ran wild against this 49er defense. Murph, I'm with you. I think this is an L.
Now I got the Niners at 9-7 going to Arizona. And I'm going to say it's a must-win to get into the playoffs, and they do it. Niners get the win, and me, in a Super Bowl hangover year, I got them at 10-7.
Ooh, I've got the win in the last game of the season also, building some momentum into the playoffs. I've got them at 11-6 this season as a playoff team, which is right around the Vegas over-under of 11.5 games.
Okay. All right. Well, 11.5 is the spread?
Yep.
Oh, you and I are. Oh, so I got them on the under. You got them. Wait, 11.5.
Yeah, 11.5. So we both got them on the under.
I would take the under.
Super Bowl hangover.
I would take because 11-6 is still an under.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because I mean, listen, it's going to be hard. Now, again, do you guys hold us to these? If you do, well, God bless you. But it's May 16th.
I can tell you, Overnight Dave will clip this up and hold us to us all season long.
I looked down to see what they're saying on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 925 says, you guys are so unrealistic. Obviously, the 49ers are going to go undefeated this year. All right.
All I see are winnable games.
Oh, man. Guys, 650 says, well, that's another one, too. 408 says, are the Patriots in the league? Says the guy whose team hasn't seen a title since Bill Clinton's first term as president.
Yeah, no.
So that's me. That's a Patriot fan jumping out here, too. 408 says, Murph, just CYI yourself with that last comment, assuming CMC plays on game 1 against the Jets. 209 says, I can't believe you're trying to predict wins and losses in May. Young Tony, I believe this nerd loves the segment, right?
This nerd loves data.
I said at 6:50 this morning. There's something I never, like as an old beat writer, you're like, come on, man. You got to see how things go. How's Purdy playing? How's the injury situation? Which teams are surging? You know, in the NFL, half the teams every year who made the playoffs missed the playoffs the next year. Maybe the Niners are one of those teams, right?
I mean, we're still waiting for a Brandon Ayuk contract, and here we are predicting a schedule.
Man, oh, man. 559 says Aaron Rodgers, the Phoenix, will rise again. Dude, I cannot believe you're going with Aaron Rodgers in that one right now.
The Phoenix. It's not just only about Aaron Rodgers. Again, I think Breece Hall is an extraordinary running back. I want to see what this defensive line looks like this year because they struggled against the run in the playoffs. They revamped it. They brought in new bodies. I got to see what this D-line looks like.
209 says 10-7, 11-6. You guys are smoking that good stuff. This defense will be way better under Sorensen. 623 says,
I don't know because real quick, I'm not extremely confident having a Super Bowl caliber team have a defensive coordinator that's never called plays at the NFL level. You can rip Steve Wilkes all you want. He had experience calling plays as a DC. Nick Sorensen does not have that same experience.
All right. 916 says, Murph, I'll bet you a burger at the Char Pit the Niners have more than 10 wins. Dude, if it means I'm buying you a burger at the Char Pit, I'm in.
Dude.
That means the Char Pit will still be open.
By any means necessary, get
yes.
to the Char Pit.
310 says 10-7, Murph. The only thing more shocking than you saying 10-7 was me getting permission from the wife to go to the Miami game in December. Hey, good job, buddy. By the way, if you are just for fun, setting aside wins and losses, if I had to pick the best road trip here, the best road trip for any fans looking to go do something fun, I think I'm going to say, I see Miami.
Yeah, Miami's a hot spot.
Is it okay to go the Sunday before Thanksgiving to Green Bay or the Sunday nighter? I think the Sunday nighter in Buffalo. That's the one.
Yeah.
You put on your parka. You get out there. It'll be Christmas lights will be up. You'll be hanging out at the Anchor Bar. The vibe will be great. You get that whole Christmassy vibe.
And those bad hotels.
I'm going. The road trip of the year is at the Bills if you can go. That's what I would say. That's my call.
After all that talk about the bad hotels, you want to stay in one this year.
Yeah, there it is. All right, guys. Well, there it is. It's all done. I say 10-7. Marcus says 11-6. And none of it will matter when they kick it off on week 1 against the New York Jets. Mike Yam from the NFL Network will talk about this league-wide schedule and all the interesting things going on next on The Sports Leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers season single sack record holder, Aldon Smith, stopped by our show yesterday morning to preview the 49ers season, but to also talk about his new role with the NFL, mentoring some of these young rookies. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Let's talk about the world-class secret in the North Bay called Marin Health. We're really talking about a great deal here. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, NFL. We will get back to the Giants, of course, later in the show with the big win and Kirk Casali's aura. But we just went through it game by game like all media members are legally required to do. And, of course, that will all be subject to change as it goes on. But Mike Yam from the NFL Network, who, of course, anchor reporter, used to be doing the Pac-12 network. Sadly, no more Pac-12, unbelievably. But Mike can talk a little NFL with us. Mike, it's good to have you back here on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Doing great, guys. Always appreciate the invite. You're right about the Pac-12. Still is weird to hear anyone say that it doesn't exist. But obviously, I know I'm with you to talk a little NFL, and it's certainly an exciting time with the schedule release.
Mike, one more digression on that college stuff. So I'm a UCLA grad, so I'm on one of those fan sites, and it says, UCLA picks up key ACC transfer defensive back. And I go, oh, man, we got a guy from, like, Florida State? So I click on it. It says, Cal Golden Bear corner Kalen Martin is transferring to UCLA.
Oh,
and I go,
God.
Mike, I froze. No. I froze for 5 seconds. I'm like, wait, that's an ACC transfer. Oh, my God.
Oh, God. Seriously. Honestly, it's the weirdest thing. And fans in the Bay Area understand this. Like, when you are thinking about, East Coast travel for games now, all of a sudden, I mean, it is just mind-boggling to me. I honestly, guys, look, at the end of the day, when it comes to college football, we are going to be absolutely in a treat. I mean, there's going to be some terrific matchups, and clearly for a UCLA fan, you think about some of these games in the Big Ten. So, fan perspective, it's really cool just to be able to watch those games. But I just can't get over how some of these rivalries will cease to exist. The tradition, the history, the whole thing, and to hear Cal and ACC, it's so weird to me, guys.
Yeah, and Mike, I guess technically now the 49ers will be squaring off against an ACC Cal alumni. Aaron Rodgers coming to Santa Clara, kicking off Monday Night Football. What are your thoughts on the Jets and Aaron Rodgers making his return to Santa Clara?
So awesome. And I don't know where you guys stand on this. Like, I actually think the Jets have the opportunity to be a really, really good team. In fact, yesterday on Total Access, we were doing the show, and we were talking about the teams in that division who could potentially win. And I found it interesting. So I was working with Bucky Brooks and Mark Ross, and neither of them picked the Jets. One said Miami, one said Buffalo. And I'm thinking to myself, really, guys? Like, not New York. And I think that there's some hesitation and some doubts around what Aaron Rodgers is going to be in week one. Now, I do think that Aaron Rodgers in week one is going to feel a whole lot different than mid-season and hopefully late-season Aaron Rodgers, assuming that he's able to stay healthy. But I do feel like the build-up last year was somewhat warranted. There was obviously some good buzz. I think this roster this year is actually better than the one from a year ago. That said, I still think the Niners right now are in a great position. If I was going to play the Jets, I'd rather play them in week 1 than play them in week 6, 7, or 8, just because I think Dan Green figures it out. But, the Niners right now on paper are definitely a better team.
Mike Yam, NFL Network anchor and reporter, talking about the big old schedule release. Just a couple Niners questions, but also some league-wide questions, too. You look at the Niners, they have at Green Bay the Sunday before Thanksgiving and at Buffalo the Sunday after Thanksgiving. I mean, holiday season, 2 road kind of legendary venues in the cold. I mean, that you circle that as like, uh-oh.
For me, I certainly do. I mean, one of the other interesting things, and I don't know if you guys were watching our coverage on NFL Network last night, but, MJD was talking about it from a Rams perspective because he works on that broadcast team. And Michael Robinson was talking about it from a Buffalo perspective. But you start looking at time of the year, what city are you in, cold weather, warm weather games, and it becomes a little bit of a factor. But I think to your point on those opponents in particular, holistically, you look at this Niners schedule, 11 of the 17 games, they're matching up against teams that were over 500. So, automatically you say, oh, okay, it's not a ton of gimmies, although I think we all realize that every single week on Sundays these games necessarily are not gimmies. But, they're matching up against 3 teams, that they matched up against in the postseason a year ago. There's some familiarity now with some of these competitions. I don't think that the roster overhaul on some of those teams is that significant. So, there's a point of reference for this Niners squad. I don't have the strength of schedule in front of me offhand for San Francisco, but I do know when I was glancing at it yesterday, I didn't lean back in my chair and go, oh my God, there's a god. I'm a Giants fan, guys. I looked at our schedule and I'm thinking to myself, you got to be kidding me, man. We struggled last year and we got these dudes on our schedule. So I do think that there's a real opportunity here for the San Francisco squad to sort of run it back and try to get to the big game and this time get over the hump.
And, of course, one game that 49er fans are circling on the schedule is Week 7, the Super Bowl rematch against the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, the teams are a little different. No more Eric Armstead for the 49ers. No more L'Jarius Sneed for the Kansas City Chiefs. But, Mike, how do you think that game plays out?
What's kind of crazy about this is a year ago, it feels like every year we're waiting for the demise from a Kansas City perspective. And yet I looked at last year's team and felt like as much love as Patrick Mahomes gets, and he certainly deserves all the praise, defensively is really what carried that football team. And to me, what's going to be fascinating to see how much more dynamic this offense is. I am still floored. I'm sure you guys talked it up on your show after night 1 of the draft that any team would do a trade with Kansas City in the first round. And the fact that it was Buffalo to me stood out, but the Xavier Worthy pick at the end of that first round to me resonated. They already got Hollywood Brown in that mix. I can't help but think that front office, Brett Veach said, you know what? Our Achilles heel were some of these explosive plays, our passing game that was much maligned. And I think they addressed that in such a dramatic way. And that's what scares me about the chances for Kansas City to three-peat. And that's because I think the one thing that I would point to last year as a real problem was, the vertical threats downfield outside of, that connection with Mahomes and Kelsey. So it feels like, at least on paper right now, they're in such a prime position to make a deep run. I am, last year before the season, I said, I don't know about Kansas City getting back to this thing. In fact, I thought Baltimore was going to be the team to beat in the NFL, and I still feel great about their chances, to get to a Super Bowl this upcoming season. But I do think Kansas City is a better team this year on paper than they were last year coming into the season.
Mike Yam, NFL Network anchor and reporter. League-wide, the big business story. Now, you guys are NFL Network. You're not Netflix, but Netflix getting Christmas Day, and apparently for the next 3 years. And so there's a couple of aspects of this story. One is that the NFL's full-force attack on Christmas now is legit. Now, for reading one of the stories on NFL.com, it says the NFL used to avoid scheduling Christmas games, so that's changed dramatically. This is the 4th straight season with at least one game, and this is a Wednesday, so they're going out of their way. They're swerving off the road now to schedule games there. So your reaction, Mike, to that and to Netflix getting these games from a business perspective, what does this mean in big picture?
So from a Netflix perspective, I absolutely love it. And to be honest with you guys, didn't necessarily see it coming. I think it was I think this move signals to everyone, especially from a traditional broadcast perspective, like we need to legitimately look at these streamers now. Like there's so much validity, and there has been, and it's been growing, whether it's, TNF on Prime. It's the fact that Netflix got, wrestling, which is certainly a different animal, but now all of a sudden legitimizes what they're doing from a live sports perspective. You get the most popular sport in the game, and it wasn't cheap. I don't know the numbers offhand. I think it was like $75 million a game or something along those lines. That's big time business for them. And I think from an NFL perspective, that marriage makes a lot of sense, parceling off, whether it's Peacock or Prime and now Netflix, an opportunity to sort of, get a different type of exposure. Now, I understand it from a fan perspective. It might not always be the easiest thing to deal with, but the penetration from Netflix is obviously very strong, not only in our country, but also globally. So I think there's probably less pushback from a fan perspective about a game on Netflix versus, one on Peacock, for example. But obviously, NBC service is now starting to grow. But I'm with you. On a Wednesday, look, guys, I've worked Christmas, at NFL Network, and, I think it's, from a family perspective, it's always one of those where you're like, oh, really? Now we're going to do this on a Wednesday. But then you get there and you start watching these games and you're like, oh, like this is truly awesome. And I think when the kids are opening up the gifts and, you kind of have those games in the background, it feels like Thanksgiving in that regard. Like I think of Thanksgiving as, football, family, and the food, right? And I think that the NFL would love to own Christmas Day, and I think over the next few years you're going to see more of that connection, like we have with Thanksgiving, and I think it's going to be the same with Christmas Day.
Yeah, Mike, the other big story from yesterday's schedule release that I wanted to ask you about is the international games. Not only is the NFL going to London this year, they're going to Brazil and also Germany. We've heard talks for years about maybe a team like the Jacksonville Jaguars moving out to London. How close do you think we are to getting an international football team?
So I'm with you on the Jags because it makes sense. They there's obviously a connection there. They're out there all the time. And last year they won back-to-back games. This year they got back-to-back weeks where they're going to be playing in London. Obviously $1.5 billion for a new stadium down in Duval is going to sort of squash a lot of that. They just came to an agreement, so they won't be going anywhere. But to your point, I absolutely think there's a world that exists that in our lifetime and probably closer to, let's call it within the next 5 to 10 years and maybe closer to 10, we will see some expansion and see the game get pushed out into Europe. I'm pumped on the Brazil thing just because it feels really cool on paper. And guys, at least for me, man, like I know we have offices, in Asia. I would still love to see that type of game also take place because I think at the end of the day, the NFL is doing their best to try to globalize the sport. And I think they're using flag football to push for the Olympics, all of that to promote the game. And to me, it's just sort of that strategic next step. But there's no question that Europe is probably the best destination and maybe the most likely to go and grab an NFL franchise down the road.
Yeah, incredible. NFL continues to dominate the globe. And by the way, speaking of Europe and Asia, we'll get you a plug. You're a children's book author, right? And it involves European and Asian heritage, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I didn't even mean to give you that segue, but well done. Fried Rice and Marinara is the name of the book. It's a children's book. It's about a boy who is Chinese and Italian named Mikey. It's me, and he doesn't know for his fourth birthday if he should have Chinese food or Italian food. He feels like he's getting pulled in two different directions, and thus the title realizes that he can actually have both and combine the food. The kids absolutely loved it, but it hits obviously close to home for me, and I just didn't have books like this when I was a kid that featured an Asian character or talked about a mixed race or multi-ethnic household. And the reality is, guys, there's just not many of them on the market. It's also available. It's animated. It's on YouTube for free, so you can preview it there. And if you're inclined, it'd be awesome. It's on Amazon and BarnesandNoble.com.
That's pretty cool, man. Mikey M, Fried Rice and Marinara, a children's book. So way to go, buddy. Congratulations on that.
I appreciate it.
Appreciate the chat, and we'll catch up with you down in football season, Mike.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. I really appreciate the invite, guys.
There he is, Mike Yam, 49ers been Brazil, Asia, Europe, Africa, Antarctica, Greenland, North Pole. Mm-hmm. Where else you want to go?
We're going international, baby.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's go. Let's stay domestic for the cooler of content. Great stuff. Sean McVay ripping off some crazy trivia. Aaron Rodgers with some Wacky and wild stuff.
Hey, now.
Next on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All righty. Thursday morning style. We did a lot of NFL there for the last 45 minutes there. Got to get back to those Gigantes at a certain point, but not right now because Matt Mayoko joins at 8:50 and most of the cooler content is NFL related. So we've talked about this 49er podcaster, Steph Sanchez. She does a Niner podcast and she's on social media, but she's also kind of broke out with her Nick Bosa impression.
Yeah, shout out to Steph Sanchez. She puts out a lot of really good 49er content.
Yeah, and we played her Bosa impression on the cooler content last year, 2 years ago. Anyway, we played it.
Murph, we played it prior, as Gabe Kapler likes to tell us.
Prior. Oh, we're getting a cap. All right. Anyway, so the Niners were so impressed by her Bosa impression, they actually folded her into their schedule release. Now, the Niners put out two videos. They put out one with the Rita Oak drawings. Shout out Rita Oak. And they put out one with Steph Sanchez riffing, but they actually got Nick Bosa himself to react. So here it is.
Looks like we have 2 trips to Florida this year. It's a great place. Can't wait to show you guys my boat, my gym, give you guys a gym tour where I work on these quads.
I don't really sound like that, do I?
That's good. Very good.
I thought it was good.
They cut to Bosa on the boat and with the quads flaring too. By the way,
I don't really sound like that, do I?
That's pretty good.
Shout out to Captain Bosa, by the way. We thought Klay Thompson was the captain of this ship. Now Nick Bosa's got his own boat out in Florida.
Man, oh man, look good too, by the way. The idea of a cooler full of Coors Lights and a fishing rod with Nick Bosa sounds pretty good to me. So it's funny hearing them back to back. Got to prop up Steph Sanchez. There is that similarity there.
Yeah, again, shout out to Steph and shout out to the 49K podcast.
All right, Sean McVay, that's your guy. Rams head coach. He's won a bowl.
My guy.
That's your guy.
When did he become my guy?
Well, he's John McVay's grandson, the late great John McVay.
That makes him your guy.
Yes, very much so. And his dad, John McVay, was his dad. Rich is it? I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his dad's name, but he ran Channel 2. For years, KTVU.
That means it makes it Tony's guy.
Yeah, for sure. Anyway, so here's the deal. He's got that photographic memory, that crazy photographic memory, and the Rams did a fun thing with the schedule release. So what they did is they tested him trivia on each of the week's opponents, and he had to remember something, and of course he got them all. So I think the first week is Detroit, second week is Arizona. Take a listen.
All right, the Rams' 2024 schedule just dropped, and Sean McVay, we're going to test your trivia knowledge with some questions about each opponent on the slate. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
2021, Week 7. Lions are at SoFi. First and goal at the 5, early fourth quarter. Give us your play call.
Yeah, it was a great touchdown pass from Matthew to Cooper Kupp. That was lab to south right, close, fire two fly, X-crossers. Got him in a man coverage right there. Cooper just outflanked him. Good throw and catch.
All right, which team did Aaron Donald get his 100th career sack against?
It was a heck of a play. Full layout on Kyler Murray against the Cardinals. I have a picture of it. I still got to get him to sign that one.
In the 2021 NFC Championship, Cooper Kupp had an extremely rare emotive reaction to his catch. What play call led to that grab?
Good old-fashioned choice for him. It was F-mo to south left clamp minus, 3 jet, F-choice stucco, man pressure, what a throw and catch. I mean, fitted in a tight window with Kwan Williams right there, and then the run after the catch, he looked like Wolverine celebrating after that thing.
That was against the Niners, obviously. What do you make of him, McVay? A little too much, maybe, or what? A little much?
And that was this date in LA Rams history with Sean McVay.
All I could think of during that whole thing is the picture in Michael Zagaris' epic book, Field of Play, of the Oakland Coliseum in the 70s with a gigantic bedsheet that says, "Speed kills." And as McVay was ripping off all those things, I just kept thinking of, go deep, baby. Just go deep. I mean, I don't think Al had all that verbiage. Line up Cliffy on the outside.
Good
Go deep.
old-fashioned choice for him. It was F-mo to south left clamp minus, 3 jet, F-choice stucco, man pressure, what a throw and catch.
Hey, Snake, throw it to 21.
That's it.
He's open.
We'll see you on Silver and Black Friday this year, Murph.
All right, I told you guys, Aaron Rodgers, he did a Tucker Carlson podcast.
Hey, now.
I'm sure it's his right and free stuff. That's where he dropped that Putin stuff.
Oh.
Are you kidding me, bro? Anyway, they delved into computer, whether or not you can be traced by the government on your computer.
Oh, this is what we're doing?
This is what we're doing. So they addressed whether or not, and this is where he went with it.
They could, put some on your computer to cancel you. They could set you up for something. Thankfully, I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
What? How do we get from the government tracing you to? Thankfully, I don't watch porn.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see that.
I don't think anybody asked the question about what he was watching, right?
Give me this whole thing again.
They could, put some on your computer to cancel you. They could set you up for something. Thankfully, I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
Which means 1,000% he watches porn and 1,000% he's into the weird kinky stuff. Which, by the way, knock yourself out, Aaron Rodgers.
That's fine. We're not going to kink shame you, Aaron Rodgers.
What are you going to do what you do behind closed doors? But what's with the public dismissal?
Yeah, how does he go from being canceled to correlating that to the porn he has on his computer?
Jumped. That is the sweat pouring down the forehead, man. I'm not being defensive. You're being defensive.
Yeah, right? Kind of throwing himself under the bus.
Thankfully, I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
This is the guy you have winning week 1 at Levi's.
I'm not buying it. Yeah, he might come to Levi's week 1 and then stop by the Folsom Street Fair after.
Oh my God! So anyway, Aaron, I don't know, Aaron. You are. This guy's getting wackier and wackier.
Chains and whips.
By the way, he thinks the government's going to put something on his computer to cancel him.
As if he hasn't already been canceled.
The government's like, what are you kidding me?
People are trying.
I'm trying to put some fires. I got a budget to balance here. You think I'm going to sign a guy to take out Aaron Rodgers? My Lord. He's going farther and farther.
Rodgers.
Right, off the cliff.
We'll see in week 1, Monday Night Football.
Speaking of farther and farther, how about Wembanyama, Victor Wembanyama?
Wemby.
Now, this is an interesting case. I'm actually going to use this to rip Shohei Ohtani.
Whoa.
How about that?
Okay.
This is me just talking about me driving off the road. Aaron Rodgers driving off the road to deny he watches porn. But anyway, here's Victor Wembanyama at his Rookie of the Year press conference. This was somehow brought up that he's interested in astronomy and interested in the universe and interested in something called dark matter. Dark matter. Here it is.
Presentation you gave the kids after we left was on dark matter. I'm not very smart. What is that and why is that interesting?
What's dark matter?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, yeah, you know, I like these kind of questions. Those are different. Dark matter is some like a mass we can't see, but we know it's there because it's got influence on gravitational pulls and, you know, the speed of gravitational orbits in every galaxies, and it's, you know, its presence inside galaxies is 5 times higher than regular seeable matter. So it's a huge mystery, and we can't see it, we can't observe it, but we can observe its influence. So this is dark matter, very sci-fi.
What the hell?
Wow.
This guy's 20 years old.
I'm impressed.
This guy's 20 years old. First of all, I couldn't even understand what he was saying. I mean, that's the kind of stuff, dude, physics and all that, dude, forget it. I'm toast.
Leave that to Wemby and Josh Dobbs, backup quarterback for the Niners.
I am toast when he's talking about you can't see it, it has a pull on the gravity and all that stuff. But here's my point. You got it right here?
We can't see it, we can't observe it, but we can observe its influence.
Ooh,
so,
by the way,
this is dark matter.
Is he talking about the higher-ups of Cumulus? We can't see him or absorb it, but we feel their influence.
Stop it.
But, dude, so here's the deal. He's 20 years old. He's born and raised in France.
Oh!
The guy, we can see and observe him. He learns English to the point where he's breaking down his take on dark matter. Now, Shohei Ohtani has been in the United States for 7 years, and he uses these interpreters as a shield to not be media friendly. That's why I'm taking shots here. Listen, I get it. It's hard to move to another country and learn another language. It ain't easy. Wilmer Flores watched Friends, and he did it. It's a great, admiring thing. But look at the effort Wemby did to be the best he could be versus Ohtani going, not only am I going to use an interpreter for 7 years, I guarantee you, I'm not that smart, but if I lived in Japan for 7 years, I'd pick up a couple of phrases along the way. And he uses, not only that, but he uses his interpreter to make all his bets for him and then throws him under the bus for him.
Which was still probably one of my favorite parts of the story when Ippei was addressing the Dodgers in English and Shohei Ohtani figured out what Ippei was saying to the Dodgers.
I mean, I've
even
heard
though allegedly he doesn't speak English.
All these players who've played with the Japanese guys say they all speak English, and they just conveniently, a lot of those guys, because it is such a dramatic culture difference from the Far East to the Far West. But the point is that Wemby, dude, is he coming to rule the world, this guy?
He's taken over with dark matter. And now, Murph, I'm going to need an Al Davis riff from you.
Yeah.
You know what the dark matter is? It's the black hole.
That's right. That's Wemby, get out of the way. You're blocking my view. You're blocking my view of a Dave Caspa touchdown.
Not surprised Wemby's in silver and black, Murph.
That's right. Well, the Spurs, right?
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Dark matter.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, Wemby, he's coming for you with the dark. Did you understand the dark matter, kid? You got it?
A little bit. I've definitely heard about dark matter. Sounds like something from Star Wars, or is that the Force I'm thinking of?
Are you like kind of an astronomy geek, or like are you into that kind of stuff, universes and galaxies?
I am into it, yeah. It's pretty interesting. And also, I think English is his second language. Wemby.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, so here's where my astronomy like blew. That's where I stopped. Somebody asked me. They said, does the universe end? I was like, I don't know.
Ooh.
And I go, I guess. And then the guy says, well, if it ends, what's on the other side?
Ooh.
And I was like, I'm out.
And where does it start?
I'm out.
See, this is why I get all my astrology takes from Andrea, the astrologer.
This is why you focus on Kirk Casali, because otherwise you get a little overwhelmed by it all right, guys? All right, well, thank you, Cooler of Content, for doing your thing. Jim Bowden going to join Tolbert and Copes with Kolsky, I believe, today at 2:30. Okay, Matt Mayoko, our favorite 49er correspondent, at least when Matt Barrows isn't on, and then he's our favorite. And then when Matt Mayoko's on, he's our favorite. It's like Wrigley Field in Fenway Park. Whichever one you're with at the time.
I go Wrigley.
And I go Mayoko next on the Sports Leader.
You know, there's just an aura about him.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful, Murph and Marcus keep rolling with NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Matt Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
It's Murph, Marcus, and Mayoko on KNBR. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Maybe that should just be the song after every win, no matter what. 2010, 2024. Tony's in, right?
Oh, dude, of course.
All right, very good. All right, guys. I'm looking at a stat that says the 49ers are favored in all 17 games of their 24 schedule.
Really?
That's according to Pro Football Talk. That's kind of nutty, isn't it? That's a good way to start with Matt Mayoko. Actually, it's a good way to start with Matty is to just to compliment him on actually going to a Giants-Dodgers game after our famous...
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie. There it is, Maddie. You stared down.
Hold it. How did you know I went to a Giant-Dodger game?
Well, I have my sources, don't I?
Word on the street, Matt.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I wasn't even sitting in our seats. I was sitting with my buddy Louie.
Give us the story, dude.
He just had an extra ticket, and so I don't, you know what, now I didn't feel a lot of Dodger fans, obviously. I don't know, it felt like a different vibe. Like maybe the Dodger fans have been humbled a little bit with their team's inability to win a World Series. I'm not sure what it is, but
which game did you go to?
The first game, and it was a good game.
Yeah.
It was a really good game.
Yeah.
Obviously, we know who won that game, but no, I didn't feel the. I don't know. I didn't feel the tension.
Maybe you've matured, Matty.
Well, that could be true. I first just look in the mirror. That's what's changed. Yeah, maybe you're right.
And Matt, what finally convinced you to dive back in on the Dodgers and Giants series?
Well, I didn't have to invest any of my tickets out of our annual draft in order to go, and I wasn't doing anything on Monday night, so I figure, what the heck.
Okay, well, there you go, buddy.
It's simple as that. I'm not a big deep thinker
Yeah,
here.
no.
There's not a lot that
the kids all say. My sixth grader says, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. So annoying when they say that. But it's not that deep. There you go.
It's not that deep.
You know what's not that deep is the NFL schedule. However, we as a sports society that is filling up people's cars and airwaves and YouTubes and Twitches with content, we've made it deep. So, Maddie, as a man you've covered the team long enough to remember when the schedule release just kind of was a printout that you got a couple days later to a 3-hour production show. What is the deep meaning of the 2024 schedule release for the Niners?
Well, that the NFL fully expects them to be one of those teams that people are going to be tuning in to watch. 6 primetime games, 2 on Thursday, 2 on Sunday night, and 2 on Monday night. No international game, as I believe I foreshadowed the last time we spoke. And the other part of it, I think the 49ers feel like, boy, the NFL stuck them with the horrible practice field in Las Vegas, what they consider a minor offense as far as not even an offense, just an oversight bookkeeping error led to them getting docked a 5th-round draft pick, I guess, next year. That things are kind of been stacked against them a little bit. And then you look at their schedule, and once you take the deep dive, you realize that the only time there's a real advantage, the full bye week advantage, is coming out of their bye week and facing Tampa Bay, but yet they're facing 4 teams coming off of their bye weeks. So, then the kind of brutal back-to-back at Green Bay, at Buffalo, which certainly in late November, early December, doesn't lend itself to one of those, we'll cut down on the travel and stay somewhere else and practice, because that is going to be Thanksgiving week, so that kind of takes that out of the equation. So I saw where Josh DeBow and Guy Haberman were talking about the advantage or the disadvantage, and they have a minus 22-day disadvantage as far as rest with their opponent. So those are probably the things that don't sit well with the 49ers coaching staff and the 49ers front office.
Matt, I don't know if you want to give us a win-loss prediction in the middle of May, but after Murph dropped
I did already.
Yeah,
I have.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What do you got for
Yeah.
us, Matt?
I have 12-5.
Ooh.
And I do have them losing both of those games back-to-back, Green Bay at Buffalo. I don't have them running the table in the NFC West. I think now the NFC West will be improved over last year. I think last year when they went 6-0 within the division, they could get away with playing, a C-plus game and still winning. I don't think they'll be able to have that this year. And 17 games, it's a long season. They won't play at a high level every game for sure. The key is whenever you don't play at that high level to still eke out a win, find a way to win. So I think, I saw where I believe the over-under for them is 11 games. And so I guess I'm saying bet the over. And I bet you 49er fans are going, what, only 12 wins? Come on. 49ers are better than that. Well, I still bet, or I still project them to be over with a 12-5 record. Same record as last season, by the way.
Yeah, Matt, just to follow up on that back-to-back road trip from Green Bay to Buffalo, I know you spoke to Tolbert and Copes earlier this week, but just for our morning show audience, what is the travel plans for that Thanksgiving week on the East Coast?
Yeah, no, it'll be like it just ordinarily would be if those games are spread out over the week. So they'll travel on the Friday before the November 24th game at Green Bay, get in Friday evening, do their walkthrough on Saturday, play the game, and then immediately they basically go through TSA at the stadium, go straight to the airport, and they should be home. It's a 1:25 start, 1:25 Pacific, so that'd be 3:25 Central. So they'll get home late Sunday evening, and then it's a normal work week. Probably cut down on the practice time. Probably do a lot more kind of lighter work and school, classroom kind of work, and then they'll leave for Buffalo on that Friday and do the same thing over. Get into Buffalo Friday evening, walk through on Saturday, and then go play the game. And that'll be actually, you know what? I don't know if that's going to be the exact schedule because they do play a night game, so that's a Sunday night game. I would think that they would still travel on Friday, but they might want to stay home and sleep in their own bed one more day, and that would allow them that opportunity. But typically, for road games, they travel on Friday, but because that's a night game, they might kind of tinker with that. That's probably things that they're discussing right now and talking to their human performance staff to kind of see what the body can benefit from more, whether it's traveling on the Friday for a Sunday night game or maybe getting more rest at home and traveling on Saturday.
Maddie, just one more on Buffalo. By the way, the dreaded 8:20 Sunday night kick in Buffalo.
Yeah.
But we had Dante Whitner on yesterday, and we were talking about, hey, you're going to Buffalo. Is there a better time to go? He gave us this funny answer, I thought, here.
You don't want to get to Buffalo when there's 4 or 5 feet of snow on the ground. Trust me. And those rabid fans and those bad hotels.
That was it. It got me. He's right? He's right.
The bad hotels.
The bad hotels.
Yeah, that's funny because he lived there for 4 years?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's funny because every year, when the schedule comes out, I kind of know which hotel I want to stay at. Buffalo, it is kind of slim pickings. You don't know what you want to do. The only thing I know I want to do is zip up to Niagara Falls and also probably go to the Anchor Bar.
And call a friend from an Orioles game.
A friend of Greg Papa's.
That's correct. A high school classmate, I believe, of Greg Papa's. Once again, I got to stop with all the inside jokes that make Maddie laugh, like driving chickens. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader and Cumulus media station. I got to put the wheels back on, bro. I know.
Did you say driving chickies or chickens?
Oh, see, Maddie, now you're doing it. Now you're doing it, buddy.
Yeah,
stop it, you two.
I know. We got to stop with our little playground game. Hey, listen what happened. We both covered. We've been covering the team for 30 years. We got to have a couple codes, couple secret handshakes. Hey, Maddie, I had them ready for this. 10-7.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whoa, really?
It's like, whoa. It still got them in the playoffs.
Yeah,
it's not like it's.
I mean,
well, I'm a believer in the Super Bowl hangover, man. I am. I'm a big believer in the. Yeah.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, that is definitely a thing.
So the question is, like, where do you find your 7? And I had to go to a couple of weird places, including a home loss to the Cardinals because it's flat, low energy. They're kind of like I have them starting 4-0 and then like sleepwalking through that game.
Here's the thing, Murph. Just to tick that one off. That's the last game of the season. So clearly,
no, the Week 5 game. The Week 5 game.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
the home loss.
Week 18 game.
I have a home loss there because it's just going to be weird and flat. And then I have them like you losing both to Green Bay and Buffalo. It's just too hard. And then the weird one I have, I think the other weird one I have is the at Tampa Bay. I just feel like off a bye, Kyle's not that great, and Kyle, I think I'm surprised Baker Mayfield's kind of a fighter, man. They're not that bad, and they got a pretty good defense.
No,
you know.
I agree. No, I have them. I have them splitting against Seattle and the Rams, and I do.
We have them sweeping the Rams, I think. Yeah, but go ahead.
Okay,
sorry.
So I have them sweeping the Cardinals, but Week 18 rolls around. And if they're 12-4 heading into Week 18, and they're in a similar situation as a year ago with the NFC, with the number 1 seed wrapped up, then you're going to be seeing either Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen out there. But clearly, with your 10-6 heading into that game,
Matty,
they would be 9-7.
Matty, I had them 9-7 going into that game.
Oof.
Yeah. I have them kind of skimming into the playoffs.
Yeah, so with your 9-7 heading into that game, that becomes kind of a must-win for them.
And they'll get it. They'll get it at Arizona. Of course, this is crazy, May 16th to do it, but this is what we do in today's sports world. You know what I mean?
And since we're all sharing our predictions, Maddie, I had them at 11-6 this morning.
Split the difference between you and me.
Now, me and Murph both had them 4-1 after the first 5 weeks of the season, but I actually had them losing their home opener Monday Night Football against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. So kind of a two-part question. What are your thoughts on the Jets coming to town? And also, Kyle Shanahan, since taking over as head coach for the 49ers, is 3-4 in Week 1 matchups. Is there any explanation for the slow start with Kyle Shanahan?
Well, 3-4 in. You got to realize the first season that team was pretty bad. I guess they were only bad. Well, no, they were bad their first 2 seasons, Super Bowl. Then they were bad again. So three of those seasons, they were really not good football teams. So that's one thing I would point to.
Yeah, losses in 2020 and 2022.
Yeah,
but they 0-2 in 2017 and 2018. So 3-2 since then.
And so were those? I'm trying to think. Those are road games, probably, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry, Matty.
Were those road games? I think.
Let's see. 2018 was at Minnesota. And in 2017 was sorry about that, a little confused. 2017 was Carolina at home.
Okay, so I don't know why that is. I don't know. I think the intriguing matchup, you kind of alluded to it. Kyle Shanahan against Robert Saleh. That'll be a great matchup because Saleh knows the 49ers very well, even though he hasn't been here now for 4 years. And then of course, Aaron Rodgers, who's had a lot more success against the 49ers in the regular season than he has in the postseason, 0-4 in the postseason against the 49ers. Will he be sharp? How much is he going to play in the preseason? All those things. I mean, it's been 2 years since we've seen him really on the field, and he's getting up there in age and everything else. So I think the 49ers will win that game. But no, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that the Jets could come in here with a lot of mojo, a lot of energy, a lot of expectations, and pull off the upset.
Jets fans too. By the way, Marcus, you have to factor in that one of those losses in the last 3 years was a Trey Lance start in Chicago.
Treyway.
There we go.
But anyway, and also I told you, Marcus, after we got to the bottom of it, we found out the guy's he's a huge Vladimir Putin guy, so he rides with Rodgers.
Get out of here, Murph.
Are you down with that whole thing, Matty, where he's
No.
talking about him? Oh, no. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Hey,
Don't ask Matt about that. Come on. What are we doing?
should we talk about the porn stuff then? with
No, we
Rodgers
shouldn't
then?
ask
All
about
right.
that either.
Yeah, don't ask me about Harrison Butker either.
Oh, no. But Butker's not as fun to make fun of as Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? Rodgers is
Well, he has a better name to make fun of.
This is true. Did you see the Chargers do that in their season preview thing? Take a little swipe at Butker?
No, I'll have to check that out.
Oh, yeah. It's their sim. Do you even know what Sims is, Maddie? Simulated animation?
I don't. Oh, is it like, yeah, well, I think you just explained it as best as you can or as much as it deserves.
So, the Chargers one is so crazy. It's filled with all the Easter eggs, as they call them, tons of little inside jokes. But it comes at you so rapid fire, you have to like screenshot it. But when they do the Chiefs, it's a cartoon of Harrison Butker taking cookies. Was it like taking cookies out of the oven or something like that?
Yeah, working in the kitchen.
Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, good for them.
All right. Well, listen, Maddie. Hey, Brock Purdy threw a first pitch since we last saw you, and it clocked at 82.
Is that right?
Yeah, and Kyle Harrison claimed that it came in hotter than he thought. That's why he missed it.
Yeah, that it did appear to sneak up on him. I'm just reminded of a year ago. Brock Purdy went to a Giants game. They showed him up on the big board, and he stood up, and the fans were going crazy, and he waved, and a fan in front of him gave him a high five, and people were freaking out. Like, what is he doing, giving out a high five? Just a few, a month or so out of surgery, and now here we are. The guy finishes fourth in the MVP voting, and he's throwing out a 80 whatever mile an hour fastball for the opening pitch. So quite a different offseason for Brock Purdy this year compared to a year ago.
Yeah, for sure, man.
And, of course, the last time we saw Brock Purdy was in the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs, and I feel like we're doing a disservice if we don't ask you about that matchup, Maddie. Just before you go, Week 7 Super Bowl rematch, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, my guess is if Murph has the 49ers going 10-7, that's a loss.
Nope, had a win.
Really,
Yep,
a win for
yep,
the 49ers. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm one of these guys that's like, okay, you got to prove it to me. So I have the 49ers losing that game and then winning the next week against Dallas for basically the same reasons. Kansas City has the 49ers number, at least they have, and the 49ers certainly have the Cowboys number. No, I believe, and no one with the 49ers has said this to me, but I believe that the reason the 49ers chose Ricky Pearsall with their first-round draft pick was a direct result of what they saw in the Super Bowl and what they anticipated potentially being an issue this season, with teams kind of using that as the blueprint on how to defend the 49ers, and that's sticky man coverage, because the 49ers wide receivers, albeit they're very good and very productive, they're not necessarily known as being guys who can beat man coverage consistently. And with Pearsall, who has really good athletic traits as far as 40 and shuttle time and vertical and broad jump, he's a really good athlete. He also is a fantastic route runner and might step in from day one being, every bit Brandon Ayuk's equal in that very specific thing, running routes. I'm not saying by any stretch that Ricky Pearsall is going to be as productive as Brandon Ayuk. No chance of that happening. But as far as being able to beat man coverage from the slot or from the outside, this gives them another weapon, gives Brock Purdy another option to be able to contend against a team like Kansas City that in those money downs, Steve Spagnuolo is going to tell his guys, cover the guy in front of you, stick with him, make it difficult, reroute him, do everything you can to throw Brock Purdy off his game. So I do believe that's, people ask, what have the 49ers done to try to get over the hump? I would tell you that they added a guy at an area where they felt like they needed help, and that was a wide receiver to beat man coverage.
Great stuff, Maddie. And we'll break it all down. And obviously, the OTAs are coming up. So we'll get all into it, man. It was always great chatting with you, buddy. And book that bad hotel in Buffalo ASAP. Okay, all right, buddy?
One last thing. Yeah? Tickets still remain at $49 for tonight's event. Limited number of tickets remain $49. DwightClarkAward.com. It's going to be a fantastic night at the California Theater in San Jose.
The only reason I didn't promote it is because Brad told me ticket sales have been great. So I was like, we're doing good.
They have been. They definitely have been.
So that's why I didn't.
But there are still tickets available.
And I want to just shout out, I can't believe Kirk and Eric Wright threw together a tribute to Jimmy Johnson. I'm so touched. And it's like so near and dear to my heart. He's been my neighbor for 13 years. And I actually just want to tell everybody in the audience. So I told his widow, Gisela, she's wonderful. They've been together 56 years. I sent her an email last night, told her about the whole plan. And she wrote back, and she's overwhelmed and touched. She said, obviously, they're still, recuperating, so she won't be there tonight. She would love it if NBC Sports Bay Area would get her the video of it. So she wanted to thank Eric Wright and Guy Norton for doing. An 87-year-old teammate of his is going to be there tonight. 1960 Olympic teammate of Rafer too, which is incredible.
He is sharp as a tack. Ray Norton.
So Maddie, if you can get me those videos, and I can get them to Jimmy's wife.
Well, here's something better. NBC Sports Bay Area is planning and will televise this event, not live. It'll be edited but it'll be running here in the next couple weeks.
Huge.
The full event or highlights definitely of the event. So it should be out there on TV here in the near future.
And we had Alden Smith on yesterday too, and he was great. So it's going to be a great event. California Theater in San Jose, DwightClarkAward.com. Everybody go down. All right, Matty, you the man.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Matt Mayoko on his way to the California Theater in San Jose for the Dwight Clark event tonight. All right. So Matt is one kind of guy who has aura. Who's the other guy who has aura? We'll tell you who next on the Sports Leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The 49ers 2024 schedule has been released. You just heard Matt Mayoka's predictions. You heard Murph's. You've heard mine. Now it's time to hear yours. 808 KNBR is the number. Hit us up. Shoot us a text. Check in on the YouTube chat. Check out the KNBR socials. Let us know your predictions for the 49ers 2024 season.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
A lot, because, one, you want to go into an off day not getting swept. We haven't beaten these guys yet. It felt like, 2 games, it feels like doomsday, right? That we haven't won those 2 games, even though we won 2 series previous to that. We just lost a really tough fight the first night. Yesterday got a little bit out of hand, but came back and beat them today. So, and it's a really good experience for some of our younger guys too. Ramos gets another big hit. Matos gets another big hit. Obviously Yaz's home run. So it was, there are important wins over the course of the season. Early on, this was probably one.
I like that. Tony's on a rejoin heater, by the way. Shout out Bob Melvin calling this an important win. But what is this smooth vibe I'm enjoying right now, buddy?
Well, young Tony played that clip earlier from Bob Melvin, and he dropped Doomsday on us. And so I said, young Tony, at some point today, I need MF Doom, Doomsday, as the instrumental for a rejoin.
You are the king of smooth beats.
Feels like Doomsday, right?
Yesterday
I think
like Doomsday.
I think of the Dallas Cowboys defense of the 1970s, the Doomsday D.
No.
But I'll tell you what, you're on a roll. You're on a roll today, buddy. Even the Travis Scott that he didn't like, Yosemite.
I'll get used to it. I was going to play all Travis Scott today, but I got away from it.
No, MF Doom, arrow sign greater than Travis Scott.
I think Marcus's home is just a cool lounge vibe. Although you didn't like the Giants' Calvin Harris.
Well, that's
song.
not lounge vibes. That's like EDM club vibes.
Yeah, ish. I got you. Do you want to play that one again, Mark? Should we put that in the
No.
See, so we have a controversy now. At 6 a.m., we call in wins. Now, we used to do it sometimes during the course of a show, but it's never consistent.
Nah, it's just for the 6 a.m. early risers. Yeah, they ain't playing this in the lounges I go to, Murph.
Turn it up in Marcus's kitchen as he's got the club going.
No, this is young Tony cooking eggs in the morning.
This is me on the way to work so I don't fall asleep.
Here we go. This is the post-game handshake line. I'm down with it. It's a classic.
It's good stuff. I don't know why you guys don't like club music.
I told you. I'm with it.
I mean, Marcus hates EDM.
Murph's in the club. I'm outside the club. I show up for Club Camillo, and that's it.
Anyway, so that's what the Giants play in their handshake line. I'm going to add that to the Hum Babies playlist. Put that on there for our next batting practice. See how it goes.
Also throw on Doomsday, MF Doom.
Okay, let me write that down. Is it profane?
Yeah, but you can find the instrumental.
Also throw this on there.
No, that song's been 86. No more Little Uzi Vert.
You made me laugh there, buddy.
Get the hell out of here.
That made me laugh. All right. So we call in Giants wins, and it's a long-standing tradition to have a little victory song. And unfortunately, we featured Jung-Hoo Lee heavily in the song, and now we're wondering, should we change it? But Chris Kelly, the Saturday Night Live stage manager who listens to us in New York, came in and said, do not change a thing. Keep J.H. Lee in there. So if CK says it's good, I say it's good.
Oh, I trust the opinion of CK.
Yeah, okay. So here we go. By the way, do you trust the opinion of Amici's? Because I have a $100 Amici's gift card.
Bang.
I talked about Aura, and we're going to get to it in just a second here. But Amici's has Aura, and it also has a $100 gift card. So call John Joe right now. Call number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. Wins a $100 Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card. Of course, that's for dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite East Coast-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check it out at Amici's.com. So the Giants get the win they all needed. 4-1. We called it in. They're now 1-5 against LA. You heard the quote from Melvin, like, yes, some wins are more important than others, but you're like, wait a minute. You teased Aura, Murph. What's going on?
Give me the Aura.
Do you know who he's talking about with an Aura? You want to play the cut? Because I don't think he says his name. Trivia.
I thought he was great. You know, there's just an aura about him. His command of the game. You know, some guys that he hasn't caught, I think. And it's hard. You know, you travel all day and you get to a new team. Obviously, there's some familiarity here. But there's just a really good feeling. I feel you feel it on the other side. All the shutouts he's caught here, you know, it's defense first, it's game calling, it's game management first for him. I'm really happy that he got off to a great start and called a really good game on a game that was important to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, Kirk Casali. All right. So in our new Chiron that John Joe has mastered, you can see on our YouTube and Twitch page. Kirk Casali back with the Giants quote, there is just an aura about him, is the pull quote we're running there. And you were there last night, and you noticed no balls were skipping to the backstop.
I noticed an aura from Kirk Casali, and I noticed the way that Bob Melvin spoke about Kirk Casali. A lot different than his take that he had on Blake Sable the other day behind home plate after a couple of those pass balls with the strengths and weaknesses. Bob Melvin, as a former big league catcher, knows the importance of having good defense behind home plate. And no, I'm not going to sit here and start praising Kirk Casali's bat and act like he's going to save the season, but he's head and shoulders better defensively than Blake Sable behind home plate. And last night, we saw him go back to basics with Logan Webb, and they got the win.
Everybody has strengths and weaknesses.
Man. Now, what about Jackson Reitz? What do you think of him defensively versus Casali?
I think Casali's a better defensive catcher. I think he's a better overall player. I think he's got more major league experience. I did think Jackson Reitz was better defensively than Blake Sable, but his at-bats were so bad. That's why I was surprised that someone like Kirk Casali was even available for the Giants.
First of all, we got to figure out who Greg Papa was talking to in the front office, because Papa called for it on KNBR a day or two ago, and we're like, Kirk Casali? What do you mean? And you start looking at his background. Dude, he signed a minor league deal with the Marlins over the offseason. They cut his A. They released him, and it says, according to the story Maria Guardado has on MLB.com, he said, I was considering transitioning to coaching or front office. He had like one of those life transition moments, and then the Cubs said, we'll give you a AAA shin guard and chest protector. Do you want to come up to Iowa? And something in him said, yeah, I'll go. It's one of those moments in time. Somebody wrote in earlier that said, I'm getting Travis Ishikawa vibes. 2014, Ishikawa, very similar story, was pondering retiring. He had been released. He had been sent down. this is written about in our book, Championship Blood, with me and Brad. There's a really great interview he gives where he talks about he and his wife had an emotional phone call where, you've been playing all your life since you're a little kid, and you make it to the bigs, and then the bigs are telling you that it's over, but they give you one last chance if you want to go grind it out again. And he's like, what am I doing with my life? What am I doing? Is it over?
He's playing AAA ball out in Iowa.
And then Ishikawa and his wife decided after drying the tears to give it one more run. We know how that ended.
Yeah.
With one of the greatest home runs in Giants
What are you
history.
saying, Murph? What are you saying?
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that it's great. It's a great baseball story. Somebody, 559, wrote in a great text. They said, "Is this heaven?" No, it's Kirk Casali. But the Casali quote. Now, remember, he went to Vanderbilt with Mike Yastrzemski. So they're boys, like one of your college homies. Think about that. And he, after the game or before the game yesterday, was given some great stuff about getting the call.
I had a contract out in Iowa yesterday or today. I'm not sure. My agent said that this was a possibility yesterday, and he emphasized the word maybe, like maybe. And so I just didn't really think anything of it. Just try not to get my hopes up too much. But went and played a game last night, and then after the game got a text message and said pack your stuff. And I think I probably shed a tear. Coming back here is like coming home, and I had some of the best years of my professional baseball life here. Some of my best friends are still here, and not many people get to do it again. So I'm just very, very thankful.
I mean, the guy just, we knew he was cool when he was here. Listen, they won 107 when he was here, right? And he played in 77 of those games.
And he caught 5 consecutive shutouts behind home plate.
Which is insane. And Logan Webb throws 6 shutout innings last night. Turns it all around.
Start the streak.
Now, listen, again, something about his mug, too. There's the mug of a Casali is very soothing, right? So there's an aura and a charisma. Yeah, no, listen, is this guy Johnny Bench? No, he's not Johnny Bench. Is he Buster Posey? No. But he's an upgrade for sure. And he's a vibe for sure. And they finally beat the Dodgers, so we're not asking what's wrong with the Farhan era.
Correct. And you hear that cut, and you just think to yourself, how can you not be romantic about baseball?
I like it. Well, why don't we carry this thread to the other side, get into some of the more important things that happen in this game and what it means for the upcoming stretch of games for the Giants. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in on the Casali aura and the Giants finally beating the Dodgers next on The Sports Leader.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
2-2 pitch to Yaz. Swinging. He hits a high drive deep to right field. Back at the wall, way back there. Goodbye! It hits the tin roof and bounces up into the stands. A two-run homer for Yastrzemski. 2-0 Giants.
I knew it was going to be close. So it was one out. I was playing it halfway and ready to run for my life, but I was happy that it got over the fence and to be able to greet him at home plate. It's pretty special. It felt like the baseball gods were looking down on me today, and Yaz, that was a huge hit in the game. Ended up being the difference in the game, which is incredible. And it's cool to get to play in the big leagues with one of your best friends. Take it from me.
There he is, man. Today's hero, Kirk Casali, doing his post-game interview with John Miller on KNBR, talking about his college buddy homering him in. Got that hat. Go halfway on a fly ball, Marcus.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. His first at-bat back with the Giants, he gets a base knock, and then his buddy from Vanderbilt knocks him in with a two-run home run.
And this rejoin is his walk-up?
Yeah, this is Safari Song by Greta Van Fleet.
Okay,
Never heard it, but it's apparently his walk-up song.
Greta Van Fleet was name-checked by... Oh, really? Oh, really? Is that the music you imagined? Yes.
Oh, really? Is that what you imagined?
I remember Gabe posting, because they're kind of this
that's
new...
right.
They're kind of a new Led Zeppelin. You can hear them. They're trying to sound like Led Zeppelin. They do sound like Led Zeppelin, and some people reject them because of that. Others embrace them.
You know what Kapler would tell young Tony?
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
There it is, man. Well, the Kirk Casali is the guy. The Giants get the win they need. And we were talking about they lost 6 straight dating back to last year to the Dodgers. They finally get the one. They only have 3 more with the Dodgers late June, 28, 29, 30. Don't forget, that's when the Dodger fans are invading.
Here comes the circus.
Then they go 4 to L.A. right after the All-Star break in July. And as Susan Slusser pointed out to us, one of the big things is, can you get Blake Snell back, the Dodger killer? You've now blown 6 chances to pitch Blake Snell. He wouldn't have pitched 6 times, obviously, but you've blown probably 2 chances to pitch. We were talking that first week of the season when they went to L.A. Can you sneak Snell in there?
I mean, we were talking during the winter meetings when Blake Snell was sitting out there with Scott Boras, still unsigned, and almost every day I was bringing up his numbers against the Dodgers, his numbers against the Padres, his numbers against everybody in the NL West, and how he could be such a huge factor. We just haven't seen him factor into the rotation this year.
Man, what a mystery, man. What a mystery. Now, tomorrow night... We don't know who's starting. They haven't announced it. I guess there's a lean that if Snell does one more, they could call back up Mason Black. And that's because they sent down Nick Avila or something, or they could send down Nick Avila and call up Mason Black. So that's I'm going to be heading out there. I guess I get no Jung-Hoo Lee and Mason Black. and a 7-game win streak for the Rockies who are coming in. But anyway, we want to focus on this Casali. My buddy Tyler Walker, the former Giant reliever, texted me last night and said the KNBR interview with Casali was awesome. You guys should replay it. So, because Tyler suggested it, and because we want to get into a little shot of life the Giants got, and again, shout out Papa for calling this a couple days ago. Again, how he thought of Casali hanging out in Iowa, AAA, who had been kind of out of the. Look at his numbers since he left the Giants. He was not on the upswing. You know what I mean, young Tony?
I think he just wanted a veteran catcher who knows the Giants staff and who had, I think the only guy that he had not caught was the lefty Eric Miller last night. So he's caught all these guys. He's got experience with this pitching staff. It was a great move. Yeah, and shout out to Papa.
Yeah, for sure, man. I'm done giving him props, by the way. How many props do you give us? None.
Oh, what are you talking about?
Ask.
I'm going to say none.
I think he gives props to his booth, eh?
Yeah, he does to you. Yeah. Paulie used to work on that theory a long time ago that you're never going to hear it from Papa towards me. Anyway, point being, guys, is that he left the Giants in 2022. I don't remember the exact transaction, but he only played 41 games. Wound up going to Seattle. They trade him to Seattle. Let me look this up here on Baseball Reference.
Ooh, probably with all Farhan Seattle trades.
Stuart Fairchild, Mike Ford trades and all that. Here, I got it for you. Yep. Traded with Matthew Boyd on August 2nd to the Mariners for, remember Matthew Boyd was the lefty they picked up? He was for Michael Stryfeller and Andy Thomas.
Who?
Yes.
I'll give you 2 who's for that one.
Hooten. Oh, my gosh.
And Murph, I guess this leads back to yesterday's show where we were asking where it all went wrong for the Giants. Maybe it's when Farhan traded Kirk Casali.
You know what? Take a victory lap on that one, buddy.
Well done.
I think you nailed that one, buddy. Kirk Casali with John Miller. Where was he the morning of yesterday's game?
I was in Syracuse, New York this morning. I had a 3:30 a.m. wake-up call, connection through Detroit. Got here around, let's say 11, and then had, kind of 2 hours for physicals with SAGs, and had to wait for the move to be announced. And I got here probably around 3 p.m. and, crash course. Nice homecoming. Got to see a lot of people I knew. And, man, John, I'm so thankful and fortunate to be back. You have no idea.
Look at him name-checking Johnny, too. Yeah. Man, John, I'm so happy to be back. How about the 3:30 a.m. wake-up call in Syracuse, to which young Tony goes, so? What do you mean, so? At that point, I got my ear pods in. I'm listening to the Bob Melvin show on padding around in slippers making eggs.
So Tony's like, I do this every day with the post-game rap.
Exactly.
And by the way, I love the fact that he shows up at 3:30 in the afternoon, and Bob Melvin goes, yeah, that's the guy I want behind home plate tonight. I know,
seriously, right? That shows you the desperate situation. Mm-hmm. And then about the call in getting, again, he only spent 2021 and half of 2022 here, but he's emotional.
Yeah, it was emotional. I called my wife, and this place feels like a home to us. We spent 2 great years here. We had a lot of success, and the Bay Area means a lot to us. And I'm just really, really thankful to be back. Not an easy road to come back to, but everything works out the way it's supposed to, and I feel like I'm home right now.
With freaking Tony Bennett in the background, this is like the turning point of the season right here. My God, who knew? The mug of a Casali.
And I love the fact that he says, "Yeah, San Francisco feels like home."
I know.
Despite the fact that he was raised out in Connecticut. He was born here in Walnut Creek.
We need to get to the bottom of that. Was Dad working in like San Francisco and got transferred to New York or something? Because he was born in Walnut Creek and raised in Connecticut. So anyway, more Casali. Don't forget, in 2021, Waterboy's favorite stat, 5 straight shutouts. Yeah. And John Miller asked him about that.
It was a special time. I can't take full credit for that because our pitchers were outstanding that year. It was kind of one of those unicorn seasons, just minus the ring at the end. But that was a season that I think the city of San Francisco will remember for a long time. Franchise record for wins, and I was really thankful to be a part of it. Getting to tandem with Buster Posey. I mean, who gets to say that? I do.
Well, don't tell Dodger fans that. Will Smith. They got to tandem with Will Smith.
Stop it, Dodger fans.
More Casali. So he and Logan Webb stitched it together last night. 6 shutout innings. I guess Webb shot him a text, according to Casali.
Yeah, he texted me last night being like, hey, you ready to go? You going to be able to catch me tomorrow? And I said, of course. I don't care how tired I am. I'm going to sleep really well tonight. I can guarantee you that. But, I've got a lot of experience with Logan. He's a good friend of mine. We keep in touch a lot. I've watched a lot of Giants games over the past 2 years, too. I'm always keeping tabs. Always felt like, my team that I was a part of. And, it was a cool moment to be back there and, jump right into it.
So, looking ahead here, so if Bailey comes back from the concussion IL, which we hope obviously happens real soon, then you got to make a move. Does Blake Sabol, is he the guy? Are you that in love with Casali? Are you keeping him? And is he become the new Tom Murphy until Murphy comes back?
I'd take the defense of Kirk Casali over the lack of defense and bat of Blake Sabol. Because last night, again, Bob Melvin showed you his cards. He showed up at 3:30 and was behind home plate. Blake Sabol was in the lineup last night as a DH, but I don't think you're playing Blake Sabol at DH over Jorge Soler, who could be back as soon as this weekend.
Right. Hopefully Soler Friday night when we're out there. So you'd say Soler back, Sabol down, and Casali stays. Now then you're looking ahead when Murphy comes back, but that's, 2 months away?
Yeah, that's a long ways away.
Yeah, so you cross that bridge when you come to it, right?
But to your point, just the good vibes of having Kirk Casali back, the confetti that they sprayed him with when he walked into the locker room, they're hanging up American Pie reunion posters
help me
in
out
his
with
locker.
That, by the way. Is that, do you guys in your generation, is the American Pie reunion movie like a seminal thing?
Well, it's cool just to see the band back together, and I think that was the message because, of course, we grew up with American Pie. I watched all those damn movies. I watched even, American Pie, the Naked Mile with, Stifler's younger brother, and then they came back out with American Pie reunion, and it's just cool. All the high school buddies are back together, and you've got Yaz, and you've got Casali, the Vanderbilt buddies. Logan Webb knows them. He knows his staff well. It's just a cool kind of energy injected to the locker room yesterday.
American Reunion 2012 was a reunion, the 4th installment of the series. According to Wiki, the film received mixed reviews from critics.
According to Wiki.
13 years after their high school graduation, Jim lives in Chicago with his wife, Michelle. Oz works as a sportscaster in L.A. What?
Yeah. They're all grown up, Murph.
But I mean, as a sportscaster, with his unfaithful supermodel girlfriend, Mia. Oz is Chris Klein, right?
Correct, the lacrosse player that starts singing in the choir.
Right. And Kevin is married and works from home as an architect. Finch claims to have been traveling the world, and Stifler works as an office temp for a verbally abusive boss.
Stifler. I love Stifler.
Sean William Scott is very funny, man.
Yeah.
And then just another Casali on catching, on getting that knock in his first at bat going the other way.
Yeah, I've been working really hard on hitting the ball the other way. It's something that I haven't been very good at in the past. You have to make adjustments if you want to stay in this game. And I got humbled pretty quickly over the past couple of years and had to bide my time in AAA with Chicago this year for 6 weeks, and it was a good experience, but it was an experience that I got to return to some roots and figure out what type of hitter I want to be in the big leagues. And fortunately it went well, and the Giants gave me a great opportunity. I'm just, I'm thrilled.
Is this heaven? No, it's Kirk Casali, man. So very good, guys. A fun story to finally end the bleeding. Like literally 24 hours ago, we were saying, what's wrong? Where did the Farhan era go wrong? I asked John Joe Curley, so today's big hit, where did the Farhan era go right?
When he brought back Kirk Casali. There's your answer.
So, man.
Undefeated in the Kirk Casali era.
And that man, Farhan, will join Tolbert and Kolsky at 4:50 this afternoon. They are off today, yes. They are off today, and then here comes Colorado, which you'd think would be good, because usually when you get Colorado outside of Coors Field, they stink to high heaven, except for the fact that they just went to Petco and swept the Padres. What?
They're the red hot Rockies, but Murph, the Giants got a red hot Ramos.
Yeah, and his swings are looking balanced and comfortable. And by the way, just because the Padres are scuffling around, and it really, I told you, outside in the National League, it's Philly. Probably Philly has a better record than the Dodgers. They're 31-13. It's Philly, the Dodgers, and then Milwaukee, and then the Braves. Those are the 4 teams. Now, the Cubs are also off to a nice start. So those are the top 5 teams. And then, bro, after that, the Seagulls fighting for the 6th scrap. It's ugly. Right now, San Diego and Arizona, both 2 games under 500, hold the 3rd wild card. That's how weak the NL is after those top 4 teams.
And our wild card update on May 16th, Murph, how far back are the Giants?
Oh, by the way, I neglected to include the Washington Nationals, who are also 2 games under 500. Giants, 1.5 games out.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Oh, big time there's a chance. My gosh. All right, we get to Sutter Health. We put on the Marcus Welby jacket for Boucher. What did young Tony learn? It might be what young Tony taught me today about Travis Scott's Yosemite and the Giants' closing song. Maybe we'll flip the script.
And Sims,
yes. Not Phil. Not Phil, who we got to do a cameo once on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
There's just an aura about him.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, what do we got here in the continued rejoins of Tony?
This is an all-time Travis Scott song called Goosebumps, one of his OGs.
I get those goosebumps every time.
How do you feel
so you
about
know it?
Yeah, I know this
Oh.
song. Come on.
Oh.
I mean, I still go out to clubs and bars and they play Travis Scott. I just don't got him on my playlist.
Fair.
I'm sitting here and learning today. I really don't think there was anything today. Well, we'll get to that in just a second. We do have to get to the. By the way, somebody wrote in and said on the Cash Free text line was active. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line was active.
Get active, Murph.
And what 831 says, honestly, the best thing that ever came from Kapler's time as manager was that he did open my eyes to Greta Van Fleet, which is pretty funny. Man,
I'm just curious if you know the difference between them and Led Zeppelin.
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Hey, where are the Greta Van Fleet CDs? Please. Thank you.
CDs.
Please. Something. CDs. Streams. MP3s.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
Yeah. So anyway. All right, guys. Health? Yes, health. Here we go.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
It is time for our Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health. And today we're shining the spotlight on Blake Snell, who pitched in a rehab performance last Sunday down in San Jose. And then Bob Melvin gave us this update yesterday on the pregame show.
He's going to pitch Friday in Sacramento, so that's going to be his last rehab assignment. He's going to pitch 575, 580, something like that. So he has a full complement going into his next game. Obviously got off to a short spring and never really got kind of his sea legs underneath him. Didn't pitch the way we are used to watching him pitch. So I think the prudent thing to do is give him one more game, give him a full complement of pitches. His bullpen went really well before that. The game in San Jose went really well, and hopefully this one does too, and he can go out there with a good frame of mind.
Blake Snell getting his sea legs back underneath him down in San Jose, and tomorrow in Sacramento, and then expect to see Blake Snell back in the rotation on their East Coast road trip. And that was your Giants Sutter Health update from the Waterboy, from Bob Melvin, and from 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' life easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Okay, so that means we're talking Colorado Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then they hit the road at Pittsburgh. They have another day off on Monday. By the way, they just finished a 16-game stretch. They went 6-10. Anyway, 1-0 in their last one.
1-0 with Kirk Casali.
So at Pittsburgh, at the Mets, neither of those teams, Joey Bart has cooled off. But next week we have a week from today, we have another early pregame at 8:35.
Next Thursday, right?
Next Thursday, yeah. And then the Mets are not playing great ball. But then, dude, you ready for the homestand after that? Phillies and Yankees coming in here.
Yeah.
They better have their. So would Snell be a part of the rotation at that point in time?
You would hope so.
Yeah, you would hope. So you're thinking at some point on this upcoming road trip?
Yeah, they say in Pittsburgh or New York, he could be back in the rotation.
Okay, well, that's about damn time because it'll be late May. They always talk about him being a slow starter. Yeah, that's putting like kind of a. I hope Scott Boras is proud of himself. Jeez.
Is he?
Kind of ruined everybody's career. You know what I mean? All right, young Tony, I think there's a little flip to this one, but play it anyway.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Well, see, no. Today there was nothing that young Tony learned. Instead, today young Tony grabbed the chalkboard and the chalk, and he began writing down some lessons.
He's taking you to school, Murph.
So last night the Giants game ended, and they were playing this song, and I was going, gosh, they're playing this song, but I can't really tell because Cook and Kuiper talking, and Laura Britt's talking, and she does a great job, by the way. And I was like, and so then young Tony, you used this as a rejoin today.
I've heard this song a bunch, and then I went to a Giants game one time, and I was like, wait, they're using this as the end? Like, when they win, they play this. This is Calvin Harris, Giants.
Did you Shazam it?
No, because I'd heard the song. I just didn't realize the Giants started using it post-game.
Weren't you saying you heard it at Cow Palace the other weekend?
That was One More Time by Daft Punk.
Oh, excuse me.
We covered it. So you taught me that this is the song, the Calvin Harris. Is the vocalist? Almost sounds like, what's his name? CD.
His name is Rag and Bone Man.
Here he is.
Whoa.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got to get the Papa breakdown.
We got to get Kirk Casali's agent in here. Kirk Casali's agent.
The Kirk Casali whisperer.
Papa, we gave you credit, man.
In a career of great calls, this may be the greatest of them all because you found him in AAA Iowa, living in a trailer. He was in Syracuse. Maybe that was the connection.
The source is in Syracuse. Now it's all making sense.
You remember when the late, great Rod Beck finished his career in AAA Iowa, and he lived, and Rod was such a man of pure of heart, sadly, gone far too soon, but he lived in an RV behind the outfield fence and encouraged fans to visit him after the game, and he would have a couple folding chairs and a 12-pack.
Dude.
And they would just sit outside the RV and blast tunes. So
and just sing some brews.
So this AAA Iowa place has some vibe.
It's got some particles to it.
Rod Beck and it brought Kirk Casali. So we've been giving you love all morning, Greg. Congrats.
Casali? Italian for shutout?
I like that.
Now the question is, can Patrick Bailey get back? Who knows?
Right. And
so let's say he can't, and it lingers for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You got an off day today. We already invited Kurt on the show. We'll let him sleep for a while. But I'd like to get him on Friday, maybe. Can he catch all three against Colorado? You got an off day on Monday. Then you go to Pittsburgh. I mean, he's not an everyday player. He hasn't been since when?
No.
And, Sable can catch once in a while. I'd like to see Sable catch once a week.
Yeah.
And Bailey catch the rest. I mean, it'll all work out perfectly when Patrick Bailey comes back. And in retrospect, he didn't hit well. When he was here, he had that wrist injury, remember?
Yeah.
And then I think he had a cortisone shot at the All-Star break. He could not handle the inside pitch. He was hitting 100, I think. He was like 5 for 50. But he caught the 5 straight shutouts. And then I think it was right around the All-Star break he came back. And remember, he walked off the A's on that Saturday night, right down the line. And
That's a nice call.
no, so his bat came alive. Yeah. But he's got big-time power. Yeah. But he had a good night last night. The base hit was a typical Casali, snake it through on the other side, worked the walk on the 3-2 pitch, spit on that breaking ball low. He's a veteran. I mean, the guy knows what he's doing. But in an ideal scenario, Bailey catches 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5. He catches 1. But if Bailey's not here, how do you divvy up Casali and Sable?
And then what happens when Bailey comes back? Do you keep Kirk Casali's glove on the roster?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And then you said Sable?
I think I already answered that.
Well, Wisely and Luciano.
He didn't fly all the way from, what time you guys say he got up at 3:30 in the morning in Syracuse?
Yeah.
He didn't get up at Syracuse at 3:30 in the morning to go back down. No, Blake Sable goes back.
But
that's what I was thinking.
Or Wisely or Luciano. You can keep Sable as a left-handed DH, maybe. Opposite, I don't know.
That's an option because of versatility.
I do like that element of having a third catcher. And then there's always what do you do proceeding forward with Bailey?
Yeah.
I mean, in game, you're in the top of the first inning. He takes a foul tip like Hector Sanchez, and all of a sudden you're wobbly and he's out of the game. I don't even like really having a catcher DH. So if you had Sable as the third catcher, you'd be more cool to DH. But say they were going to have Bailey DH the other day, or even if he's catching and the other catcher's the DH, he takes a foul tip off the mask of the first inning and has to leave the game. You lose the DH.
Yeah. Yeah, these are definitely, I mean, it's a short-term glow that we had this morning, but you're right, long-term, there are questions. Bailey, what do you do with the roster spot? What do you do with Sable? All that stuff. But for right now, it's, as a listener called it, Mustang Casali. There you go.
Mustang Casali.
There you go. Young Tony, thanks for the lesson. When it's time for a
Good
change,
stuff, Tony.
think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. And by the way, great job on the lower thirds, Curly. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
Looks like we have 2 trips to Florida this year. Give you guys a gym tour where I work on these quads.
I don't really sound like that, do I?
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Flight of Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Jazz with a high drive. Right field. It is out of here. Home run number 4 on the year. He takes the swing out of the playbook of Lamont Wade Jr.
2 on, 2 out. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball toward the middle, far to his right. Estrada's got it, and he throws it out at first. The Giants beat LA to salvage the finale of the series, and they beat the Dodgers for the first time this year. The final score, the Giants 4, the Dodgers 1.
Yeah, it was emotional. I called my wife, and this place feels like a home to us. We spent 2 great years here. We had a lot of success, and the Bay Area means a lot to us. And I'm just really, really thankful to be back. Not an easy road to come back to, but everything works out the way it's supposed to, and I feel like I'm home right now.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Schedule release day, but we got to get some Giants in because I heard Susan Slusser driving in. Kirk Casali, an adult in the room. We don't have anybody like that on our show, but the Giants do have an adult in the room.
Is Brandon Bell coming back now?
I knew we were going to start Giants.
Oh, wow. I love that.
And your hair looks so good
I
today
love
that I knew you weren't
And
gonna
I
go
do
with a
love the
hat.
Mustache Harbor vibe. With the Niners playing a Monday night game to open the year, I can see Mustache Harbor Friday night in Marin and then in a private house on Saturday, so I'm very happy. Can I have that Mustache Harbor?
Look at that beautiful hat.
The sailors say Mandy.
Oh, very nice.
We got Holler going. We're even going to Nashville, Tennessee to open the preseason.
You want to know something that
Holler is really happy.
Oh, well, you know what? He's in a bad mood all of a sudden. Don't cross him.
Why?
Because NFL Network was showing the Rams-Titans Super Bowl.
I saw that.
And they just had the end of it.
Did Boomer Esiason do that game?
He might have.
With Al Michaels?
Where Dyson gets tackled by Mike Jones, and of course
on the 1 yard line.
Yeah, and then Holler was standing right there, so he's in a bad mood.
Yeah,
right now, so watch it.
I saw the open of that this morning, and they look so young. Remember when they didn't get along at all? Remember Boomer and Alfalfa? They had a hard year. So anyway, John, in studio, I brought the red marker.
Oh, yes.
And I got a yellow highlight, but I'm going to call it. Is that close enough to gold?
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever it is.
You want to know what's so funny about that is I was just doing that electronically on my iPad, and I was using a red pen and the yellow highlighter so I didn't have to go back and forth and change the color. So I have done it. I also looked back. I did find last year's version of it.
I saw.
And even though I went 13-4, I was a little bit off. I did have them beating the Eagles and the Cowboys.
You did.
I certainly did not have them losing to the Vikings or the Browns.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see. We'll go through that. I also put some notes on the schedule as well, feverishly working a bunch of different stuff. The bye weeks, but which I know is a big thing for you.
Teams before us coming off the byes.
4,
I don't like that.
We'll get
Brad
into that
Sham will bring in his pipe and he can smoke it as well. The voice of the Cowboys. They're coming. We're playing them off their bye.
Yeah.
Which last year was 4. It was an NFL record, and we got 4 again this year. So we'll get into it. So we'll pull out the red marker and the gold marker later. But I'm not going to pull out, what's the color? The Pantone 274 marker versus the orange marker or black, whatever you want. It was orange and black against Dodger blue. But at last, they were able to beat L.A. And what were the 2 positions that won you the game? It was shoddy defense, the early part of the series, and center and catcher. And I gotta lead it, give it to you because you mentioned the name Kirk Casali earlier in the week, and then I was there to watch the game on Tuesday. And Lake Sable's trying, but you just can't do that. And he was able. He was on with John after the game. Casali, just right away, the block. Logan Webb had a squirm in that first inning. And he's on the one knee anyway, but just the way his hands and his ability to block balls, the ability to catch balls, and obviously Logan Webb, he guided them through that, more four-seam fastballs. And then, just the way he worked with Sean Jelly. What's gotten into Sean Jelly all of a sudden? And Eric Miller from the left side punching out Shohei. I mean, that was a show.
Got a little help.
It's all right. I don't care. It's a strike and you're out, and that's Casali. That's the veteran with just unbelievable. So, and we are going to have Mike Tirico a little bit later on to go over the schedule. We got everybody lined up. And Kirk Casali was on with John Miller after the game, and Murph and Marcus just replayed it. So he woke up at 3:30 in the morning. His AAA Iowa team was in Syracuse. So he had to fly out of Mike Tirico International in Syracuse to get to San Francisco. I'm sure he got on Tirico's charter to get here. But what a godsend. If Kirk Casali caught, he wouldn't have done anything about Tuesday night's game. If he catches Monday night's game,
6-4 loss,
the Giants win this series 2-1.
Yeah. I mean, look, he was, and for the crowd that says no one wants to play in San Francisco, Kirk Casali was tearing up. He was crying. Now, look, he was in Iowa, Des Moines, Iowa, versus, the major leagues. But still, you could tell that when he came back, he was happy to be back. He called it like family. He was tearing up about it, how excited he was. His agent had called him the night before and said this might happen. The one thing I didn't know, because you and I were talking about this yesterday, and I only brought it up days ago because I was looking at, I'm a dork, and I was looking at minor league catchers like, who's got, is there a vet down there?
You dorked out, brother. You got it.
And found Casali. I didn't know that he had an out, which a lot of these guys do.
Yeah, they didn't have to do anything.
So there was a date on there, a bye-bye date, and he just told the Cubs, I want an out. And he went and was excited. So, for those who were saying, hey, no one wants to play here, well, he sure wants to play here.
Well, he wants to be in the big leagues for one. He wants to catch Logan Webb and the staff. And I remember you and I had him on when he first arrived from Cincinnati. And remember, you mainly asked him about Trevor Bauer because he was in Cincinnati the year before.
Yeah.
He caught Bauer. Bauer won the Cy. He wound up signing the big contract, obviously, not coming here. And now where is he? How ironic. But we were just looking at him and the way he framed back then. And he had a lot of home runs in Cincinnati. He when he barrels it, it goes a long way. And when he was a Giant in 21, he caught those 5 consecutive shutouts. And we had him on postgame TV just about after every shutout. We had Kirk Casali on. Why not? And he had some timely hits, but remember he had like a wrist injury, maybe a hamate bone.
That's right.
He couldn't grip the bat. I think he was like 5 for 50. He was hitting like literally 100. Yastrzemski gave him a bat with a different knob, as I recall, but I think he had an injection. It was a PRP or something more advanced, and I don't know where he went during the All-Star break, and he came back. And all of a sudden, he whack, Casali's hitting the ball because he's a big, strong man. He was a hell of a high school quarterback in Connecticut. He was terrific. And I remember he walked off the A's on a Saturday night when we got back. Actually, when the first time I think they opened up the crowd to more people there, they walked off the A's. Anyway, he's just a godsend. We'll get into him more. We actually invited him on the show. He's probably sleeping a little bit today after leaving Mike Tirico International in Syracuse and getting here. But we'll talk to him maybe tomorrow. But we also got to commend the catching position in center field. And Matos, what a catch he made. And they told him, Ryan Christensen said, you're not great going back on the ball, so set up deeper, where if you got to come in, you can come in. The best center fielders in baseball, Paul Blair, the great ones would play shallow because they were so good going back on the ball.
Griffey.
If you're not good going back on the ball, set up deeper and come in on the ball. And Angel Pagan was like that. He got afraid of the wall. This guy's not afraid of the wall. He couldn't feel it the other night. But what a catch, because that ball was shot right directly over his head. There was no angle. There was no flattening out of the route to get to the ball better. That was a straight 9 route. And he had to go back and get it. And the jump and the timing, we thought, when he went over the wall to rob him of a home run, Teoscar Hernandez, but we thought right away, are you kidding me?
Don't go into the wall.
The third center fielder on this homestand that gets laid out by the wall. Slater Friday night, Jung-Hoo Lee Sunday, and now Matos yesterday, but he was a little wobbly and Gresh went out there. Are you okay? What a catch that was. Now, he's not perfect out there, but isn't it ironic?
He's better going front and back than he is side to side. I think
he's
side
better.
to side,
He's better coming in on the ball.
He just doesn't get good jumps on the ball, but you got to give him credit for that one. When he went down, though, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, there's almost got to be an edict in the clubhouse. Like, of course, Logan Webb was happy he caught it. Everyone was happy he caught it. But damn, man, if you lose another one of these guys, like, don't run into the wall anymore. Yeesh.
Absolutely. Isn't it ironic? Center field catcher so bad, and then you get Casali up here, as we strongly encouraged yesterday, and you brought up earlier in the week, and then Matos makes a play like that. You find a way to beat L.A. But Logan was terrific. But, and Mike Yastrzemski with a home run. But what has gotten into Sean Jelly? Seriously. I mean, that guy.
They found his spot.
We wondered if he was even, a 26 guy on a roster. But he is locking in. His performance out of the bullpen was extraordinary last night. I mean, Logan was really good. And the middle innings went quickly for him, but he threw a lot of pitches early. And then Eric Miller. I mean, that guy has found a role. The Rogers brothers, hopefully they lock in at some point. They're going to get there. And then you got Luke back, obviously, Luke Jackson, and Camilo's Camilo. But you get Sean Jelly to really contribute in that role, John, when the other guys aren't available. Or, hell, he just becomes a 6th, 7th inning guy. Miller is 6th, 7th, 8th inning guy. I mean, those two young, well, he's not just young anymore, but the righty and the lefty, to me, was whoa. Because you got to have a bullpen to hold off the Dodgers. You knew they were going to come later in the game, and you muffled it because, to me, Sean Jelly and Eric Miller are outstanding.
Absolutely. Duvall had a little bit of problems. He struck out the first 2, but then got a couple of guys on, but they get out of it. They did have the tying run come to the plate in the 9th inning, but they get out of that whole thing and then get a big win. All right, we'll finish up our conversation on the Giants. We will get to the schedule release and all the questions about that. We're going to put a poll up, of course, as we always do on schedule release day. How many will the Niners win? We'll get into all those conversations. And then the guest list is outstanding. We'll tell you about that coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on your Thursday schedule release, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The never meh, Matty Miyoko. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning and gave his 49ers win-loss predictions. Post NFL schedule release. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Beat LA. Finally, the Bay Area collectively slept much better last night after beating the Dodgers, and you can sleep well, win, lose, or draw every night if you get a Sleep Number smart bed, which lets you individualize your comfort. It's a game changer for quality sleep. It has been for me for many years. It's adjustable firmness on each side. So only Sleep Number smart beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. And the smart beds automatically respond to adjust to your movements, so sleeping comfortably all night long is easy, even after a really tough workout like Kirk Casali had to fly to the Bay Area and get here yesterday. So, and also, we got a deal for you on the Sleep Number beds. You can save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed for a limited time right now, so take advantage. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. For more J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards, only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We'll get you a little bit more Giants, and then Bob in the hour will start analyzing the schedule. We have a bunch of different things, and then it's at, I think, about 11:50, we will unveil the red and yellow markers, We will put up a Danny's Big Poll. I know we did an emergency one on the Giants. What a difference a day can make. Oh, my God, everything's going to hell, and then they win a game. And if you really want to be half full on the Giants, by the way, they are one game in the loss column behind the Padres for a wild card. I know they're 20-25. I'm just telling you.
Because the Padres just got swept by the Colorado Rockies who were coming in over the weekend.
Exactly. How about that story? Oh, my God.
They had 8 wins all year. They were 8-28, and they won 7 consecutive games.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Crazy. So anyway, that's what the National League looks like right now. And I hesitate to say that the Rockies are back in it, but, the Marlins are at the bottom. Yeah, teams like the Braves, the Phillies are absolutely red hot. The Dodgers we just saw, due respect to them. And then the Central, the Brewers, and the Cubs are playing good baseball. Everybody else in between is like, who's fighting for the wild card? And the Giants are in that. So despite the injuries, despite all the talk we had yesterday, you get a win over the Dodgers. Kirk Casali calms everything down a little bit, and it just felt calm for the first time in a long time. And all of a sudden you wake up this morning and say, okay, it's not great, but it could be a lot worse. The injuries are happening. We're hearing guys coming back. Blake Snell's going to pitch in Sacramento on Friday and then should join the rotation. All of a sudden you're looking at this thing and going, okay, a day or two ago, it wasn't looking so great, but all of a sudden you're one game back in a wild card, a few teams to jump, no question. But despite the injuries, you're not out of this thing.
I think the key thing now is to get, obviously, Blake Snell back into the rotation as soon as possible, but he wants the one more start and sack, which is fine, and then, reinsert him. So you got off days coming up. They're off today, finally, and they're off Monday. After they wind up the Colorado series, they'll be in Pittsburgh. They got a tough road trip, Pittsburgh Mets. You'll see Skeens and maybe Jones, and then we talked about Philly and the Yankees coming in. So you got to get Blake back in the rotation and throwing the ball the way he did Sunday in San Jose. And then Patrick Bailey is just a huge element here. We love Kirk Casali, and we were both on board about bringing him back, and they did. But he's not an everyday player. He hasn't been for a while. He's an older catcher. You got a day game after a night game on Saturday against Colorado. Can he catch both those games? So as you map out the weekend, and Bob was, backup catcher, and he knows the position so well. I think, Bailey, assuming he's not back in time, Casali catches 2 of them, and Sable catches 1. So then you figure out which one it is. We'll see who, Colorado throws and Bud Black. But Casali arrived and saved you last night, and Logan knows him so well. Now he's got to learn the other guys that he doesn't know, but he's got a day to get ready. I mean, he's like bringing in Joe Flacco as your backup quarterback. He just comes in and guys throwing the ball around with his kids in the backyard. All of a sudden he's in a playoff game and lighting up teams. He got tired at the end of the year, Flacco, and now he's in Indy. But in any event, let's not wear out Kirk Casali. They know that. He can't play every day. I mean, can he play all 3 against Colorado? I don't think he'd do that. So he's got to, does he play Friday and then plays, day game Saturday? Probably plays Friday night, Sunday afternoon. Sable's got to catch on Saturday, John, in the day game. And then you just figure it out and just see. But the key thing here, we're bracing, and Jung-Hoo Lee's flying down to L.A. today to meet with Elitrash. If he has to have surgery to repair that, he may be out the whole year. It's going to be a long time. Either way, it's going to be a long time. So you got to figure out center, but you got a lot of options there. I think we're all in agreement that Sable's not an everyday catcher, but neither is Casali. So how do you do this until if and when? I mean, who knows how long Patrick Bailey's going to be out?
Yeah, it's not ideal. At least right now they have a Band-Aid situation for it. By the way, Harrison's going to pitch on Friday, then Hicks is going to pitch on Saturday, then what would it be Sunday, like Mason Black or something like that?
Well, they got to bring him back. Where's Keaton Wynn at? Is he going on the IR? I mean, Sunday would line up to be his turn. I don't know. He has, forearm tightness there. The MRI came back negative, but is he pitchable on Sunday?
Sounds like he might miss a little bit of time, but they have.
You could reinsert Mason Black as well.
I was thinking, yeah.
He could go Friday, I think. But then if he did that, Johnny, we have to IL Keaton Wynn. Would it have to be a pitcher for a pitcher or any? You can make any transaction, right? Just to bring him back, so they can play with the the roster, and you can bring Mason Black if you wanted to pitch on Friday since he pitched last Saturday in the late afternoon game against the Reds.
Yeah, so that's what's going on as far as the Giants are concerned. But it just does feel different, right? I mean, just one win. I mean, you and I yesterday, we ran an emergency poll and said, whose fault is this? And then all of a sudden, you beat the Dodgers. Kirk Casali comes in. Matos, who has been questionable in center field at best, makes a great catch. Yaz gets a home run. They're both Vandy guys. Casali pokes that ball to right. Yaz gets a home run. And all of a sudden, you're feeling, hey, by the way, Ramos and Matos knocked in 8 of the 10 runs in the series.
They need a nickname. The Yost brothers?
Something.
We got the NBA Western Conference being dominated by the Itch brothers, Jokic and Doncic.
Yep.
What do we got for Ramos and Matos?
That the rest of the lineup needs to get going.
What's OS? That anything on the periodic table of elements, OS?
Yeah, check that.
We need something there. You could go Oz, but it's OS.
No.
I mean, we need something for Matos and Ramos.
Well, and that's good news and bad news. I mean, I think it's great, especially in the case of both guys. But Ramos, it looks like he really belongs as a major leaguer. But it also tells you that the rest of your lineup needs to get off its ass and start swinging the bat. 8 of the 10 runs driven in by those guys. I like that, but those guys were also at the bottom of the order. So, hello. It does look like they'll get Soler back at some point. Like you said, one more for Snell. Hopefully he gets going. So, hopefully some guys get going.
And this is not football. We're going to go through week to week, and, what are they going to do? And you overreact to every football game because – and 17's a lot of them. You can get off to a bad start in the NFL and still have a great year. Conversely, the Eagles got off to a 10-1 start, and they collapsed and lost a wild card game in Tampa. So 17 is still a lot, and there's an ebbs and flows. But, Bo Schembechler, when he ran the Tigers ever so briefly, made several errors. Firing Ernie Harwell was one, but also treating baseball like football. You can't react. So it is what it is. You won a game last night. I mean, you should be able to beat them one time. You had your ace on the mound against a bullpen game for them. You won. But you got to be realistic about who you are. You've still got injuries in the depth of the rotation, key spots around the diamond. Catcher was solved for a little bit, but Casali's not an everyday guy. Center really. What's up with short? One is Ahmed coming back. I mean, there are a lot of factors here. So, and they just got to play fundamentally sound baseball, which they have not done. Last night they did. They made a lot of really good plays. They played well last night. But let's be realistic about who they are. My thoughts haven't changed much after last night versus what I saw on Tuesday. The Dodgers are a much better team. And you're going to get 3 pitchers back. You're going to get healthy, the Giants. I saw Alex Cobb. He was happy in the dugout. Can he come back and pitch against the Phillies or Yankees? I mean, that's May 27th when he's eligible.
Have you heard anything on him?
Well, he went on the 60-day IL, so he thought, all right, 60 days, that's a long time, because they were thinking about he'd come back in April, then he had a setback, and, not just the hip, the arm was involved.
May now.
Well, May 27th is the first day he can come back, which would be Memorial Day Monday against Philadelphia. Could he pitch in that series, then come back and face the Yankees over the weekend? Robbie Ray as well. But the L.A. Dodgers are getting some great pitchers back as well. Tight Pants is already back. Walker Buehler. We had Joe, Davis on yesterday, the voice of the Dodgers. They got Kershaw's going to be back sometime in the second half. When is Dustin May coming back?
I heard anything on him. When we were talking to Joe, I was feverishly looking about news on Dustin May. I couldn't find anything.
Is he even throwing at all?
I don't think so.
So anyway, the Dodgers, I think, are in a different area code. I mean, literally.
Yeah,
but let's just see where you are. And, the Rockies are hot. Let's just not dismiss. You can't. Well, you lost 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers. You didn't win that series. So let's not act like you're going into that. It's nice to have a day, especially a win going into an off day at home, which are precious in baseball. It's nice to be able to enjoy the off day, get out about. Yastrzemski feels better about himself. Matos feels better about himself. Ramos looks like he's a player. That guy defensively, coming in on balls, he looks powerful, as bad as fast. I mean, who thought Ramos would be so involved in a game in May to beat the L.A. Dodgers, and Sean Jelly would as well, and Eric Miller would as well. These are all good signs last night, but keep it in perspective here. You're still 5 games under 500.
Well, with the injuries, they really aren't better than anybody right now. I mean, Colorado, as hot as they are, and with all the injuries to the Giants, but there are encouraging signs, like I said. All right, we'll get back to the Giants in a little bit. You want some thoughts, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. let's get you ready for the Pens. It is schedule release day yesterday. We did a pretty good job. We had about by the end of the show, we probably had about 11 or 12 of these things nailed pretty good. So ended up getting everything, but we were pretty close on it. So we've been stewing on it for a while. So Matt Barros is going to join us at about 10:50, and we'll get his thoughts on the schedule. But before we take pens to paper, we're going to tell you some of the breakdowns. I know you like talking about the bye weeks, certain things about the schedule, good things, bad things, tough stretches, key stretches, all that kind of stuff. They're favored in every single game. I don't know if that
They were last year, weren't
Yeah, that's true. They were.
Osmium. Periodic table of element OS. Atomic number 76.
Is that you or did somebody
How do
send
we
you
come
that?
up with it? I know my periodic
Very
table.
nice. Very well done. I don't even like to do math.
You
on
know
the
who
show,
actually
let
sent
alone
that to me
periodic
was,
tables.
you know who sent me that?
Who?
Mike AG.
Oh, really?
That'd be Mike Silver.
He sent you the table?
No, I'm just
So he
saying.
came up with it?
He's AG. He's Silver.
Very nice. Oh, there. Oh, I got you.
What
I
is,
got you.
so is that our nickname for Matos and Ramos? Osmium.
Keep going, and we'll give you a nickname. Do it a few more days. We'll give you a nickname.
What does
Be worthy of
osmium
a
exactly
nickname.
do?
All right, let's get into it. We will get you ready for Matt Barros at 10:50. We'll start looking at the intricacies of the schedule. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. Oh, yes. It's me again. I missed you. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? That's crazy. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They have been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is where we need it. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, springtime, people are outside, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing. They're all around us. See? I see one now. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you are in tremendous hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion? I wasn't stuttering there. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay absolutely 100% not a nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. I guess I save it for the draft, too, so I should think of a better term.
Happy Chinooka.
But we do love the schedule release day, and we had a pretty good chunk of it yesterday on the show. Matt Barros is going to join us at 10:50. We'll get his thoughts, and not only will we talk about how many wins and play the win-loss game, which everybody loves to do, but also just there's parts of the schedule. There's key parts of the schedule. There are parts that are going to be more difficult. Off bye weeks. I know you like to discuss that, all those kind of things. So we'll get into that. Matt Barros is going to join us at 10:50. Marcus Thompson at 11:30, and Marcos will talk Niners and other things. And then Mike Tirico, because a couple of 6 times are the 49ers on national TV, a couple of times on Sunday Night Football. So we'll talk to Mike Tirico about that at 12:30. And then Brad Sham, who's the voice of the Cowboys. And we got the Cowboys once again. Last year they thrashed them 42-10, beat them in the playoffs a couple of years before that. Brad Sham at 1:15, and he's always fun to talk to and get a gauge on how Dallas is feeling about everything. But before we get to the poll, and we'll allow you, and we'll put this up on Twitter, we'll have another Danny's Big Poll today to we do this every year for the amount of wins the 49ers will have. But what is just your, outside of how many they're going to win, what was just your general thought?
I mean, we knew who they were going to play. It's just when the schedule comes out, we know the exact order and bye weeks, and you put together, and Kyle on the staff had this earlier in the week on Monday, I think it was, and they've been studying it and plotting out how to play and also figuring out the preseason. They're going to play in Nashville, Tennessee with the relationship with Ray and Carthon, and then the joint practices with the Saints at UC Irvine and play them at Levi's, and then they are going back to the Raiders. We'll know next week exactly those dates, but it's a finite amount of days. Preseason week 1, preseason week 3, and then you get ready for the Jets, which we knew a couple of days ago in Robert Saleh. I like starting on a Monday night at home, which is a little unusual. You have to go back many years for that. And then we talked about the pockets, and you already, with your intel around the league, you had most of the games already filled in. For me, I knew what the Niners' schedule was before, but I wanted to see what the rest of the conference's schedule is, bye weeks with everybody. So the goal is to win as many games as required to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. Again, they didn't come out and state that last year, but that was the goal. They didn't want to go play the championship game in South Philly or Southern California and lose. They liked it, like they had against the Packers in 19, John, in January 2020 to run all over Green Bay and go to the Super Bowl. So however it is, you get to the number 1 seed. So when we get Tirico on and Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, will break down Dallas's schedule in detail. They got a tough early season schedule. The Lions are going to be on NBC. They got the first game against the Rams and Mike Tirico right away. But just looking at it, I think the schedule pre-bye and then post-bye, and the bye does come up right in the middle of the year in Week 9. It's right in the middle of the regular season. I think Kyle actually likes it to be a little bit earlier in the year because you got to factor, they go to training camp in late July. The season starts in early September, but you may want to have that a little bit earlier. But I think that's a good, rip there like they did before they went to Jacksonville in a 3-game losing streak. So we'll go through it and you'll break down your thoughts. But just looking at all the way through the Cowboy game on October the 27th, and we identified that killer stretch. You open against the Jets. You got to go to Minnesota on the road and the Rams. And those are 2 tough games on the road. Obviously, the 49ers lost to Minnesota last year. Now they had Kirk Cousins at the absolute height of his powers in that game. Maybe Sam Darnold, maybe a rookie quarterback. We'll see. Then New England, Arizona at home. And then the 3-game gauntlet that you already identified through your intel around the league at Seattle on a Thursday night. Niners got to play twice on Thursday night this year. There are a lot of teams that don't play on a Thursday night at all. Niners were one of the few that were on Thursday twice last year. They're on a Thursday again this year. We're not going to play Thanksgiving Day in Seattle, but we are there on October the 10th, which is my birthday. And then you come right back and play 2 home games against Kansas City and against Dallas. So where are they going to be going into the bye and then coming out of the bye, because we filled in some of these games we didn't know about, John, and with your intel, at Tampa Bay, and that's going to be one of the 2 10 a.m. games. You also got to play 10 a.m. in Minnesota. And then, assuming that game's not flexed, and then home for Seattle. And then you get into, and we got Matt Schneiderman's tweet that covers the Packers, our friend from the Raiders days, during our show that game week 12, November the 24th, is going to be at Green Bay. So now you're looking at bad weather games at Green Bay, at Buffalo. And I've been looking at the Buffalo game, obviously, for years, being from there. It is Thanksgiving week, which I like. I'll go there the whole week. But that's a night game. That is a night game in Orchard Park.
It's going to be chilly.
So whether it's snow, I'd rather have snow, I think, for Brock than rain. But in that area, the southern tier where that stadium is, that is the snow belt. They don't get heavy snow in all of Buffalo. They get it where that stadium is because of the lake effect snow. So, I mean, what's the coldest game Brock's ever played in? Maybe one of the games in Seattle when he played with the fractured ribs. So he played in a game that's sub 32 degrees.
Had to in
college.
Right?
In college. But, I mean, so his inability to grip the ball and rip it in rain, and it was a problem. We talked about it, anecdotally in Cleveland. He didn't throw the ball well, and he's fine. And he goes out for the Green Bay game in the first series. He throws a glove on. Like, what the hell? And he didn't like the glove. Now, can he go to Green Bay? The Green Bay game is a Fox game. But we'll ask Tirico. That's right around the time of the schedule where you can start to flex out. The Niners do have 6 primetime games. You can add another one.
Yep.
So, I mean, might that be back-to-back Sunday night games at Green Bay, at Buffalo? I better bring my rubbers and my galoshes, John. It's going to be freezing ass.
Better get that suit.
And are we concerned about Brock being able to grip the football in cold weather like that? The rain has been a problem. Is he going to have to take a page from Tom Brady and deflate some footballs to be able to grip the ball? I mean, that is a concern. And then, you got Chicago at home. They're going to be much better. The Rams. Then you got to go to Miami, and that's a good time in the year to go to Miami. You don't want to go to Buffalo and Green Bay in December.
Yep.
And also, you don't want to go to Miami early in the year when it's just so insufferably hot and humid, and they wear their white uniforms, and you just melt there. It's hard to play in Miami. You don't want that to be the opener. So to go there right before Christmas is much better. It is on a Thursday night, which is interesting. But in any event, that's a Sunday afternoon. The Detroit game is the Ram game's a Thursday night, so you have more time for Miami. But, I mean, just right away, we talked about the pre-bye gauntlet of at Seattle, Kansas City, Dallas at home. What are we looking at coming out of the bye when it's at Tampa Bay, Seattle, at Green Bay, at Buffalo, home for Chicago, home for the Rams, at Miami, home for Detroit? Whoa.
Yeah, that is. We got a couple of stretches here. We'll get into all those kind of things, but that is your schedule. And with that going, and we got Matt Barrows coming up in about 7 minutes. We have also, for the second consecutive day, I don't know if we've ever done this before, we had an emergency poll yesterday, and we always have to have the schedule poll, so let's unveil it.
Man, Danny's busy.
Very busy.
How's he bouncing back? It was Holler's Big Bowl. We can never do it on back-to-back days.
You can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
Yeah, Danny's very young. Holler could never do this.
Never.
Back-to-back days, are you kidding me?
Not a chance.
He would need a vacation in between. All right, here it is. At Danny Dunn 24. I'll retweet it. KNBR will as well. And, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is also on YouTube, so you can do it on YouTube as well if you want to check us out there. We're on YouTube and Twitch, so you can vote there as well. NFL schedule release, big poll coming off another Super Bowl loss. How many wins will the 49ers have in the 2024 season? 14 plus, 11 to 13, 9 to 10, 8 wins, in parentheses, Super Bowl hangover. So those are your choices, 14 plus, 11, 13, 9, 10, or 8 or less Super Bowl hangover. Vote
8
now.
or less, a losing record?
Only with injuries, right?
Only the LA Rams do that after one of the Super
Was that the 2020 season, all those injuries?
Yeah.
That's about the only way that happens. But there you go. Early results, only about 100 in so far. 11 to 13, 65%. 14 plus, 20%. The optimistic folk. 9 to 10 is 10%. And the Raider fans have checked in at 5% for Super Bowl hangover.
We will see you week 3 of the preseason in Vegas.
Yeah, you got to go back to Vegas.
Can't wait to go back to the M Hotel.
You're going to be sick for that one? You're like, I'm okay. I don't need to make that trip.
No, we'll be there.
I mean, that's all.
We're not going to scrimmage with them.
No.
Playing the Titans and Rand Carthon and their staff, and, Nikki Holtz is on their staff, and Bill Callahan and Brian. We got a little Bay Area vibe there. They are. But last year, it was the Raiders was the first preseason game, and we had the joint practices before, which I'd never seen before. It's ideally you'd want to have the scrimmage be before the second preseason game, which will be against New Orleans. But I wonder if the Niners do 2 scrimmages and get Rand Carthon's Titans out. We're not going to see them in the season, and they're a big, strong, physical team. So I wonder, but they will start the preseason in Nashville and close it in Vegas. We're not going to New Orleans now. Why are you laughing about Vegas?
Just because I know you'd want to go back there.
I'm going there for the NBA draft, or the NHL draft.
Oh, in the Sphere?
In the Sphere.
Oh, that would be so
Macklin
cool.
Celebrini.
Oh,
That's
cool.
Celebrini.
That's where they should have everything. Everything should be in the Sphere.
Really?
I mean, it's just,
Everything?
it's awesome.
And you play a football game?
Well, I mean, the graphics they're going to have these kids like on the, they're going to have like
going to be amazing.
Macklin Celebrini, and they're going to flash.
By the way,
that.
did you see the online renderings of the Clippers' new arena?
I did.
Wow.
I think it's going to be out of this world.
Wow.
That's cool. Yeah.
Good to be Steve Ballmer.
I mean,
Whoa.
he had that kind of money. I mean, I'd be walking in, with the guys designing it, the engineers, I'd be like, do this and do this and do this. I think they could do so much stuff.
It's unbelievable.
Make it like a mini Sphere.
Long time ago, they played at the Clip Joint with Donald Sterling, Robbie Benson, Al Davis, and Billy Crystal. Our attendance tonight is 4 people.
Exactly.
And now they're going to play.
That the Honda Center?
Now they're going to play the LA Memorial Coliseum, the Clip Joint. And now they're going to play in that place?
Yeah.
Whoa.
The Palace.
Oh, my God.
And no one will still come, and everyone will go to the Lakers game still. Where is everyone? Hey, what's up, Kawhi?
That's Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's do it. Matty Barros is going to join us coming up next from The Athletic, and we will take a look at the schedule. We'll get his prediction. They got to do predictions, right? We'll ask Matt Barros about it coming up next. Schedule release yesterday. The poll is up. How many will the Niners win? You can vote on Twitter, X, and you can also vote, and you've got it up right now. I'm looking right at it. How many wins for the 49ers this season? You can do it on YouTube as well. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Laser.
Oh, yes. Laser. That's what we're talking about. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Years and years ago, different place had a laser procedure. And the laser procedure for a lot of people works well. It worked okay for me, but I was wanting more. And that's where the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, Papa told me about it. They do this thing called CLR, Custom Lens Replacement. I don't know the details of it, but it is magic. Magic, I tell you. And now my eyesight is awesome. If you want more details, I tell you about it all the time. But what you can do is May 22nd, so a week from today, at noon, and it's a free seminar, but you got to sign up for it at lasereyeclr.com, lasereyeclr.com. And the great doctors, Dr. Joseph Ling, who did my procedure, and Dr. Craig Bindi, they're both awesome. And they'll tell you all about it. It's a great opportunity to find out in this webinar. They're going to tell you the difference between CLR and LASIK. Are you a good candidate? What's the cost? Is there financing? How long does the procedure take? I can tell you about that part. It's easy, simple, just takes a few minutes. You cannot get cataracts after CLR. I don't know why, but they will tell you on May 22nd at the free seminar. So what are you waiting for? It is the permanent solution to readers, contacts, glasses. You don't want those things. You don't want me running around the house. Where are my readers? Believe me, you feel like an old person Oh, the dog ate them. Sorry, you can't read. You can't look at your phone. This is the solution to everything. So, again, the free webinar is May 22nd, a week from today at noon. Just sign up at lasericlr.com. That's lasericlr.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, thanks for joining us. Schedule release was yesterday, so we're going through it. We got the poll up. You can vote both on Twitter X and YouTube, so check those out. How many wins will the 49ers have? We will go through it with the red and gold pen a little bit later on in the show, but let's get Matt Barrow's thoughts on it. The guys over at The Athletic do a great job. Make sure you're following Matty at Matt Barrows, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. Have you already put your pen out for the W's and the L's?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, my top criterion when the schedule comes out is, okay, how miserable are my plane flights going to be? And boy, I am circling weeks 12 and 13 as a gruesome twosome there at Green Bay and at Buffalo. Lots of connections in cold weather cities in a cold time of the year, so those could be interesting games.
Yeah, I think I'm going right from Green Bay to Buffalo with a Thanksgiving week layover in my hometown. So I think I'm going to snowmobile from Green Bay to Buffalo on a frozen Great Lake, Maddie. So you got right to it. John and I were just talking, and there's a gauntlet there going into the bye, but coming out of the bye, it gets tough. And the back-to-back, the Green Bay Buffalo one, you start right away in your breakdown with David Lombardi. Just cold. And you were so good about Brock and the rain game going back in college. I think it was against Drake, and he didn't throw the ball well in the rain in Cleveland. And then the playoff game against Green Bay, curiously, he didn't warm up with it. None of the equipment staff people knew he was going to do it. He put a glove on for one series and took it off. Just what are our thoughts if it doesn't even rain or snow, but it's just, a biting cold? What's the coldest game Brock has played in the NFL? And just your thoughts about playing those two games back-to-back in late November, then right after Thanksgiving, December the 1st, at Green Bay, at Buffalo. Brr.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to be a storyline when it comes up. I don't know off the top of my head what his coldest game is. I know Iowa State is not warm in the wintertime, in the late fall and winter, so I'm sure there were some games there. He had the game in Seattle, his rookie year. That was a late season game. I can't imagine it was very warm, that game. And
December 16th December 15th of 22. Yeah, that was.
And he played with two broken ribs.
Yeah, that was a nasty.
Yeah, exactly. He had some broken ribs. So that was, if you ask the 49ers, that might be Brock Purdy's most impressive outing. So toughness, not an issue. I think the issue is size, hand size, and just gripping the ball when it gets wet. Remember, there was a rain shower during that Cleveland game last year, and I just remember the ball sort of squirting out of his hand at one point. So, yeah, that'll be a question. This will be on Jordan Love's home turf, rematch of the playoff game in January. So that's one to circle on the calendar. I mean, just about all of those playoff games from last year, including the Super Bowl, of course, are repeated. The one that jumps out to me is Week 17 versus the Lions, because it's so late in the season, and because the expectations for the Lions are so high. That's going to have a lot of playoff seeding ramifications. We just saw Jared Goff get that big extension. It's going to be towards the end of the season. There's going to be a lot to talk about. Brock Purdy's extension, what kind of season he's having, another opportunity to see these two guys on the same field. So I think there's a lot of layers to that 49ers-Lions game as well.
Matt Barris is joining us for taking a look at the 49ers schedule. Another thing we always talk about is teams coming off byes, and the 49ers going to face 4 of those, which is quite a bit. Kansas City, but then the 49ers will be coming off a Thursday. You got Dallas, you got Buffalo, and you got Seattle. They went 2-2 in those scenarios last year. Do you look at that as a distinct disadvantage coming out when other teams are coming up byes like that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, last year it was the Browns, Bengals, Jags, and I think in the second Cardinals game, Arizona was coming off their bye. And they lost the first 2, and they won the second 2. The Jags one is interesting because the 49ers were coming off their bye as well. And that was, I thought, one of their 3 best games of the season. I'd say Eagles, Cowboys, I'm talking regular season, Eagles, Cowboys, and Jaguars, they played their best. So that bye that the Jaguars have didn't pay off for them. And then the 2 previous ones, the losses to the Browns and the Bengals were during that 3-game slide where it was clear to everybody that the 49ers were fatigued. They were running in sand, especially in that Bengals game. So my point is that it wasn't so much that the Browns and the Bengals were kind of full of energy, but you could see that the 49ers were worn down by that point in the season, which makes those The Chiefs game, the Cowboys game, right? Those games right before the bye, interesting. I think there had been a lot of travel up until that point last year. The 49ers don't have nearly that amount of travel at that point. So you would think that they're going to be fresher for that stretch that tripped them up last year.
I did look it up, the game that Brock played in Seattle, and he did play with 2 fractured ribs, suffered in the Tampa Bay game at his first start on that Thursday night. Temperature was 39 degrees at kickoff. Not a lot of wind, 6 miles per hour, so it was only a wind chill of 35, and he was so concerned with the ribs, took a pain-killing injection right before kickoff, or in a second one later. But he came out, I think he was like 11 of 11 or 12 for 12, so he could grip it and rip it. In that game. The Niners are going back to Seattle on a Thursday night, Matty. It's not on Thanksgiving, but it begins. We're talking about the gauntlet, going at Green Bay, at Buffalo, also the Tampa Bay game, Seattle before that. The second half of the bye schedule is difficult, but you mentioned it. But let's zero in on the first half of before the bye. Jets at Minnesota, at Rams, 2 tough road games, New England, Arizona at home, and then last year it was at Seattle, at Philadelphia, home for Seattle. This year, heading into the bye, you got that gauntlet, a 3-gamer at Seattle. Probably the game of the year, Kansas City, and the Chiefs are on prime time so often. That's not going to be a day-to-night game. That's going to be a Fox game with Tom Brady. And then Dallas, going into the bye. So how do you evaluate the pre-bye portion of the schedule, and in particular at Seattle, October the 10th, home for Kansas City on the 20th, and home for Dallas on Sunday Night Football on the 27th?
Well, overall, that first half of the schedule is pretty good travel-wise. Just one game out of the Pacific time zone, and that's at Minnesota, which is just west of the Mississippi. So all of their games east of the Mississippi River are in the second half of the season. That's Green Bay, the 2 Florida games, and at Buffalo. So, travel-wise, it's not a bad first 8 games. And you would think that the 49ers would be a little bit less fatigued than they were going into that gauntlet, as you say, week 6, 7, 8, than they were a year ago. Thursday games are rough. They're rough on both teams. They're probably a little easier for the home team. So, the 49ers are at a disadvantage when they go to Seattle on October 10. Then they get the mini bye, and you think, oh, okay, they get the mini bye going into the Chiefs game. What an advantage for them. But then you realize that the Chiefs are one of the 4 teams that they're playing that are coming off their full bye before they play the 49ers. So, boy, that's going to be a tough one for the 49ers. And then they follow that one up with the Cowboys, who are also coming off their bye. So, that's the schedule makers did not do the 49ers any favors in that stretch. I don't want to say, going 1-2 would almost be acceptable for the 49ers, but you definitely can see some losses in that stretch.
Matt Barrows is joining us talking about the Niners schedule. I think we talk about this, every single year. Normally the Niners start on the road, but obviously given you got the Jets finishing or starting off. But, I mean, when they start the way they do before Kansas City, those first 6 games, I think that's the key to everything, like you said, because outside of Minnesota, they're not traveling a lot. Those are teams that they've been really good against the Seahawks. But Jets at Vikes, at Rams, Pats, Cardinals. I know the Cardinals will be a little bit better. I think the Patriots are going to be terrible. But that stretch before the Chiefs, before that very difficult stretch that we were just talking about, Chiefs and Cowboys and hitting the road and all that stuff, I think what they do in that first 6, if they can be, 5-1, 6-0, that could be the key to the season because, like you said, the second half gets pretty tough travel-wise.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they want to get off to a hot start because their real challenges are in the second half of the season. I was very surprised when I kind of looked at the 49ers-Vikings history. This has been a home team favorite rivalry over the years. Since the last time the 49ers beat the Vikings in Minnesota was December 13, 1992. Steve Young's the quarterback. Amp Lee is your tailback. Had a great game that game. And since then, the Vikings won on the road once. But otherwise, the home team has won every game since then. And the 49ers by the way, have won the bigger games, the games in the playoffs and things like that. But they've had trouble in Minnesota. This, however, is the year to do that because you're either playing Sam Darnold, who was a backup, of course, last year for the 49ers, or a rookie, J.J. McCarthy. So you would think that the 49ers are favored in this game and that they should come away with a victory. But obviously playing in Minnesota is difficult, and it's been difficult for San Francisco for a few decades now.
You damn horn! Stop that! And Kirk Cousins was on fire that Monday night, but that was part of the 3-game losing streak after they got off to the 5-0 start, and after the bye, they won 6 in a row, and they lost to Baltimore on Christmas night. So they wound up last year 12-5, as we know. Your predicted record, you and David Lombardi, is exactly 12-5, and you do have the 49ers winning the NFC West, Matty. But my question is, the 49ers were 12-5 last year. The Detroit Lions were also 12-5 last year. 49ers had the tiebreaker advantage, so they did host them in the championship game. When you look at the rosters of the teams now and throw Philadelphia and Dallas and Green Bay and whoever else, the Rams, Seattle, you want to throw in there, and you do have the Niners winning the West. But we're done with free agency. We're done with the draft. You may add a player here and there, but pretty much this is the team that's going to training camp in late July. Is the 12-5 going to be good enough to not only win the NFC West, but to win the NFC and be the number 1 seed again?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you look at the Lions, for example, 12-5. They don't have much competition in, the Bears are rebuilding, and the other teams are. You got the Packers basically to worry about there. So I think that they're going to struggle with them, and I mean I think that they obviously could wind up with the same record as well, 12-5, which is why that Week 17 game is so critical. I think that's going to mean everything as far as seeding. I would have loved to have seen the 49ers schedule end with the Rams and not the Cardinals, because you would think that the Rams are among those teams as well. Certainly a team vying for a playoff spot and affecting the seeding of everybody. But I mean, it's easy to see sort of a similar scenario playing out because the teams are similarly composed to the way that they were last year. Hard to see Jared Goff. Everybody loves Jared Goff, and in Detroit he's doing great things there. But I look at the Lions and the Cowboys almost in the same light. Very good teams, very well balanced teams, but ultimately they're limited by their quarterback, just not the elite quarterback. So that's why I think that the 49ers, with all of their talent, with Brock Purdy going into his 3rd season, having a healthy offseason, big distinction from last year, that's why I give them the edge.
I don't know if this means anything because obviously at the beginning of his tenure, there were some bad teams here, but Kyle's 13-19 in October, so they got Cardinals, Seahawks, Chiefs, Cowboys. And then coming down the stretch, it seems like every single year they get, they're banged up a little bit. And then all of a sudden in December, Kyle's got a sparkling record. And down the stretch in January, he's got a sparkling record. And they get healthy, and that's what they do. I mean, that's just what it seems to be. They get off to the start, they have some injuries, they stumble a little bit, and then down the stretch, they roll. Do you kind of see a similar thing? Just because that's the way it's been?
Yeah, I mean, that's what history has shown. I mean, I hate to say it, but the exception to that is 2020 when they just had devastating injuries that they couldn't recover from. And if that happens to any team, they're dead in the water. But yeah, I mean, you could see the same thing happening. I mean, we were just talking about that middle chunk of the season. That's tough. They might stumble there. And they might lose some guys, but the hope is that those guys come back. I mean, I was just looking it up. Trent Williams has not played a full season since 2013. So it's been more than a decade since Trent Williams has played every game of the year, which suggests that at some point they're going to be missing Trent Williams. You might have Chris Hubbard out there, against Green Bay or, some pivotal game in the middle of the season. Obviously, the hope is that like it's been in the past, that's only a fleeting thing, and that those guys are back for those critical games. Like I keep circling that Week 17 game. I mean, that's when you want your guys back. You want them back for Week 15 versus Rams. They go on the road against Miami. You want your defense at full tilt for that one, and then the Lions game, and then maybe you're sitting pretty and you get to sit everybody in on either January 4 or January 5. They haven't decided which day that finale is going to be held.
Good stuff. Sorry about your travel plans. Pack a parka.
Are you doing both Green Bay and Buffalo? Is the David Lombardi, the world traveler, going to take one of those snow games from you?
Well, knowing Dave, he's probably going to go to both. But right now, Dave is in like a Days Inn in Appleton or something.
You got to stay. Remember the place, the big hotel, and you got to stay in Appleton. And there's a bar right next door where it's Christmas. 365 days of the year. The beautiful thing is that it won't be quite December yet, but it will be late November when we go there. But you have to stay in Appleton, right? There's not enough. How the hell are they going to have the draft in Green Bay, Maddie? You don't have enough hotel space even to take a team there.
Yeah, you're almost guaranteeing that you're not going to have the attendance that they had this year.
Broke the record.
But yeah, Green Bay is notoriously the hardest place to get into. There's not a lot of hotel rooms. I mean, they're already booked up now. They knew they didn't know what the opponent was, but they knew that there was going to be a game that weekend. So even if you had a sneak peek at the Green Bay 49ers game, you still couldn't get a hotel room in Green Bay. You've got to stay in Appleton or Oshkosh or maybe even down in Milwaukee. Yeah.
My favorite thing during the season, or one of my favorite things during the season is, and I don't think the Niners, it doesn't look like they're going to stay back or anything, but is when you guys all road trip together, like the other Matt, Mayoko's in there and Cam's in there and like Jennifer Lee Chan and you guys all pile into a car and like drive places. You can do that?
Well, we were hoping that was going to be sort of a Florida trip. I mean, we were hoping that the Miami and Tampa Bay
that would be nice.
Would be back to back, and then there's like an IMG.
There you go.
IMG Academy in Bradenton,
The NFL ripped that rug.
Yeah, that's no good.
So that's not happening. So probably no stayover this year.
Bummer.
Very hard to see a stayover.
Drive down to Irvine for the joint practices with the Saints and Derek Carr.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean that's going to happen now. I think I'd rather fly into John Wayne Airport than what is that, a 7-hour trip?
Yeah, that's no good. Yeah. That's no good.
In the car that long, yeah.
Very good. Matt, thanks for your insight, man. We appreciate it. You guys do a great job. Appreciate your time.
All right, thanks for having me on, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Matty.
At Matt Barrows. Make sure that you follow him. Good stuff. All right, we'll continue to go through the schedule for you. Marcus Thompson's going to help us out. He'll give us his 2 cents of what he thinks and how many they'll win. He has been clairvoyant over the last number of seasons. He's very good at this. So Marcus will join us at the bottom there. We'll get a little NBA news in there as well at 11:30, so stay for that. We'll update the polls. You can vote for the number of wins for the 49ers both on YouTube, Twitch, and we've got it up on Twitter/X. So make sure you vote, and we'll update those. We'll do it all coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young joined Tolbert and Matt Kolsky, who was in for Copes yesterday, and gave his thoughts on the 49ers offseason moves. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
Hey, it's Greg Papa there. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law, founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary. Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years, and now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Schedule release was yesterday. Give us your thoughts. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open. It's the call-in line as well, conveniently enough. 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. Key stretch, things you're worried about, a game you're most looking forward to. They're playing teams off the bye 4 times, although they do play a Thursday night before Kansas City, so they will have 10 games to get ready. Questions, concerns, thoughts, give us yours at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, both on the text and the call-in lines. Marcus Thompson's going to join us bottom of the hour. We'll get his thoughts. He has been clairvoyant and very good at this game for many years, so he's going to...
But you're the best at it, and I'm ready. Red marker for a win, check. Gold marker,
We will do the game at 11:50, and you can also vote.
So you predicted the Niners to go 13-4 last year?
Yeah, I was only off by 1 game, but it kind of in a roundabout way.
They went 12-5.
It was a roundabout way.
You did well, though. I dissed you in areas that were not accurate.
I thought I had neither, but then I looked back.
You picked the Cowboys game to be a win.
Yeah, and
you picked the Eagles game to be a win. Those are the 2 big games. Did you get both Seattle games? You got the first Seattle game on Thanksgiving night. You picked them to lose.
Yeah, at Seattle, I had them to lose. My goods were I did have the Ravens as a loss last year. I did have the Bengals as a loss coming off their bye week. Obviously, I didn't pick Browns and Vikings because they went through that 3-game losing streak at Browns, at Vikings, at Bengals. I had wins over the Browns and the Vikings. Overall, week 2, I had them losing to the Rams. That was wrong. Week 6 and 7, I missed. Week 12 at Seattle, I missed. And the Rams game, which was a throwaway, I missed that one. I had that as a win. So I did have 13-4, which doesn't sound so bad, but if you look at it, it was okay.
It's all right. You have credibility in this regard. They wound up 12-5. You said 13-4. 13-4. My thing is, I don't care what they do. Just be the number one seed, to have the wild card weekend off and host 2 playoff games at Levi's.
That's what I'm saying.
And rock and roll all the way to Nolens.
Yeah.
And let's go Hurricanes. So that's it. They're not going to say that, but that is the goal. And what you and Matty Barrows were talking about, John, I think is the key to this whole thing. And obviously, later in the year is going to be critically important. We talked about the stretch coming out of the bye. But just look at, since 2019, since Bosa arrived here, when this team has gotten off to quick starts, they've gone to the Super Bowl. And they were leading the Super Bowl both times in the fourth quarter by 10 with 7:13 to play. And they had many leads against Kansas City on February 11th this year, scored first. They led the Super Bowl in overtime. Who the hell's ever lost that game? No one. It's never happened before. So, and when they get off to a quick start, what are we talking about? 2019, they started 8-0, bro. They rolled all the way to an 8-0 record, had a chance to go 9-0. Robbie Gould missed that game with an injury. McLaughlin. The McLaughlin report. I'm not going to blame it on him
right in the hall
because he made a 47-yard field goal to force overtime, but he missed one in overtime. Seattle's kicker made one, Myers. Dante Inferno, the short arm and the pass over the middle. In any event, they got off to an 8-0 start that year, John. When they lost, they were beaten in overtime at home against Seattle. They were beaten by Baltimore and a Justin Tucker kick at the end of the game when Robbie missed one. They got beaten by home against Atlanta when they had a couple of overturned calls. One Julio won. So they took the 8-0 start and dominated the NFC all the way to the number 1 seed. This past year, they got off to a 5-0 start, bro. And we circled the game, obviously, against Dallas on October the 8th. They rolled them, laid 42 on them, could have scored 50, but they backed off when J.P. Mason broke the big run. Then you lost 3 in a row, and I was like, damn, they're going to be able to do this. Philly's 10-1. Ran down Philly, held off Detroit. So I know the end of it is important, and this team has shown a history, and that's what good coaching is, and coming together as a group. Now, they've been together for a number of years, so you want to get off to a quick start, but it's not a complete team. You add players. Logan Ryan all of a sudden is, you get injuries on Thanksgiving night, and all of a sudden Ryan's on your team, and he's starting playoff games and your nickelback in the Super Bowl, so you evolve. But when they have had the number one seed the last 5 years, they've had it twice. They got off to 8-0 starts in 19, 5-0 start this past year. When they did not, they got off to a 3-4 start. They got off to a 3-5 start. Remember that year we had the poll on the air? Is Kyle on the hot seat? Remember that one? Our butts were on the hot seat after that. Everybody around there was getting tight. So, and they did not get the one seed. They made the playoffs, but they were not the numbers.
NFC Championship game was in LA.
That game, they played more games than anybody. The year they got off to 3-5 and 21. Season turned around on Veterans Day night. They ran Debo and Deadpool, Evan Tyson, and all that. They got in. But they had to beat the Rams the last game of the year on Jan 9. They had to go to Dallas and hold them off in the fourth quarter. They had to go to Green Bay and block a punt to win. And then, obviously, they go to the Rams game, the championship game. They're up 10 going to the fourth quarter, and they lose. They ran out of gas. What happened? Well, you were taxed. Jimmy was hurt. But you got off to that 3-5 start, John. You had to play. They played the most road games of any team in the history of the NFL, regular season and playoffs, because that was the year of the 17-game schedule, and that they got to the playoffs, the championship game, but they were weary. Not the route they want to take. Then the 3-4 year, they did the same thing. They were able to save it at the end and get there, but you had to go to Philadelphia. They couldn't run down Philadelphia, and a lot of tough games. So anyway, yeah, the back end of the schedule is important. But when we do this, the red marker for a win, check. The gold marker for a loss, X. What is the one-loss record the 49ers are going to have after Brad Sham's Dallas Cowboys leave here on October the 27th? Mike Tirico will be here to call that game on NBC. Brad will be here. We'll talk to both of them between now and 2 o'clock. I think getting off to history shows. This team gets off to an 8-0 start, 5-0 start, bro. They wind up being the number one seed and going to the Super Bowl.
And I think they have a possibility to do that because we were just talking about Barrows. They haven't won in Minnesota since '92. I understand that, but especially if they're starting J.J. McCarthy, that's going to be tough for the Vikings. With Jets, Vikings at Rams, Pats, Cards at Seahawks, they played so well in the regular season against the Rams and the Seahawks. They could go be 6-0 going into Kansas City.
Is that 5-0 or 6-0?
6-0. I mean, they could be 6-0 going into the Kansas City game.
Oh, Seattle as well, yeah.
So, anyway, we'll continue the conversation. We're going to talk to Marcus Thompson about it coming up next. We've already heard from Matt Barrows. Mike Tirico at 12:30. Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, at 1:15 as we go through the schedule. We want your thoughts as well. You can vote either on YouTube or on Twitter. We've got the win totals up there, so give us your thoughts. By the way, Vegas says 11.5 for the Niners. I'd go above that. To give you a little bit of a teaser.
Did you already pick your games? Or are you going to wait till I go week by week? Have you already done this all?
No, I took a look at it, but I nothing's in stone.
You're going to feel it
yet.
In the moment?
Yeah, nothing's in stone.
Maybe something I say in the setup may sway you.
I want more information from you. So, yeah, that's what we'll do.
At Minnesota, where they haven't won since the early 90s.
Exactly. All right, we'll do that coming up next. We'll talk to Marcus, and then we will look back at we'll put this up on YouTube, too, because I found it on my phone. May 15th of 2023 is when we went through last year. So we'll do
almost
this.
exactly to the day.
Yeah, almost to the day. I found this on my phone this morning. Wow. And so we did it last year, and we'll do it again. We'll see how we did last year. Then we'll look ahead at 11:50 after we talk to Marcus. We'll do all that coming up next. Schedule release day, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us. Bob and Lund on schedule release day. Hit us up. The most challenging part of the schedule, games you're looking forward to. They do have a lot of teams coming off bye. They do have 6 primetime games. Jets at Seahawks, Cowboys at Bills, Rams, Lions. That's going to be maybe at the end of the season or that Week 17 game, and we were talking about that a little bit yesterday. So hit us up. Anything and all questions you have about the schedule. Again, Jets will lead it off Monday Night Football at the Vikings, at the Rams Week 3, Patriots Week 4, Cardinals on Week 5. Week 6 at the Seahawks, Thursday Night Football. Week 7, Chiefs. They're coming off a bye, but the 49ers are coming off Thursday Night Football. Week 8, the Cowboys are coming off a bye. That's Sunday Night Football. Week 9 is your bye. 10 is the Bucs. 11, Seahawks coming off their bye. The 12th is at the Packers. This is an interesting stretch. At Packers, at Bills. Bills Sunday night. Caleb Williams and the Bears Week 14 at home. Rams Thursday Night Football, go to Miami, take on the Dolphins and Tua. Then that big one, Week 17 against the Lions. That's on the 30th. And the Cardinals in Week 18 to be determined, either the 5th or the 6th. By the way, the other thing that comes out of this whole schedule is no holiday pay for you. So last year, Thanksgiving played, Christmas played, New Year's Eve played. None of those.
I'm going to spend Thanksgiving in Buffalo for the first time. I can't remember the last time I had Thanksgiving there. So last year they started 5-0, bro, then lost 3 in a row. They got 8 games before the bye. Are you telling me when we go red marker, gold marker, you're going 5-0, bro? Or do you have the Niners 5-0 going to Seattle on a Thursday nighter on my birthday, October the 10th? And I think I know how you feel about Seattle. So are they going to be 6-0 going home to play the Chiefs in a Super Bowl rematch? Is that where you're going?
Just to give a little bit of a teaser, the one that does concern me at the Vikings concerns me just because they haven't won there since '92, and that's
at the Rams. You're going to pick them to lose again at SoFi?
I did that last year, so it's unlikely.
Puka Nacua.
Unlikely.
That game got close at the end. They came roaring back.
Did.
Niners wound up winning by 7.
But that was tight.
How good was Puka Nacua in that game?
The only thing that gives me pause on Seattle, and you and I were talking about this, Mike McDonald is the guy who shut down the 49ers.
As Baltimore's
Christmas.
Defensive coordinator, now he's Seattle's
and
head
now,
coach.
Everybody's calling him the Sean McVay of defense and all that kind of stuff, and he's changing everything up in Seattle, and he's taking all the things that Pete Carroll did and taking that stuff off the walls, and he runs this crazy hybrid defense where they change from week to week, which couldn't be more opposite from Pete Carroll. So it makes me a little nervous. He doesn't have the personnel, though, that they had in Baltimore. He doesn't have those linebackers. Well, neither do the Ravens. But, they had Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. They had Matabuke. They had guys coming off the edge. They had Hamilton at safety. All right, Hamilton. All that stuff. And so the Seahawks don't have that. But hearing from some friends up there that they expect the Seahawks defense to be better. So that's not going to be an easy game.
Obviously Spagnuolo was really good against the Niners in the Super Bowl, and he hit times when the overload blitz, won him the game. But I thought the best defensive coaching job from start to finish, Cincinnati's was really good. They were all over the Niners in that game. But I thought the Christmas night game, and Brock threw 4 picks early in the first 33 minutes. But I thought it was more Mike McDonald's plan against the Niners system, where he did blitz early in the game, Patrick Queen, but he was exposed to man coverage in the safety level against George Kittle. They got burned twice. He got out of that right away. And then Kyle Hamilton has the pick on Brock in the low red zone right after a Kittle catch, and he didn't see him sitting there in cover 2. But then later in the game, he showed the double-A mug blitz with Roquan and Patrick Queen, but he bailed. And he kept choking off the middle of the field with those linebackers. If you're going to beat the Niners in Kyle's system, you take away Kittle over the middle, the Debo dig, the Ayuk slant, McCaffrey option route. And how about the one time where they blitzed both outside corners, and one corner tipped the ball in the air and the other corner intercepted? I'm like, what? We see a cat blitz every once in a while where they'll bring a corner and a slot corner. Whoever blitzes both of them. It was unreal. And then Sam came in and threw a pick. They had 5 picks in total. It was not good. So I thought, to some degree, I know they copied, because that happened late in the year on Christmas. And then we talked about the Green Bay game. They don't have the linebackers to cover the Niners. Quay Walker, Devondre Campbell, I got to be nice to him now because he's a Niner, but he wasn't moving well last year. Those two jokers sat in the middle of the field, and they chalked off the middle of the field. Now, Brock had a hard time in the rain gripping it and ripping it, but they did not have the personnel to run that. They didn't have what the Baltimore Ravens have, to be sure, but they ran it, and the Niners came back, and Brock got out of the pocket late, and he went 6 for 7 on the last drive with a Kittle drop, and he was able to get him in the end zone to win the game. That was a battle. So even though McDonald may not have the personnel he had in Baltimore, he has the system. Now, Kyle's seen it, and you check to it. So I think that's a early season pivotal game, is at Seattle on that Thursday night, and then Kansas City and Dallas, that 3-game gauntlet. And then you and Matt Barrows broke it down, and I want to get your thoughts on exactly how they play this. Tampa Bay off a bye. Tampa Bay brought their squad back. They just signed Antoine Winfield Jr. Baker Mayfield played really well last year, got a huge contract. They got Mike Evans back. They were a playoff team, and they won a playoff game. They routed Philly, and they gave Detroit a battle. So even going to Tampa, John, and it's a 10 a.m. game, assuming that won't get flexed out to a Mike Tirico game. And then you got Seattle again, at Green Bay, at Buffalo. I mean, overall, and you never know on a year to year, this is a hard schedule. And it is hard because you're the number one team in your division, so you're playing a first-place schedule. Most of it is very common to what the Rams and Seattle and Arizona have to play as far as divisional matchups. They both, the NFC West is playing the AFC East this year and the NFC North, so you got to play all those teams. But, those extra games where you're playing first-place teams here and there, like Tampa Bay, is going to be a tough game.
There's no doubt. The one thing that is good, though, one thing I noticed about this thing, and this will really help out because it does get tough in the second half of the season, but from weeks 3 to 9, and week 9 is their bye week, before they go to Tampa, they don't have to leave the West Coast. They don't have to leave the West Coast time zone. At Rams, Pats at home, Cards at home, at Seahawks, Chiefs, Cowboys, then bye. So from 3 to 9, that's from 9:22 until they go to Tampa on 11:10. They've got road games at the Rams and Seattle, and everything else is home against the Patriots, Cardinals, Chiefs, and Cowboys, and then it's their bye week. So that's the time where you only make 2 trips, one to L.A. and one to Seattle. Those are easy West Coast trips. The rest of those games are at home. That's where hopefully you're dominating early in the season because, like you pointed out last segment, that's what they do when they get off to these great starts because the second half of the season, that's a mother. I mean, you're talking about, that, like you said, you're going to love going home. Green Bay's great, and everything like that, and Lambeau's, all that. But then you're going to a really tough game on December 1st. You're probably going to get snow. The Bears are going to be better. The Rams during the season, while they've dominated them in the regular season, it's still a tough game. Then all the way to Miami. And for some reason, doesn't it just feel like the Lions on that Monday Night Football game is going to be for the NFC, for the number one?
I mean, we just talked about it with Matt Bear.
That's why they put it there, right?
Well, we didn't play them last year, but we kept an eye on them, and they wound up with the same record as the Niners. With the Niners losing that last game of the year to the L.A. Rams. Now, had the Niners had to win that to hold off Detroit, they already got the number 1 seed cinched because Philadelphia lost the week before to Arizona. But had they had to win that game, they probably would have won the game against the Rams at home and played Brock and the starters. But you still have the same record as them last year. So, I'm assuming that Detroit, we'll talk to Tirico coming up at 12:30. Mike is going to do a number of Niner games this year, a couple of them.
He just lives outside of Detroit.
He's the voice of the Lions. Yeah. He built their playoff games. They hadn't won a playoff game since Barry Sanders in the 90s, and Mike was there when the Jared Goff game going back there, Jared Goff hosting them and Matthew Stafford going back. What a game that was. I know you picked the Rams to win. They held off the Rams. The Rams played well that night. They just ran out of time at the end. Lions played well. And then the Lions beat Tampa Bay. So Mike will know all the intel on Detroit, obviously. And then he's got the Cowboy game as well on NBC and Sunday Night Football. And, Mike, like me, went to Syracuse. So we know what the weather is in Buffalo and how that works. And then we'll ask him about the possibility of flexing some games. Like that Green Bay game is a Fox game. But you wonder, and Mike would maybe know this, I'm not sure he'll tell us, but Fox may have already squatted on that game, where they say you cannot flex out of that game.
Yeah, that's going to be
But,
a
maybe not. Maybe they didn't secure that game. There are a lot of great games this year. Did they squat on the 49ers at Green Bay November the 24th, which ensures that would be now even, I'm saying that's a day game, but back in Green Bay, that's a 3:25 kickoff. So the second half of that game is going to be essentially a night game.
Right.
But do they have the ability to flex it where the whole game is a night game? So we already talked about Green Bay and Buffalo and the weather concerns of the Buffalo game is a night game. The Green Bay game, half of it would be a night game, late afternoon there. Would it become a possible complete night game? And one thing is Jordan Love, we've seen him. It's his home. He throws the ball well in those elements. And the one thing about Josh Allen in Buffalo, that's why they drafted him. He may be the fireballer from Fireball, California, but that guy, playing in Wyoming and just his ability to grip it and rip it. The weather in Buffalo and the wind can howl 60 miles an hour off the lake. Josh Allen don't care. Now, you could get him to throw you the ball, make some mistakes with it, but as far as pure arm strength on a Sunday night where it could be bone-chillingly cold and or snow or sleet or rain, whatever the hell it is, that quarterback in Buffalo can throw through anything.
Just make sure you remember what team you're
I'm getting worked up a little bit too much, aren't I? That is that's a touchdown. That is a tough game. There have been times where I've gotten confused on
And the Bills are coming off a bye.
We haven't seen the Bills since the pandemic year.
That's right.
And that was a game where they came into Levi's. No fans were there. And I remember Josh Allen. I really believe that was the game that Kyle thought, wow, that's
why they went and got Trey Lance.
Can't defend
they
him.
Wanted a big, strong
but he just,
guy.
how many times did he roll all the way to his right to the sideline? And he was out of bounds. One foot was out. Half his body was hanging over the sideline. And he's just ripping it 20 yards down the field to Gabe Davis. And he caught him. Like, how did he get him the ball without the ball moving a little bit into the out of bounds? How did he do that? How did he make that throw? It's like, whoa, that guy's special.
That's right. I forgot about that. That was the game where he thought we need one of those.
That was December the 7th of 2029. That night will live in infamy.
Man. Every time you mention those games with no fans, it was just the weirdest thing.
That's why last time the 49ers had a home opener was against Kyler Murray in Arizona that year, and there were no fans.
And Arizona came back.
They haven't had a home opener with fans in the stands since, I think, going back to 2016.
Wow, that's right.
It's been that long.
Yeah. All right, we're going to do it. We're going to play the win-loss game. You can participate. We're going to do it on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you'll be able to actually see the picks as they are made, and we will throw up the one from last year, which we did on May 15, 2023. I just looked up on my phone this morning and found it. There's a lot of markings on that one as well, but we'll hit on that, and then we'll go through the games and why we think they're going to go the way that they go. Again, we've got a poll up right now, both on YouTube and on Twitter/X, and you can vote on how many wins the 49ers will have this year. We'll do all that coming up next, and then remember, Mike Tirico, spend lunchtime with us. Mike Tirico is going to join us at 12:30. And we'll talk all about that. The Sunday night games, plus he's a Michigan guy, lives over near Detroit, so he'll give us some insight into that Week 17 game against the Lions. All that to come only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, getting hungry around lunchtime. Maybe after the show, roam over to the North Beach and get a slice of Tony's Pizza, the very best I've ever had. And I'm not alone, apparently. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's many people, including myself, go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York-style, Detroit Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. I had a little bucatini last night, that spicy bucatini, one of my all-time faves. So not only Tony's, you can also roam around the North Beach and check out Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin, and deep dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic and mouth-wateringly good. Save room for dessert. You got the best in the Bay in California with cannoli and tiramisu. And then tomorrow morning, stroll early through the North Beach and try Tony's homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And don't forget, Tony's Slice House, the fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices and more across the Bay Area. They are available to you at Chase Center, Oracle Park, and Levi Stadium when the Niners back to play against the New York Jets in Week 1. So enjoy Bay Area sports and do it by eating the best pizza in the world. That is Tony G's.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You are looking live 5.
That gold pen, gold marker,
Yes.
red marker.
It is time.
I'm looking at last year's picks. I guess we went gold zone.
Yeah, I guess.
We are in the Golden State. When they win, are we going gold? We're going
it's so
gold when they
confusing.
win with a W, and if they lose, we're L'ing it with a red.
Yeah.
How we're doing it?
So we'll go through it. And by the way, you can vote on YouTube, on our YouTube channel at KNBR, and on Twitter/X. Danny's big poll up. I retweeted it. KNBR retweeted it. So however it's most convenient for you. And you can vote on how many wins. But here's what we're going to do. So we're going to do the first half before the bye, which bye is week 9. And then we'll finish up at about 12:15. Then Mike Tirico is going to join us at 12:30.
So we'll do the second half right before Tirico.
So first half, second half.
Got it.
And give us your thoughts. If you think we're crazy, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, call-in line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can take umbrage with anything. But before we get to the last year, just to let you know, or excuse me, before we get to this year, this is how we did last year. If you're on YouTube, you can see it. See all the scribbling on there? We just posted it up. See all the scribbling?
I see it, John. I'm really. You're doing your taxes here? What are we doing?
So I had it at 13-4, and they finished 12-5, so you'd think I did pretty well. But week 1, Steelers, I was right.
Rams.
Week 2, Rams, wrong.
You knew Puka Nacua was that good?
It was a close game, but yeah, I didn't get that right.
Niners won by a touch. You had the Giants win, Cardinal win.
I did have the Cowboys.
Cowboy win.
Week 5. Did not see the swoon coming at Browns, where Debo got hurt early in that game. That is a W. That was
See, who would know? But they didn't have Deshaun Watson.
Right.
They didn't have Chubby.
P.J. Walker
Nick Chubb
won that game. My God.
So
Vikings in week 7, I missed that. I did have Joe Burrow and the Bengals winning week 8. By week 9, just like this year, Jags had to win, Bucks had to win. I had week 12 at Seattle as an L.
Thanksgiving night.
It was wrong. Eagles, I did have as a win, a revenge win.
So you picked the Cowboys and Eagles wins.
Yeah, I did. I didn't remember that. I did have the Ravens as a loss, Commanders. That last one was unfair to me because it was the Rams, but they were sitting everybody.
How do you know?
So they lost that, and I had it as a win. So I missed 1, 2, 3, 4, and it looks like a college exam. I missed 5, but I was only 1 game off.
It's like my HR exam.
Exactly.
5 out of 8's not good enough. 6 out of 8.
Yeah.
Hooray!
So there you go.
Are you ready for this year?
Yeah, I'm ready for this year.
All right, here we go. We're gonna pick just the first 8 games of the year in this segment. So it's the pre-bye portion of the schedule. Are you ready, John?
Yes, so we're going 1 through 8.
I got a gold pen. Yeah, the first 8 games.
Oh, that's convenient.
Starting with week 1, which is Monday, September the 9th, against Aaron Rodgers and Robert Salah, Booger McFarland, the New York Jets. Niners all-time against the Jets are 11-3, John. 4-2 at home. This is the first time the 49ers host the New York Jets since 2016 season, which they lost in overtime to Bryce Petty. Moving on. It's Aaron Rodgers now. Week 1, home to the Jets.
Yeah.
We go in gold for a win or red in a loss.
So here's the deal. Aaron Rodgers is going to have still a hangover from ayahuasca and saying that he doesn't watch porn. He's going to, Silicon Valley, he's going to get over porned. And
what if you watch porn on ayahuasca?
Wow, that just blew my mind.
That is the daily double.
But instead of Garrison Hurst in overtime, it's going to be Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
For the run, for the touchdown, and the 49ers win.
The 49ers going to win in overtime and a Christian McCaffrey touchdown run?
Touchdown run.
Is it longer than 96 yards? I'm going to lose my mind. CMC.
That'll be amazing.
Dynamite.
Yeah, Tim will be going crazy in week 1.
So 49ers beat the Jets.
Yeah. 1-0.
So 1-0, bro. Give him a gold marker, the 49ers.
Monday
All right, week 2. We're not going to Tottenham.
Man.
We're going to Minneapolis, St. Paul, Juicy Lucy's for everybody. At the Minnesota Vikings, 10 a.m. on CBS. 49ers do hold the overall season record against the Vikings, John, 25-24 to 1 tie. The two teams have split the previous 4 regular season meetings, including a loss on Monday Night Football last year. Week 2.
They have not, as we were talking about with Matt Barrows, they have not won in Minnesota since 1992. That's a long time, 32 years. a lot of our demographic wasn't even born. 32.
I was doing Warrior games still then. Was Mitch Richmond still a Warrior?
My God, 32
Who was
years?
the Vikings quarterback? Was that Rich Gannon?
Tommy Kramer? No. It probably was Rich Gannon. Can we look that up? My God, man, that's terrible.
Sean Salisbury Steak? Who was it? Anyway, all right. None of those guys, they're all gone. We're
Showed
moving
my
on.
wife a naked picture.
We're
of
moving on. It's Josh Dobbs against Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
No.
Josh, not
No,
J.J.
no.
McCarthy at that point of the year?
No. I don't know.
Could be your guy, Sam. Boy, you'll be conflicted, too.
Sam?
Will you be
I love
conflicted on Sam Darnold?
No.
The streak ends here. The streak ends here. No JJ to JJ like Paul Allen was talking about yesterday.
Right.
And they got to get off to this start. And we always talk about road start. They got to win this game against the Vikings. No Kirk Cousins like last year, the losing streak, all that stuff. They break the streak. First win since 1992. 2-0, bro.
2-0, bro. Gold marker. Week
mark.
2.
Yeah.
All right, week
2-0.
3. Beat L.A. Beat L.A.
Look at Walter keeping up. If you're watching on YouTube right now, Walter's
It's
got, look
the
at that.
49ers
I like
at
it.
the L.A. Rams. 125 kickoff on Fox. Would that be a Tom Brady game?
Could
Possibly.
be. Yeah, I could see Brady
All
on
right,
that
these
game.
are ancient rivals, obviously. 49ers lead the all-time series against the Rams 77-68-3, including 40-33-1 on the road. And you may have noticed the Niners own the Rams the last several. Well, last year, Carson Wentz played.
Yeah, that last game.
We're going to throw that one out. But before that, they had won 7 in a row against the L.A. Rams. So the 49ers are 2-0, taking on the Puka Nakuas and the Cooper Cups, John Lund. Red, or are you going gold and 3-0, bro?
Well, here's the thing. Last year, I made this critical mistake, and I picked the Rams. That was one of my losses from last year. At the Rams, I picked it. And we all remember Sean McVay running into the end zone. They took the early 17-0 lead a couple years ago in that last game, and then the Niners came back. So as long as it's not the NFC Championship game at SoFi Stadium, let's take the Niners. 3-0, bro.
3-0, bro.
I'm not going to make the same mistake 2 years in a row.
I don't even need this red marker. Anybody want this? We're going gold the whole way through.
Yeah.
Like 3-0.
I mean,
Week 4,
3-0.
Sunday, September the 29th, against the New England Patriots. 105 kick on Fox. Would that be a Tom Brady game?
You got to put him back with the Patriots, don't you? I mean,
49ers
you have
own
to,
the
or is that gonna be
overall
an AFC
series
game?
record against New England,
Oh, that's on
9-5,
Fox. Yeah, that's on
including
Fox.
4-2 at home. The 49ers host the Patriots at Levi's for the first time since 2016, when the quarterback in the rain was Tom Brady.
I was actually off that day and working, and I was in the crowd and got rained on. I did not like it. All the crowd is rooting for Tom Brady. Eddie DeBartolo's getting recognized for the Hall of Fame. It was just a disastrous day. That is not going to be a disastrous day because it's either Jacoby Brissett, respect, or Drake May, who's going to throw like 5 interceptions. So by that point of the year, it'll probably still be Jacoby Brissett, I would imagine.
He's got a lot of work to do, Drake, according to the head coach.
It matters not. Sorry, Gerard Mayo. This is not going to be a good day for the Patriots. That's 4-0.
Hold the Mayo.
Yeah.
The 49ers are 4-0, bro.
I mean, right? The Patriots?
All right, week
Please.
5, Sunday, October the 6th at Levi's versus Arizona. 105 kick. This could be a Greg Olson, Joe Davis game, and maybe not a Burkhardt.
Yeah, that's not a Tom Brady game.
All right,
Kyler, Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, I think they're dramatically improved.
They are.
So the 49ers, Arizona has been a problem with the Niners historically the last couple of years. The Niners did beat them last year twice, but they've only won 3 of their previous 5 home matchups against Arizona. And in the 2020 season opener at home, they lost to Kyler Murray. I'm just giving you the facts, man. I was going to call you ma'am, but Joe Friday trademarked that. All right, the 4-0 49ers against Kyler Murray,
105
Marvin Harrison Jr. What do you got in week 5?
They are better. They're definitely better. There's no question about it. They had a great draft getting Marvin Harrison Jr.
Maserati Marv, which we're not going to call him that. He's not that at all.
Apparently.
Gosh, give that a rest.
Gus Johnson tried to pin that on him. He didn't like it. And I understand the history of the Cardinals, but they're rolling, man, and they're not going to overlook the Cardinals. That's 5-0, bro.
Whoa.
And 2-0 in the division, by the way. 5-0.
5-0, bro. For a second straight year, the 49ers start.
With that groin.
Okay. Let's hope Charvarius Ward beat Arizona last year in a pick 6 late in the year. His groin was in fine form. Best
Put a
groin
green
I've seen.
W on YouTube in front of the Cardinals.
For the second
Green
straight
W.
year,
5-0.
the 49ers are 5-0. bro.
Yeah, 5-0.
Now it gets juicy.
Yeah.
Week 6.
Oh, here we
short
go.
week. Thursday,
All right,
October the 10th, on my birthday
Prime
in Seattle.
video.
It's Al Michaels. Kirk Herbstreit still doing those games?
I guess. By the way, did you hear Greg Olson took a $7 million pay cut to go to the second team from 10 to 3? He's not happy.
Wow.
Put him on these prime
Can
games.
he opt out of his deal?
All right. Again, last year at Seattle, I had an L. For the 49ers at Seattle. They dominate Seattle during the season.
All of a sudden, they've won 2 straight years at Lumen Field and 3 of the last 4 going back to the Dre play.
Harbaugh couldn't win there, right? So all signs point to the 49ers making it 6-0. However,
what?
I do have a loss. They went 5-0 last year. They lost Game 6 at Seattle before the Kansas City game. I may have gotten swayed on this because I talked to a friend of mine in Seattle today. I said, how many wins for the Seahawks? I said, I see 7 or 8. He goes, they're going to win 10. Mike McDonald, this defense, they're going to be a lot better. So
is Geno still Seattle's quarterback?
He is. It could be that point. Who did they get from Washington? Sam Howell.
Led the league.
Hello,
we saw him last week. Have you seen my teddy bear? Lovey. We saw Sam Howell last year. He's the one who threw an interception late in the game there, too.
Yeah.
All right, so the 5-0 bro is done.
But 5-1.
So we go 5-1.
Sorry.
It's 5-1 and still having fun.
Yeah, 5. That's still that's not bad.
Yeah, but you're going into the Chief game on a bit of a downer.
Yeah.
So week
now, this
7.
is a Brady game.
Sunday, October the 20th. 1:25 kickoff on Fox. That will be a Tom Brady game.
The faithful have turned on me.
The 49ers at home against the Kansas City Chiefs. Red and gold again.
Yeah.
They came in and beat the 49ers a couple of years ago, obviously, when the Niners got off to that mediocre start mid-year in McCaffrey's first game, and we've seen him in a couple of Februarys lately. So the 5-1 San Francisco 49ers in a Super Bowl 58 rematch against the Chiefs, John.
Patrick Mahomes is kind of like Dr. Seuss. He's beat you here, he's beat you there, he's beat you everywhere. He's beat you in Kansas City, he's beaten you in Santa Clara, he's beaten you in Las Vegas, he's beaten you in Miami.
Can we feed him green eggs and ham the morning of the game?
He's beaten you here, there, and everywhere. So I don't like it. But you know what? Remember, revenge last year. The 49ers had it on the Eagles. I look at this game very similarly. Remember how jacked up they were for Philadelphia, and there was no way. They weren't being denied. They just rolled them, crushed them in every which way you could. And I believe that is going to be the same case this year. I just think they're going to be jacked up for the Chiefs, and they beat Patrick Mahomes finally in the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, remember, on Christian McCaffrey's first game, it was 44-23 a couple of years ago, right?
Brock Purdy
Santa Clara.
for a late game pick.
Yeah. 44-23.
Yeah.
So they're going to turn it around.
What?
That's right. They're going to score 44 on that defense. Steve Spagnuolo.
Spags will be fired by halftime.
40. They're going to put a 40 burger on them.
Seriously?
They put a 40
now you
burger
realize
on
that
Dallas.
The Niners will have 10 days to get ready for that game from October the 10th to October the 20th. But the Chiefs have their bye week. Have you looked at Andy Reid's record, John?
Yes.
Coming off a bye week, including a couple of Super Bowls against Kyle Shanahan off a bye week.
Plus, the Niners were 2-2 off byes last year, and they do have 4 again this year. But they're going to be ready. They're going to be ready for Kansas City this year.
So lose to Seattle to go 5-1, bounce back to beat the Chiefs and go 6-1.
Yeah, baby.
All right, now the last game before the bye.
Before we break here. We're timing
and
this
is
out
going to be Week 8, Sunday Night Football, October the 27th, 5:20 kick.
Tirico at 12:30, by the way.
Mike Tirico in the booth with Chris Collinsworth. Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, will join us later to prepare one of the great rivalries in the history of the National Football League, the ancient rivals. The 49ers who have won 4 of the previous 7 overall matchups against the Cowboys, including each of the previous 3, and 2 were in the postseason. Last year in October on Sunday Night Football, they laid 42 on the Cowboys. John Lund, the 6-1. 49ers kick it off the last game before the bye.
Look, Jerry Jones, the 49ers never lose to the Cowboys. It could be the playoffs.
They never lose to them?
Well, they do.
Preston Riley just drove off the bridge.
42-10 last year, knocked them out in the playoffs a couple of years before that. Dak Prescott still is the quarterback, right?
For now,
Roger Staubach.
Could be Trey Lance.
Now that would be good. we could have revenge. What if Stafford got hurt and we got Jimmy? What if Dak got hurt and we got Dak? Or excuse me, we got Trey. That'd be amazing. We could have some.
It's the preseason matchup of last year. Brandon Allen against Trey Lance on Sunday Night Football. Damn, Tirico. Can we flex out of this game? So what are you? You're saying
losing to the Cowboys?
They beat the Cowboys?
Yeah.
How about them 49ers?
Got to get me some glory hole. They got 42-10 last year.
Right. So you got the Niners in the first half of the year pre-bye beating the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep, beating
the Dallas Cowboys. Beating the Minnesota Vikings in Minnesota. Beating the Rams in L.A.
Under my lesson from last year.
Losing to Seattle with a rookie head coach and Geno at quarterback.
It's that Mike
That's
McDonald
the one
defense.
Blemish. Otherwise, we're 8-0, bro.
That's the Mike McDonald defense.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a little nervous about it.
Right.
But come on, right?
I'm 7-1 is still having fun.
Yeah.
7-1.
That's a good start.
Right now, first half of the year pre-bye, I think we'd all take 7-1, right? Kyle, you raise your hand and take hell no. We want 8-0, bro.
Yeah, and they were 8-0 a few years ago.
They were 8-0 and lost to Seattle.
7-1, I don't think is so bad.
All right.
But they, look, there's some tough games in there. Minnesota haven't won since '92. Go at the Rams, but they do dominate during the regular season. Cardinals have given them trouble in the past. Kansas City's Kansas City. They always beat Dallas. So that's kind of my rationale.
I would take that. And getting off to a quick start,
huge,
is key to 5-0, 8-0 to getting to the Super Bowl. So I'll take a 7-1 record going into the bye from John Lund. But coming out of the bye,
it's going to be tough.
We got to go to Tampa Bay right away.
Yep.
We got Seattle again, who's already beaten the Niners once, according to Lund. We got to go to the frozen Arctic, Green Bay and Buffalo. We got Chicago at home. The Rams on a short week at Miami to deal with Mike McDaniel and everything he's got there.
And
the Lions on a showdown on Monday Night Football, maybe for surprise. What's the Lions' record going to be 8 games in? Are they 7-1 as well? Then wind up
that division is
at
tough,
Arizona. Right? So 7-1 I like.
Yeah, it's not bad.
We got 8 games down. We got 9 more games to go. I want to see what you're thinking of the post-bye portion.
All right, give us your thoughts. What do you like? What do you not? What do you don't? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Tell me where I'm crazy on those. And then we'll come back. We'll do the second half. And then Mike Tirico is going to join us, of course, Sunday Night Football. And he's going to give us thoughts because the 49ers, of course, got that big game on Sunday night against the Cowboys and later on in the season against the Bills. So we'll get into those conversations next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants reliever, our pal Jeremy Offeld, he joined Tolbert and Kolsky, who was in for Coach yesterday, and discussed what it was like being part of the Giants-Dodgers rivalry. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley is offering another free live CLR webinar coming up Wednesday, May the 22nd at noon. It's a great opportunity for you to find all about custom lens replacement. I had it, John had it, and it's changed our lives. In the webinar, the doctors will answer any questions you might have about it, like what's the difference between CLR and LASIK? I've had both. CLR is way better, but you may not be a candidate for CLR. They may say you're better equipped to do the LASIK surgery, so find out which one you're a candidate for. What's the cost involved? Is there financing? How long will the procedure take?
And you could also find out that you'll never develop a cataract after you have CLR. So find out how CLR is your permanent solution for readers, contacts, glasses. You don't need any eyewear of any kind. You never get a cataract the rest of your life at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley's free live CLR webinar that comes up Wednesday, May 22nd at noon. Act now, though. Space will be tight and limited, so register now at lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Take a sixer to old Milwaukee or Lone Star, nothing snooty.
Why is this so important to you all of a sudden?
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. My off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
All right, here's what we'll do. I've got us at 7-1, 7-1 with the Seahawks being the loss of the first half. So again, Jets win, Vikings win, Rams. I took them as a loss last year. At the Rams, learned my lesson. The Patriots, please, barbecue chicken at home. The Cardinals, that's tough. Win at Seattle. I got a loss there. Mike McDonald, their new coach, was the Ravens DC. Kansas City in a revenge game. Dallas, please. Win, and then we got the bye then at Tampa. So here's what we're going to do. We don't want to be late for Mike Tirico, and we want to give the second half the time it deserves because there's a lot of games in there. That's where it really gets tough. So we're going to talk about that at 12:50. We'll do the second half. We're going to do Mike Tirico doing Sunday Night Football at the bottom of the hour. We got Dallas and Buffalo for Sunday night games. So, again, give us your thoughts on the first half. Do you agree? Do you disagree? What do you think of the Seattle loss? What do you think of the 7-1 start? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the text line, which I'll read some of these. Walter is monitoring YouTube and Twitch. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can see the W's and the L's. We've got it up on there, so you can check it out. Give us your thoughts. Walter is monitoring that, or you can call in or text. What do you think? 7-1 start.
Well, I losing at Seattle is disappointing, but beating Kansas City at home and beating Dallas. Kansas City's coming off a bye. Andy Reid does not lose off byes in Super Bowls. We've seen that, and Dallas is coming off a bye. So I think all things considered, you would take 7-1 in the first half of the year. The one thing I would caution as you start to make the schedule up later in the year, John, is now the travel comes into play. You mentioned early in the year they got the trip to Minnesota, and then they trip to L.A. and Seattle. Otherwise, they're playing at home. The second half of the year post-bye at Tampa Bay, and that is a 10 a.m. kickoff. At Green Bay, and right now, let's ask Tirico how the flexing works. Right, that's right around the time of the season, Week 12, where NBC can poach a game. Did Fox squat on that game? Is it locked in at 1:25 our time, which would be 3:30 in Green Bay? But one thing to keep in mind, as you make these long trips, and I think there's two ways to look at it. When they have to kick off at 10 o'clock in the morning our time, West Coast time, in the early window, they're hard. But you get back to the Bay Area earlier on Sunday night, and the 49ers are able to land at San Jose International Airport. Because they fly out of San Jose for these long trips on Friday. It's easier to get home. There's no way in hell the Buffalo game, which will kick off at 5:20 our time, 8:20 in Buffalo. And if you have to de-ice after that game, San Jose does not allow you to land that late at night. I forget what the exact cutoff is, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, something like that. If you can't get wheels down in San Jose by 10 or 11 o'clock, you have to fly into SFO and then bus. That just adds another couple of hours, hour plus. If it's Monday morning traffic after Thanksgiving weekend, it makes it a really long trip. So you've got long trips. Tampa will be early in the day. I don't think that'll get flexed out. You never know. Green Bay might. Buffalo already is a night game. And then Miami is a late afternoon game on Fox.
But at least you get that in December, right? Instead of you're playing in September. You're gonna be.
But still, these guys are not. Later in the year, you start to get These guys are tired now. And once you get into Thanksgiving week in Buffalo, there's distractions taking care. It's probably better to get out of the road on Thanksgiving, get away. But and then you come back, and now it's Christmas. Later in the year, the travel becomes in it. You run into snow and travel obstacles, obviously, going to Green Bay and Buffalo.
Do you put any stock, though, in, Kyle's 13-19 in October, and he doesn't lose in December? Does that, is that just coincidental?
No, it's they get off to when they've won the Super Bowl, when they won the NFC Championship game and gone to the Super Bowl, they've gotten off to 8-0 and 5-0 starts. The years that they got to merely the championship game and lost in L.A. and Philadelphia, they were 3-4 and 3-5 to start. But I'm just saying the schedule is more difficult. The travel is more difficult. And just the layer of leaving on a Friday out of San Jose Airport and then flying back to SFO, I think even when you include the preseason, and we don't know the exact dates yet, but week 1 of the preseason is going to be in Nashville, Tennessee. That's going to be a night game. You're not playing them during the day. Las Vegas, now, we did play them during, the day when we played them in the preseason. I don't know what time that game would be. Vegas is easier to get back to, obviously, being on the West Coast. But I think when you look at it, I think the Niners will land at SFO more frequently this year than landing in San Jose. And that may not seem like it is to the players because their cars are all at the facility. That's where they go. It's an extra hour.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just, and then if you, like the Buffalo game, that's the Monday after Thanksgiving weekend. You got to hit rush hour traffic. Now, they get a police escort back, but it's still more challenging. So I'll take the 7-1 you've laid out. That's fine.
But the second half is where it's
The
at.
second half is going to be tough games, obviously. And we'll have Tirico come on. The Buffalo game is going to be a huge game. What's the weather going to be like there? Can they flex the Green Bay game to Sunday night? I'm not sure. And then Monday Night Footballs, they're not losing that Detroit game. Mike knows the Lions really well, called both of their playoff wins. Lives just, a long field goal away from Ford Field in Michigan. Is that, is your 7-1 at the bye and looking at the schedule, I don't care what their one-loss record is. The goal is to be the number 1 seed. Is 7-1 at the bye going to set you up where you can be the number 1 seed? And maybe it comes down to December the 30th at Levi's on Monday Night Football to decide everything against Detroit. Maybe the Rams are still lurking there in that Thursday night short week game. What's Green Bay going to be? They got hot late in the year last year. They're going to be good in their division. So
that division's going to be better.
The 7-1's a great record. That's as good as you can get outside 8-0, bro. But you got some tough games. You got some real long travel. You got the weather in Green Bay and Buffalo back-to-back. Is it good enough to set you up to not play Wild Card Weekend and to play 2 home playoff games all the way to New Orleans?
All right, before we get to Mike Tirico, just a couple of quick ones from the 925. I agree with the 7-1 record. However, I think the loss comes to Arizona, not to Seattle. That's an interesting one, but that's a home game.
All right.
I don't see it, but okay. Another from the 415 says Niners are going undefeated. Undefeated, he says.
The whole year or just the first half?
He says the whole year.
Damn, 17-0, bro?
From 402, 14-3. Losses to KC, Buffalo, and Arizona in the last week.
Everybody thinks Arizona's going to be a problem. I don't disagree. Arizona, don't sleep on them.
Yeah, they're tough. There's no doubt about it. Another says 7-1, but not Seattle. Doesn't say who they think they'll lose to. So, again, there's some of the reaction to the first half, and we'll get some of the reaction on the YouTube channel as well as Walter is monitoring that. And then you can hit us up, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get back to the schedule game. We got to play the second half of it. The first half, we got a 7-1 with the loss in Seattle. You can agree or disagree with that. Second half gets much tougher, though, as you said. Travel issues, all those kind of things, tougher games. We'll get into that conversation at 12:50. But first, Mike Tirico, Sunday Night Football. Niners are on there twice. Cowboys Week 8 and Week 13 at Buffalo. We'll get into that conversation, what he thinks of the schedule. We'll do it nationally, get into a national thought as well, and the entire NFC. What will it take for the 49ers to get that number 1 seed? We'll talk about it with Mike Tirico of NBC next, only here on the Sports Leader. Oh, yes. It's me again. I missed you. John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? That's crazy. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. Now, that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They have been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is where we need it. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, springtime, people are outside, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. See? I see one now. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you are in tremendous hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion? I wasn't stuttering there. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay absolutely 100% not a nothing, nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Reacting from the NFL schedule, specifically the 49ers. We've done the first half. We will do the second half at 12:50. We want to get your thoughts. Where am I crazy? Where am I right? Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-5627. You can line them up 415-808-KNBR, both on the text and the call-in line. Also YouTube, we have the actual graphics up about the wins and losses, so you can check it out there and tell us crazy or right. But let's get into a little Sunday Night Football. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, they will have the opener, which is going to be an awesome one. Ravens at Chiefs, and then the schedule from there is incredible, including 2 games for the 49ers. Week 8, October 27th, Cowboys at Niners, and Week 13 in your hometown, December 1st, 49ers at Bills. So let's react to all of it. Plus, Mike has a pretty decent assignment this summer at the Olympics in Paris, which isn't so bad. And the great Mike Tirico joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Mike.
Our sales department has already reached out to every Western New York company to sponsor Sunday Night Football exclusive the Papa Bowl.
Now, you know what we're doing that week? And I know you have it Thursday night, and that's Thanksgiving week.
Yes.
We got to go back to Syracuse and go to Central New York at some point this weekend before we roll into Western New York for the Bills game and the 49ers on December 1. But you got to give me some, because you had, what was it, like the 4th coldest playoff game in history at Arrowhead?
That's correct.
You know, I haven't lived in Buffalo in a long, long time, and I kind of extreme cold. I get frostbite, Mike.
His blood is thin, Mike.
How do I handle this? A night game at Orchard Park with the Bills and the 49ers. How cold is that going to be? I know. I've gone
You never lose that.
I know.
Never, ever lose it. That actually, you know what? And just to jump in, seriously, that division, the AFC East, intrigues me a little bit. I don't feel like Buffalo's better, right? You know, the whole it's kind of a garbage point that we bring up all the time, but did the window close? Has the Bills' window closed only to be reopened when they can put better talent around Josh Allen? Because it feels like secondary was getting a little bit old. They had to make some financial decisions there. Obviously, with Stephon Diggs, they made a decision to move on there. I don't know if this team is better than the one that we've seen win the division here multiple times. So that's going to be interesting to see if they do it. Does Miami take a step up from last year? Do they learn how to run the ball in cold weather and tough conditions? And what are the Jets like if Aaron Rodgers is healthy? So that's going to be an intriguing division. So that could matter a lot in the AFC. I'm fascinated about having that game late in the season.
That's a great point, Mike, because, you know, the 49ers are going to face this year after this next year. You know, you have this window, and then all of a sudden, you know, Josh Allen's going to make $50 million, then he's going to make $60 million, and so now you got to look at your roster, and at the same time, you got to try to stay competitive. So Stephon Diggs is in Houston, and Gabe Davis is in Jacksonville, and they lost, you know, some key safeties on the back end. You can't keep everybody, and like you said, they're trying to kind of retool this thing on the run, and that's never easy.
Now, here's the other question that you just brought up, John, which is a great one. We know the finances are going to continue to go forward because the TV contracts are done through 10 years with an ability to reopen, I think, in 7 years. And the money's forecast to go up every year. So the question becomes, okay, do we keep paying a percentage equivalent to what we pay now to quarterbacks? I mean, we keep going 55, 60, $65 million. Because at some point you go, maybe it's not worth it. Maybe a $35 or $40 million quarterback, it sounds stupid as an isolated sentence, but maybe that is better for your chances of winning and succeeding going forward. It's going to be interesting to see how people treat franchise quarterbacks when those salaries keep going up, if they just keep resetting the market with this guy becomes the highest paid player in the league.
Well, I know the Niners paid attention, as the whole football world did, when Brad Holmes and the Lions gave Jared Goff that extension this week, Mike, 4 years at $112 and over $50 million, which does lead to the Lions. And we are going to see them later in the year, and that's going to be on Monday Night Football. But you're like the voice, the TV voice of the Detroit Lions, living so close to Ford Field there. You've got the Ravens and Chiefs in the opener, but you got a rematch of that great playoff game, Lions and the Rams. So to your point about where Buffalo is, conversely, the Lions. I think Philadelphia had a really big offseason, both via free agency and the draft, but the Detroit Lions really shored up their secondary, both drafting and trading.
Yes.
As you look at it, are the Lions and Eagles on an even par with the Niners? Are the Niners still the best in the NFC? How good are your Detroit Lions, Tirico, since you are the TV voice of the Lions?
My Detroit Lions, I did 3 of their games last year.
They're all big games. Come on. They're playoff games.
It was nice to have the 2 playoff games. It'll be nice to have the Sunday night opener. Although I really, if you want to be picky, I would have liked it on a separate week where I wasn't traveling. I could have a whole week at home.
That's right.
That's a different story, Yeah. Greg, I think they're really close. I really do. I think Detroit and Philadelphia approached the offseason as our window is way open right now. What do we both need? Both Philly and Detroit. We need defensive back help. They both drafted defensive backs in their first 2 picks, right? They know specifically their need, drafted for it, pointed to it, free agency signings for that. The Niners, I think, are the bar, and I think that's the bar everyone's trying to get to. And you saw the game. The Lions were a couple of plays away from having control of the second half of that NFC Championship game, and they couldn't get a stop, and they couldn't flip the momentum back in their direction. And that's what they addressed. Because if they address that, look, that team that walked in to Levi's was good enough to keep walking to Vegas in the Super Bowl. They were absolutely good enough, and they showed it on the field with that first half. So they're really close. So I think they're right there. I would still say because of the experience, I'd lean towards San Francisco. But Jared Goff started a Super Bowl. He almost got to another one. Josh Reynolds holds the ball. I think they got a chance to get to last year's Super Bowl. So I'd say they're right there. And I think Philadelphia, it'll be an interesting year to see where the chemistry is in that offense because it really fell apart in the last month of the season. The Lions kept going up and playing bigger games and improving until the second half of that Niners game. The Eagles went in the opposite direction. So I want to see, can they turn that thing back around to get where they were at the start of the year? I still think it's San Francisco, then probably Detroit. I think Detroit's division's better now, too. I think Green Bay's good. I like what Chicago's done in the offseason. Let's see what Caleb Williams does. And I have no idea what Minnesota's going to look like. But if J.J. McCarthy is all right and can play, or Darnold goes, they could be okay. That team was not that far away from making the playoffs. We had them at the end of last year. So team in a good division, they'll be tested. And by the time they get to you guys at the end of December, I think that'll be a game that'll have a lot of meaning both ways.
Best in the biz, Mike Tirico joining us for talking some Sunday Night Football. As a schedule released in the NFL yesterday. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Obviously, if Pop says you're the voice of the Lions, you're going to be the voice of the Chiefs, too, because you got the Chiefs early. You got them a couple other times. You got them September 22nd against the Falcons. You got them late in the season against the Chargers. Last year was kind of supposed to be a down year, but then the defense jumped up. The offense wasn't great early. Obviously, they beat the 49ers again, but they lose Snead. Rashee Rice is in some issues. They do pick up Worthy, the young kid out of Texas, but is there any reason to believe that Kansas City's not going to be there again?
No, there are 4 guys still there. Let's go Andy Reid, Mahomes, Kelsey, Chris Jones on defense. I mean, they have 4 guys who make a difference all the time. And I'll tell you, how many years have we seen it? For 25 years now, Andy Reid coaches offense as well as anybody in the league. And I know Kyle is great at it, but I'm talking like a quarter century here. Andy Reid's teams, different quarterbacks, different styles, whatever, bring in rookie receivers, bring in a 7th-round pick in the backfield out of Rutgers. Andy Reid coaches teams to the max on the offensive side of the ball. And so, yes, there are changes. Yes, that defense may not have the same players they had, but I think they're going to be right there again. I don't think the AFC West is the strongest of divisions. I don't know what the Chargers are going to be like in their adjustment phase to a more physical team with Harbaugh. I think we got questions out there at the quarterback position, especially with the Raiders, and the Broncos are the same thing. So I think that they can go through September, October, November, experiment a little bit, figure out who they are. And like last year, they went on the road and won three playoff games after the wild card game at home. The 2 to get to the Super Bowl. So can they do it again? Absolutely. You'd be a fool to pick somebody else in the AFC. It doesn't mean that somebody else isn't going to win, but it'd be hard to pick against them.
Michael, the 49ers are going to play all 3 teams they faced in the playoffs last year in the regular season. The Chiefs, obviously, in a Super Bowl rematch in October at Levi's. We talked about the Lion game in late December at Levi's. And then they have a game against Green Bay, November the 24th at Lambeau. And the Lion game was 24-7 in the halftime. But the Green Bay game the week before, the Packers controlled that game until midway through the fourth quarter, and Brock got on a heater, and they were able to win the game. But that was a battle. So that's a juicy game. That's the week before the 49ers go to Buffalo and you have that game on Sunday Night Football. So if you would, explain to us the best you can and the best you're allowed, because NBC does have the ability to start flexing games. Is that game in Green Bay, like, Fox squats on a game and says, you can't take that one and we're going to send Burkhardt and Tom Brady to Lambeau for 49ers Packers, or does NBC have the ability to steal that game? How does that work late in the year?
Sure.
The top announcing crews, the top networks as far as NBC flexing games off of CBS and or Fox?
Yeah, great question. So those 425 games, if you go look at the schedule, you can just see one of those games that feels like a primetime game in the 425 Eastern, 125 Pacific window every week with the network that has the doubleheader that week. And that essentially has become a national game. And that game, plus the other regional game on, let's say it's, let's just say it's San Francisco and Green Bay, right? That's the national game. Maybe they'll throw in like New Orleans and Atlanta in the same window, right? That window at 425, the combination of those two games, becomes the most watched window of the NFL week, almost every single week. We had a few more where our Sunday night game beat that window last year, but essentially that's the top rated window. So those games are protected. Each network a few weeks out gets the chance to protect, as we get to flex, protect that game. So like you get to that 3 weeks before, Fox will protect that Green Bay San Francisco game, and then we won't flex. I think flex has changed a little bit now as there are more national windows with the Thursday nights, the Sunday nights, the Monday nights, all these standalone games, the Netflix Christmas game. The inventory is thinner than it used to be. CBS and Fox can protect their big games in the Sunday afternoon window. So I think you're going to see overall, at least the last 2 years, less flexing, but getting out of bad games in prime time. That's why Monday night has flexed for the first time last year. Thursday flex has flex options about a month out. It's just to protect, let's say, unfortunately a big quarterback gets hurt and you end up with a game that was going to be good and it really isn't. It's to keep those games out of exclusive national windows. So I'm sure, almost sure, barring anything silly, that San Francisco Green Bay game would stay in that window of the late game on that Sunday. That'd be a hell of a game too. I think the Packers are a team I'm excited about as one that could take the next step, because you mentioned it. We had them at home against Kansas City. They won that game. They beat Detroit on Thanksgiving. And then you mentioned the game, Greg, that they really outplayed the Niners for 3.5 quarters. Up until that second to last drive, I didn't think the Niners were going to win that game. So Green Bay's a team on the come, and those will be a couple of great back-to-back games those 2 weeks, Thanksgiving before and after for the Niners.
That's great stuff. Mike Tirico is joining us, of course, the voice of Sunday Night Football. But we got to ask you, I mean, you've done everything. The Paris Olympics, are you already packing? Is this your best assignment, the Paris Olympics? That sounds pretty good for a summer.
Johnny, right now I am looking at the back of the grandstand at Pimlico.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's got a horse race on Saturday.
Which is about to be taken down in the next 12 months. And they're going to start rebuilding this place after the 150th next year. So what I'm looking at right now is not what I'll be looking at in July in the Eiffel Tower every night for 17 nights. Let me say that as politely as possible. No, we are all pumped. I've been over 3 times in the last year. Paris is either one of two things. You've been there and you can't wait to go back, or you've never been and you're dying to go. It's a one-of-a-kind city. And the Olympics, after 3 in a row in Asia and the last 2 with COVID and no fans, is really ready for just a boost, a kickstart. And I think Paris is going to be a co-star of the games. I don't know if you guys know this. I'll give you 2 items. One, the beach volleyball is going to be at the foot of the Eiffel Tower.
Ooh.
They're building a temporary stadium, trucking in sand, and beach volleyball is going to have the Eiffel Tower as the background.
Wow.
And then they're using other things like the grounds at Versailles for equestrian. They're using Place de la Concorde, which are the big plazas in Paris. They're going to use that for things like 3-on-3 basketball and BMX cycling and breakdancing, called breaking, which is now in the Olympics. So the point is Paris is going to be a big part of the backdrop for the games. And the other part that's pretty cool is that events are going to be on live. It's a 9-hour time difference in the West Coast. But when there are events at 9 o'clock at night in Paris, noon in San Francisco, it'll be on live on NBC Bay Area. We'll have live coverage of those events. We're not saving stuff for primetime. You come back at night in primetime, we'll show you some behind the scenes, more storytelling, more of the drama that goes with the Olympics, almost like you're watching, binging a series at night when you're home with the family. But you're going to get live stuff late morning, early afternoon out on the West Coast, which I think will be fun for everybody to watch as they watch the Olympic Games.
And we love it all, and you do such an extraordinary job. But I know how much you love basketball in the NBA. And Steph Curry technically didn't make the playoffs this year. LeBron got bounced, and KD got bounced. But as far as Team USA, to have Steph Curry, LeBron James, and Kevin Durant, among others, Joel Embiid and Devin Booker, and it goes on and on. I mean, what are we looking at for Team USA? Steph Curry's won everything in his life, Mike. He's never won a gold medal.
I've never been in the Olympics in terms of playing, so it's really a different set of circumstances. I'm with you guys on that, and I also think too, rested will be important, right? You're going to get LeBron, KD, and Steph. Certainly LeBron and KD, probably Steph as well. Well, not sure, for their last Olympic run, off of a couple of months rest. And I also think it's going to be important in passing the torch to the guys you mentioned, like Embiid and Booker and Tatum from the Celtics. Because, if you think about it, guys, who are the best players right now in the NBA? Jokic?
Right.
Doncic.
Doncic.
Yeah.
Giannis.
Right. You start going through Giannis. If I gave you 4 or 5 guys, the best 4 or 5 currently in the NBA, Tatum is in that conversation, of course. But right now, like that next gen of NBA guys, Anthony Edwards will be on Team USA. He would be in that mix. But a lot of those players are not American players. And the point is, I don't know if America's dominance of basketball on the global scale is going to feel the same going into the 28 games, a home game to the U.S. in Los Angeles. So I think it's an interesting time. So this becomes a really cool Olympics where the LeBron, KD, Steph group can almost pass the leadership and carry the banner for Team USA basketball torch to this next generation of guys. I think that's another part of that that's underlying in all of this. And the best basketball team is going to be in Paris, right? Is Team USA women.
Oh, I know.
Oh, no doubt.
That's going to be incredible as well.
They are going for an 8th straight gold medal. If they get that, and they're heavily favored to, they would be the first team in any sport in the Olympics to win gold in 8 straight games. The team is so good. It's not a guarantee Caitlin Clark makes the team. That gives you an idea of where USA basketball is for the women and how dominant they are, and they're a pretty good show as well.
That's a great point. He is the greatest. It is Mike Tirico of NBC, Sunday Night Football, and, of course, you're going to see him on the Olympics from Paris all summer long. Mike, you are the best. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Great to be on with you guys. I am counting down the days till December 1st. The Papa
Well, before
return.
that, Michael, we will see you in late October when you come in for 49ers Cowboys. Can't wait to see you then.
That was the famous touchdown San Francisco homage to Papa.
He saved it on
the last touchdown of the
J.P.
game.
Mason's touchdown.
That was awesome.
You're the best, brother.
Off the Warner interception. Next play, run left, 24 yards.
Yeah.
Papa homage forever.
That was so good.
You're the best, man. Love you, brother.
Thank you, Mike.
Great, right back at you, boys. Have a good
Take
summer.
care.
We'll talk.
Take care, Michael.
That is the great Mike Tirico. Man, he's great. Sunday Night Football, we broke that all down, and he's going to the Paris Olympics, which that's a pretty good deal. All right, we owe you the second half in predictions. We'll do that coming up next. Give us your thoughts again. You'll be able to follow along on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure you hit us up there, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you like it, you don't. Some of the big games we can fit you in as well. And then the voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham, at 1:15. So we're open for you. We'll do the predictions next on the Sports Leader. Summer starts right here, right now at Modesto Toyota, and it starts with, of course, big savings. So you enjoy summer, you got to get on that road trip. Your new Toyota is waiting with great deals just waiting for you at Modesto Toyota. So do what I did. Come in and check out the all-new models and go to modestotoyota.com and see all the incoming vehicles. Then what you do, and this is what I did, you pick out the one you want. It's got all the bells and whistles you need, and you're going. And you're saving on gas, by the way, with the mini hybrid cars, trucks, SUVs. I have the RAV4 hybrid, saving a ton of money on gas. And you can check out the new trucks, the Tacoma, and of course the powerful new Tundra, and even some models with big customer cash back. And you know you can trust Modesto Toyota because they've been doing it family-owned since 1965. They have thousands of happy customers like me. See the big smile on my face? Well, you could if you were here. Love to have you. The great service, great prices. So it is time. It's summer. You're off for a road trip right here, right now, and you're ready for your new Toyota with, did I ever mention, no dealer markup. So the time's never been better. It's where I get all my Toyotas, obviously. So come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and online at modestotoyota.com.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The never meh, Matty Miyoko. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning. He gave his 49ers win-loss predictions. Post NFL schedule release. Check out that podcast and more in the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Pape and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You are looking live. Okay, I already did that. All right, we did the first half of the season.
Hello, friends.
First half of the season. By the way, Walter gave me the report. You can watch along on YouTube and Twitch. We have it live. As you can see, the W's and the L's there. We played the first half of the game, win-loss game. Win Jets, win Vikings, win Rams, win Patriots, win Cardinals, lose Seahawks.
What?
Win.
What?
Lose Seahawks. Win Chiefs, win Cowboys, please, Cowboys.
7-1 going into the
7-1,
bye week.
going into the bye.
Coming out of the
Yeah.
bye.
Yeah.
George Kittle comes back from Vegas with Nick Bosa. We're all good to go. Nobody got detained.
Is Nick going to go to Vegas?
I don't know. We'll see.
I think Kittle is.
All right, I know where we're going week 9. We're going to Tampa Bay, John, to pick up the second half of the year. You ready?
Yes. Baker
Let's
and the boys,
do it.
right?
Sunday, November the 3rd. Third consecutive season, the 49ers have their bye week in week 9.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to have it then. They come out of it week 10, 10 a.m. against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 49ers have seen Tampa Bay in the regular season now for a third consecutive year, John. You realize the last time we were back in Tampa in the pirate ship? Jameis throws intercepted by Richard Sherman. Jameis throws intercepted by Ahkello Witherspoon. Niners won that game 31-17. Now it's Baker Mayfield. It's his back foot. Looks for Mike Evans. Throws. And what happens, John Lund?
Jair Brown picks it off out of nowhere. That's what's going to happen. They, like you said, in Brock's first game, they beat him. They beat Brady, but it was at Levi's. They beat Baker at Levi's. They're going on the road. They're going to win at the pirate ship. They will. They'll win at the pirate ship. Off the bye. They're off the bye. They're going to Florida. I know it's a long trip. I know it's one of the rare 10 a.m. starts for the season.
Only
that is
two
not
all year.
That is not going to be an easy game. I'll give you that. And the Bucs are legit. They played well in
They
Detroit.
were a playoff team last year.
And they played well in that game at points.
And they beat Philly.
Yeah, but that 8-1, baby.
8-1 and still
8-1.
having fun. All right, week.
Yeah, I love these drops.
How's your groin? Week 11, Sunday,
How's your
November the
groin?
17th. You have the 49ers 8-1 going into the game. The one was a loss in Seattle. I
know.
105
Mad at me for
kickoff.
that.
This time it's at Levi's.
All right,
Geno still their quarterback?
No, at that point, it's going to be Sam Howell. Hello, Lovey.
That's Thurston B. Howell,
Thurston
John.
B. Sam Howell does what he did against the 49ers before. He's going to throw interceptions, and they get revenge, a measure of revenge, as they easily handle Seattle and Mike McDonald. They finally figure out that defense. Mike McDonald, the old Ravens DC. So, yeah, they figure it out.
So now we're 9-1 and having a hell of a lot of
And now
fun.
here comes the fun, right?
All right, week 12, Sunday, November the 24th at Green Bay. Mike Tirico says NBC can't steal it. It's going to be Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on the call. 125 kickoff. Aaron Rodgers is no longer there. It's Jordan Love. Hell of a playoff game.
remember
The
how they had
Niners
him?
will visit Lambeau Field in the regular season for the first time since 2018 when C.J. Beathard threw a late pick on Monday Night Football. We were there for a playoff game a couple of years ago. Blocked!
A lot of chicken soup.
Jordan Willis scooping a score by telling, fuck God, my voice is cracking.
That was so good. We
8,
have that cut, by the way. It's
8 and now 9-1. Now leave. We're not doing that. 9-1. 9-1 at Lambeau Field with the chicken broth flowing.
Yep.
Still going to be cold, John. 9-1. 49ers Packers playoff rematch from last year.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oh, damn.
Sorry. I think the Packers get some revenge there. That doesn't mean they'll beat them in the playoffs. Remember how dominant they were in that game? We do remember. And they made some mistakes, not to the extent of the Lions, but they probably should have won that game. Packers get some revenge to 9-2.
Bro.
I know, but that's November. Remember when you get into December?
Yeah,
That's
I know,
when Kyle
but now
rolls.
we're moving into the tough part of the schedule.
Yeah, but
so you know what you just
they
did?
lose
You
in
just
Green Bay.
spoiled the Papa family Thanksgiving. Back in suburban Williamsville, we're all getting ready, but I come in having lost to Green Bay, and now I got to deal with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Here comes
Tiricos.
Mike Tirico in from Central New York. It is Week 13, Sunday, December the 1st.
I love the change
in
in music.
Orchard Park.
Beautiful.
49ers and the Buffalo Bills on Sunday Night Football.
I'm very
Wow.
conflicted because this could be a situation like last year was where you lose a couple, they lost 3. But like you said, Josh Allen really cuts through the wind. We're not sure. How cold was it in Philly last year? Remember December 3rd they played in Philly?
Not that cold.
So he hasn't really played in real cold. I mean,
You're talking
39 in Seattle's not that cold. It's
I'm
gross.
hearing a heat wave is coming through Buffalo on December the 1st, John. It's going to be minus 12.
And remember, here's the thing. Kyle in December, he's almost bulletproof in December. So despite me being going back and forth on this one and Josh Allen's strong arm, like Mike Tirico said, these aren't your dad's Bills. These aren't the Bills that we saw last year. They let Stephon Diggs go. They had to let some back end, safeties go. They're not the Bills. They're kind of trying to rebuild on the fly.
We got a 10th win?
Yeah, put it on the board. Put it on the board.
Tips and overthrows. Gotta get those.
And that's because Josh Allen.
Thank you, Nick Sorensen.
Remember, he turns the ball over quite a bit.
He does.
He's gonna have a late pick. He's gonna seal it for the 49ers.
All right. So 10-2.
Malik Mustafa.
They get a split in Green Bay and Buffalo.
Not bad.
And now they come home to take on Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. Week 14, Sunday, December the 8th. Levi's Stadium, 125 kick on Fox. We saw the Bears. Justin Fields is long gone. I've seen him a couple of times. It's the first time the 49ers have hosted the Bears going back to 2018. It's been a long time ago, John. Where's Caleb Williams in 2018? He wasn't even in Oklahoma yet. All right, 10-2 49ers
10-2
against the Bears.
Look, Caleb Williams is nice. By that point, is he still a rookie in Week 14? Yeah, Roma Dunze. They're much better. Montez Sweat, they added to the defense last year. That's a better team. It's a better division. But come on, 49ers aren't losing to a rookie quarterback.
Game. It's a big game.
Yeah, they're not losing to a rookie quarterback. No.
All right,
baby!
Jim Ryan loves
Bears.
it. So the 49ers are 11-2. Keep in mind, both of the losses you are going with are NFC losses to Seattle and to Green Bay.
Oh, I don't like that.
Which could come into a factor as we come down the stretch. All right. Now we have a short week.
Yep.
It is week 15, Thursday, December the 12th. Yep. LA Rams, 5:15 kick on Prime Video. Alfalfa Michaels will be here. Is Kirk Street still working or no?
Yes, so.
Richard Sherman's.
Back in
he's a
when
free
he played
man
in
right now.
college.
Is Sherman still working for them?
Yeah, that's
I don't
a good
know.
question.
I saw him on TV this morning, so I don't know.
Okay, yeah, I guess so.
You had the 49ers beating the Rams.
Yeah, because last year
early
I had
in the
them
year in
losing,
SoFi in week 3.
I had them losing last year there.
11-2 49ers against Lar.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It'll be close. That young defense last year, they had a good draft this year. They really did an underrated draft this year. I like who they picked up. But the regular season dominance of the Rams continues for one Kyle Shanahan. W.
So you have them sweeping Lar again this year.
Yeah, W. Slap
So
that
now,
green W up there.
Now the record is 12-2, and you have the 49ers beating all the Kyle proteges. They beat Robert Salah, Booger McFarland.
Yeah.
They have knocked off now Sean McVay. Now
common.
we get the real. But he did lose to Matt LaFleur, cramming up your cram hole, LaFleur. He was not on the Niners staff, but Kyle knows him. Now we're going to South Beach to deal with Miami Mike.
And he does dress like Miami Vice.
16, Sunday, December the 22nd, just days before Christmas. 125 kick. Not going to be insufferably hot in Miami at this time, but they got speed. They got Raheem Mostert. If not the fastest player in the NFL, his teammate is the Cheetah.
I think he's going to come on
Tyreek Hill. We got the 12-2 49ers up against, this is Kyle Shanahan, against Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins.
And you have 10 days to prepare. You're coming out that Thursday, right? December 22nd, a few days before Christmas. I gave him an L. I was very conflicted on this, but I thought I was being too optimistic because I'm looking at 12-2.
What is this, the South Beach flu?
Yeah, I just,
Are guys not making curfew? They're hanging at Bosa's place? What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, they go down there, Miami, South Beach, Clevelander.
All right.
He got us in the one year, but
yeah.
That was a tough one for me.
And the last time they were there was the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Against Kansas City. You're bringing back a lot of bad memories.
Yeah, that's not a fun stadium.
Now,
Hard Rock,
they do have, this is their first AFC loss. So the losses all add up, and you got the Niners now 12-3.
A better AFC than NFC.
But the NFC are the ones with the tiebreakers. So All right, I'm cool with that. Now we roll
This is
into
the one, right?
showdown.
This is the one.
And we got to figure out what the Lions' record is at this point.
They're going to be tied.
And this is a rematch of the. You're saying the Lions are 12-3 going into this
Yeah,
game?
they're going to be tied.
Damn!
Lions are good.
This one, Joe Buck, is for the number one seed in the NFC.
That's what they're trying for, at least. When they
It's a
schedule this thing.
rematch of the NFC Championship game, and it's a preview of the NFC Championship game. Where are we playing this game? Levi's or Ford Field? Monday, December 30th, 5:15 kickoff. 49ers and Lions.
The 49ers are not going to let the Lions do what they did last time. Jamison Williams with that 42-yard run, and we're looking at each other going, this ain't good. We're not going to Vegas. But they're going to play a much better game. They're going to be jacked up. Remember last December they were jacked up for that Philly game? I said earlier they're going to beat Kansas City because I think they're going to be really jacked. They're going to be jacked for this. The Lions have been talking a lot of trash. There's all that stuff going on right now. Lions are good. I respect them. Goff gets the new contract. That is warranted. But this is a win. This is a win against the Lions.
49ers have beaten the Detroit Lions, and with that, they have cemented the number one seed.
That's what you'll be saying.
In the NFC.
Bang! Bang!
13-3. Now, this makes the last game of the year in Arizona, if it's all the way you laid it out, where they're both 12-3 going in that game. The Niners win that game. They win the tiebreaker. Does anybody even go to Arizona? Does Brock even go back home?
This is where I erred last year because I put a W over the Rams at home, and that was the last game of last year, but they didn't because, like you said, Carson Wentz came in, they beat him, nobody cared. And so they lost. So I put an L against the Cardinals on the last game for that exact reason. They're not going to play anybody. It's going to be like Greg Popovich and Tim Duncan. They're not taking anybody to Arizona. Everybody stays home.
They're flying them home on Southwest Airlines?
Sorry, Brock. Sorry, Brock. You got to stay here. You don't get to see family. Dad doesn't come out.
Brock, go hang in Gilbert. Right. You're not going to Glendale.
You can, whatever it is, but no way.
Go get a hot tub on a
Sunday. I put an L there because for the very reason that they lost to the Rams last year. So
okay, I'll take a 13-4, but that is good enough to be the number one seed in the NFC.
After they beat the Lions in Week 17, yes, sir.
That's all we need.
Yes, sir.
I'm with you.
13-4.
You had them last year 13-4 as well.
I did.
And they wound up 12-5.
Yeah.
Damn close. Damn close.
Yeah, damn close. So, again, losses, Seattle at Seattle Week 6. I have them beating Kansas City and Dallas right after that. Loss in Week 12 to Green Bay. Loss to the Cardinals when it doesn't matter. And a loss to the Don Johnson, Mike McDaniel in Week 16. So 13-4.
The pouring glasses.
Yeah, 13
and that's good enough for the number one seed.
Yeah, he has no socks. His shoes probably stink.
Are you thinking ahead to January so you could have a bye week?
Yeah.
Who are the two teams they have to beat? Is it, according to you, Lions are going to be good.
Yeah, I think it's Lions again in the NFC Championship game.
Where's Philadelphia, by the way?
I think they're going to be sneaky because they had a great draft. They got those DBs. They got Cooper DeJean. They fortified themselves. They got the kid out of Toledo, Mitchell, Quinyon Mitchell. I think that they are going to be better. And that whole hangover thing. For them, it comes down to Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen Hurts. Which guy is he? 2 years ago or last year?
Cowboys make the playoffs?
Yeah, they'll make the playoffs. But they
you think so as a wild card?
Dak is still.
We got to ask Brad Sham. So I 13-4, number one seed in the NFC. You kidding me? I take 4 and 13 as long as you're the number one seed. But mathematically, that's unlikely. That's not going to happen. So 13-4.
Look at the board.
Are they healthy?
Take a picture.
Are they healthy going into January football, John?
Oh, they
you're based on that, everybody's pretty healthy.
I mean, that's what they've done, right?
Brock, they're all.
That's generally what they do, right? They ramp up.
They did get hurt at the end of the year. Losing Cleveland Ferrell was a sneaky big injury.
And you said it right from the beginning. For the run defense. So there you go. Give us your thoughts. Fire away. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line the same at 415-808-5627. Walter is monitoring YouTube and Twitch as well, so we'll do that. And you can see right on YouTube right now, if you're seeing the W's and the L's and the with the team logos, that's what I have picked. You can screenshot that and make fun of me.
Now the whole world is seeing it. They can screenshot it and save it.
When I say
next year on May the 17th, when we reconvene,
there it is.
They're going to bring it up. But
those are the wins and the losses right there.
So you've got, as far as division winners, Niners, Lions win the North.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough division, though.
Who is Tampa win the South? Does Atlanta wins the South?
Cousins,
you got Philadelphia winning the East.
Yeah, Philadelphia's going to be
and the all-in Cowboys Are they
Cowboys
even
make
all?
it.
Are they all in as a wild card team?
Cowboys make it. Green Bay makes it. I guess somebody always is a weird team.
Who's
in there.
that
I guess
third
that'll be
team?
Atlanta. I guess.
But Atlanta's going to win their
yeah.
division.
Yeah, that's a good question.
How about the
Seattle?
Rams?
Rams? One of those teams from the West, maybe?
But you got the Cowboys making the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so.
That's Brad Sham. Are they? Yeah. For the team that we trampled last year 42-8, and they lost Leighton Vander Esch in that game.
Right.
Did they really fix their right? I know that, Eric Kendricks was a boomerang. He was a Niner for like a minute, and then he left to run Dallas's defense. Have they fixed what they need to fix, which is to stop the run? Are the Cowboys, everybody thinks they're way worse than the team that they got rolled by Green Bay last year in the wild card game. Does the Cowboys even make the playoffs this year?
Plus, they didn't really address. I mean, they brought Zeke Elliott back, but he's not a full-timer anymore, so they didn't.
Deuce Vaughn and Rico Dowdle.
Yeah, that could be it. All right, there you go. There's our thoughts on the win-loss game. Give us your thoughts as well. Where do you agree? Where do you disagree? Where are we crazy? Where are we right? You can hit us up on any of those ways. Next, Brad Sham is going to join us. He is the voice of the Cowboys. He is your counterpart with the Cowboys. So what does he think is going to happen? How does he look at the NFC? We got the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football in Week 8, October 27th. We'll talk to him about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
That's a beautiful thing.
It sound right, boy.
It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP, and he has the answers to all your tax issues. And look, just because you haven't paid your taxes doesn't mean you can't, whether it's recent, whether it's for years. Steve, people don't just bury their head in the sand. The IRS isn't going away, right?
That's right. And they hired all these new agents, and part of their task is to go ahead and track people down that don't file returns, don't pay their taxes. But you don't have to wait till one of these new agents comes knocking on your door. It can ruin your life, your business, your marriage. You don't have to be looking over your shoulder like an escaped prisoner. There's so many good options that you can have. You have so many rights. We'll explain all of those to you. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. And a lot of people who've suffered with tax problems for years are amazed when they find out the solution can oftentimes be a quick, simple, easy fix. And so many times they say to me, that's it. I say, that's it. So the bottom line is, call us for free attorney-client privilege consultations. We'll go over all your options, all your rights. And if you want us to, we want to go to the government and do everything for you so you don't have to talk to them. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, I want to talk to Steve.
It's very simple. Hey, I want to talk to Steve. Even if you haven't paid your taxes now or years, I'm telling you right now, call Steve. He just told you. Hey, Steve, 888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Call now or simply to Moskowitz, LLP.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young joined Tolbert and Matt Kolsky, who was in for Coach yesterday, and gave his thoughts on the 49ers offseason moves. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
1st and 10, Dallas on their 37. Dak under center. Play action to Pollard. Hufanga comes in a blitz. Going to take a deep shot down the field. Overthrown and intercepted by Tashawn Gibson. Running back the other way, 30. 35-40, cuts inside McEwen. The tight end will drop him on the 38-yard line. Where was Dak Prescott throwing that ball?
Right to T. Gibb.
That is you. And
he
we
threw one to Fred Warner that night, didn't he?
Did?
I think he did.
Cowboys, we play the 49ers play them week 8. That's going to be on Sunday Night Football. They got a tough schedule to start the year. At Cleveland, you got New Orleans in there, Baltimore, the Giants, Pittsburgh, Detroit. Remember that game last year, of course, with the whole thing with Dan Campbell, the Lions, the substitution thing, and then he goes for it. Let's talk to your counterpart, our friend Brad Sham, the voice of the Cowboys, joins us. He's been there a long time, and we want to get the Cowboys' thoughts. The NFC gets tougher and tougher every year. Brad joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hey, Brad.
Hey, John. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Greg, how are you, man?
I'm doing well, and we're looking forward to seeing you. We saw you last year in early October. It'll be a little bit later, but we'll get into it now. But we were just going back to last year's game, and the 49ers got rolling. And the one thing about that game, Brad, was Leighton Vander Esch got hurt in that game, and 49ers just ran all over you in that game. And it was an ongoing problem, especially in the playoff game, and Aaron Jones. And 49ers wanted to get Eric Kendricks to play in the linebacking level, and then he wound up, switching a day later and joining Mike Zimmer. He'll now be your Mike linebacker. But do you feel as though the Cowboys have sufficiently, in light of the Leighton Vander Esch injury and retirement, fortified where you guys were weak last year, and that was just stopping the run in the middle of your defense?
I would say based on all my years of coaching,
okay,
and considering that it's May, I would say no. But I think their linebacking will be better. But I've got some questions about the interior of the defensive line. Jonathan Hankins was a good player for them, and they elected not to sign him, and he left in free agency. And that's going to hurt them. Now, they've got some good players, but there's a big debate here about whether Mozzie Smith, their number 1 pick last year, who really was not terribly helpful, whether that was a scheme thing, his weight, are there other physical issues? And those are questions. And then he had some shoulder surgery from which he's still rehabbing in the off season, and he'll be ready to go for training camp. So once they get out to OTAs, we won't see him then. So, I mean, to me, you've got to have a good interior defensive line play to keep the blockers from getting to the second level before the play even really develops and knocking the linebackers out. They have to give the linebackers a chance. Cowboys have to be better at linebacker, and I think they will be better than what they had after they lost Vander Esch. And that's just one of those things you can't foresee, but it's part of football. But, yeah, they were definitely weaker after that. But if you're asking me today, which you are, as a matter of fact.
I just did.
You did. In fact, you did.
Did.
I would say no. I couldn't tell you why they would be better against the run right now. Now, ask me again at the end of training camp. But right now, I couldn't tell you how that's going to happen.
The great Brad Sham is joining us, the voice of the Cowboys. The 49ers will see the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football Week 8. Let me go back to the end of last year. Is the taste knocked out of their mouth in that Green Bay game? Because if you lose to Green Bay, the 49ers almost did. But just in the way that it happened was so shocking. Is that a thing of the past, or is that still being talked about?
Well, now, which constituency are you addressing, John?
The populist drivel.
No, that's all they do in Dallas. It's all they do. So
I mean, are you talking about the great unwashed, or are you talking about the players and coaches?
Yeah, players and coaches more than the fans. Of course, they're going to talk about it forever.
Yeah. I think that there are, well, obviously you've got a new defensive staff, not 100% new, but you've got some different people. So with Zimmer and Jeff Scanina, who's the defensive line coach, and Greg Ellis, who's the assistant defensive line coach, it hits, differently for them than it would if the guys who are now in Washington were still here. I think they feel like their secondary is pretty good. The offensive guys, the offensive staff, pretty much the same. And, I don't know what they would tell. I guess I do know what they would tell you. They would say that was last year. But I don't think I don't think it's out of their system yet. They have to get it out of their system so that they can get the players to play today's game, not last year's game or the year before's game. They're going to have a lot of changes. They've lost, I think, 8 starters. It's a very different team, and you guys can judge as well as me to what extent contractual uncertainty weighs on players. I never think it's really good, but it doesn't mean it has to be crippling. But there's some of that going on. So I think that, I think to say anybody who was around and part of that Green Bay game is over it, I'm not sure that would be completely right.
And a lot of things went wrong in that game. Aaron Jones, obviously, and his running and scoring ability was a problem. So we talked about the question mark on whether the Cowboys can stop the run. The other side of it is you got to be able to run the ball. You got to run the ball, and you got to stop the run in this league, or it's going to be hard. And you mentioned the losses, as far as starters gone, a lot on the offensive line. Tyler Biadasz, the center, a terrific player. Tony Pollard in the running back room. Brad, you did bring Ezekiel Elliott back. The Joneses did. You got Rico Dowdle, a young guy, Deuce Vaughn, Royce Freeman. Just as far as the Cowboys running the ball, if you had to line up right now, do you think Ezekiel Elliott, to me, it'd be more your, short yardage goal line, third down back as your starter? How do you assess the running back room right now?
Well, I think the key words there, Greg, are right now. And my guess is that Zeke would take the first snap. But you have to define what starter is. I think both in the NFL and the NBA, the guy can be on the floor or the field at the beginning of the game. The real question is who's on the floor at the end of the game, who's on the field when you've got, either you're trying to score to take the lead or protect the lead with 4 minutes to play. Who's on the field then? So what I think about Elliott is, first of all, I think he has football left in him. I think that, and we saw him in person, in one game last year with New England. I would have been in favor of them bringing him back in a different role last year. And so I'm very much in favor of them bringing him back this year. Now, what he's not going to be is 25 carries a game. But he's only 29. So he's a good, tough, inside, short yardage runner. He doesn't have the burst to go 65 anymore. But he can get you first down on, 3rd and 2. And then he has he's great in the passing game. He is a team leader. He's phenomenal in the locker room. So those intangibles then, which I think have value, when added to the ability that he still has, makes it very reasonable, and I would say a positive, to have him on the team. Now, my broadcast partner, Babe Laufenberg, texted me after they signed him, and they said, how are they going to divide up the running? And Greg, as you know, we joke back and forth. How are they going to divide it up? I said, it's very easy. 5 carries for Zeke, 5 carries for Dowdle, 5 carries for Deuce Vaughn, 2 fullback leads, 45 passes. So he said, well, what are you going to do on 2nd and 9? I said, draw or screen. He said, what are you going to do on 3rd and 8? I said, you got an all-pro punter. What the hell are you complaining?
Let Bones Fossil figure it out.
Great.
Throw it to CD. Hand off to CD on some end arounds a few times.
There will be some of that. What I really think is that this is layered, as most things in this sport are. My personal guess is that there will be a running back who is not here yet, not here currently, and I would not even begin to try to identify him, but someone who will be there. Now, let's see what happens in training camp. I mean, I'm pretty sure you're not going to try to return to the Elliott of 2018, 2017, 16. But I do think that he can give you 15 to 18 very valuable touches a game. He led the league in touches for most of his time until Pollard took over as the starter. And then I think, Dowdle's a good backup back. And, I don't know, they signed Royce Freeman, who was with the Rams. Let's see what he's got. And we just have to see. The other part of it is how efficiently will they block? And so if they have improved, I know that they think there's a chance that the young man, Connor Beebe, who they drafted from Kansas State, can be a physical upgrade over Biadasz. Biadasz is greatest, and I'm a big Biadasz fan. His greatest trait is intelligence and toughness, which are not bad traits. Physically, Beebe's got a lot to offer. So you're going to have to get left tackle figured out. They're very high on Guyton so far, seeing him run around in his shorts. They're with good reason. They feel very positive about Tyler Smith at left guard, and you've got Zach Martin. They're pretty happy with the right side. So if you block better, if you have a better run scheme, more committed to it, and you block it better, then the way this league is right now, everybody doesn't have a McCaffrey. It's just there are not a lot of them out there. And so you can get by. You don't have to have a great player. But you can get by with 2 or 3 pretty good ones, as long as you're smart about how you call the plays and mix it in, what your quarterback does, and all of the rest of it. And, I wish more people would pay attention to what the 49ers have done with the greatness of Kittle and Juszczyk in the running game. For crying out loud, they're more important than some of the offensive linemen, but no one ever seems to want to try to do exactly what they've been able to do. So, but my point is there's ways to run the ball effectively. And I think that we just, with the youngsters in the offensive line and the uncertainty about who are the running backs going to be, we got to let that play out. That's what off-season and training camp is for, and then we'll see who they add to their team before they start in September, and then we'll start to get some answers.
Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys. We're talking about, obviously, the schedule release with the Cowboys in Week 8 on Sunday Night Football. Brad, just the NFC as a whole. I mean, you saw the same teams we did. We saw you last year. You saw us. You saw Green Bay in the playoffs. Saw the Lions, that kind of controversial thing. We saw all those teams, too. So you got, the old guard Philly, I think, had a great draft. I think they're going to be better in the defensive backfield. Just how do you see all the NFC with, the Lions and Packers coming up? That's maybe a better division. The old guard like the Cowboys, the Niners, the Eagles trying to hang on. How do you see it?
Well, I see the Niners as the best team in the division. I mean, in the conference. I think you first have to get through your division, and I think on paper, the Cowboys got worse, and the other 3 teams in the NFC East got better. Now that's on paper. They don't play on paper, but that's what it looks like right now in May. And then you mentioned the Lions and the Packers, and I think that they are certainly teams that you're going to have to contend with. It'll be interesting to see what coaching change does in Seattle. I think that maybe it's because I'm from there, but I'm really kind of curious to see what the Bears come up with. And then there'll be somebody that we don't predict or think about who will jump up, because there always is. But I think the NFC is more well-balanced and deeper than it has been because of really, especially, I would say, Detroit and Green Bay. And let's see how much, not only the Eagles, but let's see what the Commanders and the Giants have done to change things, because that can be a big part of the equation. I think for if I was a 49ers fan, I would be counting on, game 19. I would be, as a Cowboys fan, I would be telling people, I think they've got a chance to compete for a playoff spot. But where we are right now, based on what we know right now, I wouldn't go any further than that. I think the conference is tougher.
Good stuff. Hey, Brad, thanks. We'll see you in October. We appreciate it.
Okay, guys.
See you October 27th, Bradley.
That is Brad Cham, great voice of the Cowboys. He's been doing that thing like 40 years.
He was here for the catch game.
Yeah.
He was on the sideline with the great Vern Lundquist.
He was, absolutely. Babe Laufenberg's a friend of mine. Great name. Let's call you that. Babe Laufenberg, former quarterback at Indiana. Yeah. I don't know how you get that name.
He's funny.
Yeah. Maybe because he's an attractive man. He is an attractive man.
He's a babe, you're saying?
Yeah, he's a babe. He has an above-average beard. That's good stuff. People like that. All right, we'll give you some thoughts. We will also get reactions off of I gave him a 13-4. And really, the last one was a throwaway, so I only have true 3 losses. That's not bad. But you're still dirty looking me out of the side of your eye. Yeah, and Tim Ryan was very upset.
I'm not dirty looking you. I'll take 13-4 and the number 1 seed right now. Are you kidding me?
That's what I did to intimate that they're going to beat Detroit in Week 17 for the number 1 seed.
Is to be the number 1 seed.
And be healthy. All right, we'll continue it. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. React to the schedule release, the games you like, the ones you're most looking forward to, fearful, all those things. Hit us up. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here for Golden State Window and Door Design, and we want to encourage you to think beyond the wall. Larger windows and doors allow you to enjoy a wide-open canvas of nature. How would you like to have a wall of windows that open or a wall of windows that disappear, offering you unobstructed views? It may be hard to imagine, but you can see them for yourself when you click on products at goldenstatelumber.com. Then choose windows and doors for the image gallery featuring Marvin and other respected vendors that are sure to inspire you. Under brand, scroll down to Marvin, and there you're going to find even more extraordinary options for your project. As a Marvin direct retailer, you'll receive competitive pricing as well as phenomenal service. Located throughout the Bay Area and Sonoma County, Golden State has been the go-to supplier for 70 years. And they are confident when they say, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thank you so much for joining us. Happy Thursday. Hope you enjoyed the schedule game. I guess the fortunate part for me was we did it on YouTube, and Walter put up the W's and the L's.
It's there for forevermore.
And now everybody can screenshot it. Now I'm going to get grief.
They got to be happy with 13-4.
Yeah,
you are
13-4
good at
works.
that. Last year you said 13-4. They went 12-5.
Yeah.
We're going to do a quick version of the Cowboys. Blue or silver?
I'm telling you,
I don't know if they're. You hear what Brad said?
He
you
was
guys
with
are
you,
looking
man.
at week 19, and he's talking about the championship game and beyond. And he said the Cowboys can compete to be a playoff team.
Well, if somebody's got to rise, somebody's got to fall, obviously.
Well,
right?
it's so
I mean,
right.
that's-
Green Bay,
that's
the
gravity.
Rams, Detroit obviously is already on top. Where's Seattle going to be? Philadelphia
Well,
better.
division's gonna
Where's
be better.
Washington and the Giants in their own division? So let me just ask you. The Cowboys come in October the 27th, right? They will play their opener at Cleveland. They win that game?
No.
Next
Cleveland's
game, week
defense,
2, is
legit.
New Orleans. They win that game?
They're at home, yeah. They'll be
1-1. Home for Baltimore and Lamar.
No chance.
They're 1-2.
Yeah.
At the New York Giants.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
They're 2-2.
Yeah.
At Pittsburgh.
Nah, Russ.
They're 2-3. Home for Detroit.
Nah, revenge.
They're 2-4.
Yeah. Oh, that.
Then they have their bye
Dallas will go
week before they
bananas.
come to Levi's.
Yep.
So you're saying they're 2-4 coming to
Yeah.
Levi's off the bye. The Niners beat them. You already said that.
Absolutely.
They're 2-5. They go to Atlanta.
Fighting Kirk Cousins.
They go to Atlanta week 9.
Could they really go 2-6?
They're 2-6.
I mean, they could. They could.
Hold on, it's not done yet. They're home for Philly.
I'll give them Philly because they're not going to go 2-7.
Okay.
I'll just give it to them.
They're home for Houston. Are they
3-6.
even the best team in the state of Texas?
Nah, they're not.
So what are they now? 3-7. I've lost anyway.
Yeah. Win at
is the-
Washington.
At Washington, the Giants. They got Cincinnati.
If Burrow's
They got
healthy,
Tampa
no.
at Philly. They end up the year at Philly. Are the Dallas Cowboys?
Yeah, you're right.
Are
I
they
mean,
a
I
winning
could see
team
them-
this year? Are they 9-8? Or
I
what
could
are
see
they?
them winning like 8 or 9 games.
Are they-
What's up, Jimmy?
You don't have to
They're
worry
not-
about January, losing in January anymore, Jimmy.
Right. But I mean, I think Brad's right. It depends if Jaden Daniels is something with Washington, that could be a problem. New York's not going to be as good because Daniel Jones is still their quarterback. But still, that first 6 games at Cleveland, New Orleans, Baltimore, at the Giants, Pittsburgh, Detroit. That's a tough 6. And then you go by and then the Niners and Atlanta with the fighting Kirk Cousins. And then Philly,
which all leads to
Houston.
if they are a mediocre team.
All the
Forget what the fan base does. We know what they'll do. What do the Joneses do?
That's what Jerry always does.
He's going to pay
Freak out.
CeeDee Lamb, and he's going to pay Micah Parsons because they're 2 of the best players at their position in the NFL. What does he do with that quarterback? If they are, say they go into the Thanksgiving Day game with about a 500 record or worse, what do they do?
There's not a quarterback.
Trey Lance?
Trey Lance.
Well, they still have Cooper Rush on their team. But do they pay Dak Prescott? We'll see how he plays because their offense is good. I think their issues are on defense. You know, one thing they are.
But he mentioned Zeke Elliott. You got to have a running game. He can't play anymore.
He also said they're going to bring somebody else in.
Well, yeah, they probably will.
Well, if I'm them, I wait and see what the Niners do in their running back room.
I was just about to say Elijah Mitchell, somebody like that. I mean, they've already made a trade with him.
They saw J.P. Mason go touchdown at the end against him. So they are going to get Trayvon Diggs back, I assume, from the ACL tear. But, we'll see where they are on defense. But are the Dallas Cowboys a playoff team?
They're going to struggle. That's a tough schedule. That's a really tough schedule. And then the thing is, what people have to realize, playing in Dallas is not easy. It's like playing baseball in New York. I mean, it's all anybody talks about, thinks about, anything's about. That's Dallas. And it's the more pressure.
Well, the owner's going to lose patience.
Right. And Dak just doesn't handle it very well. They just don't.
He makes big errors in big games, is the rap on him. He did not play well. He didn't play well against us on Sunday night. He had a terrible game against Green Bay. They got back and scored a lot. But when the one where he got sacked on the 3rd down and they didn't even get the field goal when the game was split, the pick 6 he threw right before halftime to Darnell Savage. Game over. He does not play big in big games. So just asking you, everybody's, Detroit's there. Green Bay's so much better. The Rams are better. Philadelphia's better. All these teams got better.
Like the NFC North in general.
Somebody ain't making the playoffs. You're not taking 10 teams. 7 are making it the playoffs. So the Cowboys, one of the 7 that's going to make the playoffs this year.
And here's the other thing about Detroit. Even though I did say that Week 17 is going to decide the NFC and the 49ers will win and then take the week off against the Cardinals next week, that division is better. We know Green Bay is better, obviously. But Chicago should be better. Obviously, with Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, they're building that defense out. They should be better. Minnesota probably not going to be better. But again, Dallas Turner, it depends on what happens at quarterback. If Darnold's the guy you think he is, maybe. I don't have a lot of faith in J.J. McCarthy, at least his rookie year. But they added, they lost some guys to that defense, but they added a lot of pass rush to that defense. So it's not like Minnesota's going to be terrible. I don't think they're going to be as good, but I don't think they're going to be terrible either. I don't think that there's automatic wins in that division anymore. You could pencil in Chicago for wins, unless you're playing in the rain and you're Trey Lance. But you could pencil wins in against Chicago. Minnesota's not quite as good. Detroit is very good, and Green Bay is very good. So it's not like Detroit's just going to cruise.
We got to play the whole division. We got them all this year in the NFC
easy.
North, and we got the AFC East this year.
Yeah.
So in any event, and the Cowboys as well. Play them every year.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that was it, the Cowboys did win their division. What a break that is to see where the Cowboys are. Looking back on it, we didn't play Dallas or Philadelphia at all in the playoffs. They both got exterminated before extinct. But Dallas did win the NFC East. You'd much rather play Dallas this year than Philadelphia this year, right? The Rams got to play Philadelphia.
What do you think about Philadelphia now? I mean, they did a great job in the draft.
Up to the quarterback.
Yeah, it is. That's what it comes down to.
Can he read a defense?
Yeah.
They've changed their coordinators twice now, back-to-back years. Once because of all the success they had and went to the Super Bowl, and they got poached for head coaching jobs. Last year it was the opposite. But the one thing was, and the league did not copy what the Niners did against Jalen Hurts. They mushed the rust. They kept him in the pocket. The league blitzed him. After that, the Giants blitzed him. They blitz everybody with Wink Martindale. He's gone now. He could not handle the blitz. So we'll see what Kellen Moore can do, John. Can he sit in the pocket and read a defense to go boom, boom, boom? If he can't do that, it's hard to win.
So they got a bunch of young guys on defenses. It comes down to Jalen Hurts, and they drafted a couple of DBs right at the beginning, a corner and a safety, but also a bunch of young guys coming through for the old guys. Remember, Fletcher Cox is not on that team anymore. Jason Kelsey's on ESPN. So there's kind of a change.
They got Saquon.
They do.
That was a major acquisition.
Yeah. All right, give us your thoughts. We also have some remnants before the top of the hour. Kolsky in for Copes again today. Kolsky and Tolbert coming up at the top of the hour here on the Sports Center.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giants reliever, our pal Jeremy Offeld, he joined Tolbert and Kolsky, who was in for Coach yesterday, and discussed what it was like being part of the Giants-Dodgers rivalry. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Thanks for playing the schedule game. We'll talk more about it and get more reaction. A couple of things before we get out of here. Kolsky is in for Cobes today, so Kolsky and Tolbert, top of the hour. You're going to a cool thing tonight, and I've been there as well. Maddie Miyoko and Laura Britt and the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, and it is fun, man. Alumni, current guys, alumni, Hall of Famers. It is awesome. It's a cool event.
You know, I've always had something else where I couldn't be there and had to work, but and we're going to do the State of the Franchise ourselves coming up in a couple of weeks right after that, but can't wait to go. What a panel they have. Steve Young will be there. Brock Purdy is going to be there. Dre Greenlaw is going to receive the Dwight Clark Legacy Award. But you know the guy that I really want to, and maybe we'll get him on the air, and I know he was on with Murphy Marcus this week, is Alden Smith. It's just, how great of a player he was, and I'm just glad to hear. A year ago at this time, he was in jail, and he was fighting for, sobriety, and now he appears to be on the right path. So, and I'm sure there'll be some Niner people there. Kyle's been known to drop by in years past, or Al Guido. So, just kind of in a good football frame of mind lately, John, with what's been going on. Seeing Brock Purdy at the Giant game the other day, and having the schedule go out tonight. We'll do the State of the Franchise. Then next Monday, they're on the field for Phase 3 of the organized team activities, which means the veterans and the rookies mixed together.
Yeah.
Coaches are out there, and it's not training camp, but it's the training to get ready for training camp, the initial install. So starting to feel like football season a little bit, isn't it?
I was talking to somebody about that. I mean, we're only a couple of weeks from June. June leads, obviously, I've heard, to July.
You got a mini camp in early June. June the 4th is the mandatory mini camp.
It is crazy. So, anyway, had a good time with everything today. By the way, this is big news. Taylor Swift, she's got more of her Eras Tour, so she's able to attend 14 Chiefs games. But one of the games she cannot attend,
Niners?
I'm sorry, Swifties.
October 20th?
Chiefs play at 49ers, and she has a show in Miami that night.
Yes.
So there will be no Taylor Swift at the Chiefs
Who
at
would have
49ers
thought
games.
that last year,
She's got a show in Miami.
late July, when I went to that Taylor Swift concert on a Friday night.
Yes.
And she and Kelsey was already trying to, the friendship bracelet. Nothing.
Right.
Who would have thought
with his number on it,
what that would turn into? That she would invade football, and it's great to have her, but to have her, with Travis Kelce and meet them in the Super Bowl, who would have thought that late July concert at Levi's, that this would be our world, which leads to the Rolling Stones are coming to Levi's this year. And Kyle was asking Zagaris the other day about, can I hang out with Mick and Keith Richards? I said, Kyle, do not do that. You're going to get suspended. Don't even go in the same room.
Secondhand smoke, secondhand anything.
So what does that mean? The Stones become the official travel band of the 49ers this year?
If you even breathe in the same room as Keith Richards,
dating
you've
a
broken
Niner
the rules.
cheerleader. So what does that mean?
Does Kyle get tested? Because if he gets near Keith Richards breathes on you.
Well, you've
broken
had
the NFL
he's had like
drug
35
policy.
transfusions, so I think he's okay. But who would have thought last year when I was getting that hoodie at the new era that, and I do like the red era by the way.
Yeah.
Who would have thought would have turned into this?
It's crazy.
So she's not going to be at Levi's?
She got a show in Miami that night.
That means more sweet tickets available.
Yeah,
That's
there
good.
you go. Yeah, she won't need a suite that night. Thanks to Matt Barros, Marcus. Marcus did not join us today. Mike Tirico was absolutely great. Sunday Night Football, we went over all that. And the voice of the Cowboys, Brad Sham. Tolbert and Kolsky today. Jim Bowden will talk some Major League Baseball. Farhan at 4:50 and Mark Spears, 5:30.
Thank you, Kirk Casali.
Good stuff, yeah.
And by the way, thank you, gold marker. Thank you, red marker.
Yeah.
John Lund says 13-4.
Put it down. Bet on it. Bet your house. Bet your life. I'm usually right. No, I'm not. All right. There you go. Thanks to Danny, as always, and Walter. Kolsky, Tolbert, next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Copes is out, and he will be until next Wednesday. Kolsky's going to join me. Matt Kolsky will join me today and tomorrow. And we're going to have Farhan Zaidi join us today. Jim Bowden is going to join us today. And Mark Spears is going to join us today. Bowden 2:30. We got a busy first hour, or busy second hour, I guess. Screw it. What am I talking about? Bowden 2:30. That's why I don't read the times. That's why I don't read the times. Bowden 2:30, Spears 3:50, Zaidi 4:50. So it's 1 an hour. There you go. We have a busy no hours is what we have. So pretty much a standard operating procedure. What's up?
Nothing much. In your defense, the Mark Spears interview got moved around at some point. So,
yeah,
that's probably...
Play like
that's
a champion. No excuses. Do you get it done?
Did you slap the sign on your way into the studio today? Maybe that's the problem.
I did not. There would be no references to Notre Dame football in this house, trust me. Or Notre Dame at all. I'm not. No. I hear enough about Notre Dame from people that went to Notre Dame. I don't need it in my house.
I bet.
No,
yeah.
So there you go. What's going on?
That's how I feel about my whole life, really. I've heard enough about Notre Dame from people. Frankly, in the Midwest, you get people who didn't even go there that act like they went there. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about Notre Dame, and I regret everything.
Yes,
I'm good. This is a very exciting, sports fan time for me. Granted, not always because of the teams that I root for or cover, but NBA playoffs is this is my heaven, and we're still in the stage where there's games every night, and Luka last night, Jokic the night before, this is good times.
Yeah, I mean, no, the Western Conference has been fantastic. The Eastern Conference, not so much. Although the Knicks and the Pacers have been fun. It's been a fun series to watch. Mostly because you got Jalen Brunson. The Knicks play their ass off. They're super tough. And then Indiana, they don't play hardly a lick of defense, but they can score and they run. So, I mean, it's been a fun series to watch. Aesthetically, it's been pleasing. I don't think anybody looks at either of those teams and says, okay, they're going to really push Boston. I think the only team that could push them would be maybe Indy, but I don't think they can outscore them for 4 games. There'll be games where they could beat Boston because Boston doesn't mind throwing in the 10 for 40 from 3 night, and they will keep chucking. So if you can get them to do that a few times, then yeah, you can beat them. Miami got them to do it once. Cleveland got them to do it once, and it just they're too good everywhere else. If they don't shoot threes, they can kind of still beat you. They can beat you with defense, and they can beat you with some depth. But really, they are a elite team that relies on the 3-ball. And usually it goes in because they got so many guys that can shoot it. But every now and again, it doesn't go in. And when it doesn't go in, that's when they can be got. I just don't know that any team in the Knicks or the Pacers can hope for 4 of those type of games. And they don't really have any other recourse. Knicks would be interesting if they were completely healthy. That might be interesting. But I don't even know
my opinion on that has changed since the playoffs started, to be honest. I would have said coming into the postseason that even how healthy Knicks was still a long way from the Celtics, but after what I've witnessed Jalen Brunson doing now for an extended period of time, I think I got to say that healthy Knicks team would be pretty interesting.
No, it would be. I mean, Brunson's been fantastic. Don't discount Josh Hart's contributions. I mean, he is almost as important to that team as Jalen Brunson. Like, Brunson does all the scoring and he gets all the accolades, and rightfully so. But, I mean, Hart is just – he is the absolute motor for that team. I mean, this guy's like 6'5", getting 15 rebounds, 17 rebounds, 13 rebounds. I mean, I think he's averaging like
offensive
12 rebounds.
Too.
Oh, he's been phenomenal. Defense, one-man fast break. Like, he's so good. But, look, they might run out of gas before they get to Boston, but if they get to Boston, there's just no – I can't imagine them just not, dropping an engine. And just like, we're done. We ran out of oil. We have no more oil left. But that's been a fun series to watch. And then the other two, who knows? I mean, is it going to surprise anybody if the Thunder go back to Dallas and win, and then they go back to 7 and coin flip at that point? I mean, it's just it's been a fun. That's been a really, really fun series to watch, as has been Minnesota and Denver. So yeah. The only bummer part about tonight is only one game. It should always be two games. It should always be 2 games. But NBA set it up so they get their Game 7s on Sunday. You got to try to manipulate it and make sure they get their Game 7s on Sunday. And I guess I don't blame
them. And it works out for
the
Knicks. Like the Knicks.
It works out real well for them.
That extra day of rest is going to matter. And I think if we get Game 7s, I like everybody being well rested. I'm happy about that. So
I'm okay
I
too.
can live with it.
But I mean, that's kind of part for me. That's kind of part of making it through the playoffs, the attrition.
Yeah,
like you got to try to weather the storm. As far as the viewing, I mean, you want everyone to be healthy, and that's why it was a bummer that Giannis was out and Dame was out and a couple other guys were out as well. It just, you want to see everyone be healthy. Like once you get there, it's like, okay, this is going to be rough, which is why I always say the toughest trophy to win in all of sports is the Stanley Cup. I mean, that's like a basketball schedule, and they just beat the crap out of each other. And to make it through 4 rounds of that is like, oh my gosh. One of my favorite parts of the sporting season is seeing the litany of injuries each team finally discloses once they're done with the playoffs. It's like, what? He had like 4 punctured lungs? How's that even possible? And he played
I thought
every
he only
shift?
had a lower body injury.
Yeah, I mean it's insane what those guys play with. Absolutely.
Well, here's what's
insane.
nuts too, right? Is when you think about, I mean, look, there have been some guys playing. We don't know how hurt because last night Luka didn't look hurt, right? But something's going on with his knee. Something's going on with Jamal Murray's lower leg, right? We don't know exactly what, but it's not perfect. They can, especially Luka, can hide a little bit and keep his leg out of harm a decent amount in an NBA game, not on the ice. Like,
no,
you can't protect yourself really. Like, you're gonna get hit.
Yep.
And even if you don't get hit, like there's going to be a lot of contact just moving around. Hockey players are insane.
By definition, you're going to get hit in hockey. It's just that's the sport. So, so we got a lot of basketball to get into. We can touch on that. Giants avoid the sweep, and if anybody could tell me how in the hell Logan Webb made it. Like, there's not a chance, like, he was going to – there's never a chance he was going to make it through 6 innings last night until he actually made it through 6. I think he was at 50 pitches through 2 innings. And I was like, oh, man. And then all of a sudden, I mean, that's what they needed because he was tight-roping it through the first couple innings, man. It was just like, woo-hoo, let me hold on here. And he managed to make it through. And then Yaz hit a sand wedge to right field and got that thing out for a 2-0 lead, and then they hung on. Here's a stat for you. This one's gonna blow your mind, and I might go add it up again, but I probably won't because I added it up late last night, and even I was like, holy smokes. Okay, best guess as to how many times Mookie, Shohei, Freeman, and Will Smith combined, 3-game series, how many times they reached base?
Oh,
4
man.
guys. How many times they reached base?
11.
Close. 27.
Oh my God! What? I was thinking you were going to be like 17.
Yeah,
and that's a ton.
My
27. Almost 7 times.
God.
Almost. They each reached base almost 7 times per. Almost 7 times per guy. Now, the rest of the lineup didn't do a whole hell of a lot, but I was like,
my God.
Because I was like adding it up, because I kept thinking, God, Mookie and Shohei are on base like every single inning. These guys are on base
all the time.
So I go, let me go add these guys up, and I was like, oh man, I think they were like, what were they, like 13 for 20? I forget what it was. I go, well, let me check Freddie. We go, let me check Will Smith, see what he. I go, holy cow! I go, these guys were like, how did they win a game in this series? Like, how did they win 1 game in this series when like the 4 guys at the top of the order are on base like 27 times combined? It's so funny because I do stuff like this and then I say the number out loud and it's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. I got to go look at that again. I always have to go. I don't want to, but I always have to because it just sounds so absurd when I say it. They're like, well, that can't be possible, can it? Did I add that right? I go, yeah, pretty sure I did. I know. I thought the same thing last night, and I looked at it again, and it was the same number. But now that I slept on it and woke up, I'm like, are you sure you did that? Are you sure you just didn't pull that number out of your anus somehow? But 27 is what I came. 27 in 3 games is like, what? Oh, brother. Yeah, I'll use my break wisely and just look at it one more time. But I'm like 99% sure on that. That's mind blowing. That's mind blowing.
It's gonna be tough to catch that team. It's gonna be tough to walk down a team that puts the top 4 of its batting order on base 27 times in a 3-game series. Yikes. That really is an insane number. All right, we got a lot to do today. As you mentioned earlier, we've got Jim Bowden coming up at 2:30, Mark Spears 3:50. Farhan Zaidi, you're the general manager of the aforementioned San Francisco Giants. And, amidst that, some NBA talk. It's going to be a fun day. I'm very excited about it. Coming up next, I guess we're almost ready for Jim Bowden. But first, we're going to get into last night. It wasn't just Logan Webb, some good defense. You mentioned the nice chip shot from Yastrzemski. We'll get into all of that right after this. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Out to you for supporting KNBR, Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Big night for the Giants. Logan Webb, the stopper. 7-game losing streak over. Dodgers, you got him. Can the Giants tie some momentum together and maybe beat the Rockies too? Let us know. Hit us up on socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
2-2 pitch to Yaz. Swinging. He hits a high drive deep to right field. Back at the wall, way back there. Goodbye! It hits the tin roof and bounces up into the stands. A two-run homer for Yastrzemski.
And this one is hammered to center. Back is Matos. Back, he leaps, and he makes the catch up against the wall.
1-2 to Ohtani. The pitch comes in. Slider. That one is called strike three, and he got the low strike that time. Third strikeout for Webb. 2 on, 2 out. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball toward the middle, far to his right. Estrada's got it, and he throws it out at first. The Giants beat LA.
We are back. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland alongside Tom Tolbert on KNBR, and they needed that one. They needed that one. 4-1 the final over Los Doyers. And to the extent that we talked about, like, look, there's a feeling certainly now and certainly in this injured state of looking up at the Dodgers and wondering, boy, how are you ever going to be up there with regularity based on the way they both attract and pay for free agents? We talked about the formula, and that was it. You know, you're not going to get Logan Webb every night, but you can battle, and you don't play the Dodgers every night. So you're not always dealing with the top four that get on base 27 times in a 3-game series. Did we verify that, by the way? 27. Oh, my God. 27. So, yeah, that sort of a Logan Webb performance, thank you, just a gutty outing. You said it. It was something like 50 pitches. It was 32 in the first. I know that. Yep. And I think it was around 50 after 2. And then all of a sudden, he locked in. You could see he got in a groove, and the Dodgers looked bamboozled up there. It was the worst that top four looked in the entire series, was like the 3rd through 6th innings against Logan Webb. So you do that. You get a couple great defensive plays. You hit some timely. I mean, look, the home run's great, but they also, Elliot Ramos comes through with a timely RBI. Like, they padded the lead just the right way. It was sort of old school baseball. Melvin seemed to have a nice touch with the bullpen. Everything went right for him for the most part.
Yeah, I think they needed that as much for their psyche as they did in the getting the win column. Now they face the hottest team in baseball coming in, the Colorado Rockies, who
what do you even do with a team that they had 8 wins?
Well, since they last beat the Giants, that's the last time the Giants played them in that road trip. The last game of the road trip, they lost to the Rockies. Rockies haven't lost since, and it's not like I was not going to say it's not like they've beaten up on teams like themselves. They beat the Rangers and the Padres six straight. Now they've won 7 in a row. It's like, are you serious? That team, the team that I watched in Coors Field, no way that team went. But that's baseball. That's why baseball is funky. But yeah, they needed that one for the psyche. Just to get in the win column against the Dodgers. They were 0-for-5 on the season. They were a big donut hole on the season against the Dodgers. And right now, it's not about comparing yourself to the Dodgers, because few teams can. In fact, I think there's only 2 in the National League that can, and they're both in the East, Phillies and the Braves. That's it. Giants aren't healthy right now. If they are healthy, they still can't compare themselves to the Dodgers. And I'm curious when we talk to Jim Bowden and see what he says about the state of their farm system and where it's been since Farhan's taken over. Because to me, that was supposed to be like, okay, it's going to take a little while. Got to get this thing kind of started up, and then we'll start to see some guys start matriculating through the system. And look, Bailey is a guy. There's no doubt he's a guy. Harrison looks like he might be a guy. Possible that win. Like, they have a couple pitchers that look like they might be players. But as far as position players outside of Bailey, we're still kind of waiting. Is Schmidt a guy? Is Luciano a guy? Is Matos a guy? We're not sure. And you want to be the Dodgers? You want to do what they do? Then do what you used to do. Have homegrown talent that plays every day and is really good. I don't know how many players that have come up through the Dodgers system over the last decade, how many you would have to count to get to the best Giant. Because the best Giant's probably Bailey over the last decade or so that they've called up. That's probably
since the golden era.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody else that they've called up that's been a position player that has been as good as Bailey. I mean, they got. I think maybe Matos, Ramos, Luciano, Schmidt. Maybe one of those guys will pan out, but so far, no. I mean,
Ramos has been all right, but not.
Been okay,
but
you can't compare him to the guys they called up.
No.
Right? I mean, they were calling up dudes right and left. It's like, oh God, they got another one.
Although right now Gavin Lux looks more like a Giants prospect than a Dodgers prospect by that rating scale. So we'll see. We'll see how those things pan out.
That's one of their worst ones.
It is. It is. All right, we're going to talk to Jim Bowden about this and just the Giants in general and Farhan Zaidi, because he just talked to Farhan Zaidi, and we're doing that at 4:50. So sort of a scout for our Farhan Zaidi interview is what we've got going on with Jim Bowden right after this. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
We are back. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland today, and joined now by Jim Bowden, former Major League general manager, spent over 16 years with the Reds and Nationals, now an MLB analyst and insider. You can watch him on CBS Sports HQ, read him in The Athletic, hear him on SiriusXM. And Jim, on your SiriusXM show, you just had Farhan Zaidi. So I'll just ask you, as a former GM and current analyst, how do you evaluate Farhan? You know, he's in year 7 now. How would you say he's doing on the job with the Giants?
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't have the results you're looking for, but I think he's making really good progress given the circumstances. You know, I think the thing I like about the team the most is the starting rotation that he has built in a creative way, right? But when you know, I think the signing of Jordan Hicks was significant, and being able to have the foresight to know the adjustments he would need to make to success in that role, and he has. The rookie Kyle Harrison looks really good. Logan Webb was runner-up in Cy Young, and he was able to trade for Robbie Ray, who will be back later in the season. He's already won a Cy Young, and he was able to go get Blake Snell in a creative way. Another guy that's won multiple Cy Youngs. And so, you know, you look at this rotation, and by the end of the year, I mean, you have a chance to have 5 really good starters, and you've got the premium closer in Doval. So the job that he's done being able to build a pitching staff has been really good, and gives you, you know, some light. I think that it's not his fault that Aaron Judge turned down the money. They were the highest bidder. The Yankees ended up matching it, and Aaron didn't want to leave New York. But, you know, they've been in on some of the big free agents. You know, the Carlos Correa thing, they had him nailed, and then that fell through, and the medicals didn't pass. So, you know, I think he's done a lot of very creative things. He worked very hard at improving the defense in the offseason, and I think the early returns to me on Jung Hoo Lee are really good. He's a really good defensive player, puts the ball in play. I think the bat's going to keep getting better. You got Matt Chapman, who we all know is a Gold Glove third baseman. So I think he's done a lot of positive things. I know the bottom line results haven't been there in the one-loss column yet, or in the lack of champagne popping, but I think there's progress in the right direction. And, you know, I think the one area that they really need to figure out is, are these prospects going to be good enough? I'm talking about Ramos and Matos and Schmidt and Luciano. Mm-hmm. And are they going to be able to go get some hitters? Because they got some power this offseason, but they don't really have hitters that hit the best pitching, and that's got to be a priority and next on his agenda.
I think that's probably the biggest thing for me, Jim, and where he and the organization have really struggled over the last half decade to a decade. They don't produce hitters through the system. Bailey's probably their best one since the 5-year 3-title run. They don't get them, and I know it's not easy. Baseball's difficult, but how do you look at that? I mean, should they have at least produced one? Like, should one guy have come up and been a solid position player, maybe not even an all-star, just a contributor? When you evaluate it, do you go, that's unacceptable, or do you say, well, the pitching's good, so the hitting, you can't have? I don't know. How do you look at it?
No, it's a failure that needs to be corrected, and it's an organizational failure from top to bottom. And I don't think it's just misevaluating hitters in the draft. I think, you look at the team on the field, they put pieces together that work of players that are average or above, but they have not used the hit tool as a priority. It's kind of a mirror of what's going on in Seattle too, right? The Mariners have built an incredible starting rotation, but they haven't, like the Giants, they just haven't produced the hitters. And if either one of these teams was able to put together a competitive lineup that could hit good pitching, you would have a postseason team based on the pitching alone. So, yeah, there's work to be done. I don't think you just gloss over it. You have to make the scouting accountable, amateur, international. You've got to make the free agent pursuits. Although, again, you need a pass on Judge and Correa, and even Harper, because they played on Harper too. But yeah, they have to do a better job of building a lineup that's going to hit good pitching and be able to drive more runs in.
Just real quick, kind of a tangent off that, I wanted to ask you this, because I've always talked about, I always wondered how quarterbacks would do. I always use Dan Marino as an example. Like, how would he have done under Bill Walsh in the Niner system? He would have been a Hall of Fame quarterback. He was a Hall of Fame quarterback. Would he have won championships? I don't know that, but I'm wondering how much of a difference it makes. One thing I know less about is development in the minor league systems. Like, if I take a hitter X, who's not just supernatural all-star type talent, but a good player, how much difference can it make having him hit in different systems? How much can that either hinder his development or enhance his development?
Oh, I think it can be significant depending on the player. Sure. I mean, I've seen hitting coaches take mediocre players and make them into all-stars, right? It all depends on the adjustments. In this day and age, we measure everything, right? So you're able to measure the length of the swing, the bat speed, how much barrel consistency, sweet spot contact that you have, how much you're chasing out of the strike zone. And in these days, it's much different than it was 10, 15 years ago, because you can dramatically, in a developmental process, change a guy's swing and take a no prospect and make him a big league hitter. And there's also been big league hitters. I mean, take J.D. Martinez, who last year hit 30 and drove in 100 for the Dodgers. If you remember, both the Astros and Tigers dumped him. Yep. And they dumped him because they didn't like his swing, right? And they didn't think he was going to hit. He had power. They didn't think he was going to hit. Well, he figured it out. So yeah, it's extremely important if you want to maximize someone's ability. Technology, analytics, hitting instructors, mechanics, all of those things play a huge part. So it's not just the talent. You have to have the right people to develop, to teach, and to maximize abilities.
Like, I always wondered that 10-year run, about the 10-year run the Dodgers had, of just every time you turned around, they were bringing up somebody who was raking. And I was wondering, are they just getting lucky? Like, are they just – because at some point you have to wonder, how do they keep hitting all these guys? And I thought, well, maybe – it's, they're really good at scouting, but also they're really good at developing. So some guys that wouldn't be as good as they were with other teams become that good with the Dodgers, because over the last decade, they keep maybe not as fast over the last year or so, but they just keep churning them out. It's like, oh, they got another one, huh?
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, Andy Pajas this year, right?
Yeah.
No, it's true. They're really good at it. It's a strength of the organization. And, one of the things, I was a GM for 16 years, and one of the things that I found is that the most difficult aspect of an evaluator, a scout, the most difficult part of the game that he had was trying to identify hitters. Mm-hmm. Only, I'd say probably 2% of my scouts really knew hitters. And so,
wow.
I had to make sure when I was making the deal, I had to rely on just a couple of guys that I really knew hitting. When I went to Washington, I brought in Mike Rizzo to run the scouting and development, because he was one of those guys in the industry that was really good on hitters and really good at finding pitchers late. And he ended up leading the Nationals to a world championship, right? I mean, so it is significant. And so it's an area that the Giants, to me, are falling short on. I think they spend too much time and effort assessing the analytics of a hitter rather than, really being able to identify guys that are going to be able to hit the best velocity, the best breaking balls, the best changeups in the strike zone.
Got it.
Okay, so if they're having trouble developing a hitter, the obvious next step is maybe that's where you go spend your money, because they have, as you said, had money to spend. They have been in on hitters. That's getting to be an old story. And as much as I don't disagree with you about Judge or Correa, at some point you got to get a guy. Do you see this as an obstacle look, the Giants franchise has not been able to sign a significant hitter since Barry Bonds, essentially. Is that something that you think is systemic to the ballpark or the franchise or the city that is difficult to overcome? What's going on there?
No, I don't think it's the case. I think it's going to help. If this pitching staff can finish the season the way it should on paper or on digital, right? Mm-hmm. If you're sitting there at the end of the year, you've got a healthy Snell, Webb, Ray, Harrison, and Hicks as your 5 guys, right? And you have that kind of pitching. If you're a free agent, I want to go to San Francisco because I want that pitching staff. And so I think it's going to be a lot easier to recruit players when you have that staff. Like, it would have been really easy to get guys to come when you had Bumgarner and Kane and Lincecum and that group, right? Everybody wanted to be with the Giants back then because you have that kind of pitching. So, look, pitching and defense is the most important thing you can do to be competitive and have a chance to win. Just look at what the Rays have done over the years with limited money. So I think they did the right job on the emphasis. And now I think the next step is, look, this offseason they got a couple of good position players and fix some defense. But now you got to do a better job of drafting hitters, and you got to do a better job in free agency and trades in going and getting more of them. And I think that they will. And I think this team can be turned around quickly in one off season or 2 off seasons and all of a sudden be a legitimate, perennial wild card type contender.
How much of all the stuff that we talked about, Jim, we're talking to Jim Bowden, nice enough to join us, how much of it is going to matter if Chapman and Soler can at least start hitting like they're being paid to do? And I'm not saying you have to hit to your career numbers, but you got to at least be in the ballpark of your career numbers. And right now, and Soler's hurt, he's coming back, so we'll see. But Chapman's he's barely hovering above a 600 OPS. And I know he's a 750 OPS guy, but those 2 guys are supposed to be the middle of your order. And if they're not hitting, you got some real problems scoring runs.
Yeah, keep in mind, both of those guys are power hitters. They're not hitters. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
What they provide is power. Matt Chapman provides defense and 20-25 home runs. That's what he is.
Yep.
But he's not the 3-4-5 hitter. He's a 6-hole hitter. And Soler is a power guy. He's supposed to hit his 35 home runs. I think both of them will eventually live up this year to what they're doing. Look, a lot of guys are struggling. Bo Bichette's struggling. Julio Rodriguez is struggling. We're still only 6 weeks into the season. So for me, I'm not really worried about them living up to what they are, but they're not going to solve what you and I are talking about.
Yeah.
When I look at this lineup, I don't see any 2 and 3-hole hitters, right? In theory, they're your 2 best hitters. You don't have any. So you've got a lot of 6-hole hitters in this lineup. That's what this lineup is. That's the problem. And so that's what has to be changed. So I think it's going to be a hard time with this offense for this team to make it to the playoffs, but I think they certainly can pitch and play defense if they're healthy, and you guys keep getting injuries. But if you're healthy, you can at least stay in the wild card race, I think.
Jim, thank you so much for your time. It's always fun talking to you. I always learn a little something. I hope you have a great day, and maybe we can catch up with you again in the future.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you having me on. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. Now, he said the same thing I've been saying for 2-3 years now, maybe more. Yeah. This team does not have a middle of the order. They just don't. It goes from, at least they have a legitimate, they did have a legitimate leadoff hitter when they had Lee. And I can make a case that the way Wade's swinging it, he's a 2. He's kind of a 2-hole. He can be a 2-hole, but what he's saying is correct. Even if you want to put Wade in 2, you probably don't have a
3-4-5.
You probably don't have a 3-4-5. You definitely don't have a 3-4. I think Soler's a 5, and Chapman's a 6. But he's right. They got a whole bunch of dudes that are 6, 7, 8s, and you had a 1, and the 1's gone. But that you start looking at the rest of the teams that are competing to get to the wild card or some of the better teams in baseball in the National League. The Padres have a middle of the order. I would say even the Diamondbacks. If you want to count Marte and Walker, That's kind of a middle of the order. It's better than what the Giants have. Phillies have more than a middle of the order. They got a lengthy.
The Dodgers have 3 middle of the orders.
Yes, the Braves have that's all their lineup is middle of the order, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they're the elite teams, but the Giants do not have that. And I guess that's really, because we talk about the farm system all the time, and we'll talk to Farhan about it. And the farm, look, since he's been here, give him kudos. The pitchers they brought up have been good. Looks like Mason Black can be a guy, not like a top of the rotation guy, but a rotation guy. It looks like Wynn
Yelly
might
looks
be
like a valuable bullpen piece.
Yes, a Wynn. I like Wynn. I'm not sure back end or maybe relief possible, but he looks like he's viable. Harrison looks like he could be a frontline starter. So, I mean, what they've done there in Bailey, you got to give them credit for what they've done, but they have not produced any hitters. And I don't know if that is failure to scout correctly or failure to develop correctly. I do not know. I don't know. And I know there's probably some luck involved when it comes, because it's baseball. But still, right. I mean, you got to have something. You got to have something to show for it. Not like the Giants were bringing up bangers left and right, but they brought up Sandoval. You know, Buster was a top 5 pick. Then Crawford, who couldn't really hit, but he started hitting toward the end. But yeah, Belt was a guy that was a you know, tremendous OPS guy because he was an on-base percentage guy. I mean, they had some guys. They weren't whacking the ball all around. I don't want to wax nostalgic and romanticize about that team as if they scored 7 runs a game. But like Posey was a legitimate middle of the order guy. He was just the way he could handle the bat. Yeah. And then Belt was probably a legitimate 2 or a 5 guy. But, I mean, they had at least they had some guys up there. And then you supplement it with Pence, and Pagan can, bat leadoff. And you guys, like, kind of fit. Again, different pitching and defense. I get it. But, my goodness, it's just been forever since they and even in that era.
Pablo, by the way, Pablo, when he was Pablo, had some incredible hitting years too. So they clearly brought up better hitters at that time, and we'll see if Ramos or Matos can jump in the mix there. And Luciano's the one I'm excited to see because he's the one we've heard the most about and seen the least of, and he's up now. So fingers crossed. We're going to shift gears now though because very exciting. Mark Spears at 350, but next NBA grab bag, Tom.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah.
The grab bag.
Grab bag.
Woo! Time for the grab bag. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland at Stolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader. NFL Network's Mike Yam joined Murph and Marcus this morning to talk about the best games on that Niners schedule. You can hear that podcast and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tim caught me off guard there because he said, "Are you ready for some awesome music?" And then this is what happened. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland.
NBA grab bag.
I think you know what time it is. It's NBA grab bag time.
Let's go. I feel like we're standing in line at the Matterhorn.
I went to. Oh, thank you. I went to Disneyland last year. First time since I was a little kid, and yeah, there is, even when you get the skip the line thing, you spend a lot of time in line, man. A lot of line waiting. Yeah.
No,
all right.
Land. I've been to Land. Been to World once, but Land I've been to 50 times, I guess. Having grown up 20 miles east of there, we used to go to Disneyland all the time back when it was $17 and no lines. Shut up, Tim.
Tim, don't act like this is not of a theme with the NBA grab bag right now. Okay?
NBA grab bag.
The Celtics eliminated the Cavaliers 113-98. The final last night. They advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals for the 6th time in the last 8 seasons. It's crazy. It doesn't feel like Tatum and Brown have been around that long, but they went so early, and there just hasn't been a lot of, like, 3rd through 8th in the East has not generally been filled with challengers for much of that time, excepting obviously what Miami did last year. So weird, but the Celtics have owned this conference for most of a decade now.
Yeah, and then they lose in the conference finals, and then they made it to the finals once and lost. So they have a great big goose egg to show for all their conference finals visits. So look, all the credit, and give him some credit, that Danny Ainge gets for building that team when they let the big boys go to Brooklyn. It's got them nothing. It's got them conference finals. It's got them a lot of regular season wins, but has not got them the gold. So I'm sure they're hoping this will be the year. You figure at some point they got to get it done. Just by accident, show up and win a title. But yeah, it's pretty wild to think they've been that good for so long and have basically nothing to show for it.
Yeah. I mean, even just the one finals appearance is certainly disappointing from their perspective. I was actually surprised. I mean, listen, I get they haven't gone out and just eviscerated their opponents the way people maybe wanted them to in the playoffs. But I was a little surprised at how sort of down the general reaction to the Celtics was after they finished off this series in 5 games last night. People were kind of like, well, yeah, I guess they'll probably beat the Knicks or Pacers too, but it doesn't seem like anyone likes their chances to win a title.
They really don't. For the best team in basketball all season long.
All year.
Yeah, I hear everybody picking Denver or whoever comes out of the West. I'm like, well, yeah, I kind of thought that too, but aren't we going over a little too far to one side? I mean, Celtics are still pretty damn good. And boy,
I think part of the issue for them is Porzingis, right? I mean, with Porzingis, then I think we're having a different conversation about what that finals looks like. Especially, I mean, if it's Denver or Minnesota, certainly that big man is going to make a big difference.
Yep. I think all 4 of those teams could give Boston a great matchup. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, agreed. The Dallas Mavericks in Game 2 last night, a 104-92 victory. They are now leading 3-2. Luka, apparently not hurt. That's my big takeaway from yesterday.
He was good. He was really, really good. I mean, look, they seem to be getting a contribution from like whoever it is, Jones, Washington, like one of them will pitch in like 15 to 20 points every single game for whatever reason. I mean, a lot of the reason is they're open because so much attention is paid to Luka. But last night, I mean, Thunder couldn't shoot. They couldn't shoot at all. I mean, Giddey's a non-factor out there. They've completely taken him out of the game, and I think Dagno needs to use him differently. You can't hide a guy that's guarded by Gafford because Gafford just clogs up the lane. Giddey has to be the dribble handoff guy. You got to bring Gafford out and make him guard somebody, and that's what Draymond does. if you're going to sit in the paint while I have the ball, I'll just go hand it off to Steph, set a screen, and Steph will come off and shoot a jump shot. So he's got to go
great
out.
passer.
He's good. He's got to go out there, and there's got to be dribble handoffs involved in the game. You can't just say, okay, well, you got to shoot or get in the dunker spot, because the dunker spot does no good, because Gafford's going to be in the paint, whether he's at the three-point line or in the dunker spot. So I still think this is going to be a series. It wouldn't surprise me if it went 7, but look, Oklahoma City, a little bit like the Celtics. They shoot a lot of threes, and they made a lot of threes, number 1 in the league in percentage. They're not making them. When they're not making them, they can struggle. So they're going to have to make shots. Isaiah Joe is going to have to make shots. Wiggins is going to have to make shots. Williams is going to have to make. All those dudes, they got to make shots. Dort wasn't making them either. So if they make them, they'll be right there. If they don't, hasta la vista.
Yeah, I would also add that Jalen Williams, I mean, he had an awesome year, and I think he's got a really, an all-star future in this league. But he's got to learn to be more aggressive when he's not hitting the three-pointers, because he can score around the basket. And when he finally started taking it there in like the third and fourth quarter last night, that was when he actually started affecting the game. So if he's going to be the number 2 on that team to Shea, he's got to be more aggressive when the three-pointers are not going down. A Nevada court, we're going to our legal analyst, Tom Tolbert, on this. A Nevada court ruled on Tuesday. Thank you. That John Gruden cannot sue the NFL for defamation of character after his actual emails that he actually wrote were leaked to the public.
Oh, man. There should be a defamation of intelligence clause in there somewhere. Who puts those emails on work letterhead? I mean, who uses I guess at the time it would have been Redskin EDU. Like, I mean, it's don't you think, what? Maybe not on the work server. Maybe not on the work phone. Like, I'm not condoning what he said at all. I'm just saying, if I were to say something that was questionable, I would make sure that it's way, way, way away from the work email and all work phones. That would be number 1. Unfortunately for them and Bruce Allen, they did not pay heed. That's going to bite you in the end.
Listen, this has nothing to do, again, with the content, because clearly bad. Bruce Allen reads old to me, so like the total failure to understand common practices regarding email, okay. Gruden's supposed to be like a vital young guy, like this whole brand is youth, and this, pretty incredible, and no surprise that John Gruden will not be allowed to sue, given that he did, in fact, write the emails in question. Hard to see how that would be defamation of character. Amazon has
I guarantee you this. Real quick, I will say this. I guarantee you one thing, though. Bruce Allen and John Gruden changed a whole bunch of coaches and front office types' habits after that. They're like, oh, we can't use the work email, huh? All right. I should have had stock and burner phones after that. I get it cleaned up.
Yeah. Related, did you see that BlackBerry movie?
I did.
So I feel like that was what BlackBerry became towards the end of its run, was like that secure phone that somebody had in their back pocket. It wasn't their primary phone, but it was very good at encrypting data. Anyway, last item in our NBA grab bag today, the Amazon Prime Video has approved a true crime documentary chronicling the story of the notorious Chiefsaholic. Are you aware of Chiefsaholic?
Oh, yes, I am.
It's going to be called Chiefsaholic, a wolf in Chiefs clothing. You see what they did there? It will tell the story of Xavier Badubar, a.k.a. Chiefsaholic. Babudar? I'm definitely saying that wrong. He is, in fact, interviewed in the documentary.
Ooh.
So if you're looking to hear more from the man known as Chiefsaholic, get ready.
You sure his last name wasn't Babadook? Oh, that was a movie.
Similarly frightening, perhaps.
Oh, really? You gotta get it. breaking out the gong on a Thursday, Timmy? Enjoying yourself? No, this guy is incredible. I just remember the first time I became aware of him traveling around. Like, I knew there was always a wolf at a Chiefs game for some reason. I had no idea why. But apparently he traveled around, and I remember on Twitter somehow, someone I follow, or I don't even know, it was like someone I follow that follows someone that, one of those type deals that ends up on your feed somehow. Like, hey, does anybody know what's happened to Chiefsaholic or whatever? I'm like, what is this? So I kind of followed the thread. And I was like, oh, that's weird. He was like, he's supposed to be here yesterday. We haven't heard from him. He hasn't shown up. Have you checked I checked the jails and I checked the hospitals and they have no record of blah, 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 blah. And then come to find out, dude's robbing banks out there. And that's how he funded his expenses, which, by the way, if anybody's thinking, no, that's not how I'm getting to Minnesota later this year, okay? I'm not robbing banks to go see Niner games. Not happening that way, okay? And if I did, it'd be in a Bart Simpson mask. So if you see that, that could possibly be me, but probably not. But this guy, was robbing banks, and that's how he funded the expenses traveling around watching Chiefs games. I mean, that was pretty cool. Well, until it wasn't. And now he's going to jail.
I have two significant thoughts on this. One is, for you, many exciting and as you are proof that there are exceptional career paths available to 6'8" men. Bank robber's not ideal for that.
Not ideal.
You're not the ideal body type for a bank robber. Certainly not a cat burglar.
No, incognito, not a good deal for me.
The second thing I would say is, while I am somewhat interested in the entire story of Chiefsaholic, and I really appreciate that it is subtitled "A Wolf in Chiefs Clothing," I am worried what message we're sending by turning him into even more of a star after this sort of behavior. I question whether this is the right direction for society.
I don't know. I think more bank robbing mascots is always a good thing for the country.
Could you imagine?
What are you kidding me? You could turn it into a franchise. Yeah, we could have like a Viking rolling into banks going, "Skull, give me your money."
Does anyone have eyes on the guy that used to be Thunder at the Warriors games?
Oh, that dude's juiced out of his mind. Yeah, Lucille, crazy crab.
What is Lucille doing when the Giants aren't playing?
It'd be like Point Break. Instead of presidents, it'd be mascots rolling into your bank, robbing you. That'd be outstanding. Here comes Sourdough Sam to a local bank near you in Denver. He wants to go see the Broncos and the Niners. Let me get out here. And Sourdough Sam already got his guns, too. You have like a 6
Here's another movie reference for you. Did you see the classic film?
Give me two.
Quick Change, starring Bill Murray?
Oh, Bill Murray and Randy Quaid.
Yes. Robbing banks as a clown.
Yes, exactly.
Similar
and Gina
vein.
Davis, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Vaya con Dios.
No, that was
an
an
a lot of Point Break
underrated funny movie.
Yes. Oh, Quick Change. Absolutely. I loved Quick Change. I saw it way too young. Much younger than I should have seen it. I do know that.
Go revisit it. Enjoy.
It's really the story of my childhood in general. Seeing movies at too young an age. I saw Misery when I was like 12, and it really, really messed with me, man.
I could see you. I saw it when I was in my 20s, and it messed with me.
Still think about the leg. Anyway, all right, okay.
Yeah, James Caan, not good.
No. And a Stephen King book, which I only learned much later. Yeah. I didn't read much Stephen King in my youth, but got into some Stephen King in the last few years. Sticking with the NBA grab bag. We're going to get into lots of NBA coming up. Mark Spears is going to join us at 3:50. I utterly skipped the Giants segment we were supposed to do, so I'm going to put that right after this. We actually got a good Giants game to talk about, and I want to do that. The Luis Matos catch, just the general vibes at the ballpark. Very good last night after a week of bad vibes. So we'll get into that coming up right after this. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland with Tom Tolbert on KNBR, the sports leader.
Utah, give me 2.
Penn Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Penn Grove's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Tirico joined Papa and Lund today to talk about Sunday Night Football. 49ers making a couple appearances this season. Check that out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Ball, and this one is hammered to center. Back is Matos. Back, he leaps, and he makes the catch up against the wall. He may have taken a home run away from Hernandez, and Matos is down.
Good news on both fronts. He definitely did take away a home run from Teoscar Hernandez, and Luis Matos stayed in the game. He was okay. So sort of the reverse of what happened with Jung-Hoo Lee a couple days earlier. But heck of a play. And, we talked about in general last night sort of being the formula win for the San Francisco Giants. Just looking at what this team is right now, and I shouldn't say right now, looking at what this team is hopefully in the next couple weeks as some of the smaller injuries start to wear off and we get Soler back in the lineup on a daily basis, hopefully Bailey back in the lineup on a daily basis, hopefully Blake Snell in the starting rotation. Once those things start to happen, Conforto back in the lineup. Yeah. I mean, even just those three guys, right? Those three hitters in the lineup adds more power than is in the lineup right now.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, it's not a potent offense when they're healthy. It most certainly is not when they're not healthy. I mean, as you can imagine. So
when they're healthy, it feels like an offense that can do the job. If not a potent offense, an offense that can do the job.
It feels like a middle of the pack offense. Yeah. And then the pitching has to do what you hope the pitching would do. I've said I haven't changed my mind on this because I said at the beginning of the year, and I said this is a team that is not constructed to win the West. They're constructed hopefully to get to the wild card, and then when you get to the wild card, you have Snell, Webb, and Ray, and Harrison, and you're like,
and
okay,
Hicks now.
Yeah,
hopefully.
Well, who knows if he's going to be around by then? I wonder what's going to happen with his innings and when that's going to start piling up and what they're going to do with that. But yeah, in theory, if there wasn't an innings restriction, he keeps pitching like this. Yeah, I mean they're pitching. They have no problem with their pitching. Like if you have a problem with their pitching, it's mostly with kind of that. How do we get from a starter to a Rodgers at some point? Like how do we kind of navigate that? Duvall, fine, but it's really the hitting, and it's not give me a top 5 offense, top 10 offense. Just give me top 15. Give me like right in the middle of Major League Baseball, and we're good. Just average, we're good. Then the pitching has to take over. Like if the pitching drops, then you're going to struggle because I don't know if this offense is capable of giving you a month of top 10 on offense. I don't know that it's. I mean, I guess anything's possible, but doubtful. So we'll see. Again, it's just the guy, and I've said this over and over. The guys that are being paid to do a certain thing got to do that certain thing. Like we were talking to Jim Bowden tonight. Look, I know Matt Chapman's not a hitter, but he is a guy that can get you 750 OPS. He is that guy.
Yep.
And that includes, some doubles and some home runs and not a 605 OPS. That's not cutting it. Like that is, you expect 605 to be somebody like Nick Ahmed, who has no
Yaz too. Yaz for that matter too. Like
Yaz,
Mike Yastrzemski
yep.
is not a guy who you expect to put up a huge batting average, certainly, but he has been throughout his Giants career a guy who does enough at the plate to understand why he's in there and whose OPS is, mid 700s for the most part, not mid 600s. And when you're talking about a team that needs to pitch well and strategically hit, those little differences end up making a big difference to wins and losses. Now, here's the good news. Now is the time to make a move. The next 9 games are Rockies, who, win streak aside, are not a good baseball team. And then you visit the Pirates, and the Mets. After that, not so good. You come home, Philadelphia, New York, visit Arizona and the Rangers. It's going to be a tough stretch after that. So if the Giants can find a way to take advantage of this next 9 games on the schedule and be ideally at or above 500 by the end of it, they're going to feel a lot better about themselves moving forward. Because if they don't, and they're 4 or 5 games under heading into that stretch with Phillies and Yankees and D-backs, that's the kind of stretch where if that then goes bad too, your season can start to look pretty rough.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get any traction. It's just what traction they are getting is going the wrong way. And it's really not even, they're not, other than the slide they had in Boston and Philly, where, what were they, 1-6, I want to say it was, that was unattractive. But they haven't, had a 7-game losing streak or a 7-game winning streak. I mean, even the Rockies have a 7-game winning streak. Yeah, at some point the Giants are going to get rolling, I think. It's just as long as they can hold it together and kind of get on that run and get the offense clicking, because the offense just hasn't been clicking. But, look, last night is something that anytime you can get a win, you feel good driving home, you feel good at home, you feel good getting back to the ballpark, and it's great to have a win when you're looking at an off day. I mean, it's the worst when you lose and you have an off day. You just sit around and think about it, or you're walking around thinking about it, or you might not be thinking about it all day, but it's still on your mind. When you win, you don't even think about it. Like, you're done with baseball for a day and you can show up to the park on Friday. But like I said earlier, it's important. It was important for them mentally, I thought, just for their psyche, to get a win and beat the Dodgers and say that not go into the off day 0-6 on the season against the Dodgers. So any little momentum they can try to get and carry over, and I'm not saying they have to sweep here. I mean, you got to win this series. I mean, well, look, you don't have to. If you don't, the season's not over. But it would be really nice if you could win the series against the Rockies, who are playing their best ball of the year. But they had a chance to sweep them in Coors, couldn't quite get that one done. And that's what I'm talking about. Can you get like 5 or 6 in a row where you feel like you're playing really good, clean baseball? Guys are starting to hit a little bit. Everyone's giving you 5, 7 innings, somewhere in the middle there. And the bullpen's locking it down. Camilo looks sharp. So I still think they have it in them to be a wild card team, but it's really going to come down to the offense. Like, the offense has got to be, and look, it's going to be hard. Right, you just lost Lee, and I think Lee was going to have a much better, last 100 games than his first 62 games, because it's not. I can't imagine it's easy getting not only used to a new league, you're doing it in a new country. Like, the adjustments this guy's having to make, just little stuff. Where do I want to go out to eat? I don't know. I don't really know any of their restaurants. How do you get home? I don't know if he drives or have a driver, but just all the little stuff when you're not familiar. When you're in a new city, and I've been there before, out of the country, in the country, you're just unsure because you're not. You just, I don't know. Where do I want to go to? I just want to go home. I don't even want to go out. I don't want to explore. I don't feel comfortable, and he has to go through all that too. And to one level or another, and play baseball. So that's not the easiest thing. And I think he was doing fine. I think he was fine, and he was going to continue to get better. So that really, really hurts. But you got to keep moving. You got to keep going, and Mato's going to get his chance. And speaking of him, what a hell of a catch!
Oh man,
last night that was just. I thought, I was on the couch. I went, oh man. Did they lose another center fielder? That was my initial reaction. I go, they didn't lose another one, did they? Like, that'd have been 2 in about a 4-day, 5-day span. Like, I was like, come on. That's just getting it's ridiculous now.
That's literally, it's the catch you like pretend to make in the backyard when you're 12 years old, jumping up against the neighbor's fence. Like, it was the perfect ball to steal a home run on. He made the perfect jump at the perfect time, like caught it at the end of the glove. It was awesome.
Yep. Great catch. I loved it too. The Dodgers were in the bullpen waiting for the ball to come over. It's like, nope, not going to get this one. Not this time. Now that was because. Go ahead.
For both those guys, I was going to say Ramos and Matos. Now's the time. If Lee's out a while, one of them has a chance to stay in the lineup. And you would think whoever can distinguish themselves over the next few games before guys like Conforto start to roll back into the lineup, that could be the future you're looking at. So now's your chance. Elliot Ramos, Luis Matos, hit the ball. Let's see it.
Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, Ramos has had some good at-bats. And when he makes contact, he's making hard contact. He's just striking out too much. I think his strikeout rate is somewhere in the mid-30s, high 30s. And that's just too much, unless you're going to provide a lot of power.
Huge power, yeah.
There's a trade-off. If you're going to strike out 150 to 200 times, you better be hitting the ball over the wall 30 times a year, if not more. Like some of the best players in the game strike out a lot, but their OPSs are also in the 900s because, they hit the ball over the wall a lot. So it can't be, I'm going to get you 12 home runs and 140 strikeouts. That doesn't work. That's not going to work for anybody. So, but these guys are getting their chance. Here's your chance. Everyone's hurt. You're going to get at-bats. Let's see what you got. Ramos had a nice double last night in the gap. That was good to see. He also struck out a couple times last night. So give him a couple weeks, 3 weeks. See him. I want to see him get comfortable. I don't think you can fully get comfortable for a few weeks. And Ramos has been up and down so much. It feels like he's 30. He's 25. These guys are still really young. And I'd like to see them, what they could do. I think when Ahmed comes back, he's back in because his defense was really good. But, I mean, even him, his OPS is in the 500s somewhere, 580s, 590s. So I'm okay
I would like to see Luciano in there. I Schmidt can't hit his way out of a wet paper bag right now, and that's tough. But we've heard so much about Luciano for so long. He's on the roster. I know Ahmed gives you a highly reliable defensive shortstop, but I put him in the 8th if you're up by one. I would like to see Marco Luciano start to get some regular plate appearances because he seems like, of all of these guys, actually, his upside might be the highest in terms of being that actual real middle of the lineup hitter.
Yeah, but that's just might be. That's just based on what you've read, right? So
of course, we have no idea.
Yeah, they know more than we do, and if they don't think he's ready, I don't think they want to pull him up and then send him back down. I think they're hoping that he's gonna once he's here for good. Because this is him and Harrison were their two highest rated prospects over the last 3 years. They were both of them were always in the top 20.
Yeah, and Luciano's been in the system since he was 16 or something. It's crazy.
Yeah.
He's been in the minds of Giants fans, but also he's on the roster now. They called him up.
Yep.
They called him up, I think, on Tuesday. So
did they?
If you're gonna call him up, let's see it.
Hey, look, I'm all for watching the young guys, and I want to see the young guys play, and I want to see the young guys thrive, and I want to see a new generation of Giants instead of the turn them over every single year, and hopefully they can grab some free agents here or there and go maybe get this guy, and who knows, maybe they can go out there. I think everybody would love to see it. I think Giant fans would love to see it. I've always said that fans are going to love homegrown players or players you draft probably more than another player that you acquire through free agency or trade if everything's equal. You just, because that's your guy. Now, at the end of the day, if a guy that you trade can help you win a championship over your homegrown player, well, then give me that guy. I don't really care that much about the homegrown guy because winning is the deal. But if it's equal, I guarantee you Warrior fans take pride in the fact that Steph's their guy, Clay's their guy, Draymond's
It's nice
their
to
guy.
say I watched him back when.
Yeah, well, KD wasn't their guy.
Not our guy.
They love him because he helped them win championships, and he was the best player on that team. But he's not, we didn't draft him, and he was with Oklahoma City for 7 years, and, you still love the guy. Like, as a fan, I'm sure they're like, oh, you love that guy. Helped us win a couple championships. Awesome. But that's our guy. Like, that is our guy. That's the guy that's been here from the get-go. I'm sure they feel the same way, Giant fans, about Posey, about Lincecum, about Bumgardner, about all those guys. Crawford, Belt, all those guys that came up through the system. It doesn't mean they don't love Hunter Pence. But Hunter Pence,
because they do love Hunter
from
Pence.
Philly. Oh, they love Hunter, and Hunter Pence loves them. There's no doubt about that. But again, it's just different. But it really, all that stuff is superfluous. I knew I was going to try to say it fast. I go, no, I can't say it fast. I'm going to screw it up. And I said it slow and screwed it up. But winning's the thing. Like, winning is, you got to win first, but then after that. But I would love to see. I'd love to see one or two of these guys hit, and they're just in the lineup every day, and you're like, oh, that's cool. That's the guy that came through the system, grinded, he was there forever, and boom. Look at him now. He's batting fifth or batting third, whatever he's doing. But he's contributing to the big league ball club. So, no, I wouldn't argue with that. If they wanted to put Luciano in there, I'd be totally fine with that, and see what he has as well.
And that may be a silver lining of this moment of massive injury bad luck when Jorge Soler is hitting BP foul balls into his own brain. That at least you could see some young guys, and hopefully one of them impresses everybody. All right, we're going to switch gears to the NBA because we got Mark Spears coming up at 3:50. More Giants talk coming up a little over an hour from now because Farhan Zaidi himself will join the program at 4:50. Why is that funny? You think I'm funny? You think I'm a clown? Before we talk to Mark Spears, I want to talk about something that we didn't get to yesterday. Draymond Green, some thoughts on Rudy Gobert. And we've got a former NBA big man right here with us. So we'll ask him his thoughts on Rudy Gobert's defense and Draymond's thoughts on said defense. That is next. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is Tolbert and Copes on KNBR. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland today. We got Mark Spears coming up in about 15 minutes to talk about the playoffs. We'll ask him a little bit about the Warriors offseason, what that is likely to look like. But speaking of Warriors who are in the offseason, Draymond Green, as I think most people know, has been doing commentary on TNT in the studio alongside Kenny and Chuck and the gang. I love watching Draymond do that job because, I guess not surprisingly, Draymond is more willing to crap all over his current co-workers than guys who've been out of the league for a decade. And one of the people he decided to crap on this week was Rudy Gobert, one of his favorite people to crap on. He does it as often as he can, and he did it on national television this week. Let's take a listen.
Barbecue chicken. It's happening. Listen, really? This has been the matchup everybody want to see, DPOY versus the MVP. And right now, Rudy Gobert don't stand a chance. The problem he's having is he's hitting him with bodies and giving him all the footwork. And Rudy Gobert is struggling. He's bringing him out on the floor, moving Joker all around the floor.
What should he do right here, Dre? What should he do right here?
There's nothing well, first off, you can't get back down like this. Like,
what about a little hand activity?
When he's on the perimeter, that's one thing, but you getting back down, put in the rim like that.
Okay.
That can't happen. Listen, there's a famous story of Rudy Gobert saying, listen, stay home on Joker. He said, brother, I got 42, and don't tell them to stay home. The big Frenchman is sitting on that podium speaking his native language. We need to do this. You need to get a stop. It ain't we. Karl Anthony Towns is actually doing a pretty good job when he's on Joker. It's you, my man, that's getting cooked. So it's no we. Now, yes, you do need help from the other guys, but on some of those, help can't help you. Like, you just got to get a stop.
Draymond pulls no punches.
That should surprise no one. He does not love Rudy Gobert. No, but he's right. He absolutely is right. And I would also say that I'm not sure defensive player of the year or otherwise, good luck stopping him one-on-one. I mean, good luck stopping the Joker one-on-one. He's too big. His hands are too good. His footwork is too good. And his touch is too soft. Like, he's going to get you at some point. And, game 3 was where he really got him. Like, that was the one where it's like he just went full Joker mode. It was like, oh my gosh, even for Joker, this is like absurd. Some of the shots that he's making. And then he's basically continued on now. So
have you seen that graphic though that was sort of popping up a lot on social media? I'm trying to find it right now as I speak. That sort of shows the best points per possession defenders against Jokic, because
I think
obviously
the guy for the Clippers was like number 1, wasn't he?
Zubac was number 1.
Zubac. Yeah, Zubac was number 1.
Draymond, like there's a handful of guys you would expect more than Zubac even at the top of that list, and Gobert is much lower than he ought to be.
Yeah,
and I do think that, I mean, listen, no one's gonna stop Nikola Jokic, but if Gobert can't do a better job of slowing him down, it's going to be very tough for Minnesota to get past Denver in the foreseeable future. And it leads me to wonder, if I'm Anthony Edwards, is this guy who can't play offense, isn't good against the best big man in the NBA, and is a total goofball that does dumb stuff all the time, a guy I really want to play with?
Well, I would disagree with your characterization of ought to be able to stop him. I mean, either you can stop him or you can't stop him. And the reason he can't stop him is because he's light in the can. He just the Zubac, Draymond, some of the guys on that list, I remember being on that list, are like bigger dudes. They have size, and they can at least, bang him and get him off balance. That's the one thing Gobert cannot do. He can't bang him. He's not big enough to bang him. Joker's too big for him. And the only thing he can offer is size and try to block his shot or obstruct his view or affect the shot. But Joker's too good for that. Like the arc that he puts on the shot, he doesn't just shoot it in front of you. They're like these little half hooks that he shoots. It's tough for him because he's best when a guy can't be more, like, isn't too physical. Like, I'd like to see his numbers against Embiid. I wouldn't surprise me if Embiid eats him up, too. Because Embiid's just a big dude. Like, big guys are going to give him problems because he's light, like I said, light in the can. But he's best coming from off the ball. Like, that's where he really does his damage.
Yes.
Like, lurking in the middle, coming from off the ball, blocking shots, affecting shots, stuff like that. That's really where he's good. But
what would you do with him tonight?
I mean, you got to do the same stuff. I mean, I guess, like I thought they had success in Game 2 doubling Joker, and that's when Rudy was out, and Karl Anthony Towns was on him, and then they'd bring double teams and wouldn't let him get. The problem with bringing double teams is if his guys are hitting shots, then you're gonna find yourself kind of on a yo-yo. Where it's like, oh, here, let me go back here. Back over here. Okay, let me double. Okay, they're hitting shots. Let me not double. Oh, Joker's cooking us now. Let me go back. Because he's going to find the right guy. You double him, he's going to find the right guy. You don't need to worry about that. You're not going to frazzle him when you double him. But they were doubling him. They were kind of stunting. They were digging down on him. And maybe you have Cat guard him, and you have Gobert guarding Aaron Gordon. And just hope for the best. And, like, if Aaron Gordon wants to shoot 20 jump shots, let him shoot 20 jump. If he makes them, you're screwed anyway. But that's kind of – that's the guy you want shooting. Like, if you were to ask, okay, who do you want shooting out of the starting five, Gordon is the obvious choice because none of the other guys you want shooting. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, you don't mind, but he can kind of get it going. And you do
Certainly
not want
Murray or Porter.
No, you do not want Porter shooting. You do not want him to get his feet set shooting. And then Murray would be the other guy. And then, Joker, you're not going to let just walk into a three because he's a pretty good three-point shooter too. Gordon's that guy. So that's what I would look at doing. But problem is here comes Gobert over to block the shot, and what does Joker do? He just kind of throws it up at the square, and Gordon dunks it. Like, he's so good at that. He makes it look exactly like a shot, and it's like, oh, that's off. And you're like, no, it wasn't off. It's a great pass. It ends up right in Gordon's hands for a smash. So, like, it's
he does
tough.
that. It's like a pitcher with a great changeup. You know what I mean? Like, the motion for the floater and the lob are identical. And he's so big that you can't, like, with a guy like Harden, as good as he is at that, if you have a big enough, lanky enough, smart enough defender, you have some answers. But Jokic sees right over everybody anyway. It's unfair.
That's why he's a Joker. That's why he's absolutely incredible when it comes to his array of offensive moves and passes and just everything. Like, the guy is so much fun to watch. I love watching that guy play. But they've tried to make him shoot more than maybe he wants to, because that's kind of how you go at Jokic. Like, hey, let him shoot. Don't let him get everybody else involved. Okay? Problem is he's getting like close to 40 and 7 assists or 13 assists. Like, if he has like 30 points and double-digit assists, then you're screwed because you're trying to take away the assists. He's always going to rebound. He had 13 rebounds last game. I think he had 0 turnovers last game too, or 0 turnovers game 3 or something, 3 or 4. I'm not, but it's like, oh my gosh, this guy is like, well, look, he's 3-time MVP. That's what 3-time MVPs. That's what 3-time MVPs do. So they don't have games generally, or back-to-back games where it's just like rough going, and it was kind of rough going game 1 and game 2. Yeah, to be honest, that's why everybody was saying, ooh, these guys might be in trouble here, because they didn't look anything like they looked in game 1 and game 2 the rest of the way now. That's a completely different team. Like, I said it after game 2 when I was talking about how I thought they were in trouble. Like I think they'll get one in Minnesota, but not both. And then it's going to be a fight the rest of the way. Well, if they were losing by 2 points in those games, I would have thought differently. But they're getting whacked, and then they just came to Minnesota and whacked them. Like, oh, okay, we remember how to play basketball now. Of course, they didn't let Aaron Gordon go to the restaurant, so that probably helped him as well. If anybody doesn't know that story, they had a dinner before Game 3, and Aaron Gordon didn't show up to the dinner, and they won. And then they had a dinner at the same restaurant for Game 4, and he wanted to go. They go, nope, sorry, you're not invited for this one. So they didn't invite him for Game 4, and apparently Game 6, not invited. Sorry, must have got lost in the mail. No. You're not invited this time either. So apparently for the rest of the trip,
now that
he is not invited to road trip dinner outings with the team.
I think he's got to start lobbying now for next round. You know what I mean? You don't want to have them end up saying no more team dinners the rest of the playoffs. Your room service the rest of the playoffs, kids. Sorry.
I don't know. Be careful.
All right, we got Mark Spears coming up. A man who we would never tell not to come to dinner. That would be rude. He will be our guest. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Susan Slusser joined Murph and Marcus this morning, talked about Kirk Casali back in orange and black, and a nice win over the Dodgers to finish off that series. You can hear that podcast and more right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Dub Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Matt Kolsky, Tom Tolbert with you. Let's continue talking hoops, shall we? With Anscape's Mark Spears. Mark, what's going on?
And just in Los Angeles, went on NBA today on ESPN this afternoon.
Really?
And so, yeah, they brought me on.
Who'd they have you on with?
Kendrick Perkins, Shanae was the host, Ramona Shelburne was there, and Legs was remote.
Oh, okay. Kendrick's got to be due for a vacation, doesn't he?
Bro.
So I can watch that show?
Let me tell you about his day. I think he had just got back from New York at 11 o'clock, and Wilbon wasn't able to, he's not going on NBA Countdown tonight because he had something to take care of. And so they called Perk at like 11 and said, hey, can you get on the flight so you could be on the show on Thursday? And he's like, I mean, I just got home. That means I had to get on a 5 a.m. flight. And they're like, yeah. So,
that's rough.
So he did NBA today, and he's going to do Countdown tonight. So I was like, I know you tired, man, but this dude got more energy, man. He better than, I mean, big dude with a lot of energy.
Yeah. If he wanted to take 4 or 5 days off, be fine by me. Anyway, let's, what is the, like, I'm just curious. What was like the topic you guys were discussing? Because I've basically been going back and forth talking about the Western Conference, not so much about the Eastern Conference, and what the Timberwolves or what the Nuggets have done to kind of turn this thing around. Because I don't know if you'll agree with me, but I didn't think I thought they could come back a win, but I thought it'd be 3-1 Minnesota coming back to Denver. Not the way the first two games played out. I didn't see this coming. Like they just flipped a switch, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that's right, they are the defending champs. Okay, yeah, that's what they look like. Okay, because they didn't look like that the first two games. I mean, what do you make of it? Because it's pretty dramatic, the reversal.
Do you want me to answer your first question first or your second question first? Because they're both great questions.
No, they're not really, but yeah, go ahead and take them in order.
I'll do your second question first. The Nuggets are showing the heart of a champion, and I'm quite impressed with them. And I think the big thing that they did was that they which I guess isn't, as one of their assistant coaches told me, it wasn't rocket scientists. They just basically decided to smother Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
And so now he basically can't breathe. They're like, let the rest of everybody else beat him. And while in 2 of the last 3 games, Edwards has been limited to 15 shots. They're not going to win if he takes 15 shots.
Yeah.
You know, and so they've been playing great defense. Jamal Murray being healthy means a tremendous amount. I mean, we know what Joker's going to do. I mean, It's sensational. Nothing he does surprises me, even though everything he does surprises me, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense when you're talking about the Joker.
Yeah, like he you've seen him in person, dude. It's just like, come on, man. He's like that guy. You're like, can't believe that dude made that. Like,
it's silly.
Come on, man. Do it again, and then he does it again. Like it's just part of his repertoire. And I'll never forget. I was actually talking to somebody at the NBA pre-draft camp the other day about. I saw him when he was 18. And I saw him at the Hoop Summit, and I was like, you can't jump over a piece of paper. But wow, can he rebound? And wow, can he pass? And he's making these crazy, like I saw it then. So when the Nuggets picked him, I had like forgotten about him, you know? And I was like, yo, that dude was pretty interesting in Portland. He dropped to the second round. but I think it was like, oh, he's overweight, he's slow. And I think what's interesting or challenging for the NBA draft is, they're playing in leagues like, I forgot I can't say off the top of my head what league Joker played in, but he's playing this obscure league, or at least with Luka, he was playing in the Spanish league, which is high level. But it's like, how do you compare what he's doing against those people, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if he was in the Adriatic League or something like that. But, and so I think a lot of people had a hard time figuring out who he was, even when he was in front of them. But he's certainly been special. And then to answer your first question, our main topic today wasn't the West. It wasn't the East. It was actually Bronny James. And it brought out a really, really heated discussion.
Ooh.
And
I got to hear this.
So basically, Tom, they asked me, because I was at the pre-draft camp, like, what did you think of Bronny? And I said, well, it's interesting. I sat next to two scouts, and I asked them, before he did anything, would you draft him? They both said no. And they both were a little curious about him being 6'1" and not 6'4" as previously listed. Now, he did jump 40.5 vert. He did the shuttle drill and shot well. But those are like, those are drills, right?
Yeah, controlled.
And then so 2 days later, I go back to him, like, how did he play? So one scout says, and I'll just read this to you guys. You can see he has good vision, makes the right passes, takes good shots. It's probably going to go in more with time. He's on the smaller side, so he's going to have to be elite on defense. I don't think he's ready. He did some good things. He has some potential to be a 3-and-D guy. Someone will take him, and I hope it's a good place for him. But if the Lakers don't draft him, I don't see him get anyone drafting him. Teams will probably want to two-way him. I don't know if Clutch wants that. They'll probably want him rostered. The other scout, man. You guys ready to sit back? Take a swig of water? You ready for this one?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
A positional athlete doesn't function as an elite athlete. Tweener stuck between positions. Should be a point guard based on size. Cannot run your offense. He's handicapped as a shooting guard because he can't shoot. He's 0 for 4 three-pointers one day. 1-3 yesterday. Needs screens to create spacing. His only scoring came on paint touch floaters. Could only score driving less. He's a switch magnet. Every bigger player who switched on him scored. His strength is defensively. His comp is a poor man's Davion Mitchell.
Damn.
Yes. He's an undersized shooting guard who can't shoot. How does that fit in the NBA? He is not an NBA prospect, in my opinion. So I read this on NBA Today.
Okay.
And then they're like, let's go to Jonathan Gavoni, who had a previous take thing. NBA scouts love Bronny James. I have him listed as 54. So it was really strange because it was like me, my opinion, I'm telling the scouts I talked to who went in, and then, Jonathan respectfully had more of a Disney evaluation, and then Perk just went nuts, basically seconding what the scouts told me, and he didn't like the fact that LeBron went and watched him yesterday. So I didn't have a problem with that. Maybe Bronny wanted him there, right? But Rochelle Bird, the great Roberta Shelburne, she goes, well, your scout said he could be like Davion Mitchell. I said, no. A poor man's Davion Mitchell.
That's rough.
So
I don't know if Davion Mitchell's... Yeah, I don't think he's good enough to have his poor man playing in the NBA. Unfortunately, that doesn't sound like something that'll work out.
So it was a lengthy. It ended up taking 12 minutes, which segment, which is not typical for a show. But the conversation got so deep that we were in there for a while.
Well, the funny thing, look, go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, Matt.
Let me just on the Bronny thing quickly. I'm not necessarily showing up at draft camp, although that's a little weird for your dad to be there, even if he is LeBron James. But just in general, if you're right that Clutch wants him rostered, and it seems like they're kind of encouraging him to come out now, it seems to me like as great. Look, there's no questioning LeBron James as a father, but it doesn't seem like they're doing Bronny favors right now. It seems like another year of college would do him good, like maybe even 3 more years of college. Because Davion Mitchell, it took him a few years, and he had to have one really good year at the end to be just regular Davion Mitchell. Like, if he's a poor man's Davion Mitchell now, shouldn't he maybe be going back to school?
But wait, there's more. So I asked both the scouts about what if he goes back to school. First scout I talked to said, you know what? I think in 4 years he could be an NBA player. The other scout said, I feel bad because this is a kid, right? Well, it's NBA. This is real now, right? We got to keep it real about evaluations. It's not me. It's what the scouts told me. But the other scout said, well, he'll just be an older NBA prospect in 3 years, so I'd feel the same way. I mean, non-NBA prospect. So he actually thought it'd be worse because he'd be older.
That's tough.
So, no, it's just I think what's going to be interesting is, the NBA draft is 2 days now. And so I don't see him getting used for a first-round pick. So now the second day of the NBA draft becomes the does Bronny get drafted show. Like, do you want that? Do you want that? And it's not his fault, but that's what it's going to become. Will he get drafted? And so if he does or doesn't, it certainly could be, I think, a painful night to watch.
Which is why I won't watch. So I won't have to worry about it.
Just wait for the alert, because you'll get the alert.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course you will. It really is too bad that through no fault of his own, he's not going to be able to really kind of forge his own path. I mean, fail or succeed. It's always going to be, and I think it would be maybe the worst thing for him to be on LeBron's team, because every time if he does, just everything will be related to LeBron. If Bronny's like on the team, I don't suspect he will be. And at some point, I know a lot of these organizations out there.
But Tom, that might be his only hope.
Well, if that's the case, then
these scouts are telling me this, like, what is everybody else thinking? Hey, obviously, Jonathan Gavoni's talking to different people. Maybe it takes one person to love you, right? It takes one person in the NBA to love you, right? But if the Lakers don't love him, who's going to love him? Like someone mentioned, you could draft him and then he could sell out the G League. Oh, okay, so the Kaiser Permanente Center has 2,000 seats, 3,000 seats, big whoop. He sells that place out. Like, is it that attractive to sell out a G League arena?
No. No, it's not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you going to do a Caitlin Clark and move all his games to bigger venues? Like, I don't think he sold out Cal or Stanford when he played there.
It sounds like he could have a really nice career overseas, to be honest. And maybe that's better.
But I really hope he goes back to school. I don't think he is, but I really hope he does. Like, what's the rush?
All right, since we're on the Lakers, or tangentially with the Lakers, let me ask you about
That's a great
the whole
word. Say that word again. Can you say that word again?
Tangentially?
I had not heard that word. I think I know what it means, but that's a great word.
Well, I thought I did until you questioned it. Now I have no idea. But let's be that as it may.
You're doing great. Yeah.
Be that as it may. No, I that one I think I got. JJ Redick. How is this going to work, and how will let's say he does get the job, which I'm not saying he shouldn't or he should. It's a new world out there. There are guys that are coaching in all sports, well, maybe not football, but baseball, basketball, that don't have as much experience as some of the former coaches might of yesteryear. But how is that going to work in the locker room when you have a coach who had a podcast with your star player? Are they going to be like, who's talking here? Is this coach talking, or is it LeBron talking? Or are they going to do a podcast about our practice and maybe how we screwed up? How does that even work?
Yeah, well, technically JJ is a coworker of mine, right? And great guy, but I don't know that this works great because the players will constantly wonder who's giving a message.
Yep.
Are you giving a message or LeBron's giving a message? Right? And another thing to keep in mind is, why are the Lakers doing a coaching search when, did LeBron tell him he was coming back? He could opt out. The decision has to be made by June 29th. He could opt out of his $51 million for next year and be a free agent. So why would you do a coaching search unless you're for certain that he's coming back? Has he committed behind the scenes to coming back? He was just at the Cavaliers game earlier this week. Right? So it doesn't make any sense to me that you would have a coaching search unless you know for certain that he's coming back, which maybe they do.
Yeah.
But I just think JJ is too smart to say yes to that. And he has a hell of a job right now, right? They're looking at Sam Cassell, Chris Finch. And it sounds like LeBron James should be the coach.
Oh, of course. That's a given.
Right? We haven't had a player coach since what? Lenny Wilkins or Bill Russell or somebody like that. But Earl Lloyd, I think, was a player. I don't know. But why hire a coach now, then all of a sudden he opts out and goes somewhere else? That doesn't make any sense to me.
So before we let you
Lakers,
go, it's the Lakers. There's always going to be drama. We know that. And that's just a given. That's part and parcel with the Laker organization. How active do you think the Warriors will be? And you've talked about it. You feel like if they're going to jump back in the mix over the next couple of years, Kuminga is going to have to be somebody that's going to have to be a part of trades. Now, I know they don't want to trade him. I know Lacob loves him, and the chances of him leaving are probably really, really slim. Yeah. But how do you think they'll have discussions about it? Do you think other teams will inquire about Kuminga? How involved in trade talks? I don't know if they'll make anything happen, but how involved do you think the Warriors will be?
I don't think they have a choice. This team didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, well, I was there.
Yeah. What's the better option? Standing still? Memphis is going to be better. Spurs are going to be better. Right? Houston is on the rise. The West ain't getting no easier. So unless they're ready to be even worse than they were a season ago, I don't think they have a choice. I heard the Brandon Ingram rumor. I like that. I know he didn't have a great playoff, and I know he wasn't completely healthy. But if that's your number 2 scorer, that's not bad.
Yeah,
I'd do that. I think there are. Trae Young doesn't seem to fit. I can't see him in Steph.
God, not Trae Young.
But the fact that they got the number 1 pick, I think they're more than willing to get rid of, to part with Trae or DeJounte Murray now, since they got the
That'd be a better fit, wouldn't it?
Pick.
Wouldn't DeJounte fit
I've always
better?
liked DeJounte Murray. Yeah, and I'm sure he would. If he got told he had to take the Amtrak here for that trade, he'd do it. You know what I mean? But keep an eye on the Hawks. Now they got that pick. I guess they're overseas looking at one of the other prospects. But I keep an eye on them. I guess you got to keep an eye on KD and LeBron, DeRozan. I think there's some, Mikal Bridges. There's another name that's come up. I think there's players available that the Warriors can go after. Jimmy Butler, would you do that?
Yeah. Nah.
That's an interesting one, right? Like, ooh.
Yeah, but I don't want to get older.
I think Jimmy Butler's gettable. But does Jimmy's mercurial too. Like,
and I want to get younger. They're already old enough. Warriors are old enough.
But who's the Keldon Johnson, DeJounte Murray? What do you like, Tom? If you're the
well, I like DeJounte Murray. It's a positive in so many ways that Steph is here, and one of them now is that they won't get Trae Young because they don't want another guy like him. Because if Trae Young were to come over, I would turn in my fandom card. I'd still work for him, but I'd turn in my fandom card. He's one of my least favorite players in the league. He is one of my least favorite players in the league. I just hate the way he plays.
Okay. Interesting.
I'll take Wemby.
Hey.
I was shocked when somebody said that the Spurs would think about Trae Young. I was like, Pop is going to coach Trae Young? Really?
Well, they but I'm sure Pop feels like if you come there, you're going to have to conform. And he could change him into what?
Yeah.
If Pop can't do it, nobody can, right?
No, nobody could do it.
But hey, look, Spurs life ain't for everybody either.
No.
Just ask Antonio McDyess and Steven Jackson. It's not for everybody. Yeah. But I think Trae, I don't know. I actually like to see that happen just to see what happens.
Oh God, yeah, I bet you would.
Let's see those Broncos jumping next to each other, fighting, see who wins. You know what I mean?
You definitely get some stories out of it. There's no doubt about it.
Darren Williams and Jerry Sloan. We don't need that again.
Oh no!
All right, brother. We'll have a good few days. Enjoy the games, and we'll look forward to talking to you again next week.
Always a pleasure, guy.
All right, Mark. Have a good one, man. Yeah, he's my least favorite player in the NBA to watch.
I don't disagree.
He's a dog without the W. He's just a dog.
Just a regular DOG
just
dog.
A regular pooch.
I also hate the way he plays, but I will say he is a heck of a passer. And if he took some of the jump back foul baiting garbage and 35-footers out of his game, he might not be the worst guy to pair with Wemby, because nobody on that team can really pass to Wemby right now. Like, they had a 7'6" guy that they struggled to get the ball to.
God, he's got to compete, though. He doesn't compete.
No.
He doesn't compete nearly hard enough. That's why I like DeJounte Murray. He competes. He gets after it. And
so does Wemby, though. And maybe that...
Wemby does, yeah. Well, it didn't rub off on Trae Young when he's with Atlanta so far. So we will see what happens to him during the offseason. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Farhan in about 30 minutes. And then we'll take you right up until 6 o'clock. We have a full show today. So a lot of stuff to come. But Farhan in about a half an hour, we'll get into the Giants and the state of the Giants and all that kind of good stuff right here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Big night for the Giants. Logan Webb, the stopper. 7-game losing streak over. Dodgers, you got them. Can the Giants tie some momentum together and maybe beat the Rockies too? Let us know. Hit us up on socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for the good people over at Kugelman Law, tax, crypto, and estate planning with a little helpful tax tip for you. You get all these ads. Get your taxes done on the cheap. Get this solved for cheap. Get it done for pennies on the dollar. Word of advice, a lot of times you get what you pay for. And when it comes to taxes, I just know I want it done, and I want it done right the first time. I don't want to have to worry about it. I want to keep Uncle Sammy happy when it comes to taxes. Here, take your money, beat it. Don't need to see you again until next year. With Alex Kugelman, the team over at Kugelman Law, I don't have to worry about it. Get it done. They get it done right. They get it done right the first time. I always talk about if you have any tax issues whatsoever, whether it be criminal, crypto, late filings, they can handle it, and this is true, and much more than that. But the best way to go about taxes is never having to deal with those issues in the first place. And if you don't want to have to deal with those issues, you can sit down, get a consultation with Alex. He's personable, he's knowledgeable, he's very, very easy to talk to. And they'll let you know how they'll go about either doing your taxes, getting you out of trouble, what the game plan is, what it's going to cost, and then it'll be full transparency, and then you can decide whether you want to go down the road or not. But going to get your taxes done, or if you have any issues with your past taxes, give them a buzz. Well, actually, you don't even have to give them a buzz. All you have to do is go to sftaxteam.com. That's sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corner Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ah, yes, we are back. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. And Tom, we have very important work to do right now. Very important.
Yep.
Every show, every single show on KNBR, all of them, picked winners.
Yep.
Picking winners.
Yep.
For the 49ers season. So let's do this thing. We're going to go through the schedule. We're going to tell you who's going to win the games. We're going to Nostradamus this thing right to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
Week 1, the Monday Nighter, New York Jets in town. Love to see Gang Green coming to Levi's Stadium. Who you got?
The first, let's back up a little bit, okay? Let's back up a little bit before we get to this stupid exercise.
Bring some enthusiasm.
We're about to endeavor upon, which is picking games 5 months before they happen.
It's May 16th. Let's do this.
This is a segment that is happening around the country today, where people say, hey, let's kill a segment. Let's pick games. We have no idea who's going to play in these games, but let's go ahead and pick them anyway, like we have any idea. You don't realize how hard it is to pick games the week of the game? It's extremely hard. It's much harder when I don't even know who's playing in those games. Hey, you know what? While we're at it, let's go ahead and pick the NBA playoffs next year. And go work our way through a bracket. And then, you know what? Let's do a Warrior schedule next year, too. Let's do 82 games and go wins and losses and see how many wins we could get them. So, yes, we are doing this because Digital thought it'd be a real fun idea. And usually when it comes to good ideas, if I don't have any myself, I think, you know what? Digital will have one. Let's go to Digital. Let's find out what these guys have for a good idea. And this is what they came up with. So, okay. Home game. Jets. Shut up, Tim. I don't care about your picks either. Nobody cares about my picks, nor should you. I'll give him a win on Monday Night Football. I mean, it's Monday Night Football.
Oh, yeah.
It's Aaron Rodgers' first game back. I got to imagine they're going to be a little rust there. I think the Jets will ultimately be pretty good this year. Not great. They'll probably be a little overrated because it's New York and it's Aaron Rodgers. But Hey, give me the I think they're favored by 5.5 in that game. I saw what the line was, but I think it'll be a good game. But I think the Niners take this one. They were good at home last year. First game for the Jets. So let's put that one in the win column.
You guys play hard. You.
for the 49ers. Let's put it in the win column for the 49ers. They're off to a rip-roaring start. 1-0. Let's go.
Yes, I've got them 1-0 as well. Aaron Rodgers going down in the third preseason game. Never actually plays a regular season for the New York Jets in my fever dream of the NFL. At Minnesota, Tom Tolbert in attendance for week 2. What do you got?
Skull. That's what I have.
Skull.
What are we going to do for the Niners in Minnesota? I think last time they played Minnesota, they lost. That was a few years ago. And I'm going to say their luck hasn't been great in Minnesota. What's that, Tim? That's right. Last year. I wasn't even thinking about that game. Last year they were favored. And that was a game, if I remember correctly, it looked like everything was going great. They drive down the field, first drive, McCaffrey fumble. And then it all went downhill. after that. Addison had a monster game against them, but hold the phone. Sam Darnold's going to be quarterback in this team. I can't imagine McCarthy will take over already. But I do think O'Connell, I think his name's O'Connell, right? The head coach, Kevin O'Connell?
Yep, Kevin O'Connell.
He's really good. I like him a lot. And I like the pieces that they have on that team. I think they're also a team like the Jets will get better as the year goes on, but I think too early for them. I don't think it's going to be an easy victory by any stretch. But Mr. T traveling around on his whirlwind 49ers tour is going to make it 2 straight games. Lost the first one in Chicago, 1 in Pittsburgh, and they're going to win in Minnesota to take the red and gold to 2-0.
It's I've also got Sam Darnold going down in preseason, so it will be J.J. McCarthy. And boy, he's in for a hurting in week 2. Let me tell you, that's another win. 2-0 Niners, everybody agrees.
Yep.
Week 3, heading to Levi's Stadium South in Los Angeles to take on the Rams. What do you got?
Oh, yeah, we know how it goes down there. You look up in the stands, and it's all red because the Niners just invade SoFi. They're like locusts. They're just all over the place. You can't get rid of them. The Rams look up, and they actually have to call audibles for the noise. Stafford's like, what's going on here? Where are our fans? You won't have any fans because it's going to be all Niner fans. So the Niners are going to have all the fans, and the fans are going to be treated to a loss. The Rams will take that. The Rams will take that one. Look, the Niners own the Rams, and they have owned the Rams over the last few years. But for some reason, I just have I like the way the Rams finished off last year, and let's put it this way: would I bet the Rams? Not a chance in hell. I would take the Rams just because the Niners own the Rams. But just to be different, I could easily make them 5-0, but I'm not going to make them 5-0. It's tough enough to win games coming off a Super Bowl loss. Teams generally don't do well coming off Super Bowl losses, but I think this team's talented enough and veteran enough to get through a season. But they're gonna have some bumps along the way, so I'm going to give them an L here to make them 2-1.
I am going to go with the better part of your analysis, which is to say that the Niners own the Rams and 3-0, baby. Let's go undefeated.
All right,
that's on my schedule.
I can
now. Let's get excited. Drake May and the new look New England Patriots coming to town. Managed by Mayo. Belichick out of here. He's in the roast business now.
Yep.
Can the Niners beat the Patriots?
I mean, I'm not going to spend much time on this. 3-1. Moving on.
3-1 it is. I've got them 4-0. The Patriots stink. Can't wait. Week 5, Arizona Cardinals coming to town. What do you got?
Oh, man. The Cardinals, I can't in good conscience pick the Cardinals to be. Although, I will say this, because I'm just not a Kyler Murray guy. Everybody gets Kyler Murray this guy. I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'd never been a huge Kyler Murray guy, but Kyler Murray does give them problems. Mobile quarterbacks do give them problems. We've seen Kyler Murray come in here and have big games at Levi's, so I shouldn't be so dismissive of what they can do. And with Harrison coming over, McBride came on last year as their tight end. I haven't looked at the roster, like defense, how the defense is going to be, but maybe it will be close. Like that's one I'm going to give the Niners, but I was initially going to say, let's move on. Let's give it to the Niners. But on reflection, I don't know. I could give that one to the Cardinals and make them 3-2, but yeah, I can't do it. I can't. I'm still Kyler Murray as well as he's played against the Niners in some of those games. I can't do it. So 4-1.
I can do it. The Arizona Cardinals were surprisingly good last year.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, they were bad overall, but given that Kyler Murray didn't play and they were supposed to be bad with Kyler Murray, they were surprisingly good. That defense, actually decent. I'm going to say too much attention being paid to the next 2 games on the schedule. Niners slip up against the Cardinals. So we both have them 4-1 after 5. Week 6, you travel to Seattle for a Thursday nighter. So quick turnaround. home against the Cardinals, heading to Seattle for a Thursday. How does that go?
I have them looking ahead to the Chiefs. They got a big 2-game slate coming up, Chiefs and Cowboys. And we found this out yesterday, that the Chiefs are on a bye before the Niners. The Cowboys are on a bye before the Niners. As are the Bills on a bye before the Niners. Not generally good teams you want to have on byes, like rested, really good teams anyway. At least we think they're going to be good teams. That's why this whole thing is stupid, because the Cowboys could be 2-5 by this point and suck, and we'll go, oh, of course they're going to win that game. But now we don't know how good or bad they're going to be. But being that it's a road game sandwiched in between 3 home games, and it's a short week as well, Thursday, I'm going to say they get caught peeking ahead against the Seahawks. So 4-2 for me.
Not me. 5-1. The Seahawks are not good. The bloom is off the rose with Geno Smith. Forget them. Back home.
Correct.
Thank you. Back home for a Sunday afternoon marquee matchup. The Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs. I did hear, I believe it was John Lund who informed me earlier today. Sad story. Taylor Swift has a concert conflict. She will not be coming to San Francisco. But Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes will. Can the Niners beat the Super Bowl champs?
Well, I'm going to have a beer overload in my refrigerator conflict, so I will not be there either. I will be at home watching it in front of the TV. Look, when teams that have a Super Bowl rematch play, the team at home, if they were the team that lost, wins that game 92% of the time. That's a lot. And I just made that up.
Real?
I have no idea if it's real or not, but it sounds really, really good.
You had me go.
So yeah, I'm gonna stick with that made up stat because it sounds good to me. It sounds like the team that won the Super Bowl, even though you're not getting revenge per se, because what do you win? You're gonna win a regular season game. They already won the Super Bowl. You can't get that right now. Maybe 4 months down the road you can, but I think there's going to be. There's got to be a little something there like, hey, you know what? Not only did we lose the Super Bowl to them, the last time they came here, they kicked our ass all over the place. So I'm going to say the Niners get them. They finally get the Chiefs. Let's make them 5-2.
All right, I've got them 6-1. Agreed. Chiefs don't care. They beat you in the Super Bowl. It's going to be a second bye week for the Chiefs. Week 8. Sunday night football against the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody's watching. All eyes on Niners Cowboys. Bring back the 1980s. Who wins?
Well, there's one team the 49ers own as much as the Rams. It's the Cowboys. And I don't see that changing. I'm not a Cowboy. I'm not a believer in the Cowboys, at all. Dak's okay. He's fine. CeeDee Lamb's one of the best receivers in the game. Well, they're going real retro this year, bringing Zeke back. That'll be fun. They got about 9 tight ends, which I do enjoy. They definitely have tight ends running all over the field. And, Micah Parsons, one of the best defensive players in all the league. So, Cowboys will be fine this year. Probably make the playoffs, maybe even compete with the Eagles for the East. But when it comes to the 49ers, they got nothing for the 49ers. And last time they were here, they just got absolutely demolished. Probably the 49ers' most complete game of the year. So I think they're going to run into another buzzsaw when they come here. So I'll make the Cowboys another victim of the Niners, 7-2.
All right. I just got the word from on high. No more analysis the rest of the way. We're just going
no, you wanted it. You're going to get it. You're getting the full Monty, baby. You can cut me off whenever you want to.
Who wins the bye? No, wait. Week 10 at Tampa Bay. You get a nice rest. Then you get to go on vacation to Florida. 10 a.m. start in Tampa. Win or a loss?
Oh, coming off a bye week in Tampa. Baker Mayfield, new contract. Oh, hey. Yeah. Let's give it to the Buccaneers.
Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Coming off the bye, they're going to lose in Florida. Let's make the I guess that brings them to what, 7-3?
It would have to be 6-3.
What it? I thought it'd be 7-3.
That was only 9 games.
Okay, good. 6-3. Good.
So,
I'm right on track, right where I want to be.
We're headed to Week 11, and it's the Seahawks this time at Levi's.
Win. They're not going to lose the Seahawks twice. No. In fact, better odds they'll beat them twice and lose twice. I'm not even so sure they'll lose the first game, but I got to try to find some games they're going to lose. This one, yes, they're going to own the Seahawks in this game. So let's put them at 7-3.
Now 7-3, coming into the toughest stretch of the season. Back-to-back road games at Green Bay, at Buffalo. What do you got?
Oh, I got the Niners against the Packers. They, I don't know if they own the Packers, but they've done really well against that uniform. So I'm going to say they'll go to Green Bay. And that was Love had his chance last year. The Niners are going to play much better this year. Hopefully, it won't be raining, won't have any weather. But I'll go Niners against the Packers. What does that put them? 8-3.
8-3 heading into Buffalo.
Okay. That's a loss. Back to back. You got Thanksgiving in the middle there. It's just all kinds of stuff going on. You know, what are we going to serve? What kind of stuffing we're going to have? We going cranberries? We're not going cranberries? I don't know. What do you want? Do you want the leg? You want the breast? What are we going to do with the turkey? Do you want to fry the turkey? Do you want to smoke the turkey? I don't know what we're going to do with the turkey. Ralph loves turkey. I love turkey too. What do we want to serve with the turkey? Do we want some appletinis? Do we want Martellis for the kids? I don't know. We want the grape Martellis. We want the apple Martellis. I'm not really sure we're going to. I told you, Tim, I'm doing this. I'm doing it my way. Suck it, pal. At Buffalo, too much distraction. That's a loss. 8-4.
Week 14, they host the Bears. That's a loss. Moving on to Week 15.
Yes, it is. Now, don't speak for me.
Caleb Williams.
Don't speak for me. It's a loss.
Yes, Caleb Williams.
For the Bears.
The mobile quarterback that you're talking about. No. That took a turn.
So that'll put him win against the Bears 9-4.
9-4 after Week 14, hosting the Los Angeles Rams in Week 15. That is also a Thursday nighter.
They ain't losing the Rams twice. I already have them losing in SoFi, which I'm not even so sure about. But they're not losing to them twice, so that's a win. That's let's move them to 10-4 at that point.
And now you headed to visit an old friend, Mike McDaniel and the Miami Dolphins, Week 16. That'll be interesting. I'm excited for that, actually.
Oh, it's a student and the teacher. That's what we're going for here. Like, teacher's going to get him. You get to go down to Florida. They've already lost once in Florida, and that was an early start. This is going to be a little later start. And you don't got to worry about the weather. It'll be in December. It'll be probably nice, 78, 77. Go down there. Get some Joe's crabs and Joe's Stone Crab Shack or whatever the hell that thing's called. Pretty good stuff. Got to work a lot for it though. So go down there, get one against Mike McDaniels later in the season. I like him. In Miami. 11-4.
Then you come back for the championship game rematch against the Detroit Lions. That's a Monday nighter. And really, Week 17 against the Lions could have a lot of NFC playoff implications.
Much like the Niners took out a little sliver of revenge, maybe more so for the fans than them, against the Chiefs, the Lions are going to get theirs against the 49ers. I'm sure a game they felt like they had right there, slipped through their fingers like sands in an hourglass. So are the days of our lives. The Lions are going to find a way. It'll be a close game, be a good game, but the Lions are going to get that one at home. Second to last, the penultimate game, if you will, of the season for the 49ers. The Lions come into Levi's and win that one. So what does that make?
11-5.
11-5, okay.
And that's I feel like that puts them right in the range where this Week 18 game at Arizona could determine whether they're a top 2 seed or not. Ladies and gentlemen, can Kyler Murray spoil the Niners playoff seeding?
No, he can't.
No,
he cannot. Nope. I have him going. I think I had him going 3-3 in division. I think I had him splitting against everybody in division. So I had him splitting against Seahawks. Had him splitting against the Rams. Let's have him. No, actually I don't, because you had them losing to Arizona. I had them winning against Arizona, so I'm going to have them going 4-2 in division. The only team they're going to beat twice is the Arizona Cardinals. So I'm calling for 13-5. 12-5.
12-5
is what I'm calling for. 12-5, and I don't know if I'll. There's not a chance in hell I will hit every game because again, this is stupid exercise. But 12-5, that sounds about right to me. I was thinking 11-6, 12-5, right around there. So I ended up on a number that feels good. 12-5.
Well, naturally, you ended up on a number that feels good. You did extensive research. You prepared in-depth strategy for analyzing each week's game, and I'll be shocked if you don't get them all right, to be totally honest. And with that, we got to go, man. We got stuff to do, and Farhan Zaidi's coming up in 6 minutes. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back, but only very briefly, because Farhan Zaidi is coming up next, and we just had way too much fun breaking down the NFL schedule. Baseball talk coming up with the general manager of the Giants right after this on KNBR, the sports leader.
From the diamond to the boardroom. Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giants President of Baseball Ops Farhan Zaidi on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Matt Kolsky, Tom Tolbert with you, and always fun to talk to Farhan Zaidi. We do it every other week throughout the course of the season. Farhan, what's going on?
Hey, guys, just enjoying the off day, getting ready for another big series coming up tomorrow. So it was nice to get a win, little marination day today before we get going again.
Yeah, how important do you think that was for the psyche of the team? Just not only to get the win heading into the off day, but finally beat the Dodgers. He had lost 5 in a row, too. How important was that? Sometimes wins can be a little more important than just the win it represents in the win column, but was this one of those that maybe was, just for the reasons I mentioned, a little more important?
For sure. I mean, I think to your point, just kind of staying connected with the rest of the teams. They're kind of sorting themselves out in the National League right now. It's early, but you don't want to lose separation from them. And anytime you go on a bit of a losing streak, you risk that. So after having lost the first couple of games, it was nice to salvage one. I also just think the way Monday's game went, that was one that we thought got away from us, that we should have won. We had a couple leads in that game, and give them credit, they came back, but that left a sour taste in our mouth. And then Tuesday's game was a little rougher for us. So to come back and post a W was nice. I don't really think we need it in terms of feeling like we can play with the Dodgers and compete with them. I think we really believe that. But you're right. I mean, just psychologically, after losing a couple days, it was nice to right the ship.
So after the Game 1 loss, it just kind of felt like it was there for the taking, and you guys didn't quite get it done. Of course, we're talking about the catching and the pass balls and just the one knee, which I always seem to bring up conveniently when balls go to the wall. So I'm because look, you guys have way more statistical analysis, and it's not just you. This is a league-wide thing. So I'm just going to take it on faith that yes, it's done for a reason. That stealing low zone strikes is marginally, if not more than marginally, more important than stopping the ball from going to the backstop. But I'm wondering, do you guys talk about, is there a time when, like if a guy in second or third, when to have him up on 2 feet? Is it even possible to have a catcher do the one knee and then 2 feet and then back to one knee? Like, I don't know how all that stuff works, but of course, every time it goes to the wall and you lose a game, it's like, oh, I hate that. I mean, I'll be honest, that was me the next day. I'm like, oh, why can't guys be on 2 feet? Why can't they do what they used to do? Knowing full well that I was walking into a statistical buzzsaw that probably wasn't going to work out in my favor, but just take me through that whole kind of process.
Yeah, obviously we and other teams are looking at this trade-off and think there's just a lot of value in setting up to get those additional strikes. Mm-hmm. But, I think with Blake Sable in particular, who's, come a really long way in the last couple years, a guy who doesn't have a ton of catching experience recently. And, when you're asking a guy like that to, use this unconventional stance and also be able to block and also be able to throw out runners, we might just be putting a little bit too much on his plate as opposed to the fundamentals of catch the ball. You've got good hands. I think he's got good hands back there, and the more he trusts them, he's going to get strikes for his pitchers organically. And, we have a staff. We've talked about the fact that we have a ground ball staff, so they throw a lot of pitches down in the zone. They miss in the dirt. Guys like Luke Jackson and Jordan Hicks, they're going to spike some balls, and there's going to be some tough chances to block. So a combination of our staff and trying to streamline things for Blake, I think it's something we need to look at, because you're right, it was a huge part of that game, and I don't blame him. Those were some couple really tough chances, and there were a lot of things we could have done in that game better to have come out ahead. But as we look to support our pitching staff and the way they pitch, we've talked a lot about that, getting ground balls, throwing strikes. Being able to block from them and save them those extra 90 feet is pretty important too.
Well, I can tell you exactly what's going to happen. About the time catchers everywhere get used to being down on one knee and it's all perfected and guys can hey, we can block the ball as well as we could before, they're going to come with the robo-ump and it's no longer going to be needed.
That's right. I mean, we got to ramp up going back to the old stance, right? Right before the robo-umps come and take over. So, yeah, we should be a little bit ahead of the curve there, I think.
I hate that we have to do this, Farhan, but the amount of guys currently on the injured list, are there any interesting updates or do you have anything to share about when we might start to see particularly some of the big bats that are out right now, whether it's Bailey or Soler, or how close are we to getting some of these dudes back on the field? Conforto?
Yeah, I think with Soler, he's the closest. He played for Sacramento last night. He's going to play again tonight, and if it goes well, he may be in there tomorrow. So we'll just have to see how he feels. Obviously, he's testing out the shoulder, but it's nice for him to be able to get a couple rehab games, get his timing, and so it'd be great if we could see him this weekend. Pat Bailey's also doing well. He's eligible on Sunday. Our hope is that he's ready when we hit the road on Tuesday, but all indications are pretty positive. So those are two guys we could have back in the next few days. Conforto's going to be a little while longer just because of the nature of the hamstring injury, but he's feeling good. He's going to start running early next week, and as you know, once you kind of can do that with the hamstring, the ramp up can be pretty quick. So some guys are turning the corner, and there's reason for optimism that we get some of them back. And, in the meantime, I think the silver lining is the opportunity that a lot of these young guys are getting. You figure it's going to happen at some point during the season. Someone's going to go down and it creates an opportunity. You don't necessarily expect like a full line change to happen in the course of a few days like we had. But I think it's great. I mean, guys like Ramos, Matos, even Sable are guys we were hoping would get a chance to come up and help us out. And we're relying on them heavily so far, and they've produced some really good results.
On that exact topic, I believe Marco Luciano is officially on the bench now. Is he someone that we might get a chance to see a little bit more of in the coming week or two?
Yeah, I would expect him to, get, at least one, maybe a couple starts this weekend. We're going to start working him in at short. The defense was really an area we wanted him to focus on, and put a lot of work into that this spring and even early on in Sacramento. And he's not a guy that we want to have come up and sit on the bench, so we're going to try to work him in, and hopefully he can handle the position defensively, and we know what he can do with a bat. So I would expect him to be in there this weekend at some point.
Well, it's certainly going to be fun to watch all these guys get their cracks at it, and some of them are going to get their at-bats regardless, because it's not like they're pushed because of injuries. They can relax and go out there and play, and we'll see if that helps them. But I'm just curious, and I know this is kind of a big picture thing, Farhan, but I wanted to ask it with all these guys that have come up and are playing now. When you look at your tenure here so far, that's the one thing that you guys really haven't been able to produce is a bat through the system that comes up and is maybe even not a middle-of-the-order bat, but a consistent guy that's in the lineup. Where do you think, when you look at it, that's kind of been the failure? Has it been the scouting or the development, or just it's baseball, it's tough? I mean, that doesn't really work over like 7 years, but where is it, you think, over that period of time that you look at, that there's been a disconnect, so to speak, where you guys haven't been able to get that one or two bats? And I'll give Bailey, I mean, I always forget Bailey because he's down behind the plate and he's not out in the field, but he has certainly been a guy who has been a great catcher so far, and he's hitting as well. But as far as the positional players, not including catcher.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. I'd say a couple things. One is, and it's something that we are experiencing now, is you have to not just develop these players, but give them opportunities, give them a chance to grow, a chance to fail, and just keep running them out there, And, when I look at our teams the last few years, we've had a lot of veteran players. We've been active in free agency. We were active in free agency again this offseason. When you go out there and you sign veteran guys, it's just not going to be as easy to create pathways for your younger players. So, even the guys who have come up and done a great job now, it might have been easier for them if we hadn't signed those free agents. We try to be active with, not just the guys that we're drafting and developing on our own, but keeping an eye out for players in other organizations that are blocked that we think have a chance to come over here and be contributors. So, when I look at our everyday group, guys like Lamont Wade and Thairo Estrada and even Yaz sort of fit into that category where they're not homegrown, but they really developed into major leaguers once they got into the Giants organization. So, and I would say the last thing is our drafts have had, I would say more of a pitching emphasis. And it's something that we need to look at when we look at the balance of not just pitchers and position players, but when we look at position players. I mean, Pat Bailey was a first-round pick. He's, off to a great start this year offensively, and we hope he can be somebody who's in the middle of the order bat, but he's kind of a defense-first guy. So, really looking for those bats who can hit in the middle of the lineup. We think we got a guy like that in Bryce Eldridge in the draft last year, but we're going to have to continue to make sure that we prioritize that because it's hard to get bats over here via free agency or other channels. So drafting and developing them is going to be critical.
If things continue along the path that they have been with Hicks, he's been fantastic. At what point do you got to start kind of projecting into the future as to what lies ahead in terms of his innings? Because obviously he's not going to continue pitching at this rate, but you need to continue winning games too to kind of keep touch, as you alluded to, with the teams that are floating around wild card contention. So do you guys already talked about that, or does that? I mean, it's still kind of early for that because things tend, as we find out, things have a tendency to take care of themselves. But when do you got to start having that kind of conversation as to how you manage that?
Yeah, I think it happens the first moment we have 6 starting pitchers who we feel really good about starting a major league game. And, we've had 4, we've had 5. Blake Snell's throwing for Sacramento tomorrow night, and then, we think he's going to be back in our rotation next week, which will be sort of a huge boon to our rotation. Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb are still rehabbing, doing really well. Robbie Ray in particular has been up to 96 in his pens. He's going to start facing hitters soon. So as those guys come online, and, I would add some of the younger guys we've seen, a guy like Landon Roop, who we saw early in the season. He's getting stretched out in Sacramento, and he could be an option for us. You kind of need to create a surplus of options so you can start managing some of the innings of these guys. And it's not just Jordan Hicks. It's Kyle Harrison and Keaton Wynn, younger guys who aren't going to be 180 to 200 inning guys this year. So, right now we're kind of relying on those guys, to your point, because we're waiting for some of these other guys to come online. But as we get more of those options available, we'll have to make sure we scale back and prioritize the health of these guys in the long run.
Got it.
One young guy who may not get as much attention because, Kyle Harrison's out there, as we've talked about. There's a lot of starting pitchers that deserve a lot of attention. But just watching the way Sean Jelly has performed over the last couple of weeks, that he seems to me to be developing into the type of guy that no one's talking about, but is a critical central part of that bullpen that bridges the gap from starters to the back end. What have you seen from him, and is he kind of settling into that role and becoming a young guy that's valuable to this team?
I think he is, absolutely. And, we saw some glimpses of this late last year. His velocity really picked up. He was hitting 97 with the sinker and really able to pitch off of that power sinker in a way that we hadn't necessarily seen a lot of in the last couple of years. So obviously he's a guy who had a little bit of a health hiccup and started the year on the IL. But you're right, since he's come back, he's really continued to work his way up the ranks of the bullpen hierarchy. And then you saw him start the 7th inning yesterday, a really tight game against a really good opponent. I think that shows the confidence that Bo Mel and Brian Price have in him at this point. He's just throwing a ton of strikes. He's walked one guy in his 14 innings, and he's missing bats, keeping the ball on the ground, all the things you want from a high-end reliever. So I agree with you. We talk a lot about the value of having multi-inning guys who can throw in leverage, who can bridge the 6th and 7th in a game where you have a narrow lead and save the rest of the pen and maybe do the job of two guys at once. So he's really developed nicely. He's been huge for us, and hopefully the arrow continues pointing upwards.
So I got to ask, when Matos runs into the wall, you had to be thinking, are you serious? There's just no way. I mean, first you had to be thinking, what a hell of a catch. But I go, whoa, what a catch. No, they're not going to lose two guys. I mean, and that was after Soler hit himself in the head. I was like, okay, this is like almost becoming tragic now. Like, you can't go a day without guys getting hurt. And such a great catch. It was obviously really good to see him get up. But for the as soon as he fell down, you had to be thinking, there's no way that happened.
I'll tell you what, it's not a fun time to be the major league trainer when you're updating the front office. It feels like every couple hours on something. But when he updated us, he sent us a text about Soler, getting hit by that ball in batting practice. I thought he was kidding. I legitimately thought it was a joke and had to confirm that it really happened. Fortunately, wasn't anything serious. When Matos caught that ball, again, I was just thinking, Gresh, don't you dare run out there. I do not want to see Dave Greshner jogging through the Oracle Park, and tending to this guy. But sure enough, he did what he had to do. Unfortunately, it was not serious. But, I mean, an unbelievable catch. I mean, Luis has, had a little bit of a transition here, coming back to the big leagues, playing center field again every day. And, I know our guys talked to him a lot about really being aggressive going after balls. And that was a really aggressive play. And thankfully, didn't cost him in terms of missed time. But love seeing that from him. And obviously really glad and relieved he's okay.
So there was an article in The Athletic. I think Saris wrote it. And it was interesting. I'm talking about swing speed. And how they measure swing speed and how it can affect, who the good. I don't know if it was necessarily said who the good hitters were, who weren't the good hitters, but just bat speed. And then certainly bat speed, everything else being equal is going to help you, right? I mean, that's going to help you. It's going to help you hit the ball harder, the harder you swing the bat. But I'm wondering, is that like arm strength for a quarterback? It's great if you have it. But it's, there's other things that are just as important, like recognizing a defense or recognizing a pitch or how cool you can stay under pressure, how cool you can stay in the batter's box with two strikes. It just seems like numbers can tell us a lot, but there's also things out there that maybe we can't know that could tell us even more. I don't know how fast someone's swing speed is, but if you can give me a guy who's comfortable with two strikes and really recognizes pitches early, that guy's probably going to be a pretty good hitter. I mean, what do you make of all the new stuff that's coming on, and do we have a tendency sometimes to overrate how important it can be?
Yeah, I think there's a novelty anytime you have a new data set, right? It's kind of cool to see these things quantified, but a lot of times they're not telling us anything we didn't know already, Yeah. I mean, Aaron Judge and Stanton have, elite bat speed. Thanks. I would not have guessed that just by watching them swing. So, I think there's some little nuances that are interesting. And, in this data set, now that we have bat tracking data, I mean, one of the things we're looking at internally is, getting more of a sense of, our guys early or late, how is their actual bat path affecting their ability to hit certain pitches? I think that next layer of data is going to be a lot more interesting. And so, I'm not saying this is a way of poo-pooing data and saying there's no value there, but some of the kind of more basic elements like bat speed, I agree with you. You don't want to read too much into it, and you certainly don't want it, kind of impacting things that you already know to be obvious, and then you start questioning them because all of a sudden there's this new data. So
yeah,
I agree with you. There's so much more to hitting, obviously, than bat speed. Everybody's all known that for a really long time. I think there are elements of this data that are going to be really interesting from an evaluation standpoint as everybody gets more into it.
So, listen, nobody's going to confuse him with Barry Bonds, but I imagine you felt it was something of a luxury to be able to go grab Kirk Casali, put him on a plane, and a few hours later have him behind the plate catching your ace, and you've got a catcher who knows the pitcher and knows the organization, and it seemed like not a lot of guys you could grab in that situation and have in the lineup the next day.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about because he felt like Barry Bonds to me when he walked in. No, it was really fortunate. I mean, we had, thought about Kurt when we started having our catcher injuries a couple weeks ago. He had an out in his contract with the Cubs that was actually yesterday, but they were nice enough to accommodate him and accommodate us and letting him out a couple of days ago. I talked to him, I guess it was Tuesday night when we acquired him. He was talking about how excited he was to be back. I was like, hey, we have to get you on a flight tomorrow morning because you're starting tomorrow. Like, you're going to catch Webby tomorrow. And I think he might have thought I was kidding, but obviously I was not. I was very serious. So I think just, he was actually swinging the bat great. He was hitting 360, although, the offense that we get from him is going to be a bonus. But you're right, just having an experienced catcher, a guy who's got relationships with pitchers on our staff, and just loves San Francisco, loves being a Giant. It was really fortunate for us to be able to bring him in.
Well, you finally got one against the Dodgers. Now you get the hottest team in baseball coming to the Bay Area. The Rockies have won 7 in a row. Baseball is a funny sport like that because that won't happen in hockey. It won't happen in basketball. It certainly won't happen in football. But baseball is just a weird sport that way where, like, even the teams that are some of the worst teams in the league can win 7 or 8 games in a row. And I don't know what to make of it. But it's I don't know. I mean, I watched that lineup they ran out there, and I'm like, God, I know why these guys are 8-36, and then they've won 7 in a row. Like, I guess that'll kind of get your attention a little bit. Maybe that's better than having them lose 6 or 7 in a row coming into town. Like, it gets everybody's attention no matter what their record is if you win 7 in a row, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want us to become the league's heat check opponent that when someone gets hot, suddenly they show up on our schedule. I don't think we want that happening over and over again. But yeah, give them credit. They've got some good young players. They're playing well. They're playing better than when we were there a little while ago, and so it should be a fun series.
Okay, let me ask you this then, because I've asked this question before, and it really kind of only works in baseball. Philosophical question: would you rather face a team coming off an 8-game losing streak or on an 8-game winning streak?
I'd rather take. I'm a slave to the data, so I'll take the team that's on the losing streak. Sorry. Yeah, I know the team on the losing streak is due, but I'm still taking them.
Farhan does not subscribe to the do theory, and I appreciate that. Farhan, thank you so much. We appreciate putting up with us, and we'll do it again in a couple weeks.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Farhan. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd probably go losing streak, too. Like, I'm the guy that says, it's hard to beat this team 3 times. I'm like, why? Beat them twice. We should beat them the 3rd time. It's hard to beat them 4 times. Well, yeah, if you beat them 3 times, why can't you beat them a 4th time? Like, I don't believe in, like, the do theory, so to speak. Like, if it lands 13 times on green on a roulette wheel, it's just as likely to land the 14th time on the roulette wheel. It's just that's the way percentages work. So if a team's struggling and not playing well, not hitting well, yes, I'd rather play that team, knowing full well that at some point it's going to start coming back the other way. I'll just figure it's not going to happen at that point. But I'm the same. I don't know. Are you the same? Would you rather play the 8-game winning or 8-game losing streak?
It's an interesting question, but my answer is option C. I'll take whoever has the worst record overall, because I'm still going to bet. That
wasn't my
to
option.
Your point.
It's my question. You just interjected a C into my question.
Yeah, well, you're right. If I'm given those 2 options, I'm with you, because the do it's not real.
The do
it
theory
seems
doesn't
real.
exist. It does,
but it's not a real thing.
No, not at all. We settled that. Very good.
Yep. All done. We're gonna have some fun. That's the rest of the show. Just having fun, and it starts right after this with the Sound Soiree.
Oh yeah!
If you enjoyed my Kirk Casali question for Farhan Zaidi, just wait. More Kirk Casali next. I'm Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Tirico joined Papa and Lund today to talk about Sunday Night Football. 49ers making a couple appearances this season. Check that out on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
It's Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
We are back. It's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland. We just spoke with Farhan Zaidi, and one of the things we asked him about was the quick changeover with the signing of Kirk Casali and him being in the starting lineup less than 24 hours after being acquired. Kirk Casali told that story yesterday in the pregame show. Let's take a listen.
I had a contract out in Iowa yesterday or today. I'm not sure. My agent said that this was a possibility yesterday, and he emphasized the word maybe, like maybe. And so I just didn't really think anything of it. Just try not to get my hopes up too much. But went and played a game last night, and then after the game got a text message and said pack your stuff. And I think I probably shed a tear. Coming back here is like coming home, and I had some of the best years of my professional baseball life here. Some of my best friends are still here, and not many people get to do it again. So I'm just very, very thankful.
It's a cool story.
Very cool. Very, very cool. Although I had to look real quick. He said some of his years here. Like, how many years was he here?
2 or 3, I think.
I know. I was like, I don't remember him being here that long.
Well, it hasn't been a banner baseball life for Kirk Casali, with all due respect. I mean, better than 99.9% of people in the world. But
yeah, absolutely. The guy's been in the big leagues like 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at, I'd have to add it up, 14, 15. I mean, most games he played was 84, but 84, 38. Like, he's been around. Like, absolutely he's done better than most that play baseball. Most don't even make it to the big leagues. No, I just had to stop for a minute because it goes, some of the best years of my life. I was like, how many years? Did I miss a few?
Year and a half.
I don't remember him being here that long. A year and a half. Look, he must have really enjoyed it. He really enjoyed his year and a half here. It made a lasting impact on him. I love to hear that. That's cool.
Yeah, well, it's one of these things. There's so much talk, and it's not even just in baseball. It's not just the Giants. There's so much talk in general about the struggle of Bay Area teams, at least the Warriors and the Giants, to attract free agents. But so many guys who play here do really love it. It's a weird split thing. I've never totally understood it.
Yeah, again, my whole theory is, I won't say it, I won't get too in depth, but just right, I said it yesterday for those that are listening. I didn't think it's the weather. I think a lot of the weather, you grow up playing baseball in the heat, and a lot of the states these guys grow up in are warmer, and they like the warmer. Like, the taxes thing never made any sense to me. It's like, bro, they're going to L.A. They signed in L.A., they signed in San Diego. They don't have a problem getting guys down there. The last I checked, same taxes we have up here. So the one thing that's different, though, is the weather's different up here than it is. And again, everybody's like, "Well, what about the politics?" I'm like, "The players don't care.
They don't care."
If you think that's a huge deal, you're fooling yourself. Do you have a nice place to live?
That's right.
How's the school systems? If you have kids, you don't got to worry about that here. Yeah, they're not worried about, oh, man, I tell you what, I love going to Walmart. That Walmart down there, they just, woof. I don't want to go down to that Walmart. Like, how many guys are going to Walmart? Like, let's stop. Okay? Everybody started coming
Kirk Casali might go to Walmart, but it's not somewhere that Shohei Ohtani's going.
I still go to Walmart. The Walmart definitely has its usefulness. But nobody, it's like, I won't say nobody, because when you say nobody, they'll come, well, what about, maybe there's a couple guys. That is not on the list of player concerns, like politics and affecting the city. Like, there's a lot of guys that live outside the city, and it's trust me, everybody started coming up with reasons why, because they just couldn't sign these guys, right? That's why they were trying to come up with reasons why. Well, why aren't they signing here? Well, I don't know. One of them wanted to go to the Yankees. One of them wanted to go to the Dodgers. One of them wanted to go to the Phillies. Like, I don't know. Where would you rather hit, Philadelphia or here? I think I'd rather hit in Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia is probably a place, if I was Bryce Harper, I would want to be. And every time we talk about this, you do have to give him credit for coming to terms with Correa. Like, that deal was done financially. They were going to spend that money. He was going to take their money. He was going to be okay living here. And then medicals came back, didn't work out. But that it's hard to get those type of guys. I mean, it's hard to land those type of free agents, and it just, for various reasons, they haven't been able to get one. And it's not just a Farhan problem. Wasn't like
no, it's not.
Sabian was just rolling in free agents. Like, they got Barry Bonds, and a lot of that was before Sabian, but that was because he was from here and he wanted to come back to San Francisco. But other than that, it wasn't like they were like, oh, look at all the free agents they're getting. They got. If you want to consider Hunter Pence a free agent, but he was already here, and then he became a free agent, then he signed back here. So it's not something that, like, oh my gosh, they used to get all these guys. Yeah, exactly. They used to get all these guys, and now they don't. It's just never been a huge hotbed for free agents, and that's why I thought, maybe weather has something to do with it for some players. They just like it a little bit warmer during the summer.
Yeah. All right, back to Sound Soiree. I don't know if
Sorry,
you
I got
watched.
sidetracked.
No, that's fine. I don't know if you watched the Tom Brady roast. I did. I did. I couldn't look away. It was a spectacle unlike maybe anything else I've ever seen in its own weird way. Tom Brady was on the Pivot podcast. Is that the Edelman deal? He went on Edelman's deal. I think that's the Edelman deal. And apparently has some regrets. Let's hear about it.
Like I said, I loved when the jokes were about me. I thought they were so fun. I didn't like the way that it affected my kids. So it's the hardest part about, like, the bittersweet aspect of when you do something that you think is one way and then all of a sudden you realize I wouldn't do that again because of the way that it affected actually the people that I care about the most in the world.
This bleeping guy. Give me a break, Tom Brady.
And able to anticipate what's happening on the football field, but couldn't quite see that one coming.
Are you serious? Like, come on, man. Okay. I have regrets about the Tom Brady roast. I spent 3 hours in front of that thing. So I get it. Fair enough. But this, to me, it's just the reason people don't like Tom Brady, in addition to all the winning, is that he seems kind of weirdly inauthentic a lot of the times. And this, to me, to now say, oh, but my kids, I never considered how it might affect my children. Well, I would say, if you never considered how 3 hours of jokes about you from professional roast comedians who are paid in their lives to talk trash about people, if it didn't occur to you that something your kids might not enjoy seeing would air on Netflix for the entire world, I would suggest maybe you don't care about your kids as much as you are now saying, because that's pretty obvious to me. So I just don't have a lot of patience for Tom Brady at this point, man.
Yeah, that was it's hard to believe that was an oversight. And even if he didn't even consider how they would feel about him roasting him, like them crushing him, like, you didn't even consider once, like, well, they are going to crush my ex-wife. I'm sure they're going to do that. Oh, yeah. That's their mom.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I wonder how they're going to feel about that. So, yeah, I don't think there was much thought going into that. Like, oh, I can handle it. I can handle it for me. Yeah, of course you can. You're an athlete. Athletes can handle those sort of things because we grew up in locker rooms, and that's like locker room talk. It maybe, well, it's a little bit different, but it's very similar in the way it can really, like, sting you. But yeah, you don't, like, you wouldn't be talking about, like, stuff like, family stuff that would affect the family, stuff like that, in the I thought the crypto stuff. I love the crypto stuff. I'm glad they didn't quite forget about that one, because when I was watching, I go, oh yeah, that's right, the crypto stuff. Yeah. I go, yeah, that's right. I go, bring all the other guys in there too for the crypto crap that they tried to pull for 6 months, and that now it's gone. Matt Damon, even Steph was in on it.
Yeah, I think our guy Steph got caught up in there.
It's bro, everybody trying to get that quick money, that crypto. Oh, no. I'm gonna get on this crypto train. Oh no, you're not. You're not gonna get on the crypto train. So, but yeah, I mean, and it was I liked it. I thought it was funnier than I thought it was gonna be. There were some there was 2 or 3. That one podcaster was probably the funniest. That was sitting with Dana White.
What's his name?
Tony. Tony Hinch.
Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, he was funny. He was funny.
The writing on that was incredible. It was so quick hitter. He just sprinted through 2 minutes of breakneck jokes. That was impressive. I thought Nikki Glaser was great. I thought some of the stuff. Now, look, most of their jokes were probably written by professionals, but some of the stuff that some of the athletes were willing to say kind of blew my mind. I did not have Julian Edelman tells a Hamas joke on my bingo card.
Yeah.
So just from a, oh my God, what am I watching standpoint, it was something.
Yeah, for the roasters, it was awesome. It was oh, we can get away with this joke. We just won't say it. We'll make them say it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's give it to them. Oh God! But yeah, I would imagine.
Speaking of things,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to take us on. So last
please.
All right.
No, go ahead, please. Let's get this. I always do this with the sound story. I sidetrack it, and it's supposed to be a 7-minute thing, and it probably ends up being double that because I just kind of. Shut up, Tim.
We're having some fun, Tim, and I can't move on because I have to know. I'm going to present this next piece of sound without commentary or introduction because all I know is the title of the sound that I'm seeing, and I don't know how to introduce it. Let's listen. It's Aaron Rodgers.
And for us, is they could, put some on your computer to cancel you. They could set you up for something.
Oh, of course.
Thankfully, I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff. So it'd be really, and I'm
I think it'd be pretty unwise for a prominent person to get into online porn because all that stuff is monitored.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Okay, that's Aaron Rodgers and Tucker Carlson talking about all the ways that their enemies are trying to take them down and insisting that they have no involvement with weird porn, and that was Tucker Carlson going as far as to say that he couldn't imagine any prominent person getting involved in weird porn, which is a hilarious thing to say given the news of the last, I don't know, eternity. That's weird stuff, man.
Just a couple guys sitting around talking porn. I gotta be honest with you. Does anybody even care about that stuff anymore? If somebody said, "Oh, he was watching porn," it'd be "Oh yeah, moving on. What else do we got going on here?"
Yeah.
I don't think anybody cares anymore. It's it's almost to the point, not quite, but almost to the point now where it's porn is viewed as almost not legitimate mainstream, but kind of legitimate. Everybody's "Oh yeah, porn actress. Okay, cool. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the store. Gonna come over." Whereas before it was it's almost like gambling now. People are kind of starting to accept gambling. Whereas back alley, seedy, you got to pay the guy off in the trench coat. And everything's kind of moving forward now. So I don't know if Aaron Rodgers still living in the '80s with the porn, but
I don't watch porn.
I think if someone were gonna do a gotcha, I don't think they'd go the porn route. I don't think that has enough fangs to it, so to speak.
Oh man, no.
I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
Can I say though, the quickest way to convince me that you're probably into some weird kinky stuff is to volunteer that you're not.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not into the little guy and the little girls. Or little people. Let me say little people, not little girl. I don't want to be Oingo Boingo here, even though that is one of my favorite. Even though that is one of my favorite songs. But yeah, I would say Yeah, that definitely makes you go, why'd you bring that up? I wouldn't even have thought about bringing that up.
I don't watch porn.
Yeah, I'm not into the really weird stuff where they dress up like llamas. It's just that kind of stuff. I don't like that stuff at all. Llamas? What do you mean llamas? I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm more of an alpaca kind of guy personally.
Yeah, alpaca.
That's personal taste.
Yes.
More
Weird,
than anything.
kinky stuff.
I get it.
All right, well, I think the good news is Sound Soiree is over.
Weird,
the
kinky stuff.
further good news is if there's anywhere this show might get into weird stuff, it's with Soup du Jour, and that's coming up next. Matt Kolsky in for Adam Copeland, Tolbert and Copes on KNBR, the sports leader.
Weird, kinky stuff.
Excuse me, Flo? It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, time for a little soup du jour. We start in Indiana, the hotbed of Mexican food right here in America. When I think Mexican food, I think Indiana. I think basketball. I think burritos. That's what I think of when I think of Indiana and Damon Bailey. I think of those three things: Damon Bailey, basketball, and burritos. Now, I don't know why a judge is ruling on this. I have no idea why. Strip Mall, Jefferson Boulevard, Fort Wayne, blah, 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 blah. And the judge had to rule on a sandwich. Okay, it has something to do with a sandwich restaurant. Like, is it a sandwich restaurant? Is it not a sandwich restaurant? And the judge ruled that the burrito and the taco are, in fact, Mexican-style sandwiches, is what they are. I mean, I've never. I gotta be honest, and this is apparently for legal dealings. But when everybody ever, and it's one of the dumbest things ever, though. But we all partake. But when somebody asks you, is a hot dog a sandwich or not? I go, no, it's a hot dog, and who gives a crap? Give me a hot dog. I don't care what like. It doesn't taste any different whether it's a sandwich or not a sandwich. And guess what? It's not going to taste any different if I tear the bun apart and separate the bun and put it on either side of the hot dog. I don't give a damn what you call it. If I want a hoagie, give me a hoagie. I want a submarine sandwich, submarines. I don't care. Call it what you want. Just give it to me. And oh, by the way, what I don't want is any type of Mexican food coming out of Indiana. I don't care what they call it. I don't care if they call it a Mexican sandwich. I don't care if they call it a burrito.
Did
I
you
don't
just
care.
throw a burrito out your window?
They could call it whatever. they could call it a hero for all. No. Like, you should know better. If you order Mexican food in Indiana, then you look. This is what you get. Good luck with that, because that should be a big no-go. If I'm going to order a steak, yes, give me a steak. Mashed potatoes, like some hearty food, stew. I'm down for that in Indiana. Burrito, carne asada, I'll pass.
A torta is a Mexican sandwich.
Yes, it is.
Case closed. Moving on.
Yes.
Chupa-tupo?
I get. I got one of those. Last time I got one of those tortas, I think it was outside Home Depot. They have a pretty good food truck out there, and I went over there. I didn't get one today. I went over to Home Depot today, which is, talk about a fish out of water. That's me. It's like that. My dad can go. R.I.P. Dad passed away a few years ago, but when he was alive, he'd go to Home Depot and just cruise for a while. Like, what are you looking for? I'm just looking. What do you mean you're just looking? It's Home Depot. Like, how can this be exciting at all? He goes, well, I was looking for some stuff for the window and looking at this and look. I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm looking at in here. I just want to get in and get out. That's kind of like me if you were to take me to a craft beer liquor store where they have all kinds of different craft beers. I could spend 30 minutes in there looking at all the beers and where they came from and the breweries and all that. But anyway, so I went into
the exact opposite in my family. Quickly, my father probably has never been to Home Depot, but I could do like your dad. I could wander around for a while. I just recently purchased 2 tons of Pebbles, which I then shoveled into an area of my backyard. Like, I'm a big home improvement project guy. I love
Home Depot.
Yeah,
I know my area of expertise when it comes to home improvement. I'm not at the shallow end of the pool. I'm on the deck. I'm not even in the pool. So I just let other people handle it. Because even if I want to do it, I know I'll screw it up. Like, I'll just screw it up. So I went to Home Depot today, and I brought a screen, and I did not know this. I thought you would. I brought the screen, or then the screen. It's a screen for a window, so a window screen in Haley's room, and it's like all torn up, and the sun's bleached it out. And I was like, well, let's just get another one because it's got like a hole in it. So I took it out and took it down there, and I thought I'd just walk in there and go, hey, do you have screens this size? Like, can I get one this size? I go to like a little
custom job, baby.
Yeah, like a little slot. You just pull it out of the slot and take it over there, and they'd scan it. I'm like, cool, I got my screen. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it. So they're like, no, we got the equipment. I'm like, what? Excuse me? Like, I got to do it myself? I got to make it? They're like, well, yeah. I'm like, well, bye. I was like the guy on Tombstone. Well, bye. Except I was the one leaving. So I went to the local.
Their Huckleberry.
No, I was not. So I went to the local hardware store, where a little smaller, and ran into a guy there, and I said, "Hey, is there any how do you help me with this? And he goes, oh, yeah, I can help you. I go, sweet. He goes, so what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to get this equipment and then watch a YouTube video, and you can do it. So I'm like, no.
Not the help I'm looking for.
That's not what I was hoping to hear. Yeah, well, guess we have audio of it.
Well, bye.
Thank you. So I came home. I go, well, yeah, let me go home. I go, let me go. Because he goes, you're going to need a hacksaw. And I go, well, I have one of those. I go, I need to put new blades in them because it's been a while since I've used that. Because he tells me, right, I'm going to get the outer, the framing of it, and then you got to cut it at 45-degree angle so you can put it together at the top, put it together at the bottom. He goes, then you got to have the spine. I'm like, well, I don't know what that is. I assume it's in the middle that kind of holds everything together for a little bit, or hopefully for a lot longer than a little bit.
Yeah.
And he goes, yeah. He goes, let me check it out because I brought the screen with me. He opened it up. He goes, okay, the spine's still intact. I go, oh, thank God, that's good. I'm not paralyzed. So he didn't get the joke at all. So he goes, okay, here's what you'll need. Then you'll need that, and then you'll need this little. It looks like a pizza cutter. And I'm assuming you push the screen into the frame and then go around and do that. And then you got your screen. And I was like, well, damn.
Bye.
So I did what anybody in my position would do. I came home and I said, hey, Weston, you think you know how to fix a screen? And Weston goes, yeah, I could probably do that. Yeah, because Weston's much more like my dad.
This is how you end up. This is how it happens. Is because my dad couldn't do anything. I would just try to figure stuff out, and eventually you become the guy that figured a bunch of stuff out.
Yep, exactly. So I've never had to do that, and everybody keeps, it's funny because I don't do that kind of stuff. People say, oh, you don't do that, or you don't do this. Everybody does. People do stuff for you, and you'll do that. I'm like, well, I ain't stopping them. I mean, hey, they want to do it. They go ahead. You want me to fight them for it? They're better at it than I am anyway. So why wouldn't I let him? Why wouldn't I let him do it? So my dad had it. My dad can fix just about anything. My VW Bug caught on fire one time. I don't know why. I don't know how. Must have had a leak, but the engine caught on fire, and all the wires were like burned and everything. And it was something that I would look at and go, I don't know. Take it to the shop, let them try to figure it out. My dad's got hell with that. I ain't taking a damn shop. So he looks at it and he's like, do this, do that. Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's take this out and look where the wires go. I'll go to the store, get the right wires, and we get, we need a plug here and this and that. Put it in. Thank you. Like 5 hours later, it was like starting and running and going again. Like my dad was very frugal too, so that was part of it. My dad was like, hell, I ain't paying anybody $500 to do this when I can do it for $70. That's just not going to happen. My mom tells a story how he took the dryer apart one time because it was making a sound. And so he put the dryer apart, and then he put it back together, and it ran. The only problem was there was 5 parts left over.
Oh, no.
weren't in the dryer anymore. I was like, she goes, well, it kept running. I go, well, okay, I guess that's fine. But anyway, so he had it. My brother has it. My brother does stuff like that too, and then Weston has it. So, but it completely just skipped me. I had held no fascination fixing stuff. It was boring. My dad was always had me hold the flashlight out there. And that's all I did was hold the flashlight, probably because that's all I could do. So it's kind of boring to me. And it was funny one time because my dad's under there on the little trolley, or not trolley, but whatever you call that thing you get into the cars with. And he's under there and he goes, hey, hold the light for me. He always used to go, hold the light, boy, hold the light. So I hold the light and he goes, all right, you can set the light down. Give me a couple minutes. And it was like 20 minutes though. He was like doing something else. I was like, well, screw this, I'm out of here. So he goes, hold the light for me, boy. Hey, hold the light for me. And he said he rolled out of there, and he goes, you were gone. You were down the street playing basketball. I just took off. I was like, this stuff sucks, man. You go ahead and fix it. Get Jeffrey out here. I know he's only 1, but get him out here and hold this light. I want to go play some ball. People calling me down the street to play some ball. But now it's something now that I appreciate. Like at this age, I wish if I could see something and go, oh yeah, I could fix that. I could do that, and like know exactly what I need. What do you need? 7/8, 3/8, quarter. I mean, he knew all that. I would have I had just no idea about that stuff. So anyway, what are you gonna do? I love my dad, and it was always awesome to have around because Dad could fix stuff. I guarantee you that it was going to get fixed. I ain't paying no damn $500. Bullcrap. I ain't doing that. All right, coming up, we'll continue on. We're gonna roll it right up until 6 o'clock. Who's taking over tonight?
Bill Lasky.
Oh, Bill Lasky. Love Bill. We'll have a lot of baseball talk coming up next here on the Sports Leader.